Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 419 Palace's Yellow Dragon Formation. No wonder the Heavenly Mirror Sect refused to help the Guo family and other cultivation families under its command in Yun Ridge. It turns out the true person Heavenly Mirror was secretly cultivating another force, even having 2 golden core cultivators. On Yun Ridge, Zhou Chun looked at the latest intelligence he had obtained, his expression becoming very strange. He had finally solved the question that had been puzzling him for so long. It had been 3 months since true person Heavenly Mirror returned to the Heavenly Mirror Sect, and the recent events at Heavenly Mirror Manor had shocked many cultivators. After Yu Jinghua, the only Golden Core Stage Deputy Sect leader, escaped with the treasures from the Heavenly Mirror Sect's treasury, many people wanted to see Heavenly Mirror Manor make a fool of itself and see how true person Heavenly Mirror would clean up the mess. Who would have thought that true person Heavenly Mirror had cultivated another force elsewhere, and now he had produced 2 Golden Core Stage cultivators, 10 Purple Mansion Stage cultivators, 60 or 70 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, and over 1,000 Key Refining Stage cultivators. This formidable force was no less powerful than the previously visible strength of the Heavenly Mirror Sect, and even possessed an additional Golden Core cultivator. With such a powerful force, it's no wonder the true person Heavenly Mirror had ambitiously sought to replace the Azure Lotus Temple and make the Heavenly Mirror Sect the 3rd largest sect in the Jing Kingdom. Unfortunately, although true person Heavenly Mirror was shrewd and calculating, he ultimately misjudged true person King Xiao's strength and audacity, resulting in a disastrous defeat. Now, not only has the Heavenly Mirror Sect been disbanded, but these loyal followers previously raised in other countries are also to be relocated to the Jing Kingdom to serve it. With this addition and subtraction, Xianjing Manor has filled the void left by Zhuanzhu Palace, and with the addition of true person Xianjing, a nascent soul cultivator, the overall strength of Lingzhou has become even greater. I just wonder how Xianjing Manor will support so many Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators in the future, and what will true person Xianjing do with Yu Jinghua, who stole the resources from the Xianjing Sect's treasury and escaped? Zhou Chun looked towards Xianjing Manor and muttered to himself. He quickly found the answers to his 2 questions through the movements of Xianjing Manor. First, Xianjing Manor retained the management rights of the 2 major markets in Lingzhou, confiscated the property of the cultivation families in the markets, expelled the family members hiding in the markets, and established a merchant guild called Xianjing Tower. As a result, Zhang Chuangshan, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Zhang family whom the Zhou family had been keeping a close eye on, was also expelled, and the Zhou family was thoughtfully notified before being expelled. Upon learning this news, Zhou Chun naturally didn't stand on ceremony. After thanking the people from Xianjing Manor, he sent Zhou Zhengyong with a golden-winged tiger to kill the culprit, thus eliminating a potential threat to the family. Xianjing Manor subsequently underwent reforms, dismissing nearly half of its key refining stage cultivators, retaining only less than 600 to maintain the 2 markets and the manor itself. Even the Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were dismissed, with more than 20 dismissed to fend for themselves. With the revenue from the 2 markets and the high-level spiritual veins of Xianjing Manor, they could retain the Purple Mansion and Golden Core stage cultivators. Moreover, according to Xianjing Manor's promotional slogans, the Xianjing Tower in the markets would soon sell items including 3rd-tier magic weapons, 3rd-tier magic talismans, and Foundation Establishment pills, and would also accept custom orders for 2nd and 3rd-tier magic weapons, pills, and formations. It seemed that some of their high-level cultivators were proficient in cultivation techniques. If this was the case, Xianjing Manor's financial situation shouldn't be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Xianjing Manor issued a warrant for Yu Jinghua's arrest, offering a spiritual item to aid in the opening of the Purple Mansion to anyone who could provide his exact hiding place. Such a generous reward was enough to attract many Foundation Establishment stage cultivators and cultivation families to contribute to this effort. However, As long as Yu Jinghe isn't stupid, after hearing about the return of true person Xinjing, he must have already fled far away and changed his name. Finding him will really depend on luck, Zhou Chun thought to himself, not holding much hope of finding this traitor's Yu Jinghe. The most important thing for the Zhou family right now is to establish the villa at Tuan Ridge. In terms of spiritual vein quality, Tuan Ridge was better than Jifang Ridge, and its location was also excellent. Whether going to Hongai Market in Lanzhou, the two major markets in Lingzhou, or even Xian'an Market in Yunzhou, it wasn't far at all. A foundation establishment stage cultivator could arrive within a day. If the Zhou family hadn't been operating in Jifang Ridge for over 100 years, Zhou Chun would have considered making it the Zhou family's Mountain Gate base. Therefore, wanting to make the most of such a spiritually rich place, he specially invited a formation master from the Yu family, a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, to tailor a formation for the location. That day, accompanied by Zhou Xindi, the formation master from the Yu family arrived before Zhou Chun with the results of his survey. Fellow Taoist Zhou, after my on-site investigation, I discovered that the earth energy beneath Tuyun Ridge is quite deep, suitable for setting up a defensive earth elemental formation. I have 3 options for you to choose from. This formation master from the Yu family was only at the early Purple Mansion stage, and his white hair suggested he didn't have long to live. He was somewhat similar to the late second elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Chongshan, both being cultivators obsessed with the Dao of formations. Their successful opening of the Purple Mansion stage was a result of the Yu family's strong support. To persuade him to help the Zhou family set up the formation, Zhou Chun had invested heavily, exchanging some profound formation inheritances the Zhou family had acquired over the years. Moreover, this transaction only involved his help in setting up the formation. All the necessary materials had to be prepared by the Zhou family themselves. Upon hearing the other party's words, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered slightly. And he replied, "Oh, I'll take a look first." He then took the information prepared by the Yu family's array master and began to examine it. The 3 options prepared by the Yu family's array master each had their own strengths and weaknesses. The power of 2 of the arrays was not much different from the 5 directions Miro array on Zhou's 9 Peaks Ridge, only with a greater emphasis on defense and stronger defensive capabilities. The remaining array was extraordinary. It was a forbidden array capable of withstanding attacks from Golden Core stage cultivators. However, setting up a forbidden array not only required an extremely high level of array mastery from the array master, but also involved a huge expenditure on the various materials needed to set it up. After reading it, Zhou Chun immediately made a decision in his mind. He put down the documents and looked intently at the Yu family's array master, asking, "Is this 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon array, truly as fellow Taoist Zhu says, so difficult even for a Golden Core cultivator to break once successfully set up?" The Yu family's array master replied arrogantly, "Not only is it difficult for a Golden Core cultivator to break through, but if fellow Taoist Zhou can truly find the right size, yellow dragon stones, to forge 9 array plates, slowly accumulating power, and when the array's full power is released, even an ordinary early-stage Golden Core cultivator who is unaware of the array's details might be severely injured." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Yellow dragon stones are essential materials for forging magical treasures. Fellow Taoist Zhu requires a huge quantity of yellow dragon stones, and the Zhou family may not be able to gather them in a short time. Could we use substitute materials as a transitional measure? Once the Zhou family has collected a sufficient number of yellow dragon stones, we can then ask fellow Taoist Zhu to forge array plates to complete the array." Although Zhou Chun didn't understand formations himself, he knew that most formations weren't made from a single material and could be replaced with others. However, using substitute materials would significantly weaken the formation's power. But if he could temporarily replace the yellow dragon stone with other materials to get the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation running, he was confident he could gradually collect the materials to set up the original formation later. Using substitute materials is certainly possible, but that would mean the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation would only be about 30% as powerful as the original, and its protective range would be greatly reduced, only covering a range of a dozen miles, even less than your Zhou family's 5 Directions Miro formation at 9 Peaks Ridge. Moreover, if you use substitute materials, once the formation is attacked by a powerful enemy, even if the formation itself isn't broken, many of the formation flags and plates might be damaged, and then you'd have to prepare new materials to refine them. The Yu family formation master's tone clearly indicated his skepticism about the simplified formation's usefulness. Hearing this, Zhou Chun became even more determined and immediately shook his head, saying, "That's all right. As long as it doesn't involve magical treasures or spiritual materials, my Zhou family can always find substitutes for other materials. All right, since you insist, fellow Taoist Zhou. Then I naturally have no objections," the Yu family's array master said, then solemnly added, "However, I must tell you something. Currently, only I and the Yu family have fully comprehended and can set up the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array. And I only have about 50 years left to live. If you can't find enough Yellow Dragon Stones within this time, then we'll have to find someone else to set up other arrays. That's enough." 50 years is more than enough, Zhou Chun nodded, his tone revealing strong confidence. This made the array master from the Yu family glance at him a few more times, then muttered softly, "Everyone says your Zhou family has risen to prominence in recent years, and it seems it's true." Although his muttering was low, Zhou Chun wasn't completely oblivious, but he pretended not to hear it, smiling silently. The Zhou family's development over the years was undeniable. No matter how hard they tried to hide it, it couldn't be ignored. However, the Zhou family wasn't to push over anymore. Even if someone was curious about where the Zhou family had made their fortune, they wouldn't dare to delve too deeply. As for the Kinglian Temple, they knew that the Zhou family had traded with a dragon abyss-scaled frog alien race and that the Zhou family had acquired an earth element crystal jade mine. Furthermore, since the Zhou family didn't even have a golden core cultivator, they were even less concerned. In any case, no matter what outsiders speculated, as long as the Zhou family didn't respond and acted cautiously, these discussions wouldn't be able to shake the Zhou family's foundation. After finalizing the layout of the protective mountain formation, Zhou Chun immediately mobilized the Zhou family's manpower, arranging for the elders to personally travel to various markets in Jingguo and neighboring countries to purchase the necessary materials. Another reason Zhou Chun chose the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation was that its setup required a large quantity of earth element crystal jade, which the Zhou family currently possessed in considerable stock. The supply agreement between the Zhou family and Shan Yangzi, a golden core cultivator from Kinglian Temple, had expired 3 years prior, and Shan Yangzi no longer needed this spiritual material. Therefore, any earth element crystal jade, or mined afterward, was still stored in the Zhou family's treasury. Now it could finally be put to use. However, this earth element crystal jade, ore was also the last of its kind. The mines in Yangguo were almost exhausted. Lin Wanner remained in Yangguo purely because she couldn't bear to part with a Red Jade Peak stronghold she had painstakingly built. After all, that stronghold now provided several thousand spirit coins annually. Zhou Chun and the Zhou family didn't object. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although the stronghold in Yang Kingdom was far away, it might still be useful in the future, so preserving it was fine. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, the Zhou family's Tuyanling villa was basically completed. The simplified mountain protecting formation, the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, was officially activated, and all the buildings inside were finished. Some of the demonic beasts kept at the 9 Peaks Ridge Gate were also moved here, greatly reducing the burden on the 9 Peaks Ridge Gate. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun also moved to Tuyanling to cultivate, leaving only Zhou Daowei to continue guarding the 9 Peaks Ridge Gate to keep an eye on the Azure Dragon in the Dragon's Nest. At this time, Zhou Chun finally had a proper cave dwelling. His cave dwelling was located at the spiritual eye of the Tuyanling spiritual vein, in an even better location than Zhou Ming's cave dwelling, a valley covering more than 20 acres on the mountain. The valley was protected by the power of the 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon Array. From the outside, only a hazy yellow mist could be seen. In reality, the mist didn't exist, it was merely an illusion created by the naked eye and divine sense. This was the power of the Forbidden Array. Each Forbidden Array, regardless of its focus on attack or defense, would also have various uses such as illusion, confinement, and teleportation, making it extremely versatile. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, perfect for the golden armored rock turtle to cultivate. It dug a large pit in a corner of the valley and usually liked to lie in it, covering itself with soil and slowly absorbing earth elemental spiritual energy to improve its cultivation. Zhou Chun also took great care of his first cave dwelling. Not only did he build his own residence, but he also built dwellings for his spirit pets and spirit insects. For example, the wood spirit's dwelling was a 1,000-year-old spirit pine tree, which Zhou Chun had exchanged for with a 1,000-year-old spirit herb from a certain family. This exchange was only agreed to because the other family wanted to curry favor with the Zhou family. Of course, Zhou Chun wouldn't have mentioned using it to raise wood spirits when making the exchange. He only said that the core of the mountain protecting array needed such a spirit tree to suppress it. Others, like the mysterious armor golden feather and the flying fire scorpion, also had their own dedicated insect chambers. And the silver lightning python bye-bye and the golden winged tiger naturally had their own preferred dwellings. That day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in his cave when he suddenly sensed that the array outside the valley had been activated. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed that the visitor was none other than Zhou Daoyi, who was stationed at the Nine Peaks Ridge Gate. Zheng Chun, Hongaiyu has already emerged from seclusion. Zhou Daoyi smiled and explained his purpose as soon as he entered Zhou Chun's cave. Just now, I realized that 400 chapters had already been reached without me even noticing. The word count was almost 1.6 million. Time flies. Chapter 402, luring the dragon out of its cave, seizing the treasure from the dragon's nest. Lin Hongaiyu has emerged from seclusion. Zhou Chun was overjoyed upon hearing this from Zhou Daoyi, who had come to visit. Lin Hongaiyu had previously mentioned that she was going into seclusion to cultivate a life-saving escape technique. Now that she had emerged, it meant that she had mastered the technique and could help him seize the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. How could Zhou Chun not be delighted? He had been eagerly awaiting this day for a long time. However, now that the time was approaching, he felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Now that Senior Lin has emerged from seclusion, can we begin that matter?" "Haha, it's rare to see you like this, Zheng Chun. It seems your concern for your beloved pet is no less than your concern for your cultivation." Zhou Daoyi laughed and immediately nodded, saying, "Of course. If Hongaiyu hadn't already made preparations, why would I have come to find you? I was being presumptuous. I will go and explain to the Supreme Elder immediately." Zhou Chun smiled somewhat awkwardly and immediately went to find Zhou Ming to explain the matter. Helping Zhou Chun's spirit pet, the silver lightning python, transform into dragon was a major event the Zhou family had planned long ago. Now that Lin Hongaiyu, the key figure, was ready, Zhou Ming's side naturally had no problems. So he immediately went with Zhou Chun to the jade-gathering mountain stronghold in the wilderness, leaving Zhou Daoyi to guard Tuyun Ridge. This was a plan that had been decided long ago. When plotting to acquire a fourth-tier dragon's nest, Zhou Daoyi's azure dragon was not only not an aid, but also a source of hatred, easily inciting an irreconcilable feud between the fourth-tier dragon and the Zhou family. Therefore, Zhou Daoyi could not participate in this major event. By the time Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun arrived at Tuyun Ridge, Lin Hongaiu's side was also ready. Before officially setting off, Zhou Ming suddenly took out something and handed it to Lin Hongaiyu, saying, "Take this spirit crystal, fellow Taoist Lin. If you get lost in the wilderness, this can provide you with a lot of help." "Oh, the Zhou family has such a good thing." Lin Hongaiu's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the spirit crystal to examine it. For a golden core cultivator like her, there weren't many things of great use, but spirit crystals were definitely one of them. A spirit crystal that could replenish a large amount of mana during wilderness adventures could often allow a golden core cultivator to accomplish what would otherwise be impossible, or even save their life. Zhou Ming had obtained 3 spirit crystals from the relics of Han Yuan, a golden core insect cultivator. Although these 3 spirit crystals weren't as large as the ones he used during the southern expedition, they were still about half their size. One of them, when fully charged with spiritual energy, was enough to restore most of the mana of an early golden core cultivator like Lin Hongaiyu. After playing with the spirit crystal in her hand for a while, Lin Hongaiyu nodded in satisfaction and said, "It really is a spirit crystal. With this in hand, I'm much more confident this time." Then she flicked her hand and put it into her storage bag. This spirit crystal was clearly a gift from the Zhou family for this operation, a way of repaying her for her willingness to risk her life for the Zhou family. She understood this. So she accepted it without any guilt. Giving her such a treasure as the spirit crystal before their departure was clearly intended to encourage her to do her best to hold off the fourth-tier dragon, creating an opportunity for Zhou Chun and the others to obtain the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. With everything prepared, and leaving Zhou Daoquan at the Ku mountain outpost to provide support, the 3 immediately headed towards the dragon's lair that Lu Ran had led Zhou Chun and the others to before. Several hours later, the 3 stopped in the aquatic forest, 100 miles away from the dragon's lair. Zhou Ming then pointed ahead and said, "It's just ahead. If you go there, fellow Taoist Lin, you should be able to lure the dragon out. Then you just need to leave a marker to guide us, and then lead the dragon away, alright, but you must also be careful. There must be servants it has subdued guarding the dragon's lair. You won't be able to obtain the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass easily." Lin Honggai nodded gently and also gave the two some advice. "Senior Lin, don't worry, we're well prepared. You just need to hold off that dragon," Zhou Chun said firmly. After this brief exchange, Lin Honggai immediately headed towards the dragon's lair. Just as Zhou Ming had said, although she hadn't intentionally released her aura to provoke it, the dragon still sensed her after she entered the vicinity of the lair for dozens of miles. The dragon was particularly cunning. After sensing Lin Honggai's presence, it didn't immediately reveal itself to drive her away, but instead quietly emerged from its lair to ambush her. If she hadn't been prepared, maintaining a high level of vigilance with her divine sense, and being sensitive to the dragon's aura, she might have actually fallen into its trap. Suddenly, a burst of intense fire erupted from the water, and a black dragon over 20 zang long revealed its true form. It was a mid-grade 4th-tier black dragon. Lin Honggai's heart tightened, and she quickly feigned panic and fled towards the surface. While the black dragon was surprised that she had detected its sneak attack beforehand, it was even more enraged by her attack and immediately roared as it gave chase. The water was the black dragon's home turf, especially since its cultivation was higher than Lin Honggai's. In just a few hundred feet from the bottom to the surface, Lin Honggai was attacked several times and nearly failed to break through the water's surface. Even after escaping to the surface with minor injuries, the black dragon did not give up the pursuit. This was Dragon Abyss Marsh, the direct territory of the Dragon Clan. Fighting here, the black dragon had nothing to fear. Even if Lin Honggai had companions to support her, it was undaunted. After the black dragon chased Lin Honggai away, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming quickly rushed from the bottom of the water towards the black dragon's lair. Lin Honggai had already marked the approximate location of the dragon's lair. They only needed to follow the markings. Time was of the essence, and the two arrived near the dragon's lair at top speed, quickly locating it with their divine sense. Just as Lu Ran had said, outside the deep lair alone grew numerous dragon-transforming grasses hundreds of years old, as well as many dragon blood spirit herbs. However, these were spiritual treasures that Zhou Chun would normally snatch at the sight of. But now he and Zhou Ming didn't even glance at them. The two activated their defensive magic weapons to protect themselves and then rushed directly into the deep lair. This dragon's lair was an underwater cave that opened to the sky, a very large and dark space. As soon as Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming entered, besides the lingering aura of the black dragon, they sensed several other auras. Clearly, as Lin Honggai had said, the dragon's lair was guarded by its subdued minions and servants. 1 high-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, 2 mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beasts. Don't waste time with them. Zhou Ming quickly determined the grades of the demonic beasts inside and decisively used a talisman to attack the high-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast. The talisman he used also came from the Kinglian Temple, a reward for the Zhou family's offering of the 1,000 extinction and cricket formula. It was a fire attribute flying sword talisman. With his mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, activating the talisman was more than enough to pose a fatal threat to a 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast. Therefore, as soon as the talisman's aura was released, the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast, the dragon-scale blackfish, immediately focused all its attention on defending against the talisman's attack. At the same time, Zhou Chun also summoned the golden light bowl talisman bestowed upon him by the Qingwei Temple abbot. After activation, this talisman instantly formed a golden bowl inverted above his head, releasing a dense golden light that protected him. The spells cast by the other two 3rd-tier or mid-grade demon beasts only caused the golden light to sway slightly. Zhou Chun didn't entangle with the two demon beasts and directly charged into the depths of the dragon's lair. This immediately drew the attention of the two mid-tier 3rd-order demonic beasts, who hastily appeared to intercept Zhou Chun. One of these beasts was a black dragon turtle with a single horn, and the other was a unicorn python with a single horn, just like Bye-Bye. Seeing that their innate spells were useless against Zhou Chun, the two beasts simply rammed their massive bodies into him, attempting to stop his advance. But Zhou Chun wouldn't let them succeed. He simply patted his storage pouch at his waist, releasing 4 near-mature heavenly frost bees, which then spat out white heavenly frost shells at the two beasts. Instantly, 4 white ice chains appeared in the water wherever the 4 chills passed. The massive bodies of the 2 beasts, struck by the chills, were quickly frozen solid. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Chun quickly collected the 4 frost bees and flew past the 2 frozen demonic beasts, plunging into the depths of the dragon's lair. Deep within the dragon's lair lay a water-veined spiritual eye, from which gushed forth wisps of Kui water fiend ki. Kui water fiend ki was an extremely pure water attribute spiritual power, but its nature was too heavy and destructive, unsuitable for refining magical power. However, it was perfectly suited for tempering the physical body and enhancing the power of magical artifacts and treasures. The black dragon chose this location, not far from the mainland, because of the presence of Kui water fiend ki, usually absorbing it to temper its dragon body. For a pure water attribute dragon like the black dragon, the stronger its body was tempered, the more its bloodline would be passively refined and purified. Over time, its cultivation speed would naturally accelerate, and its probability of breaking through to the 5th rank would slightly increase. Therefore, it certainly wouldn't easily leave such a treasure trove before breaking through to the 5th rank. It was precisely because this black dragon had lingered here for so many years, and was nourished by the malevolent energy of the Kui water, that there were so many dragon blood spiritual objects near this dragon's lair, and they were all of such high age. In the area surrounding the water-veined spiritual eye, Zhou Chun immediately spotted several thousand-year-old dragon transforming herbs, as well as dragon scales, dragon teeth, and other rare treasures dropped by the black dragon. He even discovered a special barrier in a certain corner, indicating that even more treasures might be hidden there. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the true dragon's lair." He had no doubt that if he could take everything from this dragon's lair, his wealth would surpass that of many golden core cultivators. But then, he estimated that he would become a target of relentless pursuit by the black dragon. Therefore, after a moment of shock, he quickly suppressed his greed, refraining from touching the seemingly priceless treasures, and only swiftly picked 3,000-year-old dragon transforming herbs, leaving 2 for the black dragon. For the black dragon, the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass was probably the least valuable thing, as it was completely useless to it, merely a reward for its minions and servants. Perhaps some would even be handed over to the elders of the dragon clan for training new dragons. In short, Zhou Chun keeping 2 plants should be more than enough for the black dragon. As for the other items, Zhou Chun glanced at them but didn't pick up the shed dragon scales or teeth, nor did he touch the seemingly precious pearls and gems. He only took a black ore the size of a millstone, a black tortoise shell, and a blue horn. He had originally wanted to see if he could find any other spiritual items that wouldn't further provoke the black dragon, but at this moment, the frozen tortoise and python, both injured, charged in, leaving him no time to choose. Having already achieved his minimum goal, Zhou Chun didn't want to be trapped in the dragon's lair by the returning black dragon due to momentary greed. After all, no one knew how long Lin Honggai could hold off the black dragon. "Get out of the way," Zhou Chun shouted, and with a thought, the golden light bowl above his head emitted a beam of golden light that swept forward. Instantly, the black dragon turtle that had been blocking his retreat with its massive size was swept away. However, this beast had thick hide and tough flesh, with even its belly covered in hard dragon scales, so it wasn't seriously injured. Zhou Chun didn't want to get entangled with these beasts, so after using the power of his talisman to knock them away, he quickly broke through to the outside. At the same time, he didn't forget to transmit his voice to Zhou Ming, saying, "Elder, we've got the stuff, we can leave now." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately replied, "All right, Zheng Chun, don't worry about me, let's all return to Kiu Mountain and meet up. Escaping separately is always safer than escaping together. At least even if someone is caught, they won't all be captured." So after receiving his reply, Zhou Chun didn't linger and immediately rushed outwards. Knowing that Zhou Chun had already stolen the treasures from the dragon's nest, the tortoise and python behind him only pursued him relentlessly, not helping the black-scale dragonfish. Therefore, not long after Zhou Chun rushed out of the underground cave, Zhou Ming also escaped. Interestingly, both of them, as if by unspoken agreement, plucked a large handful of the centuries-old dragon transformation grass outside. While this centuries-old dragon transformation grass was certainly not enough to transform a dragon-born demon beast into a flood dragon, it was still extremely helpful for some low-level demon beasts to evolve into mid-level demon beasts. The Zhou family now tamed a large number of dragon-born demon beasts, If these dragon transformation grass were distributed, they would undoubtedly be able to cultivate many mid-level demon beasts. Only one update today. Chapter 403 successfully obtained. In the desolate wilderness, a crimson flame suddenly descended from the sky above the vast mountains, falling to the ground like a meteor shower. Surprisingly, however, no sound was heard after the flame landed in the mountains, as if it had all been a mirage. But if a knowledgeable cultivator were present, they wouldn't be surprised. They would quickly realize that the crimson flame was not a mirage, but the escape light of a high-level cultivator. Indeed, in the forest where the flame had fallen, a beautiful woman in red sat cross-legged, holding a spirit crystal, diligently absorbing its spiritual energy to refine it into mana. This woman in red was none other than Lin Hongyu, who had previously lured away the black dragon. At this moment, Lin Hongyu's condition was undoubtedly very poor. Her face was as pale as paper, bloodstains were on her clothes and around her mouth, her hair was disheveled, and she appeared to be severely weakened. The strength of a mid-grade 4th-tier black dragon was indeed far beyond what a cultivator like her, who had only been in the core formation stage for a little over 10 years, could match. Even with her powerful natal magic weapon, she was still no match for such a celestial beast. If she hadn't risked everything to activate her natal magic weapon with her life essence, unleashing its full power, she probably wouldn't have even had a chance to use her escape technique. Even after successfully escaping the black dragon's pursuit, she was severely depleted of her vital energy, and her mana was less than 1/10 of what it used to be. After meditating for a while, she looked at the spirit crystal in her hand, which was heavily depleted of spiritual energy, and muttered to herself, "Luckily, I had this spirit crystal in my hand, otherwise, in my current state, it would be really difficult to stay in this desolate place." But by holding off the black dragon for 3/4 of an hour, including the time it takes for the black dragon to return to its nest, Zhou Chun and the others should have already succeeded. After this, I finally repaid most of the favor I owed Zhou Chun. Thinking of this, Lin Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. Since ancient times, favors are the hardest to repay. Zhou Chun had done her a favor by helping her achieve her core formation and refine her natal magic weapon. Although she had kept her promise and joined the Zhou family after achieving core formation, secretly protecting them, this alone was clearly not enough to repay the favor. After all, joining the Zhou family was a way of repaying their help in helping her achieve core formation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhou Chun's help in achieving core formation and refining her natal magic weapon, however, was a personal act. She had to do something important for Zhou Chun personally to repay the favor. This time, helping Zhou Chun obtain the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass was her way of repaying the favor. If it weren't for the difficulty in repaying favors, she would never have fought a mid-grade 4th-tier black dragon in the dangerous Dragon Abyss Marsh after more than 10 years of core formation. After resting for a while, Lin Hongyu determined her direction and headed towards the Jade Gathering Mountain stronghold. On the other side, after losing Lin Hongyu, the black dragon merely stirred up a storm in the wilderness to vent its anger before quickly returning to its lair. Upon returning to its lair, it discovered it had been robbed. This undoubtedly enraged it. Fortunately, after inspection, it found that apart from the 3 rare 1,000-year-old dragon transforming herbs, its other treasured possessions were intact, which calmed its anger somewhat. However, it still closed its eyes, trying to sense the thieves' whereabouts. But after sensing, it found nothing. The missing items, unlike dragon scales and dragon teeth shed from its body, didn't share any bloodline connection with it, nor did they bear any marks like the particularly precious treasures. The 1,000-year-old dragon transforming herbs were merely spiritual objects mutated by the aura of a dragon, and had no connection to the black dragon itself. If they were close enough and without any shielding or isolation, it might have been able to sense something. But since it couldn't sense them, it meant the thieves had either already gone far away or had somehow shielded these items. In that case, it didn't bother to leave its lair to chase after them. However, the theft of its dragon lair couldn't be ignored. Therefore, the black dragon quickly killed the 3rd-tier high-grade dragon-scaled blackfish with a single bite, swallowing its demon core and flesh as a warning to the other 2 demonic beasts. The tortoise and python, 2 3rd-tier mid-grade demonic beasts, seemed unfazed by the black dragon's ferocious and ruthless behavior, showing little reaction other than begging for mercy. Not long after, another 3rd-tier fish demon with dragon blood entered the dragon's nest, becoming the black dragon's new servant. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, who had already escaped, naturally had no idea what had happened after the Black Dragon returned. The theft of the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass was undoubtedly very smooth and successful. Not counting Lin Hongayu's efforts, the two of them had only consumed a considerable amount of the power of their talisman treasures. Compared to this loss, the gains were astonishing. When the two returned to their base at Kaiu Mountain, they discussed it and couldn't help but smile broadly. In this operation, Zhou Chun undoubtedly gained the most. He obtained 3,000-year-old dragon transformation grasses, and the black ore he took was black abyss iron, a magical material used to refine magical artifacts. The remaining tortoise shell and unicorn horn were also among the most valuable spiritual materials from a high-grade third-tier demonic beast, and in excellent condition. Although Zhou Ming didn't venture deep into the dragon's nest, he also managed to collect some dragon blood stones and dragon blood grass during his battle with the high-grade third-tier demonic beast, all high-grade spiritual items of considerable age. When the two left the dragon's nest, they each took a total of 32 dragon transformation grasses, 1 600-year-old, 4 500-year-old, 10 400-year-old, and 17 300-year-old. Compared to their losses, this gain was undoubtedly enormous. After tallying their spoils, Zhou Chun immediately picked out the magical material black abyss iron and presented it to Lin Hongyu, saying, "Senior Lin, we have no use for this black abyss iron, so please keep it." "No need." Lin Hongyu waved her hand, refusing Zhou Chun's offer. "I have no use for it either, and I've already received benefits from this operation beforehand. I can't be greedy." Then, she glanced at the three Zhou family cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage and said softly, "I've expended a considerable amount of energy this time, and I'm afraid I'll need to go into seclusion for a while to recover. Unless it's something important, please don't disturb me while I'm recuperating." Hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately replied, "Of course, fellow Taoist Lin, please rest assured and focus on your recovery. If you need anything, please feel free to ask, and the Zhou family will do its best to meet your needs. We've troubled Senior Lin for our sake." Zhou Chun also expressed his gratitude with a look of appreciation. After giving her instructions, Lin Hongyu went back to her cave to recuperate, leaving only the three Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Zhou family to discuss what to do with the harvested spiritual items. Zhou Ming spoke first, saying, "We now have 3,000-year dragon transformation grasses. Whether we refine them into dragon transformation pills or consume them directly, they will only be effective the first time. Zheng Chun, what are your plans?" Zhou Chun had obviously already considered this matter and immediately replied, "This junior plans to find someone to refine them into dragon transformation pills for Bai to consume. If there are any left over, we'll keep them for the third elder's blood flame dragon python." That is indeed the best way to handle it, but who do you plan to find to refine the dragon transformation grass? We've only heard of this kind of elixir by name, but we don't know who has the formula, let alone who can refine it." Zhou Ming nodded first, and then quickly raised a new question. "I've considered this as well. The dragon transformation pill definitely can't be refined in Jing Kingdom, otherwise the news might leak out. If King Lian Temple finds out, it will be difficult for us to explain the origin of the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass, and they'll be even more wary of us. Therefore, I plan to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom for a while to find an alchemist capable of refining the dragon transformation pill, and then have Bai undergo the dragon transformation there. I'll also look for the yellow dragonstone, a magical material." Zhou Chun calmly stated his plans, clearly having prepared in advance. "You're going to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom?" Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing. He naturally didn't want Zhou Chun to travel for an extended period, as it would inevitably hinder Zhou Chun's cultivation and make his personal safety difficult to guarantee. However, he also understood Zhou Chun's personality. Once he made a decision like this, it would be difficult to dissuade him. As expected, seeing Zhou Chun frown, he immediately said, "I know you care deeply for me and value me highly. You've always wanted me to stay in the family and cultivate to improve my cultivation. But at my level, simply shutting myself away for so long isn't enough. Besides, it would take who knows how long to reach the late Purple Mansion stage. The Great Zhou Kingdom is the center of the surrounding cultivation world. There are countless opportunities there, with countless pills and spiritual items that can enhance one's cultivation. If I can gain something there, it's better than decades of meditation. Moreover, normally, late foundation establishment cultivators should travel to the cultivation world to broaden their horizons. I'm already very fortunate to be traveling now. Furthermore, the chaos in Jing Kingdom has subsided, and there shouldn't be any major events for the next 20 or 30 years. I don't need to worry too much about the family's affairs while I travel far away." Hearing this, Zhou Ming knew he had been planning this all along. He sighed helplessly. "What about the enemies you made in the Great Zhou Kingdom? If that person discovers your existence, will you still have the same good fortune?" "I have considered that, but my strength has improved considerably since then. If I encounter him again, even if I am no match, I won't be as humiliated as before. Moreover, I will definitely change my appearance and will no longer travel in my true form. The Great Zhou Kingdom is so vast, it won't be easy for him to find me." He might even have forgotten about that incident. Zhou Chun then bowed to Zhou Ming, saying, "I know you have always been kind to me and have high expectations for me, but every golden core cultivator isn't made by simply meditating and cultivating within the sect. With the Zhou family's current resources, we can't directly create a golden core cultivator like that. For my own sake and for the family's, I should step out of the family's comfort zone and go out to travel and make my way in the world." "Zheng Chun is right, uncle, you should let him go. This child has always had many opportunities and is not destined to die young. A dragon cannot always be confined to a pool. We should let him travel in the great rivers and seas, to see their vastness and experience their storms. Only in this way can a true dragon be nurtured." Zhou Daoquan, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up to express his support for Zhou Chun, stating the key point directly. After hearing their words, Zhou Ming could only put aside his worries and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, since you know the importance of this and have made a plan, I naturally cannot hinder your path." After saying this, he added with some concern, "However, this matter is of great importance. You should prepare before setting off and must not rush into it. Don't worry, I am not a reckless person. I will definitely consider this. Moreover, I do have some things to finish before I can set off." Zhou Chun nodded seriously, indicating that he had taken their advice to heart. Zhou Chun then led Zhou Ming away from the Kiu mountain stronghold, and the two headed to a certain place in the wilderness. Soon after, they arrived at a mountain range shrouded in thick fog, near the ice cave where Zhou Chun kept his frost bees. However, they didn't go directly to the ice cave, but instead ventured deep into the mountain range, reaching a valley deep within. Standing outside the valley and looking in, they saw many trees resembling camphor trees growing there. These trees weren't particularly tall, but their canopies were very large, and many of them were spirit wood imbued with spiritual energy. This tree was called fragrant pavilion wood, a type of spirit wood suitable for building materials. Its wood was harder than ordinary pine, emitted a refreshing fragrance that helped to invigorate the mind, and didn't attract mosquitoes. It was a widely used spirit wood for constructing libraries, cultivation rooms, and other buildings. Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming hadn't come here to cut down trees, but rather to help the wood spirit break through to the third rank. Previously, Zhou Chun, out of consideration for their past relationship, hadn't brought the wood sprite here, not wanting it to break through before the silver lightning python. But now that he had the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass, it was only a matter of time before the silver lightning python broke through, and Zhou Chun planned to travel far and wide. Naturally, he wanted to sharpen his axe before chopping wood, so he first helped the wood sprite break through to the third rank. According to the third elder, a pair of mid-grade third-rank demonic birds inhabit this valley, and their nest is on a 1,000-year-old fragrant tree. We don't need to kill those demonic birds, we can just drive them away temporarily. We just need to wait for the wood sprite to absorb the wood spirit power from the fragrant tree here. Zhou Chun gazed at the misty valley ahead and explained the situation in a low voice. Chapter 404 Zhou Chun's Grand Plan. The two black, giant birds resembling owls, but with faces more like lions, occupied the fragrant pavilion forest. These birds, named lion-faced eagles, could manipulate a strange black wind and possessed considerable strength. Even with Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming's personal intervention, along with a third-tier mid-grade demon beast, the fire god Jackal, they only managed to drive the two birds away. Afterwards, under the protection of the two, the wood spirit began absorbing the wood spirit energy contained within the entire fragrant pavilion forest. Especially the fragrant pavilion tree where the lion-faced eagles nested, over 5,000 years old, was a rare third-tier spirit tree. Since its birth, the wood spirit had never enjoyed such a sumptuous feast. Under the protection of Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, It absorbed all the wood spirit energy contained within the many spirit trees in just 7 days, then entered Zhou Chun's spirit beast pouch to sleep and digest. According to its pre-sleep message, its advancement to the 3rd tier would proceed without any problems. This is the power of spirits like wood spirits and stone spirits. With sufficient resources, they encounter virtually no bottlenecks before reaching the 5th rank. Only when advancing from the 4th to the 5th rank do they face the heavenly tribulation, just like demonic beasts, at which point they might fail and die. During the few days the wood spirits absorbed the power of the wood spirit, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming also found many centuries-old medicinal herbs in the fragrant pavilion wood forest, making their efforts worthwhile. Having achieved their goal, the two left without lingering. Zhou Chun returned the several frost bees from his spirit beast bag to their nest and then returned to the family's mountain gate. Back at the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming placed the centuries-old dragon transformation grass into the family treasury for the core cultivators to exchange, prioritizing the elders who had nurtured dragon-blooded demonic beasts. By now, apart from a few newly promoted Foundation Establishment cultivators, the other veteran Foundation Establishment elders of the Zhou family had accumulated considerable family merit. Seeing something useful appear, they didn't hesitate to exchange for the dragon transformation grass. Soon, the 400- or 500-year-old dragon transformation grass was sold out, with the only 600-year-old variety going to Zhou Jiaru. Zhou Jiaru was one of the earliest cultivators in the Zhou family to tame dragon-blooded demon beasts. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. His tamed crimson flame dragon python had never been able to advance to the 2nd tier. This time, he spent 3,000 points of family merit to exchange for the 600-year-old dragon transformation grass, intending to help his old friend one last time. Others like Zhou Hengayong and Zhou Xinlin, who had also tamed dragon-blooded demon beasts, also exchanged for dragon transformation grass to help their beloved pets advance to the 2nd tier. In less than half a year, the Zhou family had 5 more 2nd-tier dragon-blooded demon beasts. Zhou Jiaru's crimson flame dragon python, Zhou Hengayong's crimson-eyed dragon vulture, Zhou Xinlin's wind shadow dragon snake, Zhou Xinti's blazing dragon lizard, and Zhou Hengking's dragon scale horse all advanced to intermediate-level demon beasts. The breakthroughs in these demonic beast bloodlines not only meant that their own strength had reached the 2nd tier, but also gave them the opportunity to breed with demonic beasts of the same species, directly producing mid-level demonic beast offspring. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Zhou family. However, under Zhou Chun's special instructions, everyone chose to keep a low profile and did not announce the success of their spirit pet's advancement together, planning to release the news gradually later. This way, it wouldn't attract too much attention. After all, everyone knew that the Zhou family now possessed a 3rd-tier flood dragon, and that a few years ago, a dragon-scaled horse had even advanced to a mid-level demonic beast on its own. If a 2nd-tier demonic beast were to be cultivated after some time, it wouldn't be too surprising. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was writing a plan for the future development of the Zhou family and strategizing 2 major events that had long been prepared for implementation. On this day, Zhou Chun was discussing some matters with several Zhou family stewards when he suddenly heard a report that a Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivator had come to pay his respects, claiming that he had once received a favor from him. That's strange. I don't recall ever doing any favors for any Foundation Establishment cultivator. Zhou Chun's face showed a flash of surprise. After pondering for a moment, he had someone take the visitor to the guest hall to entertain him, and then continued with his clan affairs. About half an hour later, Zhou Chun finished his work and went to the guest hall to meet the cultivator who had come to pay his respects. When he entered the guest hall, he saw a refined-looking young man sitting alone in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, as if sensing someone's arrival, the man suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Upon seeing Zhou Chun, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Zhang Lang, a rogue cultivator from Shen Kingdom, pays his respects to Senior Zhou." Zhou Chun had been thinking about where he had met this person before, but upon hearing the man introduce himself, past memories flooded back, and he understood the whole story. It turned out that this person was none other than the key refining stage junior cultivator who had told him about the wood spirit. Remembering all this, his expression softened immediately, and he nodded with a smile, saying, "So it's you, young one. I was wondering who had come to pay their respects under the guise of repaying a debt of gratitude. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. actually succeeding in Foundation establishment. After saying that, he gestured for him not to stand on ceremony, and then sat down beside him. Although Zhang Liang was a rogue cultivator, his demeanor was quite extraordinary. When Zhou Chun asked him to sit down, he thanked him and actually sat down halfway, without the slick manners typical of rogue cultivators. As soon as he sat down, he immediately continued Zhou Chun's words with flattery. "It's all thanks to you, senior. Ever since I received the treasure you bestowed upon me years ago and we parted ways, my luck has been on the rise. A few years ago, I was even fortunate enough to acquire a spiritual artifact to aid in Foundation establishment, and I succeeded in Foundation establishment on my first try. I've been traveling in Jing Kingdom recently, and after hearing of Senior Zhou's reputation, I learned that the benefactor who saved me years ago has already successfully opened his purple mansion. That's why I've come here specifically to thank you." Zhou Chun and his silver lightning python spirit pet were indeed quite famous in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. If one were to inquire about him using this clue, it wouldn't be difficult to discover his true identity. Therefore, Zhou Chun wasn't surprised to hear Zhang Liang say this. However, this act of gratitude was quite to his liking. Back then, he hadn't revealed his name or origins, and he had only met Zhang Liang once. However, after successfully establishing his foundation, the other party was willing to travel abroad to find him and express his gratitude for the life-saving grace he had received years ago. This sentiment is truly rare. After witnessing the various ugly aspects of human nature in the cultivation world, such a grateful person is indeed worth cherishing. Zhou Chun immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Your success in Foundation establishment is due to your own good fortune and luck. I dare not take credit for it." Zhang Liang, upon hearing this, solemnly replied, "What happened back then may be insignificant to you, senior, merely a casual act, but to me, it is a life-saving grace that I cannot fail to repay." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out a long, rectangular wooden box and handing it to Zhou Chun. "I know that with your cultivation and status, ordinary spiritual items are beneath your notice, but this 600-year-old dragon snake root is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it." For Zhou Chun, a mere 600-year-old dragon snake root was indeed not a rare item. He could easily find similar herbs by traveling to the wilderness with his wood spirit in a day. However, for Zhang Liang, this level of spiritual herb was practically the most precious he could obtain. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not disdain the value of his gift. On the contrary, he greatly appreciated and valued Zhang Liang's gratitude. He first accepted the wooden box, then solemnly replied, "All right, I accept your gift, thank you, senior." Zhang Liang seemed relieved, letting out a sigh of relief as he thanked Zhou Chun again. The two then chatted casually, mainly Zhou Chun inquiring about Zhang Liang's experiences and asking about the Wang family's situation after he stole the wood spirit. Zhang Liang didn't believe Zhou Chun would covet anything from him, so he answered all of Zhou Chun's questions, and the two had a very pleasant conversation. Through questioning Zhang Liang, Zhou Chun learned that after he stole the wood spirit halfway through his journey, the Wang family's purple mansion cultivator, unable to contain his anger, spread the news of his theft. However, he had already fled to Yang Kingdom, and the other party didn't know his name, nor even saw his spirit pet. They could only spread the news based on his cultivation method. Therefore, it was naturally difficult for anyone to believe the truth. Even if some people believed it, there were no useful clues to find him. So, after a few years, no one mentioned it again. Zhang Liang's experience was quite remarkable for a rogue cultivator. Almost every rogue cultivator who successfully established their foundation possessed a significant stroke of luck. After listening to his story, Zhou Chun suddenly looked at him and asked, "So, what are your plans next? Will you find a place to establish a rogue cultivator's stronghold with others, or will you marry and establish your own cultivation family? Or will you choose to become a supreme elder of a small family and receive offerings?" Hearing Zhou Chun's question, Zhang Liang was stunned, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't considered this question. However, it was indeed a question he would have to consider in the future. The points Zhou Chun mentioned were the choices most rogue cultivators made after successfully establishing their foundation. After a moment of stunned silence, he seemed to realize something and immediately bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "This junior hasn't considered these things yet. Senior Zhou, could you perhaps offer some guidance?" Zhou Chun, seeing this, replied without hesitation, "If you don't have any ideas yet, you could come to my Zhou family and take a job." At least you'll have a safe and stable place to cultivate, and a decent salary. Senior, do you mean for me to join the Zhou family? Zhang Liang's eyes flashed with hesitation, and his tone lowered, seemingly unwilling. It's not what you think. It's simply a long-term employment with the Zhou family. If you decide you don't want to continue, just let me know in advance. Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, offering a brief explanation. After hearing his explanation, Zhang Liang immediately understood that Zhou Chun was intentionally taking care of him. He quickly stood up and bowed to Zhou Chun, saying, "Senior is kind-hearted. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me, no need for that." "So you agree?" Zhou Chun waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind Zhang Liang's slight questioning. If Zhang Liang still didn't know how to answer at this point, he would have lied in vain. He immediately replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I naturally have no reason to refuse." "Very good. Then you can stay here at Jifang Ridge for now. I'll tell you what I need to do later," Zhou Chun said, then had someone take Zhang Liang away and arranged for him to stay in a separate courtyard. Actually, while taking in Zhang Liang was a spur-of-the-moment decision based on his appreciation of Zhang Liang's character, it was also indeed related to the two things he was about to undertake. Given the current stability of the cultivation world in Jingguo, and the fact that the Zhou family has reached its desired standard in terms of both personnel and the number of tamed spirit beasts, Zhou Chun plans to launch two new money-making businesses. These are a communication service and a delivery service, simply put, mail and courier services. Currently, communication methods between families and sects in the cultivation world are relatively simple. Ordinary key refining stage cultivators either contact friends personally or ask familiar relatives to deliver the message. Foundation establishment or purple mansion stage cultivators typically entrust letters to their juniors as tasks. However, because the rewards for delivering messages are very low, often no one is willing to take on these tasks, forcing them to be assigned to lower-level cultivators. As for independent cultivators, they basically have to deliver messages themselves, occasionally relying on merchant caravans for assistance. This clearly presents a huge business opportunity. Zhou Chun had actually seen this opportunity long ago, but previously, due to limitations, he didn't dare to get involved. Now that the conditions are ripe, he naturally doesn't intend to waste this opportunity. He plans to leverage the Zhou family's numerous spirit beasts and sufficient clansmen to launch a courier service across the Jing Kingdom. The goal is to establish transit hubs in major markets throughout the Jing Kingdom, delivering mail and goods to various cultivation families and independent cultivators in need. Given the Zhou family's current reputation and strength, this venture has great potential. Furthermore, Zhou Chun intends to bring in the Su family of Jiangzhou to expand the Moon Wheel Sect's business across several states. Foundation establishment stage independent cultivators like Zhang Liang are the regional general managers he plans to recruit, responsible for recruiting and managing couriers around each market. Later, he will recruit some well-behaved low-level independent cultivators as couriers to handle delivery. This isn't limited to independent cultivators. The Zhou family can even appoint foundation establishment cultivators from some cultivation families as regional general managers. In this way, the courier service will not only bring the Zhou family a new source of income, but also allow them to gather intelligence on many cultivators, intelligence that can sometimes be extremely valuable. Second update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 Zhou Tong Xiangsha. The express delivery industry has a relatively simple operating model. Operators only need to build transit stations in various locations, recruit people familiar with the areas around the transit stations as delivery personnel, and they can start attracting customers and making a profit. Ideally, transit stations should be built within market towns for convenient package pickup. However, choosing the sect of a powerful cultivation clan is also an option, provided that the clan is trustworthy and willing to believe in the Zhou family. Zhou Chun doesn't want to become rich overnight and has no plans to expand this business nationwide from the outset. His initial plan is to establish transit stations only in the 4 states under the Qinglian Temple, Lianzhou, Lanzhou, Yunzhou, and Lingzhou, as well as in the pioneering outposts in the wilderness. Once he confirms the operational model is feasible and convinces people that the business can be profitable, he will then seek partnerships with the Su family or other families. He is not worried that other families will see the Zhou family making money in this business and follow suit out of envy. It's important to understand that delivery in the cultivation world is no easy feat. Ensuring letters and items reach the recipient quickly is paramount, making the use of spirit beasts for transportation essential, even more so than personnel. Like in Zhou Chun's previous world, without specialized logistics vehicles, ships, or aircraft, how could you deliver packages to the recipient in the fastest possible time? Besides the Zhou family, most cultivation families, even major sects like the three great sects, lack the resources to provide a large number of spirit beasts for transport and delivery. It's worth mentioning that the Zhou family's current lineup of spirit beasts is exceptional. The Crimson-Eyed Dragon Vulture is fast and highly secure, perfectly suited for high-end express services. The Dragon Scale Horse and Eight-Horned Water-Splitting Deer are amphibious, veritable land supercars. The Dragon Claw Giant Lizard boasts a large carrying capacity and impressive speed, making it a true heavy-duty logistics truck. With these all-around high-end spirit beasts at their disposal, no one can compete with the Zhou family in the delivery business. In Zhou Chun's plan, to ensure the safe transport of goods between various transit stations, the Zhou family would not only assemble several professional cultivator teams for escort, but also bring out powerful demonic beasts from the Beast Garden to accompany the teams. In this process, the newly bred second-tier demonic beasts of the Zhou family elders would be crucial members. Previously, when Zhou Chun went out, Zhou Ming would use the fire god Jackal as his bodyguard, which had saved his life several times. Now, the second-tier demonic beasts of the Zhou family elders could also fulfill this role, perfectly capable of hiding within the escort teams to protect the goods. In this way, even if one or two Foundation establishment cultivators encountered a transport team, they might not succeed. Given the Zhou family's current reputation and strength, and considering that the value of goods plundered by ordinary transport teams is not high, the possibility of letters being stolen en route could be virtually eliminated. For the Zhou family, the truly most difficult part was actually recruiting couriers. Although many of the delivered letters had no value in the hands of others, the Zhou family's transport beasts were valuable. If the deliveryman were to abscond with the Zhou family's mount, it would not only cause the Zhou family a financial loss but also make the entire delivery business increasingly difficult, given the Zhou family's limited number of mounts. Solving this problem is both difficult and easy. The difficulty lies in gaining the deliveryman's trust, while the ease lies in whether the Zhou family is willing to spend the money. If they are willing to spend money, they can simply hire cultivators from cultivation families to do the job. Family cultivators have their families as guarantors. They are unlikely to betray their families for a mount, especially since the Zhou family wouldn't allow their mounts to sign contracts with deliverymen. They could only be sold if stolen. After careful consideration, Zhou Chun decided against testing human nature and instead prioritized recruiting family cultivators as deliverymen. A good start is crucial. Even if it doesn't generate profit initially, it's essential to establish a good reputation. Later, they can earn money while simultaneously recruiting and training low-level rogue cultivators. In any case, for those rogue cultivators at the early stage of key refining, as long as the Zhou family was willing to let them cultivate within the Mountain Gates residence for free, they were willing to accept some training from the Zhou family, not to mention the opportunity to obtain a stable income later. Thus, after Zhou Chun finished a detailed plan, he called over several Zhou family elders to show them his plan and answer any questions they had. Actually, delivering packages wasn't anything new, it's just that no one had previously thought of fully integrating it into a major business. Like in Zhou Chun's previous life, thousands of years ago there were official post stations for this purpose, but they only served the government and a few high-ranking officials. Ordinary wealthy merchants didn't have the opportunity to use the post station's fast horses to deliver messages. In the cultivation world, forces like the three major sects also had various methods of communication and didn't really need the Zhou family's courier service. Those who truly used this service were mainly various cultivation families and some rogue cultivator forces. After reviewing Zhou Chun's proposal and listening to his explanation, the Zhou family elders understood the business opportunities and hidden informational advantages of this venture. The matter quickly gained unanimous approval from the Zhou family's higher-ups and began implementation. In the desolate wilderness south of Yunzhou, at a certain pioneering outpost, Meng Qing was a late-stage key refining cultivator who had previously cultivated in Lanzhou. Because various cultivation families were establishing outposts in the wilderness, And after hearing stories of many cultivators making fortunes, Meng Qing couldn't resist the temptation. He bid farewell to his partner and children and followed several close cultivator friends to this place for adventure. Upon arriving, Meng Qing discovered that his friends hadn't lied to him. In the wilderness, anyone who dared to venture out was guaranteed some reward. In just over a year, he had accumulated over 100 spirit coins, his earnings from several years in Lanzhou. He didn't intend to spend these spirit coins himself, but rather leave them to his 2 children, who also possessed spiritual root aptitude. He didn't want his children to follow in his footsteps and wanted to give them a better starting point. However, in the year since he arrived, he hadn't had any contact with his family. Several times he had tried to ask a caravan to deliver a message home, but unfortunately, the caravans didn't pass near his home, and the cost of sending a message would be too high, which he couldn't afford. That day, Meng Qing returned from another adventure with several companions, having reaped considerable rewards. However, he had also suffered serious injuries in a battle and would likely need to rest for some time. Walking back to his lodgings alone after his injury, he felt an even stronger longing for his wife and children. So he went to the commercial street within the stronghold, hoping to be lucky enough to encounter a caravan passing by his home. However, shortly after entering the commercial street, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a shop, with various discussions emanating from it. Out of curiosity, he immediately went to investigate. In front of a newly opened shop called Zhou Chun, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was standing before a notice, his hands slightly clasped, loudly explaining to the gathered cultivators. Fellow Daoists, your concerns are valid. However, the owner of our Zhou Chun trading company is the Zhou family of Lanzhou, a family specializing in spirit beasts. With the Zhou family's power and strength, would they tarnish their reputation over a few dozen or 100 spirit coins? Furthermore, we have regulations stipulating that all shipments of money and goods are insured. In the event of loss, full compensation will be provided. This is all written in black and white, supported by the reputation and resources of the entire Zhou family. As for the confidentiality of the letter, our Zhou Chun specially made envelopes are protected against most spiritual eye techniques. Once sealed, opening them will inevitably damage the special seal, and the personnel responsible for delivering the letters have no spare seals to reseal them. If you are worried about the letter not being delivered and you still paying postage, you can choose to pay half the fee, with the recipient paying the other half. Furthermore, if any of you fellow cultivators wish to send letters to your relatives or friends that truly involve any important secrets, you can pay extra to use the encrypted Jade Slip and Flying Dragon communication service. A member of the Zhou family will personally open the encrypted Jade Slip in front of your relatives or friends, guaranteeing that the information inside will not be leaked in the slightest. Listening to this, Meng Qing roughly understood what was going on. Then, his gaze fixed on the plaque that read Zhou Tongxiangsha, Zhou connects the world, and after a slight hesitation, he quickly made his decision. As a rogue cultivator from Lanzhou, Meng Qing was naturally familiar with the Zhou family, a powerful cultivation clan in Lanzhou, and in fact, he had heard of them extensively. He had even cultivated within the Zhou family's mountain gate and had hardly heard of any negative reputations against the family. Therefore, he was willing to trust the family's credibility. Besides, he was only sending a letter containing only his longing for his wife and children. Even if someone read it, it wouldn't be a big deal. So, Meng Qing quickly pushed through the crowd and entered the shop. Not long after, Meng Qing sent his letter home for 2 spirit coins. He didn't choose to have his Taoist partner pay the other half of the postage. Instead, he chose to cover all the costs himself. After sending the letter, Meng Qing focused on recovering from his injuries while waiting for his partner's reply. He had inquired with the merchant clerk before sending the letter, and they said it would take at least 5 days, and at most 8, to reach the address he had written. If there was a reply, he would receive it in about half a month. However, Meng Qing didn't actually wait the full half month. Only 12 days passed before he received a reply from his Taoist partner. The familiar handwriting on the letter confirmed that it was indeed written by his partner, and inside the envelope was a portrait of his 2 children. If fellow Taoist Meng finds everything alright, please leave your magical aura on this artifact to confirm that it was signed for by you personally. In a few days, someone from the merchant clerk may come to your location to check and confirm that I have delivered the letter to you. Just as Meng Qing was staring blankly at the portrait of his children, the words of the messenger beside him pulled him back to reality. After listening to the other party's words, He admired the thoughtfulness of the Zhou Chun trading company and gladly left his magical mark on a jade scroll artifact. 2 more days passed, and sure enough, another cultivator claiming to be an inspector from the Zhou Chun trading company found Meng Qing, bringing the jade scroll artifact with his magical mark, and confirmed that the letter had been received intact. "Your company's service is truly excellent." After confirming that he had received the letter, Meng Qing couldn't help but give the Zhou Chun trading company inspector a thumbs up. Seeing this, Zhou Zinian, who had come from the Zhou family sect of Jilfeng Ridge to serve as an inspector, chuckled and said, "Hey, if fellow Taoist Meng is satisfied, please recommend us to your friends and family." "Of course, I will definitely tell all my friends about this," Meng Qing nodded earnestly, agreeing without hesitation. A few days later, Meng Qing went to the merchant's house again, entrusting them to send 80 spirit coins and a letter to his Taoist partner, and paying 5 spirit coins for insurance and shipping. 7 days later, he received a reply from his partner, sent through the merchant's house, confirming receipt of the money and letter, and reminding him to buy more magic talismans for protection, and not to send all the money home. After 2 successful deliveries, Meng Qing proactively became a salesman for the Zhou Chun merchant house, recommending their courier service to all his acquaintances and friends. Meng Qing, a rogue cultivator, was just a microcosm of the situation across the land. This novel Zhou Chun merchant house was spreading rapidly throughout the cultivation world, with many cultivators, especially rogue cultivators and various cultivation families, discussing it. As the person who spearheaded the establishment of the Zhou Chun merchant house, Zhou Chun naturally understood the future trajectory better than anyone else. From initial skepticism to complete trust and enjoying the convenience it brings, this is a stage every cultivator who needs the services of Zhou Chun trading company will inevitably go through. His task was to ensure that 100% of the letters and items from these initially trusting customers were delivered to their relatives and friends, building a good reputation so that these first customers would actively promote the company. This kind of word-of-mouth promotion from customers themselves was far more effective than self-promotion. That day, looking at the data he had just compiled 6 months after the opening of Zhou Chun trading company, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. The perfect first step has been taken. As long as we proceed according to plan, there won't be any major deviations." Then, taking the data, Zhou Chun personally went to the Su family in Jiangzhou to pay respects to the Su family patriarch and discuss cooperation. The express delivery business might not seem particularly eye-catching at the moment, but over time, many forces would definitely discover the business opportunities within. Even if others couldn't imitate the Zhou family, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be envious individuals deliberately sabotaging it. Therefore, at least on the surface, Zhou Chun still needs to bring in a golden core cultivator to endorse this business in order to withstand pressure from certain sides. First update, now writing the second. Chapter 406 The Power of a Third Tier Wood Spirit. The Su family of Jiangzhou. Upon arriving at the Su family, Zhou Chun received good news. His Taoist partner, Su Yuzhen, was currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Judging from the Su family patriarch's words, he was very optimistic about her success. This made Zhou Chun marvel at Su Yuzhen's exceptional talent. It's worth noting that Su Yuzhen had only cultivated her Purple Mansion realm for 30 or 40 years. Even a foundation establishment cultivator typically needs that much time to advance a minor realm. This further solidified Zhou Chun's resolve to travel far and wide. With his spiritual root aptitude, without other fortuitous opportunities, even reaching the core formation stage was only a matter of chance. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this. Originally, Zhou Chun had planned to take this opportunity to tell Su Yuzhen about his upcoming travels, but since she was in seclusion, he could only leave a letter. As for the matter of collaborating with the Su family to develop a courier business, after reviewing the 6-month revenue data of Zhou Tongxiangsha that he had brought, the Su family patriarch quickly agreed. With his golden core stage cultivation and insight, the Su family patriarch could naturally see the bright future of the Zhou Tongxiangsha profit model. The Zhou family's proactive approach to cooperate with the Su family was undoubtedly to leverage the Su family patriarch's reputation, but it was also a direct offer of money. The Su family patriarch wouldn't hesitate to accept such a lucrative opportunity. He readily agreed to help Zhou Tongxiangsha enter several states under the Moon Wheel Sect's control, and had no objection to the Zhou family's proposed 60-40 revenue-sharing model. After all, the Zhou family provided the idea, the spirit beasts for transportation, and the overall operation. The Su family only needed to help find locations and provide manpower to receive 40%, which was already quite generous. With the Su family patriarch's approval, the specific details of the cooperation were to be discussed between the Su family patriarch and Zhou Chun. Therefore, Zhou Chun quickly left the Su family patriarch's cave. For the next 6 months, Zhou Chun personally oversaw and guided the Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company, expanding it into territories under the Moonwheel Sect's control. Around this time, some cultivation families also saw the business opportunities in the courier industry and began actively seeking cooperation with the Zhou family. Some families were willing to provide guarantees for their members, hoping the Zhou family would prioritize recruiting them as couriers. Other families wanted to join forces and run the business together. Zhou Chun was prepared for this. He would agree to families who simply wanted to provide good jobs for their members, provided they had the ability to provide guarantees. As for families wanting to invest and cooperate, their strength and reputation needed careful evaluation. The courier industry in the cultivation world seemed similar to the one in Zhou Chun's previous life, but in reality, there were significant differences. In Zhou Chun's previous life, some couriers with poor manners who damaged customers' packages were at most dismissed. In the cultivation world, such incidents could very well result in death. The Zhou family currently relies on its excellent family reputation to attract customers. If a crisis of trust were to occur, it could jeopardize the family's reputation as well. Therefore, Zhou Chun was extremely cautious in this regard from the very beginning. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company had been open for 2 years. In those 2 years, most cultivators in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world knew about Zhou Tongbianxia, a trading company that could help them send letters and items to distant relatives and friends. From now on, if they needed to send a letter home while traveling, they only needed to find the nearest Zhou Tongbianxia branch. Many cultivators were very cautious about sending items and would not easily choose this service. Moreover, the Zhou family itself was also quite cautious about sending items, and would not accept items worth more than 1,000 spirit coins for mail. However, in the matter of sending letters, thanks to the meticulous and efficient operation of Zhou Tongbianxia, it had now basically completely monopolized the market. Even many cultivation families had begun to stop assigning ordinary mail delivery tasks to their clansmen and instead directly delegate them to Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company. Even some ordinary disciples of the Qinglian Temple and the Moonwheel Sect began using the Zhou Tongxiangxia Trading Company to send messages to their families. It's fair to say that even Zhou Chun, the founder, hadn't anticipated the Zhou Tongxiangxia Trading Company's rapid and successful development and acceptance. But looking back now, it doesn't seem strange. The cultivation world is inherently unsafe. Once a cultivator leaves a protected area, they enter an unprotected zone, constantly vulnerable to ambush and assassination. This deters lower-level cultivators from traveling far and risking their lives to deliver a less important letter. However, this doesn't mean they lack the need. They simply suppress it for their own safety. Now, the Zhou Tongxiangxia Trading Company allows them to send letters to relatives thousands of miles away within days for just 2 or 3 spirit coins, perfectly avoiding the risks and time wasted by delivering messages themselves. It's incredibly convenient. I've indirectly saved many cultivators who died while delivering messages. It's a good deed, Zhou Chun said with a smile, looking at the latest statistics in his hand. Seeing the Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company developing so smoothly, he felt relieved. He planned to observe for another year, and if no major accidents occurred, he could set off to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom. When Zhou Chun returned to his residence, a blue spirit ear immediately appeared before him, offering him a red spirit peach in its mouth. This blue spirit ear was the transformed wood spirit, now a genuine 3rd-tier low-grade spirit. After advancing to the 3rd tier, the wood spirit had changed dramatically. First, its spirit ear form was more lifelike. Now, unless it used its signature wood escape technique, cultivators below the golden core stage basically couldn't tell its origin and would only recognize it as a deer demon. At the same time, its abilities in all aspects had been enhanced, especially its innate wood escape technique, which had become incredibly proficient. As long as it's within the mountains, and unless it's trapped first, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to catch or find it. Furthermore, it has awakened 2 powerful new divine abilities. One is the sweet rejuvenation ability, which can heal injuries and promote the growth of plants. For example, the spirit peach currently held in the blue spirit ear's mouth was created by using sweet rejuvenation to ripen a spirit peach tree, causing it to flower and bear fruit quickly, producing delicious and juicy peaches. Zhou Chun was overjoyed when he learned of the effects of this ability, believing he had grasped the secret to wealth. However, after experimentation, he discovered that while sweet rejuvenation could ripen plants, it was likely limited by the wood spirit's cultivation level. This ability only worked on medicinal herbs no older than 500 years, and at most, it could only accelerate a 10-year-old ginseng to become a 100-year-old ginseng. After one ripening, the plant would cease further growth. Based on the research and speculation of Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, and others, the sweet rejuvenation technique doesn't actually grant a ginseng an extra 100 years of medicinal age out of thin air. It merely allows the ginseng to prematurely deplete its next 100 years of growth time. If their guess is correct, this ginseng won't gain any more medicinal age within the next 100 years. Therefore, using this technique to accelerate the ripening of medicinal herbs for sale is not very feasible. After all, as a third-tier magical ability, the sweet rejuvenation technique consumes a considerable amount of energy each time the wood spirit uses it. Occasionally, when encountering medicinal herbs that are not yet ripe enough and urgently need to be used, this technique can be used to accelerate their ripening, but expecting to make a fortune by using this technique to accelerate the ripening of medicinal herbs is unrealistic. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun still had the wood spirit cast the sweet rejuvenation technique on the Zhou family's foundation establishment fruit tree and many other spiritual fruit trees. The result delighted him and Zhou Ming. The foundation establishment fruit tree, which had been planted by the Zhou family for decades, blossomed and bore fruit immediately after the wood spirit used the sweet rejuvenation technique, yielding the Zhou family a harvest of 32 spiritual fruits. Although the growth of this foundation establishment fruit tree might remain unchanged for the next 100 years, with these 32 foundation establishment fruits in hand, the Zhou family would have a relatively abundant supply of foundation establishment spiritual materials for at least the next 20 or 30 years. The other spiritual fruit trees also blossomed and bore fruit under the effect of the sweet rejuvenation technique, providing the Zhou family with a considerable amount of spiritual fruits. Similar to its effect on ripening plants, the sweet rejuvenation technique, while having an immediate effect when used to heal cultivators' injuries, also depletes some of the cultivator's life force. If the injury is severe, Zhou Chun speculated that it could even deplete life force. Therefore, using this technique to save lives should be approached with caution. Besides the sweet rejuvenation technique, the wood spirit awakened and mastered another even more interesting technique after advancing to the third rank. Zhou Chun called this supernatural power turning wood into soldiers, much like the legendary scattering beans to create soldiers technique, capable of activating ancient trees and even spirit wood into puppet soldiers. According to Zhou Chun's tests, using second-tier spirit wood as a target, he could create up to high-grade second-tier puppet soldiers. These puppet soldiers also possessed some wood-based magic and decent melee combat abilities. At his current cultivation level, Mu Mei could only create a maximum of 8 puppet soldiers. Unfortunately, these puppet soldiers had a weakness: they couldn't leave the earth, otherwise they would quickly lose their vitality and die. Conversely, if they remained rooted to the earth, they seemed capable of existing indefinitely. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun highly valued and cherished this turning wood into soldiers technique. For him, who was about to embark on a long journey, this technique would undoubtedly play a crucial role. Whether used for protection, guarding the gate, or ambushing others, these puppet soldiers were excellent, and he wouldn't have to worry about their fate. "My little dear is so good, all my love for you has been worth it," Zhou Chun smiled, reaching out to pat a blue spirit ear's head. He took a bite of the spirit peach and strode into the bedroom to cultivate. In the courtyard, the golden-winged tiger and the silver lightning python, seeing this scene, both glanced at the blue spirit ear with fierce glints in their eyes before lowering their gazes. Although they deeply resented this fourth brother stealing their master's affection, they knew they were no match for him and could only endure it for now. The wood spirit naturally noticed the fierce glints in the eyes of the python and tiger, but it was currently riding high and didn't care. After breaking through to the third tier and demonstrating its powerful abilities, Zhou Chun had spoiled it immensely, no longer restricting its freedom. It could move freely inside and outside the mountain gate, as long as it avoided using its wood escape technique in front of others. This was also one of the reasons for its drastically changed attitude towards Zhou Chun. After discovering that following Zhou Chun truly helped its growth, and knowing that it could no longer break free from the contract, it gradually accepted becoming Zhou Chun's spirit pet. That day, a golden core level aura suddenly appeared outside the Zhou family's mountain gate at Nine Peaks Ridge, indicating that a golden core cultivator had unexpectedly come to visit the Zhou family. Zhou Chun, who was cultivating inside the mountain gate, sensed this aura and his expression changed slightly. He quickly put the wood spirit into his spirit beast pouch and then rushed to the mountain gate. Upon arriving outside, Zhou Chun looked up and saw an unfamiliar red-faced old man floating in the sky above the Zhou family's mountain gate, riding on a cloud of fire. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly recalled the faces of the many golden core cultivators he had seen in the Jing Kingdom and soon found the corresponding person. So, a smile quickly spread across his face, and he flew out of the mountain gate with a smile, bowing to the red-faced old man in the air and saying, "Junior Zhou Hengjian, the head of the Zhou family, pays respects to Senior Zhou." He had already recognized the red-faced old man's identity and knew that he was the golden core ancestor of the Zhou family, a golden core family under the Yan-Yang sect, named Zhou Wu'aya. The Zhou family and the Zhou family under the Yan-Yang sect had never had any dealings, but Zhou Chun had some guesses about the purpose of Zhou Wu'aya's visit to the Zhou family. Therefore, he showed no panic whatsoever, instead greeting the other party with a beaming smile. Zhou Wu'aya, in turn, didn't put on airs, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Excellent, excellent. Young friend Zhou is indeed handsome and talented. No wonder the Zhou family has flourished since you became the clan leader, establishing such a vast foundation. This junior is humbled and dares not accept such praise from a senior. It's windy outside, please, senior, come inside for a chat." While exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Chun ordered the mountain protecting array to be opened, welcoming Zhou Wu'aya into the mountain gate with the highest honors. A golden core cultivator's arrival couldn't be like other cultivators, landing through the narrow passage, just as a wealthy family wouldn't open a side gate to welcome a distinguished guest. "Haha, then I'll trouble you, young friend," Zhou Wu'aya laughed heartily, immediately flying into the Zhou family's mountain gate on a cloud. Zhou Chun then received the golden core cultivator in the guest hall and inquired about his purpose. As he expected, Zhou Wu'aya's visit to the Zhou family was indeed to obtain the agency rights for the Zhou Tongxiangsha trading company in the Yan-Yang sect region, just like the Su family of Jiangzhou. Prior to this, several other major cultivation clans in the Yan-Yang sect region had already visited Zhou Chun, seeking cooperation to expand the market in the Yan-Yang sect region. Second update, a bit late, but I still managed to finish it. Going to sleep now. Chapter 407 Blackwater's One Turtle Shield. The Zhou family of Yanzhou is a renowned golden core cultivator family in the Yan'an sect region. This clan is a staunch supporter of the Yan'an sect, and its founding ancestor was a disciple of the sect in Zhou Wu'aya's generation. The Zhou family produced its own golden core cultivator, solidifying its reputation as a golden core family. Zhou Wu'aya single-handedly brought the Zhou family into the ranks of golden core families. Not only was his cultivation high, but his vision was also excellent. After hearing about the exploits of the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company, he only needed a brief investigation to discover that this industry was definitely profitable. Moreover, becoming a leader in this industry would greatly benefit both the family's reputation and the expansion of other business ventures. The Zhou family is renowned for its weapon refining skills, and Zhou Wu'aya is a master weapon refiner, capable of crafting high-grade third-tier magic weapons. If the Zhou family could become a partner of the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company in the Yan-Yang sect region, just like the Su family of Jiangzhou, they could leverage the company's extensive network of couriers throughout Jing Kingdom to promote the Zhou family's magical artifacts. This would undoubtedly boost sales of the Zhou family's magical artifacts. Therefore, upon learning that the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company did not yet exist in the Yan-Yang sect region, and that some local powerful cultivation clans were in contact with the Zhou family, Zhou Wu'aya immediately decided to personally visit the Zhou family to discuss this matter and secure the Zhou family's partnership with the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company in the Yan-Yang sect region. Upon hearing Zhou Wu'aya's explanation of his purpose, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Senior Zhou's personal visit to discuss this matter is deeply moving, both for me and the Zhou family. Moreover, the Zhou family's strength and resources truly meet our Zhou family's requirements for a partner. However, It might be difficult for Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company to enter the Yan-Yang Sect's territory now. Hearing this, Zhu Wui's expression remained unchanged. He calmly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Oh, may I ask what difficulty you are referring to, young friend Zhou?" "It's the problem of insufficient transportation spirit beasts. Our Zhou family has already reached its maximum number of transportation spirit beasts for Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company, and there's no way to increase the number in the short term." Zhou Chun stated the difficulty with a troubled expression. In fact, over the years, the Zhou family had accumulated a considerable number of transportation spirit beasts. Including those contracted by Zhou family cultivators, the Zhou family's total number of various transportation spirit beasts exceeded 300. However, the Jing Kingdom is a vast territory, and some large prefectures, such as Yunzhou and Jiangzhou, require nearly 20 spirit beasts for transportation. Furthermore, the Zhou family needs to retain some spirit beasts for their cultivators to use in order to expand their population. They simply don't have the resources to continue taking over the express delivery industry in the Yan-Yang Sect's territory. This is indeed a rather serious problem. Zhu Wui'e frowned slightly, also feeling the pressure. Having learned about the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company, he naturally understood the importance of spirit beasts for this business. It could be said that the reason he sought cooperation with the Zhou family was not only because the Zhou family had already established the Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company's reputation and occupied most of the market in the Jing Kingdom, but also because only the Zhou family could provide so many spirit beasts for transportation. Zhou Chun, observing his expression, saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of giving up, so he spoke again. "Actually, if Senior Zhu is really in a hurry, there is a temporary solution." "Oh, young friend Zhou, could you elaborate?" Zhu Wui's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhou Chun expectantly. "That's simple," Zhou Chun explained. "We'll pay a higher rent to hire spirit beasts from other families to serve as temporary transport for a few years. After that, when our Zhou family's new demon beast cubs grow up and are ready to be used, we can gradually replace the rented spirit beasts. I've calculated that, given the size of the Yan-Yang Sect's territory, we'll only need about 70 spirit beasts. If we reduce the delivery efficiency, 50 spirit beasts would be just about enough. In this way, even if we pay 100 spirit coins per spirit beast per year, we'll only need to pay a few thousand spirit coins per year. Based on the profits of our Zhou family's Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company over the past 2 years, including the salaries of the relevant personnel, we'll only need to subsidize about 3 to 4,000 spirit coins per year for the first few years. We can easily earn it back later." Zhou Chun spoke eloquently, explaining his replacement method. Upon hearing his answer, Zhu Wui'e was initially delighted, but then frowned and said, "This method isn't impossible, but would other families be willing to rent their mounts to us? Families in the Yan-Yang Sect region might not be so willing, but families in the Qinglian Temple and Yulun Sect regions can no longer shake the position of Zhou Tongxiangsha Trading Company in this industry. If we pay a high rent while promising to waive some of their respective families' communication fees during the rental period, I think they'd be quite likely to agree." Zhou Chun smiled slightly and shared his opinion. No one would turn down money. Renting out a mount could yield a stable income of over 100 spirit coins a year, plus communication discounts. At least many cultivation families protected only by foundation establishment stage cultivators would be willing to do it. After all, before this, the purchase price of an adult first-tier black-scale steed wouldn't exceed 1,000 spirit coins. And a black-scale steed could live for 60 or 70 years. It wouldn't be realistic to buy such transportation spirit beasts on a large scale. No one could provide that much stock. Plus, the Zhou family would only need a few years to recover. Zhou Chun was even considering investing 100,000 to buy over 100 of these transportation spirit beasts. Zhu Wui'e, being a golden core cultivator, understood Zhou Chun's meaning immediately and nodded without hesitation, saying, "All right, if that's the case, then there's no problem. We'll leave the matter of renting the transportation spirit beasts to the Zhou family. My Zhu family is willing to pay the relevant rent according to the corresponding profit-sharing arrangement." With Senior Zhu's words, "This junior is relieved." Zhou Chun smiled and immediately struck while the iron was hot, discussing the profit-sharing arrangement with Zhu Wui'e. After some bargaining, the two families agreed to follow the cooperation model of the Zhou and Su families, with the Zhou family taking 60% and the Zhu family taking 40%. However, since the Zhu family had proactively sought cooperation, They naturally made greater concessions than the Zhou family in certain areas. For example, they would actually pay the majority of the initial rental fee for the spirit beasts used for transportation, and they would also bear a larger share of the staff's salaries in the early stages. After these major aspects were agreed upon, Zhu Wuye couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun and sincerely exclaimed, "I never expected that young friend Zhou would not only possess such outstanding talent in cultivation, but also such astonishing ability in managing a household. It's truly enviable that the Zhou family has a patriarch like you. Senior Zhu is too kind. It should be said that being born into the Zhou family is my good fortune," Zhou Chun replied modestly, his words exquisitely eloquent. Upon seeing this, Zhu Wuye could only shake his head repeatedly, lamenting in his heart why his own family didn't have such an outstanding descendant. After a moment's thought, he spoke again, "Besides my cultivation level, I have no other skills, except for a little knowledge of weapon crafting. If you, young friend Zhou, ever need any weapon crafting skills in the future, feel free to come to the Zhu family and find me. I can help you once for free as a reward for your agreement to cooperate with my Zhu family." He intended to leave a good impression, but Zhou Chun's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately patted his storage bag at his waist and took out a black tortoise shell. "Senior, what do you think of this material? Can it be crafted into a high-grade third-tier magic weapon?" Seeing this, Zhu Wuye was also slightly taken aback, then reached out and took the tortoise shell to examine it. After a short while, Zhu Wuye looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of surprise and said, "Young friend Zhou, you are truly skilled. If I am not mistaken, this should be the shell of a third-tier high-grade demonic beast, the Zhuan turtle. Judging from the natural scales on it, this demon might also possess the bloodline of a dragon. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to remove the shell of such a powerful demonic beast so completely, let alone in such perfect condition." Zhou Chun did not respond to his words, showing no intention of explaining the origin of the item. He simply smiled and said, "Senior Zhu speaks so highly of this item, it seems there shouldn't be any problem with it. More than that, with the quality of this item, plus my personal effort, it is definitely a third-tier high-grade magic weapon. If some magic treasure materials could be incorporated during the forging process, it is even more likely to gain the power to withstand attacks from magic treasures." Zhu Wuye shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his voice, and continued, "It's a pity this isn't a material from a fourth-tier demon beast, otherwise, I might have tried to refine it into a magic weapon." For him, already a master weapon refiner, breaking through to the Grandmaster level was more important than his own cultivation breakthrough. After all, with his current age and cultivation, there was absolutely no possibility of him reaching the nascent soul stage. But if he could advance to the Grandmaster level, his status would immediately surpass most golden core cultivators. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun, upon hearing his words, suddenly said, "I happen to have a piece of black abyss iron on hand. Senior Zhu, do you think this is compatible with this tortoise shell?" "What? You have a piece of black abyss iron?" Zhu Wuye looked at Zhou Chun in astonishment, never expecting that his casual remark would actually become a reality. He gave Zhou Chun a strange look, scrutinized him for a few moments, and then nodded, saying, "Of course, black abyss iron is renowned for its hardness and excellent resistance to magic. If some black abyss iron could be added to this magic weapon, both its hardness and defensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Then, Senior, you can decide how much you need," Zhou Chun said, taking out a millstone-sized piece of black abyss iron from his storage bag. Such a large piece of black abyss iron, Zhu Wuye was stunned again upon seeing the black ore Zhou Chun had produced. Then, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Zhou Chun with burning eyes, saying, "To refine the magic weapon that young friend Zhou needs, about 1/3 of this black abyss iron will suffice. Young friend Zhou, would you be willing to sell the rest to me? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. For a master craftsman like him, there was never too much magic weapon material. If they could successfully forge a magic weapon, the cost of any amount of magical materials would be worthwhile." Since Zhou Chun had already brought out the black abyss iron, he was prepared for this and quickly did a favor, saying, "My family and I don't need this right now. Since Senior Zhu wants it, I'm happy to oblige." "Good, young friend Zhou is so generous." Zhu Wuye's face lit up with joy. He immediately arranged a time with Zhou Chun to retrieve the magic weapon and then took the two treasures back to the Zhu family. Even for a master craftsman like him, forging a high-quality third-tier magic weapon wasn't something that could be done in a few days. It required careful planning. Therefore, he told Zhou Chun to wait for news, and to notify him to come and collect the magic weapon once it was finished. Zhou Chun, of course, wasn't worried about him, a golden core cultivator, defaulting on the deal. Next, Zhou Chun personally busied himself with finding other families to rent spirit beasts. Actually, this wasn't difficult for the Zhou family. Over the years, many families had purchased 8-horned water-splitting deer and other spirit beasts for transportation from the Zhou family. Now that the Zhou family wanted to rent their family's spirit beasts at a very good price, they wouldn't completely refuse, even if it meant they could continue to buy high-quality spirit beasts from the Zhou family in the future. In less than half a year, Zhou Chun had rented 80 spirit beasts for transportation. As soon as he had rented the spirit beasts, the Zhou family immediately arranged for the recruited couriers to open branches of the Zhou Tongbianxia Trading Company throughout the Anyang Sect region. On this day, Zhou Chun received a message from Zhu Wuye, asking him to go to the Zhou family to retrieve a treasure. After receiving the message, Zhou Chun immediately rushed to the Zhou family's mountain gate in Yanzhou. In a cave at the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun met Zhu Wuye, who had already finished refining the weapon. Upon seeing him, the other party didn't waste any words and directly took out the magic weapon from his storage bag. The magical artifact appeared virtually identical to the original tortoise shell, except for the addition of dragon scale-shaped iron plates embedded seamlessly into it, as if they had grown naturally from within. Simultaneously, intricate and profound spiritual runes and refining inscriptions were imprinted on the dragon scale surfaces, as well as on the inside of the shell. Seeing Zhou Chun's gaze drawn to the artifact, Zhu Wuye immediately channeled his magic power into it, activating its power. Driven by the magic power of a golden core cultivator, the tortoise shell artifact, originally about 10 feet long, instantly grew to 30 feet, then rapidly shrank to a mere 3 feet. Zhu Wuye then channeled his magic power again, and a black spiritual light rose from within the artifact, quickly condensing into a black light barrier that protected him. Only then did he explain to Zhou Chun, "Young friend Zhou, please look, this is the 3rd-tier superior grade magic weapon, the Black Water's One Turtle Shield, which I spent half a year conceiving and refining. This item is crafted from the shell of a 3rd-tier superior grade turtle demon in Black Abyss sinking iron. It can change size at will, and its hardness is such that it cannot be damaged by any non-magical weapon. Furthermore, this item possesses 2 major defensive capabilities. First, its inherent Black Water's One Light can form a defensive light barrier even stronger than a 3rd-tier superior grade defensive spell. Second, the Shadow of the One Turtle, which can summon the image of the One Turtle for protection, capable of withstanding an attack from a magic weapon wielded by an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. However, young friend Zhou, you should be aware that the Shadow of the One Turtle places a considerable burden on this magic weapon. Repeated use in a short period may damage it. It's best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary." Chapter 408 Holding a Grudge, Making a Choice. Zhou Chun was undoubtedly very satisfied with the gains from his trip to the Zhou family in Yanzhou. The Black Water's One Turtle Shield was absolutely the strongest 3rd-tier defensive magic weapon he had ever seen. With this treasure in hand, he had an extra layer of protection when he traveled far away. The 150,000 spirit coins that Zhu Wuye paid for the remaining Black Abyss sinking iron also made him richer again. After returning to the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun began to make various arrangements to prepare for his long journey. Another 4 or 5 months passed, and just as Zhou Chun was about to set off on his journey, his Taoist partner, Su Yazhan, successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm and came to the Zhou family after emerging from seclusion. "I originally wanted to travel with my husband, but the ancestor firmly disagreed, insisting that I reach the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm before I could travel. My husband, when you travel alone, you must be careful and cautious. Don't always try to be first, always prioritize your safety." Inside the room, after a tender moment of intimacy between the two Taoist partners who hadn't seen each other for years, Su Yazhan sincerely explained her thoughts, repeatedly giving Zhou Chun her earnest advice. Even though he had heard these words from more than one elder, Zhou Chun didn't find them annoying at all, simply replying softly, "I will remember, my wife, don't worry." For the next month or two, Su Yazhan stayed with Zhou Chun at the Zhou family home. After settling all the family affairs, Zhou Chun bid farewell to his elders and Taoist partner one morning and quietly left the Zhou family. The Zhou family's official announcement was that clan leader Zhou Chun had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and was now in seclusion, diligently cultivating to break through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Zhou Chun was very well prepared for this journey. He had everything he needed in his storage bag, and his spirit beast bag was filled with spirit pets and demonic insects. Crucially, he wasn't in a hurry this time and had no intention of returning to his family within a specific time frame. Therefore, unlike before, he didn't camp out in the wilderness, focused solely on reaching his destination as quickly as possible. Instead, he acted like an ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivator, using his golden rainbow sword to travel. Whenever he passed through a market or a large independent cultivator's stronghold, he would stop to browse, sometimes buying things or selling some of his accumulated possessions. Upon learning that he was a traveling cultivator, many Purple Mansion stage cultivators he encountered would spar with him using spells and supernatural abilities, exchange cultivation experiences, or even trade spiritual materials and treasures. It should be said that the cultivation world was quite tolerant of cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. Even without flaunting his wealth, Zhou Chun subtly displayed his considerable magical abilities, yet no foolish Purple Mansion stage cultivator dared to plot his assassination. Attacking a Purple Mansion stage cultivator without a high degree of certainty of success would create a formidable enemy for oneself and one's faction. Generally speaking, even Purple Mansion stage cultivators from major sects wouldn't dare to do such a thing lightly. The incident with the Great Zhou Kingdom was purely because Zhou Chun had stolen the opportunity from the silver-robed youth Wang Jun, and Wang Jun, believing himself to be invincible, had chosen to attack him. Thus, Zhou Chun spent nearly 2 years traveling through several countries before leisurely arriving at the Great Zhou Kingdom. During these 2 years of travel, besides his own observations and experiences, Zhou Chun also acquired some pills and spiritual items that could help improve the golden-winged tiger's cultivation through purchase and exchange. The cultivation world has all sorts of pill formulas, and the Zhou family's demon spirit pill wasn't the only one suitable for improving the cultivation of second-tier demon beasts. When Zhou Chun traveled through the Cheng Kingdom, he encountered a small sect that also excelled in beast-taming techniques. He exchanged several bottles of blood spirit pills with an elder at the Purple Mansion stage, a type of pill suitable for enhancing the cultivation of second-tier demonic beasts. Based on the feedback from Zhou Chun after giving this pill to the golden-winged tiger, the main ingredient of the blood spirit pill was likely the blood of a third-tier demonic beast. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun was quite tempted and considered exchanging the pill formula with the sect, even if it meant trading demon spirit pills. However, considering that the sect not only had a golden core stage elder but also a fourth-tier sect protecting spirit beast, he abandoned the idea. If their strengths were unequal, rashly revealing his possession of the demon spirit pill formula would only bring him death. Even if he were to do this, he would wait until the Zhou family had its own golden core stage cultivator. After arriving in the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun changed his appearance again and headed straight for Xianyun Immortal City. Xianyun Immortal City can be considered the stronghold of craftsmen and independent cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Many independent cultivators from the Great Zhou Kingdom who have achieved considerable success in alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making choose to rent cave dwellings and settle down in Xianyun Immortal City. In a place like Xianyun Immortal City, where cultivators gather in large numbers, as long as you truly possess unique and powerful skills, it is very easy to earn money to support your cultivation. Therefore, those alchemy masters and weapon crafting masters among the independent cultivators do not need to establish any strongholds outside or join any forces. They can rely entirely on their skills to earn a large amount of spirit coins in Xianyun Immortal City to cover the cost of renting their cave dwellings and other expenses. Zhou Chun certainly cannot find alchemists with powerful backgrounds to refine the dragon transformation pill, otherwise, there is no guarantee that the other party will not embezzle the pill. As far as he knows, independent alchemy masters or weapon crafting masters in Xianyun Immortal City will allow their clients to watch the refining of pills and magical artifacts on site, in order to prove that they have not deliberately cheated or embezzled the refined pill. Zhou Chun came prepared. Upon entering the Great Zhou Kingdom, he changed his appearance, transforming into Sufu. The substance he used for disguise was a special spiritual item from the Dragon Abyss marsh called human-faced fish glue. This substance comes from a type of fish demon within the Dragon Abyss marsh. These fish demons secrete a special mucus that allows them to alter their form, transforming into the appearance of other fish. After collecting and refining their mucus, the spiritual item human-faced fish glue is obtained. The protector-level cultivators of the dragon transformation sect use this human-faced fish glue to change their appearance when infiltrating the Jing and Fen kingdoms. The disguise effect of this item is so strong that even golden core cultivators need to use their spiritual eyesight to detect any abnormalities. Purple Mansion cultivators would have difficulty discerning whether someone has disguised themselves based on their appearance alone. With this disguise, unless Zhou Chun is extremely unlucky enough to encounter the silver-robed youth Wen Jun and be recognized by his magical aura, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to connect him with the cultivator who bought the 1,000-year Thunderlight Grass based on his appearance alone. Therefore, after arriving in Cheyenne Immortal City, Zhou Chun's first priority was to rent a cave dwelling suitable for his cultivation level, renewing the rent for 3 years at once, spending 6,000 spirit coins. Cave dwelling rents in Cheyenne Immortal City were significantly higher than in the immortal capital market within the Great Zhou Kingdom. After renting the cave dwelling, Zhou Chun didn't rush to find alchemy masters. Instead, he first gathered information on Lehigh Valley and the various alchemy masters in the city who accepted commissions. As a highly developed immortal city in terms of cultivation civilization, Cheyenne Immortal City had shops specializing in selling various kinds of information, with people specifically collecting and selling information on the city's renowned craftsmen. Lehigh Valley, as a major power in the Great Zhou Kingdom with a nascent soul stage cultivator, also had basic information available for sale. After all, many independent cultivators wanted the promising offspring to join powerful forces, but their own limited knowledge and experience meant they didn't know much about the various major powers and worried that choosing the wrong one would hinder their descendants' path. Therefore, they would spare no expense to purchase basic information on major powers to determine which power to send their children to. Cheyenne's Hilao was a shop specializing in intelligence trading within Cheyenne Immortal City. This shop was located in a secluded spot on the market. Zhou Chun wouldn't have found it without prior investigation. Upon entering, he saw an elderly man in black, with Foundation Establishment Cultivation, meditating behind the counter. As Zhou Chun entered, a clear voice suddenly rang out from a birdcage inside the shop. "A customer has arrived. A customer has arrived." It was a gray-spotted lark, resembling a lark. Hearing this voice, the meditating elderly man in black quickly opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Chun. Upon discovering Zhou Chun's Purple Mansion cultivation, he immediately put on a smile and stood up to greet him, saying, "Welcome, senior, to our humble establishment. Are you here to buy or sell information?" As an intelligence trading shop, Cheyenne Zilao naturally also bought and sold intelligence. The vast majority of the intelligence they sell is actually acquired through purchases with spirit coins, with only a small portion gathered by specialized intelligence scouts. "I'd like to purchase information about the Thundercliff Valley sect, the more detailed the better. I also need information on the various alchemy masters in the city, again, the more detailed the better," Zhou Chun stated his needs calmly. "This must be your first time visiting our humble abode, senior. Our intelligence is divided into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Level A is the most expensive but also the most detailed, and it's updated every 6 months. Levels B and C differ in the level of detail, and their updates are correspondingly delayed. Taking the information on Thundercliff Valley that you purchased as an example, Level A intelligence includes individual profiles of each Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivator, including detailed information such as their past requirements for accepting disciples. Level B only records the names and cultivation levels of Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivators. Some might have some personal information, but it's never very detailed. Level C is basically information you could find by asking any key refining outer disciple in Thundercliff Valley." The old man in black glanced at Zhou Chun and continued. "The intelligence on the alchemy masters is the same. Level A is the most comprehensive, including not only the names of various pills that each master is skilled at refining or has successfully refined, but also their approximate success rate." His implication was clear. He was trying to persuade Zhou Chun to buy the top-tier intelligence. Zhou Chun, however, calmly replied, "Just give me a second-tier copy of the information on Thundercliff Valley. As for the intelligence on the various alchemy masters, I'll have to check the prices first." Although this was his first time at Cheyenne's He Tower, he had already inquired about the intelligence grading system. He had simply pretended not to know. After a while, Zhou Chun paid 1,500 spirit coins for the intelligence and returned to his cave with several jade slips. Once inside, Zhou Chun immediately took out a jade slip containing information on Thundercliff Valley and began examining it. This jade slip was under a special restriction imposed by Cheyenne's Tower, allowing only one viewing, so Zhou Chun needed to return to his cave to check it. The restrictions were even stricter for top-tier jade slips. The buyer had to swear an oath not to resell them. After examining it, Zhou Chun had a relatively detailed understanding of the Thundercliff Valley sect according to the intelligence reports. Although Thundercliff Valley is a sect, the real power has always been held by the Wang family, a family of cultivators. Currently, the only nascent soul stage cultivator in Thundercliff Valley is also surnamed Wang. Thundercliff Valley is slightly weaker than Green Lotus Temple, with only 9 golden core stage cultivators and 50 or 60 purple mansion stage cultivators. The silver-robed youth, Wang Jun, is the son of the current patriarch of the Wang family in Thundercliff Valley. His father is a mid-golden core stage cultivator, not only the patriarch of the Wang family but also the sect leader of Thundercliff Valley. This is why he calls himself Young Master. However, Zhou Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the silver-robed youth, Wang Jun, and the nascent soul stage cultivator of Thundercliff Valley are from the same family, Wang Jun is not a direct descendant of that nascent soul stage cultivator. In fact, that nascent soul stage cultivator had not left any offspring. In this way, the silver-robed youth Wang Jun would have little connection with the nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if Zhou Chun had the strength to take revenge in the future and killed him, it would be impossible for that nascent soul stage cultivator to act on his behalf. I'll just remember this grudge for now. Anyway, given that guy's age, he should be able to live for another 200 or 300 years without any problem. I don't need to be too hasty in taking revenge and cause myself trouble. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun stopped thinking about revenge and instead picked up the information on the alchemy masters to read. There were more than a dozen well-known rogue alchemy masters in Cheyenne Immortal City, but masters were also divided into levels. For example, someone who could refine a third-grade low-level magic weapon could be called a weapon refining master, and Zhu Wu I, who refined a magic weapon of the level of the Blackwater's One Turtle Shield, was also a weapon refining master. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not buy a first-grade copy of the information on every alchemy master. Instead, he bought a first-grade copy of the information on the most famous and powerful masters, and a second-grade copy of the information on the others who were also quite well known. After reviewing the information of all the alchemy masters, he finally narrowed it down to 2. One was Master Jeyun, the alchemist Zhou Chun had heard of before, the creator of the Dragon Spirit Pill. His alchemy skills were among the top 3 in Cheyenne Immortal City, and his cultivation was at the early golden core stage. The second alchemist was Luo Qingni, a female cultivator at the late purple mansion stage. While Master Luo Qingni's alchemy skills couldn't compare to those of golden core cultivators, she had successfully refined a rather unconventional elixir, the Four Spirits Blood Transformation Pill. Like the Dragon Transformation Pill, the Four Spirits Blood Transformation Pill helped purify the bloodlines of demonic beasts. However, the Dragon Transformation Pill was only suitable for demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines and had a very strong effect. While the Four Spirits Blood Transformation Pill was effective on all demonic beasts, its effects were only so-so. In Zhou Chun's opinion, since Master Luo Qingni could even refine such an unorthodox elixir as the Four Spirits Blood Transformation Pill, she might also be able to refine the Dragon Transformation Pill. First update. Chapter 409 Refining the Dragon Transformation Pill. Having identified his targets for refining pills, Zhou Chun quickly took action. According to intelligence records, both Master Jeyun and Master Luo Qingni had affiliated shops. If he wanted them to personally refine a certain pill, he could contact their respective shops for a face-to-face meeting. However, because these alchemy masters were very busy and also had to focus on cultivation, they wouldn't accept orders unless the pills weren't precious enough. Zhou Chun was confident in the 2 pills he wanted to request and wasn't worried that the 2 masters would refuse. However, he contacted Master Luo Qingni first. This was because it was known that Master Jeyun could refine the Dragon Spirit Pill, but whether she could refine the Dragon Transformation Pill was unknown. If she couldn't refine the Dragon Transformation Pill and learned that he wanted to have someone refine both the Dragon Spirit Pill and the Dragon Transformation Pill, she might have ulterior motives. Therefore, Zhou Chun had already decided that unless neither master could refine the Dragon Transformation Pill, he wouldn't reveal that he also wanted to refine the Dragon Spirit Pill. Perhaps Zhou Chun was lucky, After leaving a message at a shop affiliated with Master Luo Qingni, he only waited half a month before getting the opportunity to meet this alchemy master. Upon learning of this meeting, Zhou Chun immediately went to Mingxian Lao, the best tea house in Xianying Immortal City, and booked a private room in a pot of top-grade spiritual tea worth 300 spirit coins. He waited in the private room for about an hour before Master Luo Qingni arrived. This alchemy master was quite petite, only a little over 5 feet tall, but looked very young, like a young woman in her late teens. Her cultivation technique must have been extraordinary. Upon entering the private room, Zhou Chun sensed a pure and rich wood attribute life force emanating from her, making the wood spirit in his spirit beast pouch somewhat restless. The faint, lingering scent of medicinal pills emanating from her was also a hallmark of an alchemy master. Only alchemists who frequently refine pills and create extraordinary elixirs would possess this medicinal aroma. I am Su Fu, greetings to Master Luo. As the one seeking a favor, Zhou Chun's attitude was naturally impeccable. He immediately rose to greet her upon her entry into the private room. Luo Qingni greets fellow Taoist Su. The youthful Luo Qingni nodded slightly and sat down on the other side of the tea table. She didn't even glance at the pot of tea on the table, which was worth hundreds of spirit coins, but instead looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Let's get straight to the point. Fellow Taoist Su should know my alchemy rules. May I ask what kind of elixir you wish me to refine?" Seeing her so direct, Zhou Chun was slightly surprised, but quickly replied, "I wonder if Master Luo can refine the dragon transformation pill." "You want to refine the dragon transformation pill?" Luo Qingni was slightly taken aback, staring at Zhou Chun with surprise, her gaze lingering on the spirit beast pouches at his waist. Then she said, "Dragon transformation pill is no simple elixir. Its main ingredients require 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass and the essence blood of a third tier or higher dragon. Have you prepared both of these ingredients? So, Master Luo, you really know how to refine dragon transformation pill?" Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, not expecting things to go so smoothly. "You've come to the right person. Although there are many alchemy masters in Xianying Immortal City, there are definitely no more than 3 who possess the formula for dragon transformation pill, and I happen to be one of them," Luo Qingni said proudly, as if it were something extraordinary. Of course, in Zhou Chun's eyes, her ability to help him refine the dragon transformation pill made her an exceptionally remarkable alchemist. So he immediately flattered her, That's right. I specifically inquired and learned that Master Luo had successfully refined the rare elixir, the 4 spirits blood transformation pill. That's why I came to Master Luo first. It seems I've indeed come to the right person." Luo Qingni, however, seemed to have heard similar words too many times and wasn't particularly impressed. Her expression remained unchanged as she simply waved her hand and said, "All right, no need for such flattery. Let's take out the materials you prepared first. If the materials are fine, the reputation of the dragon transformation pill certainly warrants my attention." Yes, Master Luo is absolutely right," Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, immediately taking out the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass from his storage bag, and also a bottle of dragon essence blood obtained from the Azure Dragon King. Although the Zhou family didn't have the recipe for the dragon transformation grass, they knew that besides the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass being the main ingredient, they also knew about dragon essence blood. Therefore, Zhou Chun had prepared both of these items before leaving the family. However, upon seeing what he had taken out, Luo Qingni frowned slightly and said, "Only 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass. Isn't 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass enough?" Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he asked with surprise. 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass can only be used to refine 1 dragon transformation pill, and although I have the formula, I have no actual refining experience. If I only have 1 chance to refine it, the success rate might only be 50 or 60%. Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun calmly, her tone also very flat, making no attempt to hide her lack of confidence. Hearing her words, Zhou Chun lowered his head and pondered. Although he had 3,000-year-old dragon transformation grasses in his hands, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take them all out. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in refining it on the first batch, the remaining 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass might attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to a repeat of the incident caused by the 1,000-year-old thunderlight grass. Therefore, even though he had already decided to let Luo Qingni refine the dragon transformation pill, he couldn't agree too quickly, lest she confirm her suspicions. After a considerable amount of time had passed, seeing that Zhou Chun was still unable to make a decision, Luo Qingni grew impatient and immediately stood up, saying, "If fellow Taoist Su doesn't have confidence in me, then I won't disturb you any longer. Do you have someone else you'd like to consult?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly replied, "Master Luo, please wait. I agree. Even if the refining fails, I will accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingni sat down again. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Let's make this clear first. If the dragon transformation pill fails to be refined, I will simply waive the refining fee. However, if it succeeds, since I provided the formula, fellow Taoist Su must give me a reward equivalent to 1/10 of the pill's value in spirit coins, approximately 25,000 spirit coins. Furthermore, although we have the two main ingredients for the dragon transformation pill, other auxiliary materials also need to be purchased. According to the rules, I will also purchase these materials, and fellow Taoist Su, you will contribute approximately 5,000 spirit coins." These rules are almost universally accepted by the alchemy masters of Xianyun Immortal City. Zhou Chun was aware of this and didn't haggle. He simply nodded and said, "No problem. I will pay Master Luo the 5,000 spirit coins for materials when we start refining the pills. Since fellow Taoist Su has no objections, it's settled then. Come find me at my cave in 2 months." Luo Qingni told Zhou Chun where her cave was located, arranged a time, and then left. A master alchemist like her could use every spare hour to earn spirit coins, so she naturally had no time to waste drinking tea. After she left, Zhou Chun looked at the untouched teapot on the table and couldn't help but sigh. Earning 25,000 spirit coins from a single pill refining commission, these master alchemists really make money at an enviable speed. Although he knew that opportunities as lucrative as the dragon transformation pill were rare for a master alchemist like Luo Qingni, it still didn't stop him from being extremely envious. After all, even the entire Zhou family, after deducting all expenses, could only save this much spirit currency in a year. While he admired her, Zhou Chun knew in his heart how difficult it was for a rogue alchemy master like Luo Qingni to reach this point. The difficulty was actually not much less than that of a rogue cultivator forming their core. Xianyun Immortal City seemed to gather many alchemy masters, but in reality, it was because rogue alchemy masters from most of the Great Zhou Kingdom and even surrounding countries had settled here. Having finished his reflections, Zhou Chun didn't waste the spirit tea on the table. He poured himself a cup and slowly sipped the entire pot before leisurely leaving the Minxin Pavilion and returning to his cave. 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, after carefully tidying his appearance, Zhou Chun followed the address Luo Qingni had given him and arrived outside a cave in Xianyun Immortal City. As a wealthy alchemy master, Luo Qingni's cave dwelling was far superior to Zhou Chun's, even comparable to the cave dwelling where Lin Hongyu had secluded herself to form her core in the immortal capital market. This cave dwelling was located within a mountain, with 2 stone doors blocking the entrance, bearing the inscription Qingni Residence. She seemed to have resided there for many years. While waiting after sending a transmission talisman, Zhou Chun noticed numerous spiritual herbs planted in her herb garden outside, including some hundreds of years old. "Fellow Taoist Su, please come in." About 15 minutes later, the doors of Luo Qingni's cave dwelling swung open with a resounding boom, her voice echoing from within. Zhou Chun also sensed a fluctuation of restrictive magic, knowing that Luo Qingni had temporarily deactivated the array. Previously, the area outside her cave dwelling appeared normal, but in reality, a powerful array was hidden within. Anyone coveting the spiritual herbs or attempting to enter without permission would inevitably be trapped within the array, unable to escape. According to the rules of Xianyun Immortal City, if one trespasses into someone else's rented cave dwelling and is killed, it is not considered a violation of the city's regulations. Because of this, high-level cave dwellings like Qingni Residence are off-limits to unauthorized low-level cultivators to prevent greedy individuals from seeking their own demise. After entering the cave dwelling, Zhou Chun was first led to the living room by Luo Qingni, where the two signed a duplicate alchemy commission contract. The contract stipulated the relevant rules, and both parties were required to leave their own magical imprints on both copies to prove its validity. This prevented the client from deliberately causing trouble and demanding compensation if the alchemy failed. It should be said that Xianyun Immortal City has perfected this system very well. Problems are generally rare within the city. After signing the contract, Luo Qingni led Zhou Chun to her alchemy room. This alchemy room was large, containing a purple-blue alchemy furnace and numerous cabinets storing spiritual herbs. Fellow Taoists who can watch me refine pills there, but please refrain from making any loud noises or activating the protective array during the process. Inside the pill refining room, Luo Qingni led Zhou Chun in and pointed to a corner with tables and chairs, stating her rules. According to the rules, I can use a recording artifact to record this, right? Zhou Chun's gaze swept briefly across the corner before returning to his seat, then he quietly confirmed the recording with Luo Qingni. Yes, you can record freely. I've set up a recording array here. Luo Qingni nodded, confirming this. Then she raised her hand and said, now hand over the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass and the dragon essence blood, along with the 5,000 spirit coins for the auxiliary materials. Thank you, Master Luo, Zhou Chun said, handing over the prepared materials and spirit coins to Luo Qingni. I can only say I'll do my best, Luo Qingni replied solemnly, then took the materials and walked towards the alchemy furnace, slowly sitting down cross-legged in front of it. She then formed hand seals, and a white, transparent light barrier appeared in the alchemy room, protecting her and the furnace. This was to prevent her from being disturbed while refining pills, and also to protect her from being ambushed or assassinated while she was focused on the process. With the barrier's defensive strength, it would be difficult to break through in one strike unless a golden core cultivator used their full power. After completing these preparations, Luo Qingni opened her mouth and exhaled a ball of azure true fire, which landed beneath the furnace, officially beginning the alchemy process. Meanwhile, in a corner, Zhou Chun sat quietly watching her, using a recording bead to record the entire process. Each master alchemist possesses their own unique alchemy techniques, such as the corresponding methods for tempering, refining, combining, nurturing, and collecting pills. Without detailed instruction, these techniques cannot be learned simply by observing their alchemy process. This is why master alchemists like Luo Qingni dare to allow clients to observe their alchemy process. Zhou Chun's current act of recording is purely for safety reasons, to prevent the alchemist from refusing to hand over the successfully refined pill. As long as he retains the recording bead, along with a previous spiritual contract, he will have a legitimate reason to either apprehend the alchemist himself or file a complaint with the Xianyun Immortal City authorities. Second update. Chapter 410 Dragon Transformation Pill completed, Black Mist Swamp. Dragon Transformation Pill is a relatively high-grade elixir, and such elixirs often require a long refining time. Zhou Chun knew some basic alchemy knowledge and understood that elixirs like the Dragon Transformation Pill generally needed a long period of nurturing to neutralize the toxicity of the pill and enhance its potency. In fact, Luo Qingni completed the initial stages of quenching, neutralizing, and combining the ingredients in less than a day. However, according to her prior instructions, the subsequent nurturing time would be between 7 and 9 days, depending on the specific circumstances. Therefore, in the following time, she only maintained a small flame to nourish the cauldron, focusing most of her energy on observing the medicinal liquid inside, occasionally using nurturing techniques to nourish the elixir. This is what is often referred to in alchemy as 3 parts refining, 7 parts nurturing. A pharmacist's skill level mainly depends on their mastery of nurturing. If one excels in nurturing, their alchemy skills will certainly not be lacking. As the days passed, Zhou Chun's anxiety grew with each passing day. Although he still had 2,000-year-old dragon transforming herbs, he certainly didn't want to try again if he could succeed on the first try. On the 8th day, Luo Qingni, who had been unheard throughout, suddenly stood up. This made Zhou Chun's heart leap into his throat. Luo Qingni's hands moved so fast they were almost invisible, forming hand seals rapidly. The small fire beneath the furnace suddenly surged. Suddenly, Zhou Chun seemed to hear a clear, melodious dragon's roar emanating from within the furnace. After a while, Luo Qingni suddenly flicked her sleeve, and a beam of azure light fell upon the purplish-blue furnace, causing the lid to instantly fly upwards. At the same time, she cast the final pill-collecting spell, and a pill radiating azure light flew out of the furnace and landed in a jade bottle that had appeared in her hand. Success. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, and his heart finally settled. After Luo Qingni sealed the jade bottle with a stopper, she didn't immediately hand it to Zhou Chun. Instead, she sat down again and began meditating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only wait patiently, his heart pounding with excitement, for her to recover. After nearly 3 hours, Luo Qingni finally stood up, made a hand seal, and removed the protective array. I haven't failed you. Fellow Taoist Su, please check if the elixir is up to standard. Luo Qingni nodded wearily to Zhou Chun, then with a flick of her sleeve, the jade bottle containing the dragon transformation pill flew towards him. Zhou Chun, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately grabbed the bottle, pulled out the stopper, and examined the elixir inside. The elixir inside was about the size of an egg, pale blue in color, with many beautiful and mysterious patterns imprinted on its surface. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from the jade bottle. After Zhou Chun took a sniff, the dragon spirit blood he had refined within his body stirred restlessly, giving him the idea of consuming the pill. Of course, he quickly dismissed this thought. However, this was enough to prove that it was indeed a genuine dragon transformation pill. He quickly put the stopper back in, then put away the jade bottle and sincerely exclaimed to Luo Qingni, "It is indeed the dragon transformation pill." Master Luo truly lives up to her reputation as a renowned alchemy master in Cheyenne Immortal City. To succeed on your first attempt with such skill, you will surely become a grandmaster in time. Hearing this, although she knew it was deliberate flattery, Luo Qingni still smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Su, you flatter me. My alchemy skills are still far from the grandmaster level. Perhaps only if I can form a golden core someday will I have a real chance." After speaking, she nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "Since the commission is complete, I won't keep fellow Taoist Su any longer." Understood, understood. Master Luo, you've worked hard. Here are 25,000 spirit coins. Please count them. Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly with a smile, immediately taking out the spirit coins he had prepared beforehand and handing them to Luo Qingni for counting. After Luo Qingni had counted them correctly, he left Qingni residence under her watchful gaze. After leaving Qingni residence, Zhou Chun did not return to his cave dwelling but instead left Cheyenne Immortal City directly. Regardless of whether Luo Qingni would leak the news of the dragon transformation pill, Zhou Chun had no intention of staying in Cheyenne Immortal City under the name and appearance of Su Fu. Moreover, once the silver lightning python Bai successfully transformed into a dragon, the commotion would be considerable, and he absolutely could not accomplish this within Cheyenne Immortal City. Having experienced being hunted down last time, this time, as soon as he left Cheyenne Immortal City, Zhou Chun immediately used the flowing golden rainbow secret technique to fly at full speed. At this speed, unless a golden core cultivator was secretly following him, a purple mansion cultivator would have to use a powerful escape technique to catch up with him. That way, he wouldn't be as passive as before. Fortunately, the thing Zhou Chun feared did not happen again. He did not encounter any attacks until he was more than 1,000 miles away from Cheyenne Immortal City. After confirming his safety, he quickly washed away his current face and used the human-faced fish glue to create another face, the face of Zhang Liang, a rogue cultivator from the Shen Kingdom. After resting for a while, Zhou Chun flew north towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. Zhou Chun had already thoroughly studied the geography of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Therefore, he knew that there was a body of water in the north of the Great Zhou Kingdom called the Black Mist Swamp, where many demonic beasts lived and roamed. It was undoubtedly very suitable for the silver lightning python to transform into a dragon there. Once it successfully transformed, it would definitely master lightning escape techniques and water escape techniques, making it difficult for even a golden core cultivator to capture it. More than a month later, Zhou Chun arrived at the edge of the very famous Black Mist Swamp in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Unlike the vast and turbulent Dragon Abyss Swamp, the Black Mist Swamp was a swampy area, with various kinds of aquatic plants growing on most of the surface. Most of this area is perpetually shrouded in a grayish-black mist, a poisonous miasma that not only poisons the physical body but also corrodes and interferes with spiritual consciousness. Therefore, cultivators cannot maintain a state of detached consciousness within the mist as they do outside, otherwise their consciousness will be rapidly depleted, requiring them to emerge and rest after only a short time. This black mist is extremely difficult to dispel, and even knowing that the Black Mist Swamp harbors many rare treasures, no force in the Great Zhou Kingdom can occupy this place. Its unique environment has made it a paradise for demonic beasts and a hiding place for some notorious bandit cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, for Zhou Chun, aside from the unavoidable corrosive effect on spiritual consciousness, he was not worried about the mist's impact on his physical body. With his wood spirit pet by his side, this natural poisonous barrier was unlikely to harm him. Finding a secluded spot where no one would notice, Zhou Chun summoned the silver lightning python Bai and flew into the Black Mist Swamp on its back. The black mist of the black mist swamp has far less impact on demonic beasts than on human cultivators, as demonic beasts are inherently stronger and have higher poison resistance. The local demonic beasts have long since adapted to the presence of the black mist, and some can even manipulate it for their own benefit. Bye-bye, the silver lightning python is now a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, just one step away from transforming into a dragon and entering the third tier. While its strength might not allow it to roam freely in the Black Mist Swamp, it is certainly a powerful figure in its own right. Zhou Chun used it as his mount, and along the way, no foolish demonic beast dared to ambush him. After searching for 3 days in the Black Mist Swamp, Zhou Chun finally found a satisfactory place. It was a small island deep in the swamp, covered with many large trees resembling banyan trees. Their leaves were grayish-black and quite broad, with numerous aerial roots hanging down to the ground, making it look like a demonic tree from afar. The spiritual energy of this island was exceptionally rich, even surpassing that of the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate. The island was inhabited by a considerable number of demonic beasts, the true lord of which was a third-tier demonic beast. Judging from its aura, this third-tier demonic beast should only be a low-grade third-tier beast, but its appearance was extremely bizarre. It had a lizard-like body, a snake-shaped neck and mouth, and a crocodile-like tail. Furthermore, it had thorns like those of a spiny dragon growing along its back, extending all the way to the back of its head. Even after Zhou Chun had consulted many demonic beast encyclopedias sold by the Great Zhou Kingdom, he couldn't identify the origin of this beast. However, he knew that the demonic beasts in the Black Mist Swamp were generally stronger than those outside. Therefore, he didn't underestimate it and immediately released a third-tier wood sprite. The island was lush with vegetation, and although the rotting mud and animal carcasses beneath the water plants emitted a stench, it was still roughly the wood sprite's territory. Hiss! When the wood sprite was released by Zhou Chun, the snake-lizard demonic beast that had been confronting it immediately sensed the threat and couldn't help but launch an attack. The serpentine beast spat out a stream of black venom at Zhou Chun, its body enveloped in a dense black mist that obscured its true form. Facing the attack, Zhou Chun simply waved his sleeve, summoning the Black Water's One Turtle Shield, releasing a black light barrier to protect himself. The venomous spray from the serpentine beast was powerful. It corroded the black light barrier, causing it to emit black smoke and dim its light considerably, but it was still far from breaking through the barrier. Meanwhile, the surrounding vegetation suddenly grew wildly, binding it in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a golden sword light shot from outside the mist, instantly piercing the serpentine beast with a bleeding wound. The sharp sword energy further tormented its body, tearing its flesh into countless fragments. This startled the serpent lizard demon beast. It hastily unleashed the power of its demon core, black spiritual light surging within its body, rapidly crushing and forcing out the sword energy, while simultaneously shattering the green vines binding it. But just as the serpent lizard demon beast broke free and attempted to unleash another attack, several streaks of white, icy energy pierced through the black mist and struck it. In an instant, a layer of ice condensed on its massive body. The terrifying frost power not only froze its body but also seemed to freeze its demon core. Then, golden swordlight plunged into the black mist again, piercing the serpent lizard demon beast's head with a single strike, completely severing its life force. Thus, this low-grade third-tier demon beast was utterly powerless, instantly killed by Zhou Chun, dying before it even had a chance to conjure up the idea of self-destructing its demon core. Zhou Chun, wielding the golden rainbow sword, dissected the serpent lizard demon beast's chest and abdomen, retrieving a black demon core from within. This snake lizard demon beast is a water attribute demon beast, and its attributes don't match any of Zhou Chun's spirit pets. He'll either have to find someone to refine it into pills, or he can try to trade it for a metal or earth attribute demon core, waiting for the golden armored rock turtle and golden winged tiger to advance to the third tier before consuming it. As for a lightning attribute demon core, that's too rare. It's not something a regular water attribute demon core can exchange for. And since the wood sprite's cultivation speed is extremely fast, feeding it a demon core would be a waste. After collecting the demon core, Zhou Chun disassembled the snake lizard demon beast's hide, teeth, bones, etc., discarding the flesh because it contained toxins. However, while dissecting the snake lizard demon beast's carcass, Zhou Chun unexpectedly discovered a unique poison sac, which seemed to contain a considerable amount of venom, and he collected that as well. After processing the snake lizard demon beast's carcass, Zhou Chun, along with a wood sprite, began to survey the entire island. Due to the presence of the snake lizard demon beasts, many spiritual herbs and plants on the island remained unharvested. Zhou Chun, even with the help of the wood spirit, found a snake blood fruit nearly 800 years old. This snake blood fruit was a valuable item. Demon snakes below the third rank who consumed it could not only greatly increase their cultivation but also purify their bloodline. An 800-year-old snake blood fruit had excellent effects on demon snakes below the second rank high-grade level. If he encountered a cultivator who had tamed a demon snake as a spirit pet, he could definitely sell it for a good price. If all else failed, Zhou Chun could wait until he returned to the Zhou family and consume it internally. No wonder those rogue cultivators love to go on adventures. As long as they can successfully kill demon beasts, whether it's the demon cores and corpses or the spoils from their lairs, the rewards are quite astonishing. One successful heist can provide enough rest for many years. After plundering the entire island, Zhou Chun couldn't help but show his delight as he looked at the various spiritual herbs and ores he had collected. Preliminary estimates suggest his spoils from slaying the snake lizard demon beast were worth at least 120,000 to 130,000 low-grade spirit stones, far more profitable than the hard work of a master alchemist like Luo Qingni. It's a pity third-tier demon beasts are hard to find, and hunting them is inherently dangerous. A demon beast might even self-destruct its demon core before dying, otherwise I'd be willing to become a demon beast hunter in this black mist swamp. Zhou Chun shook his head, quickly abandoning the idea of continuing to search for and hunt third-tier demon beasts. The Black Mist Swamp was said to be a place where fourth-tier demon beasts lurked. If he dared to hunt third-tier demon beasts openly here, and attracted the attention of fourth-tier demon beasts, escape would be difficult. Moreover, this time the snake lizard demon beast itself was somewhat overconfident, thinking that Zhou Chun wouldn't be able to find it hidden in the black mist, which led to its being ambushed and bound by the wood spirit. Otherwise, if it had been determined to escape, or threatened to self-destruct its demon core, it would have been difficult for Zhou Chun to kill it completely. Therefore, hunting demonic beasts was something he could do occasionally, but there was no need for him to make a living from it. If we were to talk about a place with the most concentrated spiritual energy on the island, it would undoubtedly be the lair of the snake lizard demonic beast. It was a black pool in the center of the island, the water itself highly poisonous, surrounded by many poisonous herbs and trees. This place wasn't suitable for the silver lightning python to undergo seclusion and evolve, so Zhou Chun set up an array on a small hill not far away, creating a temporary cave dwelling. The hill itself wasn't far from the black pool, and the concentration of spiritual energy wasn't low, more than enough for the silver lightning python's evolution and Zhou Chun's daily cultivation. With a purification stone jar, Zhou Chun didn't need to set up any purification array or find someone to maintain it. After creating the temporary cave dwelling, he took out the dragon transformation pill and gave it to the silver lightning python, then let it sleep and digest the medicinal power inside the cave. Compared to the enormous energy contained in a third-tier dragon's inner core, the dragon transformation pill was definitely much gentler. Zhou Daoi's azure dragon had slumbered for several years to digest its third-tier azure dragon inner core in order to transform into a dragon. Zhou Chun estimated that the silver lightning python would only need less than 3 months to digest the medicinal power of the dragon transformation pill. After all, its own accumulation was already more than enough. All it lacked was the dragon transformation pill as a catalyst. However, even with only 2 or 3 months, Zhou Chun did not neglect the necessary precautions. He had the wood spirit use its turning wood into soldier's divine power to transform 8 ancient trees into second-tier low-grade puppets, guarding the 8 directions of the temporary cave to prevent any foolish demonic beasts from disturbing it. At the same time, he also had the wood spirit take on the responsibility of guarding the entire island. If anyone came to the island, they must notify him immediately. After doing all this, Zhou Chun finally felt at ease and began to meditate and cultivate in the cave. In the following days, as the aura of the snake lizard demonic beasts gradually dissipated, some demonic beasts from the nearby swamps began to fearlessly climb onto the island. Zhou Chun was too lazy to drive away these demonic beasts unless they foolishly came to his cave. However, if any cultivators appeared, he would secretly release the mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects to scare them away. With the strength of the mysterious armor golden feather, as long as they didn't encounter a purple mansion stage cultivator, they could still cover the island. And purple mansion stage cultivators weren't easy to find, and Zhou Chun had already harvested all the spiritual herbs on the island, so it was unlikely that any cultivators of that level would be attracted there. Time passed day by day, and soon more than 2 months had gone by. On this day, Zhou Chun, who was meditating and cultivating in his cave, suddenly sensed that the silver lightning python Bai's aura was becoming abnormally restless. The previously quiet and sleeping creature suddenly conveyed a strong desire to Zhou Chun. It longed to leave the cave and go outside. Seeing this, Zhou Chun released it without hesitation. At this time, it was raining and thundering outside, and after leaving the cave, the silver lightning python Bai immediately soared into the sky. I caught the flu today and feel completely weak. I managed to write 1 chapter, but I can't move anymore. I feel so awful. Chapter 411 The Thunderworm Beast leaps over the Dragon Gate. Boom. A thunderclap boomed in the sky, and silvery white lightning flashed across the heavens. A sudden thunderstorm descended upon a certain area of the Black Mist Marsh. However, due to the obstruction of the Black Mist, even though people and demonic beasts in the distance heard the deafening thunder and occasionally glimpsed flashes of silvery white lightning, they couldn't see what was happening there at all. Besides, it was just a thunderstorm. Even mortals would experience such weather many times in their lives, so how could it attract anyone's attention? Those who held this thought were destined to miss a magnificent spectacle that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Amidst the dark clouds and lightning, a giant serpent with silvery white scales all over its body slowly flew towards the dark clouds above, like a trapped dragon ascending to heaven, facing the falling lightning. It didn't fly fast, as if there was a huge resistance above. At the same time, the lightning in the dark cloud seemed to come alive, feeling challenged, and decided to punish the audacious one who dared to defy the majesty of heaven. Bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the dark clouds, slamming into the soaring, silver-white, one-horned python. Each strike tore the python's skin apart, scales flying everywhere, blasting its rising body dozens of feet down. Yet, even with its body emitting smoke from the lightning strikes, the python remained unfazed, hissing fiercely as it continued its ascent. Could it be the legendary fish leaping over the Dragon Gate? On the island, Zhou Chun stared at the silver-horned lightning python, Bai, climbing towards the heavens, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. He had only ever seen this phenomenon in certain ancient texts. It was said that only certain dragon-descended beasts with immense potential would cause this celestial phenomenon when transforming into a dragon. And if one could leap over the Dragon Gate and soar into the dark clouds, one would surely succeed in transforming into a dragon, and would definitely become a dragon with a very pure bloodline. It's important to understand that even among dragons, there are varying degrees of aptitude. The purer the bloodline of a dragon, the higher its potential will be. A third-tier demonic beast is the minimum standard for the dragon race. Even the weakest dragon will reach third tier upon adulthood. A fourth-tier demonic beast represents the ultimate achievement for most pure-blooded dragons. Their bloodline potential is almost exhausted at this level, and advancing to the fifth tier requires immense luck. However, unlike demonic beasts limited by their bloodline constraints, dragons, due to their extremely high bloodline origins, don't face any bloodline limitations when advancing from fourth to fifth tier. They simply cannot push their bloodline potential to its limit. In reality, if a fourth-tier dragon can consume the inner core of a fifth-tier dragon without being overwhelmed by its power, it will undoubtedly become a fifth-tier dragon. This is a major reason why the dragon race is stronger than other demonic beast races. Zhou Daoi's azure dragon evolved from the inner core of a third-tier azure dragon, so its aptitude was relatively low, unlike the pure-blooded dragons whose parents were both dragons. It only had a decent chance of advancing to the fourth tier, but its potential would essentially be exhausted after that. Furthermore, for dragons, the lower their aptitude, the weaker their supernatural abilities. The higher the aptitude, the easier it was for a dragon to awaken powerful bloodline abilities. It's said that the source of a dragon's bloodline is a true dragon, and true dragons are beings on par with immortals. Theoretically, a dragon could eventually transform into a true dragon. Having already transformed into a dragon after consuming the dragon transformation pill, Zhou Chun didn't dare to have higher expectations. Even with the worst aptitude, it was still a dragon, a tier stronger than ordinary high-tier demonic beast bloodlines, and there was a clear path to further purify its bloodline. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, Bai possessed such great potential and opportunity, encountering the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon. If it could successfully leap over the Dragon Gate, Bai Bai's transformation into dragon would guarantee at least a mid-level aptitude, and its advancement to the 4th rank would be a certainty. Moreover, its supernatural abilities after transformation would certainly not disappoint. Bai Bai, you must succeed. As its master, Zhou Chun couldn't help Bai Bai in any other way at this moment, so he could only cheer it on in his heart. Looking at the sky, bolts of lightning continued to bombard the silver-white, one-horned giant python. The python's once majestic and magnificent body was now mostly charred black. But it showed no sign of giving up. Each time it was blasted down, it would proudly fly back towards the dark cloud. Once, twice, 3 times. Eventually, Zhou Chun couldn't bear to watch anymore. The scene was simply too horrific. Since Bai Bai had followed him, it had never suffered such terrifying harm. Its current appearance was no different from an earthworm, except for the single horn on its head that continued to flash with lightning. Its entire body was charred black. Zhou Chun didn't know where it got the strength to continue leaping upwards under these circumstances. It could only be understood as the will of biological instinct, the instinctive desire engraved in its bloodline. For dragon-born demon beasts, successfully transforming into dragon was like ascending to heaven in one step, and encountering the fish leaping over the dragon gate opportunity was even more of a gift from heaven. Faced with such a gift from heaven, even death would not make them retreat even half a step. If I hear the Dao in the morning, I can die content in the evening. This saying is not only used to describe human cultivators, but also applies to all seekers of the Dao in the world. After this continued for about a quarter of an hour, accompanied by a fierce snake hiss, Bai Bai, which was no longer in snake form, suddenly shot up into the sky like an arrow, forcibly smashing a bolt of lightning with its single horn and forcibly rushing into the dark clouds. This hiss was the last hiss the silver lightning python uttered in the mortal realm. Suddenly, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged violently, rushing towards the dark clouds in the sky like a tidal wave. The scene was remarkably similar to the celestial phenomenon that occurred when Lin Hongyu formed her golden collar. If Zhou Chun hadn't witnessed the entire event, he might have mistaken it for a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator successfully forming their golden collar. Seeing this, he was filled with relief. Thank goodness I had the foresight not to let Bai Bai transform into dragon and shine in Immortal City. Otherwise, even if this fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon had been triggered, the commotion would have alarmed half the Immortal City. If people knew he possessed such a wondrous 3rd-tier lightning dragon spirit pet, he probably wouldn't dare leave Xian'an Immortal City. Even so, Zhou Chun dared not relax for a moment. The anomaly in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would inevitably attract the attention of surrounding demonic beasts and cultivators. Bai Bai, having just successfully transformed into a dragon, was even more likely to become a target for some demonic beasts. After all, compared to human cultivators who had to search for various spiritual herbs to refine into pills and consume, the simplest way for demonic beasts to quickly improve their cultivation was to devour the demonic cores of other demonic beasts. Although lightning attribute demonic beasts were relatively rare, Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee that there weren't any 3rd-tier demonic beasts of this level in the Black Mist Swamp. So he quickly instructed the wood spirit to be on guard, scouting the entire island for him, and quietly released the heavenly frost bee, hiding it on an ancient wooden puppet. Looking at the sky, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged and poured in, turning the dark cloud into a 7-colored spiritual pool, where Bai Bai, who had successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate, was undergoing its final transformation. In Zhou Chun's view, this transformation would definitely not be short, and he might need to protect Bai Bai for a while. As Zhou Chun expected, the strange phenomenon in the sky did indeed quickly attract some demonic beasts from the Black Mist Swamp. He showed no mercy to these demonic beasts, ordering the wood spirit to drive them away if possible, and bury them on the spot to use as fertilizer if they couldn't be driven away. When the adventure team of several cultivators entered the island's territory, Zhou Chun, upon receiving a message from the wood spirit, immediately ordered the wood spirit to capture and imprison them. Not knowing how long Bai Bai would need to complete his transformation, even without killing the cultivators attracted by the strange phenomenon, Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't let them leave easily. Otherwise, if the news leaked, who knew if it would attract interested golden core cultivators? As it turned out, Zhou Chun was right. Even after half a day had passed, the 7-colored spiritual pool in the sky hadn't dissipated and was still continuously gathering spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth. At this time, The number of cultivators captured by the wood spirit on the island had already reached over a dozen, and the number of dead demonic beasts was no less than 100. Just then, the wood spirit sent another message to Zhou Chun. 2 Purple Mansion stage human cultivators had broken into the island. 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators have arrived. Zhou Chun frowned, his expression instantly turning serious. With his abilities, he naturally wouldn't fear ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivators. However, the Great Zhou Kingdom was a holy land for cultivation in the surrounding areas, and the Purple Mansion stage cultivators there were generally more skilled than those in the Jing Kingdom. Those Purple Mansion stage cultivators who dared to venture into the Black Mist swamp were likely even stronger. More importantly, there weren't many rogue cultivators who could reach the Purple Mansion stage. If the newcomers had some powerful background, whether Zhou Chun chased them away or killed them, he would have created an enemy for himself. In that instant, Zhou Chun considered many things. But soon his gaze hardened, and he made up his mind. With a swift movement, he flew towards the location of the 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Soon, Zhou Chun came face to face with the 2 arriving Purple Mansion stage cultivators. One was at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and the other at the early stage. The one with higher cultivation was a middle-aged man in blue robes, and the one with lower cultivation was a swordsman in green robes, carrying a long sword on his back. The 2 were clearly surprised to find other cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage on the island, and they paused noticeably when they saw Zhou Chun, slowing their escape. Zhou Chun didn't immediately attack, but stopped and bowed to the 2, saying, "Greetings, fellow Daoists. I am Zhang Liang, greetings to you both." Seeing his gesture, the 2 also stopped their escape. Then, the middle-aged man in blue robes looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, since you come from the island, do you know what the 7-colored spirit pool above is all about?" To be honest, the appearance of the 7-colored spirit pool is related to one of my spirit pets. It is currently in a critical situation, and I am here to protect it. Zhou Chun had naturally anticipated this question and answered accordingly. However, upon hearing his answer, not only did the middle-aged man in blue robes frown, but his eyes also showed disbelief. The swordsman in the green robe looked at him with disdain and said, "Do you think we are fools? What kind of spirit pet is so extraordinary that it can cause such a celestial phenomenon? I think it's a rare treasure that has been born, and you want to keep it for yourself and trick us away." It's no wonder the swordsman in the green robe said such a thing. After all, if Zhou Chun hadn't witnessed the whole process, he would have naturally assumed that the phenomenon was caused by the birth of some rare treasure just by looking at the 7-colored spirit pool filled with spiritual energy. So despite the other party's impolite tone, Zhou Chun patiently explained, "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. I, Zhang, dare to swear an oath to my inner demons that there is absolutely no extraordinary treasure there. If you 2 don't believe me, just wait here with me until the 7-colored spirit pool dissipates, and you'll know the truth. HMPH, you've got a good plan. You keep us here to keep us occupied while your companions quietly retrieve the treasure. Do you think we're just greenhorns fresh out of the sect?" The swordsman in green snorted coldly, his gaze aggressively fixed on Zhou Chun, his tone and expression revealing his opinion. Clearly, he didn't believe Zhou Chun's explanation at all, already prejudging the 7-colored spirit pool phenomenon as a sign of the extraordinary treasure's appearance, and that Zhou Chun had deliberately come to intercept them and steal it. The middle-aged man in blue spoke again, "Brother Li's words make sense. If, as you say, the 7-colored spirit pool isn't a sign of a rare treasure's emergence, why don't you allow us to take a closer look? If there's no treasure, we naturally won't easily make enemies with you and ruin your chance to cultivate a spirit pet." Upon hearing this, both men stared intently at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, however, remained silent. After a brief silence, he sighed softly, "Alice, why do you refuse to believe me when I tell the truth?" Before he finished speaking, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, and several magical artifacts flew out simultaneously, attacking the 2 men opposite him. This was something he didn't want to do, but he had no other choice. Bai was still in the process of transforming into a dragon, and it was unknown when it would end. If the 2 men discovered a newly born 3rd-tier dragon in the 7-colored spirit pool, especially a rare thunder dragon, it was hard to say they wouldn't be tempted to kill the newly advanced thunder dragon. In that case, whether it's the rare inner core of the thunder dragon, or the dragon bones, blood, and tendons from its body, these 2 could become rich overnight. The fact that cultivators dared to venture into the Black Mist swamp already indicated they possessed an adventurous spirit, making such an event highly probable. Rather than testing their humanity, Zhou Chun preferred to stop them now. This way, even if they truly mistook the seven-colored spirit pool for a rare treasure's emergence, the Thunder Dragon's existence could be concealed. "You scoundrel! You really do want to monopolize the treasure," the green-robed swordsman roared in shock and anger, his sword instantly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of green light as he slashed towards Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun was protected by the Black Water's one-turtle shield, and the flying sword failed to even pierce the black light barrier, revealing its true form. Zhou Chun completely ignored the green-robed swordsman's attack, focusing instead on unleashing the golden rainbow sword to fiercely attack the blue-robed middle-aged man. Simultaneously, he unleashed his magic power, activating the Fire Dragon token magic artifact given to him by Lin Hongao, condensing and releasing a crimson fire dragon that lunged at the blue-robed man. Perhaps sensing the power of the crimson fire dragon, the blue-robed man dared not let it get close. He simultaneously summoned a black longsword magic artifact to intercept the golden rainbow sword and a blue banner magic artifact, condensing a massive blue water snake to meet the crimson fire dragon. However, he quickly experienced the sharpness of Zhou Chun's magic artifacts. His third-tier mid-grade magic artifact, the longsword, was quickly chipped in the clash with a golden rainbow sword, just like when Zhou Chun wielded his golden sword magic artifact against the silver-white spear magic artifact of Wang Jun, a cultivator from Thundercliff Valley. He was utterly outmatched. The blue water snake, though several times larger than the crimson fire dragon released by the Fire Dragon token, shattered upon impact and was quickly torn apart and dried into wisps of smoke by the Fire Dragon. Seeing this, the blue-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. He hurriedly activated his banner artifact, conjuring a new water snake to intercept the Fire Dragon. Simultaneously, he transmitted a message to the green-robed swordsman who was still fiercely attacking Zhou Chun. "Brother Li, this man's artifact is powerful. He's probably no ordinary person. Go check what's happening in the seven-colored spirit pool. I'll hold him off for a while." "Alright, Brother Wu, be careful." The green-robed swordsman nodded slightly, immediately abandoning Zhou Chun and attempting to bypass him to investigate the seven-colored spirit pool. But at that moment, a beam of emerald light suddenly shot out from the island, instantly piercing through the black mist and arriving before the green-robed swordsman. In this critical moment, a cyan protective shield suddenly appeared from the green-robed swordsman, blocking the beam of light. However, the swordsman in green was also blasted away, his momentum halted. A third-tier demonic beast, in mid-air, the swordsman in green looked towards the direction from which the emerald beam of light had come, his expression slightly changing, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Yo-yo!" On the island, the azure spirit deer, transformed from a wood spirit, let out a long, ethereal cry. Emerald green wooden spikes instantly coalesced around it, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards the swordsman in green. Seeing this, the swordsman in green quickly formed hand seals, performing a sword incantation on his azure flying sword. The flying sword transformed into an azure sword rainbow, spinning and flying forward in the air, instantly shattering the countless wooden spikes with its sharp sword light, and slashing towards the azure spirit deer. Facing such an attack, the azure spirit deer remained completely calm. Emerald green spiritual light surged from its antlers, quickly condensing into an emerald green light screen above its head. The cyan flying sword struck the emerald green light barrier, causing it to tremble slightly before failing to advance even an inch further. Seeing this, the swordsman in green immediately changed his swordplay, unleashing over a dozen sharp cyan sword energies that struck the emerald green light barrier along with the flying sword. This attack finally had an effect, shattering the emerald green light barrier instantly. However, when the light barrier dissipated, there was no trace of the cyan spirit deer. Before the swordsman in green could ponder the deer's whereabouts, a chill suddenly surged from his back. Without thinking, he hastily activated the power of his protective magic artifact to its maximum, causing the cyan light shield around him to brighten considerably. But this still couldn't save his life. With 4 white blasts of cold air landing upon it, the cyan light shield froze and shattered in less than a few breaths, and the swordsman in green inside was quickly frozen solid by the heavenly frost chill. A flash of green light followed, and a jade green spear shot through the air, instantly shattering the head of the swordsman in the green robe. Brother Li, not far away, the middle-aged man in blue, still struggling against Zhou Chun, witnessed this scene and was both shocked and enraged. His face filled with grief and indignation, he roared. Then, his face contorted with rage, he shouted at Zhou Chun, "You killed Brother Li. The King Lin Li family will never let you get away with this. Just wait for Senior Li's revenge." Before his words were finished, he turned and fled. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Chun shouted, immediately giving chase on his sword. However, he ordered Mu Mei to remain on the island to continue protecting Bai Bai. But the environment of the Black Mist Swamp was clearly unfriendly to those pursuing their enemies. After chasing the middle-aged man in blue for a distance, Zhou Chun was evaded by the man's water-based escape technique. When he returned to the island, he found Mu Mei fighting a third-tier demonic beast, completely overwhelmed by it. "It's a thunderworm beast." Zhou Chun looked at the beast fighting Mu Mei, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The beast looked like a giant earthworm. It was several dozen feet long, with black skin covered in rings of silvery white lightning patterns, and a single, several-foot-long silvery white horn on its head. This was a rare high-level demonic beast with both earth and lightning attributes, called the thunderworm beast. These thunderworm beasts preferred to live in swampy, muddy areas, and during thunderstorms, they would emerge to absorb the power of lightning to temper themselves. The horn on the thunderworm beast's head was an extremely rare item, naturally possessing the ability to attract and avoid lightning. When forged into a magical artifact, it could summon heavenly lightning for attacks, or absorb the lightning spells and supernatural abilities of enemies. Truly miraculous. It seems there really aren't any fifth-tier demonic beasts in this Black Mist Swamp, otherwise this thunderworm beast wouldn't be so free. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed as he looked at the thunderworm beast, having already gleaned some secrets of the Black Mist Swamp through its existence. It's important to know that the thunderworm beast, due to its single horn's lightning-repelling properties, not only arouses greed in human cultivators, but also makes it a prized possession for fifth-tier demonic beasts or fourth-tier high-grade demonic beasts who know the horn's wondrous uses. This is because when a demonic beast advances from fourth to fifth tier, it inevitably undergoes the heavenly tribulation, also known as the transformation tribulation by cultivators. Once a demonic beast successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, it not only advances to the fifth tier but also gains the ability to transform into human form. Fifth-tier demonic beasts are also known as demon kings, possessing greater intelligence than mortals and incredibly long lifespans, far exceeding those of nascent soul-stage cultivators, and sometimes even more difficult to deal with. When fourth-tier demonic beasts undergo the heavenly tribulation, the thunderworm beast's single horn can help them withstand some of the tribulation's power, increasing their chances of success. Therefore, if a fifth-tier demon king truly existed in the Black Mist Swamp, it would have already discovered this thunderworm beast and imprisoned it. Zhou Chun estimated that this thunderworm beast had probably been attracted by the previous fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon, but had remained hidden in the shadows. Only after he chased the blue-robed middle-aged man away did the beast find an opportunity to devour Bai Bai, who is undergoing evolution. After all, for a demon beast like the thunderworm beast, if it could swallow a thunder dragon inner core with attributes compatible with its own, it could definitely save 100 years of hard work and advance to a mid-grade third-tier demon beast without any problem. It could even greatly refine and enhance its own bloodline. Unfortunately, it hadn't yet overcome the wood spirit's obstacle when Zhou Chun returned. At this moment, seeing Zhou Chun return, the thunderworm beast immediately abandoned the wood spirit and fled to the ground, attempting to escape using earth. Earth is a technique in Chinese mythology associated with earth. However, among the 5 elements, the wood element happens to restrain the earth element. The moment the thunderworm beast touched the ground, lush green vegetation sprouted where it landed, instantly draining and disrupting the surrounding earth elemental energy. A vast net of roots formed underground, trapping it completely. Although it quickly unleashed lightning from its horn to shatter the roots, it was unable to use its earth escaping technique in this location. Zhou Chun, however, had already arrived and immediately released several frost bees he had previously concealed in his sleeve. Having witnessed a frost bee's power before, the thunderworm beast let out a terrified roar upon seeing them released. Then, something astonishing happened. Suddenly, a surge of yellow light erupted from the thunderworm beast's head, and it voluntarily shed its silver-white horn. As soon as the horn left its body, the thunderworm beast's aura plummeted, its cultivation level dropping by several tens of %. Furthermore, the rings of silver-white lightning on its body dimmed considerably. The thunderworm beast, however, tossed its head, wrapping its detached silver-white horn in its magic and flying towards Zhou Chun, emitting a hoarse hiss and repeatedly nodding its head to the ground, seemingly begging for mercy. "Huh, you beast, you're quite intelligent," Zhou Chun exclaimed in surprise, astonished by the thunderworm beast's remarkably intelligent behavior. It wasn't unusual for a demon beast to beg for mercy, but the thunderworm beast's display of such intelligence was beyond the capabilities of ordinary demon beasts. Zhou Chun guessed that the thunderworm beast had likely encountered some extraordinary opportunity, consuming a spiritual object that aided in its spiritual awakening, thus understanding the importance of sacrificing its most valuable asset, its silver-white horn, to save its own life. "Very well, considering your arduous cultivation, I'll make a benevolent decision and spare your life." After scrutinizing the thunderworm beast with a flickering gaze, Zhou Chun finally nodded, deciding to let it go. To him, the most valuable part of the thunderworm beast was its silvery white horn. While the other demon cores also had considerable value, and might even increase its cultivation if swallowed by the thunder flood dragon, they weren't essential. Furthermore, thunderworm beasts were extremely rare in the cultivation world, and those that could grow to the third rank like this one were even rarer. He'd spare its life today, perhaps it would be useful someday. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun immediately raised his hand and retrieved the silvery white horn, then put away his offensive magic weapon and had the wood spirit suppress its hostility. Seeing this, the thunderworm beast immediately bowed to him joyfully, then quickly snaked along the ground for a distance before flashing a yellow light and using its earth burrowing technique to disappear underground. After watching the thunderworm beast depart, Zhou Chun turned back to look at the silver-white horn in his hand, stroking it with affection and exclaiming, "What a treasure! If someone needed it, they'd probably trade a magic weapon for it." After all, this was a treasure that could help a fourth-tier high-grade demon beast overcome the heavenly tribulation. For those fourth-tier high-grade demon beasts, if they had magic weapons, they would be willing to exchange 2 or 3 for this. Zhou Chun hadn't yet figured out how to use it. Since he already had the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye as his spirit pet, he probably didn't need to refine it into a magic weapon. He could only keep it for now and see how it went later. After putting away the Thunderworm Beast's horn, Zhou Chun went to collect the body of the green-robed swordsman. This person seemed to have some background. Judging from the words of the middle-aged man in blue, he seemed to be from a golden core family. But unfortunately, this was the Great Zhou Kingdom, and a mere golden core family that Zhou Chun had never heard of couldn't really cause any trouble. Even if Zhou Chun had used his true identity, he wouldn't be too afraid of a golden core family. After all, as long as he wasn't directly confronted by a golden core cultivator, with the help of the Thunder Dragon after its successful transformation into a Flood Dragon, there weren't many people in the Purple Mansion realm who could kill him. At this moment, a simple fire burned the green-robed swordsman's corpse to ashes, and Zhou Chun waited for Bye-Bye to finish evolving while opening the green-robed swordsman's storage bag. Several hours later, before Bye-Bye had finished evolving, Zhou Chun had already opened the green-robed swordsman's storage bag. Because he had come out to adventure in the dangerous Black Mist Swamp, the green-robed swordsman's storage bag didn't contain many spirit coins, only a few thousand. However, there were quite a few spiritual items produced in the Black Mist Swamp, as well as some demon beast materials. It seemed that he had been inside for quite some time, and now it all benefited Zhou Chun. The cyan flying sword he used was also a mid-grade third-tier magic weapon, worth a considerable amount of spirit coins. After a careful inspection, Zhou Chun found some tampered items in the green-robed swordsman's storage bag, including a bottle of valuable healing pills, several spirit coins, and a 700-year-old spiritual herb. He could sense that these items had been left with hidden divine sense imprints, likely the work of a golden core cultivator from the green-robed swordsman's family. If someone had killed the green-robed swordsman and hadn't noticed the anomalies in these items, they could have been in serious trouble. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun was always cautious and came from a golden core family. He wasn't someone who was easily fooled. Such methods couldn't be hidden from him. He burned all the problematic items and also destroyed and burned the green-robed swordsman's storage bag. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about being found by that golden core cultivator from the Kinglin Li family after leaving the Black Mist Swamp. After patiently waiting for several hours, a clear and melodious dragon roar suddenly rang out in the sky. The Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye had finally evolved successfully. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Four-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Black Mist Swamp. A clear, resonant dragon's roar suddenly pierced through the thick black mist, its sound echoing from miles within the swamp. Every demon and beast that heard this roar trembled, a sense of awe and submission welling up from the depths of their blood, expressing their reverence in various ways. Where the roar resounded, a silver dragon leaped and danced within the black mist, its body crackling with silver lightning, embodying both majesty and splendor, elegance and mystery. Wherever it passed, the perpetual black mist of the swamp dissipated. Wherever it went, beasts retreated, and snakes and insects hibernated. It seemed like the embodiment of thunder descending upon the human world, a born child of lightning. At this moment, the thunder dragon Bye-Bye was undoubtedly excited and overjoyed. Hundreds of years of cultivation, all for this day. A golden scale is no ordinary fish, it transforms into a dragon upon encountering wind and clouds. Wasn't Bye-Bye, the silver lightning thunder python, cultivating for hundreds of years precisely for this day, to stir up the winds and clouds and transform into a dragon? Now that his long-cherished wish had come true, and he had truly transformed from a tiny thunder python into a soaring dragon, how could the thunder dragon Bye-Bye not be incredibly excited? It darted and soared through the air, displaying its powerful body and immense strength, freely expressing its excitement. As its master, Zhou Chun could naturally feel Bye-Bye's excitement. Therefore, he didn't stop its seemingly flamboyant behavior, allowing it to vent its emotions. Fortunately, even after transforming into a thunder dragon, Bye-Bye still recognized him as its master. After its exuberant outburst, Bye-Bye quickly flew to his side, nuzzling its head against him for him to stroke. Alright, I know you're happy today, but this commotion has been a bit too much. We might attract some powerful figures. Let's find another place to celebrate, Zhou Chun said with a smile, stroking the dragon's head in front of him. The transformation from python to dragon was Bye-Bye's long-cherished wish, but it was also Zhou Chun's. Ever since he formed a contract with Bye-Bye and learned that Bye-Bye possessed the bloodline of a dragon, he had harbored this wish. After witnessing Zhou Daoi's spirit pet, the azure cloud python, transform into a dragon, his resolve only strengthened. He was determined to fulfill this wish. Now, over 100 years later, his wish had finally been fulfilled, and he was overjoyed. After tidying up briefly, Zhou Chun rode the thunder dragon Bye-Bye and soared into the sky, leaving this place far behind. Not long after, on a small island within another black mist swamp, the thunder dragon Bye-Bye landed, and Zhou Chun followed. The spiritual energy on this island wasn't very dense. The strongest demonic beast was only a mid-grade second-tier crocodile demonic beast. Before the thunder dragon Bye-Bye had even fully landed on the island, it was already so frightened that it lay prone on the ground, unable to move. Although it had expressed its willingness to submit, it ultimately couldn't escape being treated as a meal. Having just evolved, Bye-Bye seemed quite hungry. It unleashed a bolt of lightning, turning the crocodile demon into a barbecue, then tore the meat and bones apart and swallowed it whole. While it ate, Zhou Chun carefully observed its changes. After transforming into a thunder dragon, Bye-Bye's size had increased again, now reaching 12 zang in length, and perhaps it would continue to grow. Its snake head had completely transformed into a dragon's head, and 4 dragon claws had sprouted from its belly, each claw having 3 toes. Its original snake tail had also grown fishtail-like fins, making it look much more beautiful. At the same time, its silver dragon scales had changed slightly. The lightning patterns on each scale were more intricate than before, appearing even more aesthetically pleasing. Observing this, Zhou Chun understood. The purity of the thunder dragon Bye-Bye's bloodline was even better than he had previously thought. Generally speaking, dragons with inferior bloodlines, although they also have dragon claws, only grow 2 front claws, and their tails are more like snake tails. Zhou Daoi's azure dragon possessed precisely this appearance. Dragons with superior bloodlines not only have 4 claws and 3 toes, but their tails also develop fin-like membranes, adding to their beauty. It is said that the purest dragon bloodlines can even develop 4 claws and 4 toes. Bye-Bye, now a dragon, possesses 4 claws and 3 toes, with fins on its tail. Its bloodline is considered superior within the dragon race, making it a dragon with a considerable chance of advancing to the 5th rank. For dragons, the better their appearance and the purer their bloodline, the greater their strength. Bai Bai's ability to possess such an appearance after transformation is clearly largely due to the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon. If it hadn't tempered its form with the power of heavenly lightning and reshaped its dragon body through the infusion of spiritual energy, it wouldn't have been able to achieve such a superior appearance with its original python roots. This is truly its good fortune. After observing Bai Bai's appearance and aptitude, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony with his beloved pet and directly inquired about the changes in its supernatural abilities after evolution. Whether human cultivators or demonic beasts, physical appearance is ultimately illusory. Supernatural abilities are what truly matter. However, for a dragon, a good appearance certainly implies good abilities. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Bai Bai naturally didn't hide anything and quickly described the changes in its supernatural abilities after evolution. After evolving into a third-tier low-grade thunder dragon, Bai Bai had truly become a darling of lightning, easily casting various first, second, and third-tier thunder-based spells, and its spell applications were much wider than before. However, it now only had 4 supernatural abilities that were most noteworthy. One was the Heavenly Thunder Slash, which it had awakened and mastered after consuming the 1,000-year Thunder Light Grass. This supernatural ability had become even more powerful and perfected after evolving into a Thunder Dragon, its power greatly enhanced. The second is Thunder Escape, which, unsurprisingly, awakened and mastered after evolving into a Thunder Flood Dragon, a technique known as the fastest speed under heaven. With Thunder Escape, unless ambushed or deliberately targeted, even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to catch the Thunder Flood Dragon. The third is Heavenly Thunder Guidance, a technique almost universally mastered by the Thunder Flood Dragon clan. Similar to Thunder Escape, the Thunder Flood Dragon can fly high into the sky, using Heavenly Thunder Guidance to gather cloud energy and generate heavenly thunder, then use it to strike enemies. In thunderstorms, this technique further enhances the Thunder Flood Dragon's combat power, granting it the ability to fight beyond its level. The fourth is Heavenly Divine Thunder, a powerful technique awakened and mastered by Bai Bai after experiencing the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate phenomenon and evolving into a superior Flood Dragon bloodline. This is an extremely powerful and pure thunder magic technique. Zhou Chun had read in ancient texts that some Golden Core cultivators who practiced lightning-based techniques would risk their lives to fly into the clouds during thunderstorms to collect the power of heavenly lightning in order to cultivate this powerful lightning technique. However, Golden Core cultivators who actually mastered this lightning technique were extremely rare. Once mastered, it was practically capable of sweeping aside cultivators of the same level. The Heavenly Gang Divine Thunder technique that Bai Bai currently possessed was likely a weakened version, given its own cultivation level of only the 3rd rank. Moreover, to unleash this technique, it needed to first absorb and store the power of heavenly lightning within its body. In other words, the number of times it could use this technique was limited, unlike those cultivators who had truly mastered the Heavenly Gang Divine Thunder technique and could use it casually. Even so, it remained its greatest trump card. Even a weakened version of the Heavenly Divine Thunder is still Heavenly Divine Thunder, and its destructive power is terrifying. Zhou Chun, after layering various protective measures on himself, allowed Bai Bai to unleash a Heavenly Divine Thunder attack on him. The result was a near disaster. The Blackwater's One Turtle Shield, which even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator would find difficult to break with a single blow, was easily shattered and pierced. Then, the domineering silver lightning tore through the golden light shield formed by the Kyanjin ring, shattering the impregnable as a mountain protective spell, and striking Zhou Chun, who had already activated the dragon transformation secret technique. Even after being weakened by 3 layers of protection, the domineering and fierce Heavenly Divine Thunder still shattered the dragon scales all over Zhou Chun's body, causing him to cough up blood, his HUD emitting blue smoke, and him to remain paralyzed and stiff for over 10 breaths before regaining consciousness. Fortunately, Mu Mei was nearby and, seeing this, promptly cast some wood elemental rejuvenating healing spells on him, prolonging his life. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden for half a month. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That move was incredible, Zhou Chun, having caught his breath, exclaimed in amazement. He estimated that to truly withstand the Heavenly Divine Thunder attack unscathed, he would either need to activate the shadow of the Black Tortoise divine power attached to the Blackwater Tortoise Shield, or unleash the Golden Light Bowl Talisman. But either way, it would only protect him temporarily. Meanwhile, Bai Bai's stored Heavenly Thunder power was enough for it to unleash Heavenly Divine Thunder 3 times. This heavenly divine thunder is too powerful. If used well, it could easily kill a late-stage purple mansion cultivator in one strike. Bye-bye, you've given me such a wonderful surprise. Zhou Chun looked at Bye-bye, who looked like it had made a mistake, and hurriedly leaned in to comfort him, and stroked its head with a broad smile, praising it repeatedly. Although, according to his original prediction, once Bye-bye successfully transformed into a dragon, it would be able to fight even a late-stage purple mansion cultivator who cultivated top-tier techniques. However, he hadn't expected that Bye-bye's strength after successfully transforming into a dragon would be far greater than he had anticipated. Now, having personally experienced the power of the heavenly divine thunder, Zhou Chun could confidently say that the vast majority of late-stage purple mansion cultivators would no longer be his match. If the 3 opportunities to use the heavenly divine thunder were used well, virtually no late-stage purple mansion cultivator could withstand it. In the future, as long as he didn't encounter golden core cultivators, with Bye-bye and Mu Mei's assistance, Zhou Chun would be fearless within the purple mansion realm. It wasn't for nothing that I went to such lengths to steal the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass and have it refined into the dragon transformation pill. It was all worth it. Zhou Chun gently stroked Bye-bye's dragon head, his face beaming with pride, even happier than when he himself had broken through his cultivation. Sensing Zhou Chun's joy and confirming that its master didn't blame it, Bye-bye also murmured happily. After a few days of rest and recovery from the injuries inflicted by Bye-bye, Zhou Chun began to consider his next move. He came to the Great Zhou Kingdom not only to find someone to refine the dragon transformation pill to help Bye-bye successfully transform into a dragon, but also to seek opportunities to improve his cultivation, such as the yellow dragonstone, a magical material, and spiritual items that could help the golden armored rock turtle break through to the 3rd rank. Now that Bye-bye has successfully transformed into a dragon and his combat power is stronger than he expected, he has already exceeded his first goal. Logically, he should now strive for his second goal. To quickly improve my cultivation, elixirs are the first choice. I currently have a 3rd-tier dragonfish demon core, and it shouldn't be a problem to ask Master Zheyun to refine it into a dragon spirit pill. However, one batch of dragon spirit pills is simply not enough for me to break through to the mid-stage of the purple mansion realm. However, I only seem to know that the main ingredient for refining the dragon spirit pill is a 3rd-tier dragon-blooded demon beast's inner core. If I want to ask someone to refine more other elixirs to improve my magical power cultivation, or to buy such elixirs, I'll have to find a way from those alchemy masters, including the matter of the golden armored rock turtle advancing to the 3rd tier. Perhaps I can consult those alchemy masters. If all else fails, I can ask Master Luo Qingyi to help refine another batch of 4 spirits blood transformation pills for Xu Tao to try. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, and he gradually formed an idea. But before that, he had to do something else, which was to retransform the foundation of the dragon transformation secret technique and use the blood transformation dragon technique to transform it into the bloodline of a white thunder dragon. Zhou Chun initially converted his golden flood dragon bloodline into azure flood dragon bloodline to avoid being targeted and hunted down by the dragon transformation sect. However, compared to the golden flood dragon and thunder flood dragon bloodlines, the azure flood dragon bloodline was undoubtedly much lower in level. If Zhou Chun were to now reconvert his foundation in the dragon transformation secret technique into the thunder flood dragon bloodline, his actual combat power would be significantly enhanced when using the technique, and his resistance to lightning spells would also be greatly increased. However, Black Mist Swamp was not a quiet place to switch to cultivating secret techniques. To do so, one had to go to a safe place like a marketplace. After packing up, Zhou Chun set off. As he left Black Mist Swamp, Zhou Chun was somewhat frustrated. His spirit pets were all excellent mounts, but currently, apart from the golden armored rock turtle, the other 3 were not suitable for transportation. Lei Jiao, Bye-bye and Mu Mei need no further explanation, they're too conspicuous. If a golden core cultivator discovers Mu Mei's background, it could easily cause him serious trouble. The golden winged tiger also revealed itself during the pursuit by Wang Zheng of Lei Ya Valley, a feature that could easily expose his true identity, so it's no longer suitable to use it as a mount. As a result, even with 3 powerful spirit pets, he still has to expend his own magic power to fly. After leaving the Black Mist Swamp and traveling for 2 or 3 months, Zhou Chun finally returned to Xianyun Immortal City. This time, upon returning to Xianyun Immortal City, Zhou Chun naturally didn't go to the cave he had previously rented, even though the lease still had more than 2 years remaining. Because that lease hadn't expired, he couldn't rent a new cave at this time, as renting a cave requires signing a spirit contract and leaving a magic power imprint. The rule in SYNOPSIS Immortal City strictly prohibits a cultivator from renting 2 caves simultaneously to prevent anyone from profiting from this. However, Zhou Chun wasn't without alternatives. The cultivation area in the city was an alternative. While the environment there couldn't compare to a private cave dwelling, it still offered basic guarantees. Zhou Chun paid for nearly half a year's worth of cultivation fees and entered a superior cultivation room, reserved for cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, for seclusion. His second attempt to transform his foundation using the blood transformation dragon technique was fraught with difficulty. Even within the dragon transformation sect, very few would change their dragon bloodline attribute twice like him. Fortunately, after more than a year of cultivation, he successfully transformed his foundation into the Thunder Dragon bloodline. However, although the foundation transformation was successful, his level in the dragon transformation secret technique dropped to the 2nd level. Returning to the 3rd level would still require time. This was the inevitable price of the transformation, something Zhou Chun had anticipated and wasn't surprised or disappointed by. On the contrary, the benefits of the foundation transformation made him very satisfied with his decision. The dragon transformation secret technique, based on the Thunder Dragon bloodline, not only enhanced his physical strength, greatly increasing his resistance to lightning spells, but also improved the success rate of his lightning spells. If you were to cultivate to the 3rd level, Zhou Chun estimated he could even instantly unleash certain lightning spells after transforming, just as he had previously been able to cast certain wind spells. After completing his mastery of the dragon transformation secret technique, Zhou Chun immediately left seclusion to contact Master Zhelan, wanting to commission this early-stage golden core alchemist to refine dragon spirit pills for him. However, to his disappointment, when he arrived at the shop where the master was affiliated and explained his purpose, he was told that Master Zhelan's alchemy tasks for the past 3 years were complete, and he was temporarily not accepting new commissions. This situation truly disappointed Zhou Chun. After all, if Master Zhelan personally refined the dragon spirit pills, there would be no possibility of failure, and the yield would be at least 5 pills per batch. Other alchemists would be lucky to produce 3 or 4 pills at a time. This is precisely why alchemy masters like Master Zhelan are always fully booked with various alchemy tasks, never worrying about a lack of materials to practice with. Could it be that I have to go find that Master Luo again? Zhou Chun hesitated, unable to make a decision. Although he had changed his appearance, he had previously signed a spiritual contract with Master Luo, who would undoubtedly be familiar with his magical aura. If he commissioned Master Luo to refine pills again, his identity would be difficult to conceal. After several such hesitations, Zhou Chun still couldn't make up his mind and decided to observe first. Soon, Zhou Chun changed his target and arrived at a relatively well-known location in SYNOPSIS Immortal City, the SYNOPSIS Hall. The SYNOPSIS Hall was a place where most of the independent cultivators in SYNOPSIS Immortal City frequented. It was the place where various commission tasks were posted. From the major sects and families of the Great Zhou Kingdom to ordinary independent cultivators, everyone could post tasks in the SYNOPSIS Hall, paying other cultivators to help them. Of course, the reward for posting a task at the SYNOPSIS Palace can't be low. It starts at a minimum of 1,000 spirit coins. Therefore, most cultivators who come to the SYNOPSIS Palace to accept tasks are Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Zhou Chun didn't come to the SYNOPSIS Palace to post a task, but rather to see if there were any suitable tasks for him. He had heard that occasionally there were tasks here that rewarded with pills to improve one's cultivation level, but these tasks were very difficult to complete. However, now that he had 2 third-tier spirit pets, Bai Bai and Mu Mei, by his side, he certainly possessed the ability to complete tasks that were difficult for ordinary people. He entered the SYNOPSIS Palace and saw a huge white J tablet, 3 zang high and 1 zang wide, standing inside. Various task information was displayed on the tablet in rotation, and each task was thoughtfully numbered. If someone took a liking to a task, they could go to the counter inside the palace to accept the task request. Once a task is accepted, it will temporarily disappear from the white J tablet until it is completed or the time limit expires without completion, at which point it will be re-added to the tablet. Currently, there are hundreds of people in the hall observing the task assignments on the white J tablet. Most are Foundation establishment cultivators, with a few Purple Mansion cultivators among them. Seeing this, Zhou Chun silently walked aside to observe the various tasks on the tablet. This fellow Taoist looks unfamiliar. Could it be your first time here? Just as Zhou Chun was silently observing the tasks, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. He turned to see a black-robed Taoist, slightly aged, with a goatee, smiling and nodding at him. This black-robed Taoist was slightly higher in cultivation, at the mid-Purple Mansion stage. Following the principle of not hitting a smiling face, Zhou Chun returned the greeting and asked, "How do you know this is my first time here, fellow Taoist?" "Hey, let me let you know. Usually we Purple Mansion cultivators who frequently come to the SYNOPSIS Palace to accept commissions don't come here personally to choose our tasks like you do. Every day, someone will copy down suitable tasks and give them to us for review. We only need to come here when we want to receive a task. However, I noticed you were carefully observing the tasks on that jade tablet just now, which shows you are unaware of the details and must be a newcomer." The black-robed Taoist stroked his beard and smiled, explaining the situation. "I see. I understand now." A flash of realization crossed Zhou Chun's eyes, and he immediately nodded, indicating he understood. However, he didn't say anything more. This caused the black-robed Taoist's smile to stiffen for a moment, and he could only speak again, saying, "To be honest, fellow Taoist, the reason I took the initiative to make your acquaintance is not out of any ill will. It's just that I have a task that I cannot complete alone, so I would like to ask for your help." However, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and refused without hesitation, saying, "I'm sorry, I've only come here today to broaden my horizons and have no intention of accepting any tasks. Fellow Taoist, please find someone else." This straightforward answer stunned the black-robed Taoist, and his smile vanished instantly. He then gave Zhou Chun a deep look, and nodded slightly, saying, "I understand. Since fellow Taoist Zhang has no intention, I will naturally not force you. I've disturbed you." After saying this, he withdrew. Seeing this, Zhou Chun no longer looked at him, but continued to observe the tasks on the 3 jade tablets. At this moment, as the tasks on the jade tablets rotated, one task suddenly caught Zhou Chun's attention. Recruiting 3 cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage to escort you to the Muley Lake area of the Dolan Grassland. The reward is 1 energy enhancement pill. This is an escort mission. The reward will be issued by the employer upon completion. There is no limit to the number of applicants. The employer will ultimately select 3. Looking at this mission information, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a little interested. He was already somewhat curious about the Dolan Grassland, this alien region, especially wanting to see the legendary multi-winged clan. This escort mission required delivering people to a certain location on the Dolan Grassland, suggesting that the employer was quite familiar with it. In that case, he might consider accepting the mission, taking a trip to the Dolan Grassland, and incidentally obtaining the energy enhancement pill that could improve one's magical power. A moment later, Zhou Chun walked to the mission acceptance counter inside the SYNOPSIS Palace and said directly to the attendant behind the counter, "I want to accept missions number 35 and 58. Okay, mission number 35 is an escort mission. After you register your information, we will provide you with the employer's information. You can go and find the employer yourself." Mission number 58 is a collection mission. This mission can be accepted by 3 cultivators at the same time. Currently, only you have accepted it, so we also need to register your identity information. Behind the counter, a female cultivator with only the late stage of key refining cultivation, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, simply exerted some magic power on a small white jade slab in front of her to retrieve the information of the 2 missions, and then respectfully explain the relevant procedures to him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun briefly registered the information of the alias Zhang Liang, then asked the female cultivator, "I've brought the items needed for mission 58. How can I exchange them for the mission reward?" Hearing this, the female cultivator wasn't surprised and immediately replied skillfully, "The employer left contact information. After you leave the meeting place in time, we will notify the employer to come and complete the transaction." "Oh, don't you need to send someone to witness?" Zhou Chun asked, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator lowered her head and said softly, "Our SYNOPSIS Palace exists only to facilitate the cultivation world within the Immortal City to obtain what they need. We don't participate in the details, so please be careful when accepting missions. If anything happens while you're out, our SYNOPSIS Palace will not bear any responsibility." "I see, I understand. Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully, immediately left a meeting place and time, and then left with the employer information for Mission 35 given to him by the female cultivator. Upon arriving outside the Cheyenne Palace, Zhou Chun glanced at the information left by the 35th employer and headed straight for the sermon hall in Cheyenne Immortal City. Combat was forbidden within Cheyenne Immortal City. Cultivators wishing to engage in combat or test the power of their spells had to rent space at the sermon hall. The 35th employer clearly intended to test the strength of the mission participants at the sermon hall. After arriving at the sermon hall, Zhou Chun gave his name to the attendant and was led to a martial arts platform equipped with array formations. After waiting on the platform for about half an hour, an elderly man in a yellow robe with late-stage purple mansion cultivation walked onto the platform. "How may I address you, fellow Taoist? I am Yan Qiang, the employer of mission number 35 from the Cheyenne Palace," the yellow-robed elder said with a smile after glancing at Zhou Chun. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately bowed and said, "I am Zhang Liang, greetings to fellow Taoist Yan." "So it's fellow Taoist Zhang," Yan Qiang nodded and then said. "Regarding the details of the mission, I presume fellow Taoist Zhang has already read them, so I won't go into too much detail here. If fellow Taoist Zhang wants to successfully accept this mission, he must withstand 3 of my moves without being injured." "I understand, fellow Taoist Yan, please enlighten me." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately distanced himself from Yan Qiang. Then he raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist. The Qianjin ring immediately flew out, expanding to a diameter of 10 feet, protecting him inside. At the same time, an earthen yellow inkstone magic artifact flew to the top of his head, blooming with thick, ink-like earthen yellow clouds that engulfed him within. Seeing that Zhou Chun, a mere early-stage purple mansion cultivator, had produced 2 impressive-looking third-tier defensive magic artifacts, Yan Qiang nodded subtly. He then said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, be careful, I'm about to make my move." With that, he formed hand seals and pointed at Zhou Chun. A dense, earthy yellow spiritual light condensed in the air, transforming into an earthy yellow mountain that crashed down upon Zhou Chun. Even before the mountain reached him, a powerful binding force had already descended upon Zhou Chun, making it difficult for him to move. The earthy yellow mountain quickly slammed into the earthy yellow clouds protecting him, instantly shattering most of them until it landed on the golden light shield erected by the Qianjin ring before dissipating. "Second move," Yan Qiang announced again, flicking his sleeve. A beam of yellow light shot into the air, revealing an earthy yellow ruler-like magic artifact. He wielded the earthen yellow ruler-like magical artifact and struck Zhou Chun. A yellow light surged from the ruler, its power causing Zhou Chun to flinch. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun immediately summoned the golden rainbow sword and slashed at the ruler. 2 beams of light, one golden and one yellow, collided in midair. The golden beam groaned and was knocked away, while the earthen yellow ruler continued its strike towards Zhou Chun. This wasn't because the golden rainbow sword was inferior in quality to the earthen yellow ruler, but because Zhou Chun's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than Yan Qiang's. The power he poured into his artifact was less, and the quality of his magical energy was also lower. Ultimately, the power of a magical artifact depends on the user's cultivation level. The same high-grade third-tier magical artifact in the hands of an early-stage purple mansion cultivator will certainly be less powerful than in the hands of a late-stage purple mansion cultivator. However, with a golden rainbow sword blocking it, the power of the earthen yellow ruler was greatly reduced. Zhou Chun then used the solid as a mountain spell to block it again. Third move, Yan Qiang's emotionless voice rang out again. The earthen yellow ruler, which had returned exhausted, was once again controlled by him and struck Zhou Chun. This time, however, the earthen yellow ruler formed a mountain illusion with each strike, as if it carried the power of a mountain. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed. He hurriedly infused the golden rainbow sword with magic power, activating the sword's associated divine power, golden rainbow line. Golden light surged from the golden flying sword, and in an instant, it transformed into a thin golden rainbow that slashed towards the earthen yellow ruler. Sword turned into thread. Yan Qiang's expression changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But as the golden rainbow clashed with the earthen yellow ruler, it was once again sent flying, revealing its true form. He quickly shook his head with a relieved expression, saying, "So it wasn't turning swords into threads, but a similar flying sword transformation technique." Before he finished speaking, he proactively put away the greatly weakened earthen yellow ruler. Then he nodded slightly to Zhou Chun, saying, No need to try anymore. Fellow Taoist Zhang's strength meets the requirements, you can be selected. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. He had intentionally concealed his abilities, not wanting to expose the Blackwater's one turtle shield magic weapon. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be easy to withstand 3 moves from Yan Qiang, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, without injury. Now that the other party was willing to let him pass, he naturally wouldn't seek further humiliation. He immediately put away his magic weapon, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, "Fellow Taoist Yan, your strength is truly impressive. I admire you, it's just that you have an advantage in cultivation level. If fellow Taoist Zhang were at the same level as me, your strength would probably be even greater." Yan Qiang waved his hand, showing no sign of pride. Then, half-jokingly, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang really frightened me just now. I almost thought I had encountered a golden core stage sword cultivator who was pretending to be a frivolous cultivator in the mortal world." Zhou Chun naturally understood his meaning. Anyone who saw the golden rainbow line move at first glance would easily associate it with the sword turning into silk sword technique, which only golden core stage sword cultivators could master. But in reality, the two are completely incomparable. The master craftsman who forged the golden rainbow sword was probably a cultivator who dreamed of becoming a sword immortal but didn't possess such supernatural power, which is why he created such a counterfeit. Therefore, upon hearing Yan Qiang's teasing words, he coughed awkwardly twice and explained, "Ahem, fellow Taoist Yan, you flatter me. That move was purely a transformation of the flying sword itself. Zhang, no, absolutely no swordsmanship. Hey, not knowing swordsmanship is alright. If used well, this move can still have a surprise effect at times." Yan Qiang chuckled, speaking meaningfully. Then, without waiting for Zhou Chun to continue the pleasantries, he got down to business. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, the 3 members for this escort mission are all present. The departure date is 7 days from now. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please meet Yan and the others at the West City entrance 7 days from now. Don't be late, I understand, I will definitely arrive on time," Zhou Chun replied solemnly. Afterwards, Yan Qiang seemed to have other matters to attend to and left without further conversation. Zhou Chun then also left the Dharma Hall. Several hours later, in a room at an inn in the city, Zhou Chun met with his client, the 58th person in charge of the mission. He handed over the venom sac of the snake lizard demon beast he had obtained in the Black Mist Swamp, receiving a reward of 5,000 spirit coins. He then sold some poisonous herbs he had collected to the client, earning another 2,000 spirit coins. After completing this mission, Zhou Chun spent 7 days in his cultivation room until the appointed time with Yan Qiang arrived, at which point he went to the west entrance of the city to meet him. However, to Zhou Chun's surprise, when he met Yan Qiang there, he encountered an acquaintance he didn't want to see. This chapter contains 9,000 words. Chapter 413 Dolan Grassland, the Multi-Winged Tribe. How could it be her? At the western entrance of Xianyun Immortal City, Zhou Chun stared at the female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat that concealed her face, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Although the female cultivator's face was hidden by the hat, although she had altered her height and figure, and although she had masked the smell of pills on her body with a peculiar fragrance, Zhou Chun still easily recognized her. She was one of the cultivators Zhou Chun least wanted to see in Xianyun Immortal City, the alchemy master Luo Qingni. The reason Zhou Chun recognized her so easily was due to the reaction of the wood spirit in his spirit beast pouch. He knew beforehand that Luo Qingni's cultivation technique was a top-tier wood elemental technique, and extremely attractive to wood spirits. If Luo Qingni had discovered the wood spirit in the first place, the wood spirit might have followed her without him even having to lift a finger. As an alchemist, Luo Qingni was obviously extremely sensitive to magical energy. Only 2 years had passed since Zhou Chun commissioned her to refine pills, and it was the Dragon Transformation Pill, a rare and unorthodox elixir, that she was bound to leave a deep impression on him. Therefore, upon meeting him up close, she quickly recognized Zhou Chun's true identity through the magical aura emanating from him. She didn't hide this, and soon secretly transmitted her voice to Zhou Chun, saying, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Su to have also accepted this mission. Should I call you fellow Taoist Su, or fellow Taoist Zhang?" Zhou Chun could easily hear the teasing in her words. By now, Luo Qingni must know that neither Su Fu nor Zhang Liang were his real names. It would be a lie to say he wasn't flustered. But with outsiders present, he dared not show anything unusual. He could only smile and, under Yan Qiang's introduction, introduce himself to the others while secretly replying with a bitter smile, "I never expected that Master Luo was the true initiator of this mission. If he had known this would happen, he would never have accepted the mission." But now that things had come to this, it was clearly too late for regrets. If you were to withdraw from the mission now, offending Yan Qiang and Master Luo would be a minor matter. The real danger would be if Master Luo used this to confirm that he had already cultivated a third-tier dragon and leaked the information. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Just as he was considering whether to feign compliance and then flee once he left the city, Luo Qingni seemed to have anticipated his concerns. She suddenly spoke up, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you worried that I will eat the dragon transformation pill? You have absolutely no need to worry about that. I can swear an oath to my inner demons that I will never tell any third party about the dragon transformation pill." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was startled. He hadn't expected her to be willing to do such a thing. After a moment's hesitation, he replied in a deep voice, "Master Luo, you flatter me. I believe that with Master Luo's status and position, he wouldn't do something so self-destructive." He then added, "It's fate, really. Since Master Luo is our employer, I will do my best to complete the mission to repay Master Luo's previous kindness in refining pills. Then thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Zhang." Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Luo Qingni stopped there, responding with a smile. A short while later, Zhou Chun and his group of 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators left the Immortal City from the western entrance and rode together on a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, a 6-winged flying lizard, towards the Dolan grassland. Among the 5 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni, who used the alias Mengqingqing, were both late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators and were the employers for this trip. Zhou Chun and the other 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators were hired cultivators. The two were a man and a woman. The male cultivator was a disheveled middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, with a yellow gourd hanging from his waist, which he would occasionally take a sip from. His name was Lu Chong, who called himself the Wine Hermit, and he was at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The female cultivator was named Zhao Jinlian, a woman with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance, truly living up to her name Golden Lotus. Like Zhou Chun, she was at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The 6-winged flying lizard that the 5 of them were riding together was Yan Qiang's mount, and nominally, Yan Qiang was the leader. Therefore, after setting off, Yan Qiang further explained the details of the mission to Zhou Chun and the other 2. "For this escort mission, the 3 of you only need to escort us to the shore of Muley Lake on the Dolan grassland. Once there, I will give you your reward. It's important to note that, to conserve our mana and maintain our strength, neither I nor men will easily take action. Therefore, if we encounter any monster attacks or multi-winged mages along the way, we'll have to rely on you to deal with them. Of course, the route we've chosen has already carefully avoided large multi-winged tribes and dangerous areas. Unless we're extremely unlucky, we shouldn't encounter any 4th-tier beings." Yan Qiang finished speaking, glancing at Zhou Chun and the other 2, and asked, "That's the general outline. Do you 3 have any further questions?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the other 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they had no problems. "All right, since you 3 have no questions, then it's settled." Yan Qiang nodded in satisfaction, thus finalizing the arrangements. The 5 of them didn't talk much along the way, traveling in silence. Once the 6-winged flying lizard was tired, Yan Qiang would have everyone land and rest, waiting for it to recover before continuing their journey. While this would take some time, it would undoubtedly maximize the conservation of the 5 people's mana. Not everyone possessed spirit crystals, nor did everyone have a purification jar like Zhou Chun, allowing them to freely meditate and recover mana in the wild. Normal cultivators, like them now, relied entirely on their spirit beasts for transportation. Otherwise, spirit beasts wouldn't be so readily available and command such high prices in the cultivation world. Xian'an Immortal City wasn't particularly far from the Dolan grassland. The straight-line distance was less than 3,000 li. After a short rest, the 6-winged flying lizard carried Zhou Chun and the others directly to the top of the Dolan grassland. Although named the Dolan grassland, it wasn't just grassland. In fact, the Dolan grassland was vast, encompassing mountains, lakes, rivers, and other diverse terrains. It was simply called the Dolan grassland because grassland occupied the majority of its area. Looking down upon the Dolan grasslands from the air, the scenery was undoubtedly magnificent. Rolling hills stretched as far as the eye could see, resembling ocean waves, only in a bluish-green hue. The flat grasslands stretched as far as the eye could see, teeming with cattle, sheep, horses, and flocks of birds. At the border between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Dolan grassland, many human herders grazed their livestock. However, to avoid angering the grassland's rulers, the multi-winged clan, human cultivators deliberately controlled the herders' grazing areas, preventing them from venturing too far into the grassland. Zhou Chun and his companions' flight route had been carefully chosen by Yan Qiang, avoiding the large tribes of the multi-winged clan as much as possible. However, after venturing hundreds of miles into the grassland, Zhou Chun soon spotted living members of the multi-winged clan. This alien race, the multi-winged clan, as their name suggests, were all born with wings, enabling them to glide and fly naturally. They were generally humanoid, with slightly short legs and claws on their feet, resembling wolf claws. The multi-winged race has long faces, hooked noses, pointed chins, small eye sockets, narrow pupils, and small ears. Their eyes are typically sky blue, but can also be emerald green or silver white. They have abundant body hair, presumably for protection from the cold and wind while flying. Compared to their short legs, their hands are unusually long, with only 4 fingers. The most distinctive feature of the multi-winged race is clearly their wings. Ordinary multi-winged individuals typically have a pair of feathered wings, with colors generally ranging from black, gray, blue, white, and red, occasionally mixed with other colors. These ordinary multi-winged individuals are like mortals among humans, and their lifespan is even shorter than that of humans, around 50 or 60 years. However, if a newborn multi-winged individual possesses 4 wings, they have the potential to become a mage, similar to cultivator. Above 4 wings, there are 6-winged and 8-winged individuals. The number of wings indicates the level of the multi-winged race's mage potential. The multi-winged clan's mage lineage is extremely complete, with a systematic transmission from the 1st to the 5th rank. From lowest to highest, they are low-level mage, intermediate mage, high-level mage, grand mage, and saint mage, each rank further divided into 3 sub-ranks: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. They also craft magical artifacts and talismans, tame demonic beasts, cultivate spiritual herbs, know how to set up magic arrays, and even concoct potions. It is precisely because of this comprehensive cultivation system, similar to that of immortal cultivators, that the multi-winged clan has become the overlord of the Dolan grassland, one of the few powerful alien races in this world that coexists with humans. It is said that if it weren't for pressure from humans, the multi-winged clan might have already wiped out the other alien race on the other side of the Dolan grassland. As for whether a multi-winged clan mage of the same rank is stronger than a human immortal cultivator, it's difficult to say. Both sides possess both geniuses and mediocre individuals. However, compared to human cultivators, the advantage of the multi-winged race mages lies in their innate ability to fly, and at a considerable speed, giving them a significant advantage in the first and second tiers. But their disadvantage is equally obvious: their lifespan is still shorter than that of human cultivators. The lifespan limit for low-level mages is only 80 years, for mid-level mages 150, for high-level mages 300, and for grand mages, it is said, 600 or 700. This is significantly less than that of human cultivators of the same tier. Like human cultivators, multi-winged race mages reside in places where spiritual energy gathers, not mixing with ordinary multi-winged race mortals. However, the connection between multi-winged race mortals and mages is much closer. Both groups exist in tribal forms, sharing the same tribal name. Mortal tribes usually surround mage tribes to obtain their protection. On this day, after flying until exhausted, the 6-winged flying lizard landed in a forest to rest under Yan Qiang's command. All members of the multi-winged clan can fly, so choosing to rest in a dense forest to avoid their sight was the right thing to do. Moreover, forests were definitely places the multi-winged clan avoided, as their wings would easily get caught in branches. However, the multi-winged clan mages also knew beast-taming techniques and could train demonic beasts for hunting and riding. After Zhou Chun and his group rested in the forest for about 2 hours, several multi-winged clan mages who had entered the forest with their pets to hunt demonic beasts arrived nearby. One of the demonic wolves, with its keen sense of smell, even detected the scent emanating from the 6-winged flying lizard. Thus, the group was naturally exposed to the multi-winged clan mages. Frankly, This encounter was something neither side wanted to happen. Because when the 5 multi-winged clan mages found Zhou Chun and his group with their pets, they were horrified to discover that each of the 5 human cultivators here was equivalent to a high-level mage, while they didn't even have a single high-level mage among them. For Zhou Chun and his companions, their only wish was to safely reach Muley Lake, and naturally, they had no desire to encounter the multi-winged clan mages on the grasslands. However, now that they had met them, they had no choice but to kill them to silence them. Kill them. With Yan Qiang's command, Zhou Chun, Lu Chong, and Zhou Jinlian attacked simultaneously, launching a massacre against the 5 mid-level multi-winged clan mages. Zhou Chun didn't need any other methods. With his golden rainbow sword, he easily pierced through the hastily cast protective spells of 2 multi-winged clan mages, killing them instantly. Lu Chong casually flicked out 2 crimson fire snakes, easily incinerating 2 more multi-winged clan mages. The last multi-winged clan mage was pierced through the head by Zhou Jinlian with a flying needle. The group then continued their attack, killing all the pet beasts brought by the multi-winged clan mages. Fellow Taoist Yan, what should we do now? Having finished the murder and silenced the witnesses, Wine Hermit Lu Chong, abandoning his previous lazy demeanor, looked at Yan Qiang with a solemn expression and asked what to do next. Judging from his expression, it seemed that silencing the witnesses was not the end of the matter. Zhou Chun noticed this and also frowned slightly as he looked at Yan Qiang. A shadow crossed Yan Qiang's face, and he sighed softly. Alice, it seems fellow Taoist Lu also knows the legend of the vengeful blood eagle. That's not just a legend. I personally experienced being hunted down, and a friend of many years died on this grassland, Lu Chong said with a melancholy tone. I see. Then fellow Taoist Lu should tell fellow Taoist Zhang and fellow Taoist Xiao about the vengeful blood eagle. Yan Qiang nodded, taking the opportunity to hand over the task of explaining to Lu Chong. Hearing this, Lu Chong did not refuse and immediately began to tell Zhou Chun and the other 2 about his own experience with a complicated expression. It turns out that he and 2 friends had ventured deep into the Dolan grasslands in search of treasure. After successfully slaying a 3rd-tier demonic beast, they were attacked by 2 high-level mages of the multi-winged clan. During the ensuing battle, they outnumbered the enemy 3-2, gaining a significant advantage and even killing one of the high-level mages. However, this act had caused a major disaster. In some large tribes of the multi-winged clan, a special ghostly creature called the vengeful blood eagle was consecrated, and all mid-level and higher mages in the tribe were required to nourish it with their blood essence. If a mage who had nourished a vengeful blood eagle with their blood essence were to perish, the vengeful blood eagle would quickly sense it and indicate the direction of the fall. Some vengeful blood eagles that had been consecrated to great power would even create clones to hunt down the killer. Lu Chong and his companions had encountered a multi-winged clan archmage with a clone of the vengeful blood eagle, and the murderer, a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, was caught and killed. After hearing Lu Chong's story, Yan Qiang spoke up. We don't know which tribe these young members of the multi-winged clan come from, but if their tribe truly has a vengeful blood eagle, they should already know about their demise. We should immediately leave this place and get out of this tribe's territory as soon as possible. Does fellow Taoist Yan mean that everything will be fine as long as we leave the multi-winged clan's territory? Zhou Chun suddenly interjected, asking with a curious expression. Upon hearing this, Yan Qiang shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. However, the relationships between the various tribes of the multi-winged clan are not entirely harmonious. If we leave this tribe's territory, they shouldn't send a grand mage to other tribes' territories to pursue us for the sake of a few junior mid-level mages. He then looked at the group and said, from now on, I, Yan, will give you all a ride. He then reached into his storage pouch, and a dark blue-green flying boat appeared in his hand. He tossed the boat into the air, and the original 1-foot-long boat instantly transformed into a 2-zang-long flying boat, more than enough to accommodate 5 people. A 3rd-tier flying magical artifact. Zhou Chun looked at the dark blue-green flying boat in midair, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Generally speaking, cultivators rarely use flying magical artifacts after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, controlling a magical artifact still consumed mana and spiritual energy, making it safer to use a spirit beast for transportation. Secondly, 2nd-tier flying magical artifacts were far more expensive and rarer than other magical artifacts. In terms of value, a low-grade 2nd-tier flying magical artifact might be more expensive than a high-grade 2nd-tier attack magical artifact. The cyan black flying boat that Yan Qiang had just released was an extremely rare low-grade third-tier flying magical artifact, its value far exceeding that of even a high-grade third-tier magical artifact like the Golden Rainbow Sword. This made Zhou Chun even more curious about Yan Qiang's origins. However, despite their curiosity, neither he, nor Lu Chong and Zhao Jinlian, said much after their initial surprise and simply boarded the flying boat. It must be said that flying magical artifacts were expensive for a reason. Although it was only a low-grade third-tier flying magical artifact, the cyan black flying boat's speed was several times faster than that of a typical late-stage purple mansion cultivator, even with 5 people on board. Zhou Chun estimated that even with his full power using the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, his speed would only be slightly faster. But he simply refused to believe that a third-tier flying magic weapon lacked additional acceleration abilities. About 2 hours after Zhou Chun and his group left the forest, a giant azure eagle suddenly descended upon it, quickly landing at the site where several multi-winged clan mages had fallen. Then, a male and a female multi-winged clan mage landed on the eagle's back. The male mage even had 6 wings. It's the scent of human cultivators. Chadha and the others all died at the hands of human cultivators. In the forest, the male multi-winged clan mage's hooked nose twitched a few times before he angrily announced his discovery. He quickly added, to be able to so easily silence Chadha and the others, those human cultivators must have been high-level mages at the Purple Mansion stage. I smelled the aura of at least 3 people. Hearing this, the female mage immediately chimed in. It's not surprising they're human cultivators. What's surprising is that there seem to be more human cultivators lately. I heard a few days ago that a great battle took place in the Silver Lake tribe, where a high-level mage perished. Moreover, even the Silver Lake tribe's vengeful blood eagle lost track of them. She then added regretfully, it's a pity that Chadha and the others are of too low a status to warrant the vengeful blood eagle's avatar being deployed. Otherwise, we might have been able to use the blood eagle's avatar to track down these people. Upon hearing this, the male mage angrily shouted, these human cultivators are truly despicable. They don't treat us well, they always come to plunder our holy clan's resources on their own territory. Once I advance to Grand Mage, I will definitely plunder their land as well. The female mage, however, was not as easily angered as he was. She simply shook her head and said, let's go. Let's go back and report the situation here to the Grand Mage first, and see if we should join forces with the Silver Lake tribe to wipe out these audacious human cultivators. Aina, you're right. We should go back and ask the Grand Mage and the Silver Lake tribe to join forces to wipe out those human cultivators and use their flesh and souls to feed the Holy Eagle. The male mage's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Then the two of them rode a giant blue eagle and left the forest together. On the other side, after Yan Qiang had flown over 1,000 miles in one go using his flying boat magic artifact to carry Zhou Chun and the others, he stopped to rest again. This time, the group had learned from their mistakes and set up an array to conceal their aura and whereabouts, in order to prevent being found by any sensitive-nosed monsters again. After resting for a while, the 5 changed into their 6-winged flying lizards and set off again. For the next 10 days or so, the group flew intermittently, covering approximately 20,000 li, about 10,000 kilometers. This wasn't because they had ventured deep into the Dolan grassland, but rather because they had to detour to avoid the territories of some large multi-winged tribes. During this time, Zhou Chun, Lu Chong, and Zhao Jinlian repeatedly fought off and killed many demonic beasts and multi-winged tribe mages who blocked their path. Finally, on this day, the 5 arrived before a vast expanse of water. Standing high in the air and looking down, they saw an endless expanse of water, like a sea, with no shore in sight. The lake water shimmered under the sunlight, displaying a holy, silvery white hue. This was Muley Lake, a very famous lake on the Dolan grassland, and the end of Zhou Chun's escort mission. Alright, we've arrived at Muley Lake. The mission for the 3 of you is complete. This is your reward for this mission, please inspect it. At the lakeside, Yan Qiang had the 6-winged flying lizard land. Without further ado, he took out 3 scaling pills in jade bottles and handed them to Zhou Chun and the other 2 for inspection. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun and the other 2 opened the jade bottles, took out the pills, and examined them. After confirming that they were pills that would promote their cultivation, they each showed satisfaction and put them away. Then, Wine Hermit Lu Chong took the lead and said, fellow Taoist Yan is so generous. Then I, Lu, will take my leave first. Take care, fellow Daoists. We'll meet again in Xianun Immortal City. After saying this, he clasped his hands in a fist salute to everyone and then transformed into a streak of fiery red light and departed. Clearly, this escort mission was just a side job he took along the way. He definitely had other plans on the Dolan grassland. Seeing this, Zhou Jinlian immediately followed suit, saying, I also have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you fellow Daoists any longer. Please take care. With that, she released a giant black bird from her spirit beast pouch and quickly rode away on this low-grade second-tier demon beast. Watching the two escorting cultivators depart one after the other, Yan Qiang's gaze naturally fell upon Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, seeing this, quickly changed his expression, then cupped his hands and said, I also have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He then transformed into a golden streak of light and left the lakeside. Only after watching Zhou Chun disappear from sight did Yan Qiang turn back to Luo Qingni and say, Fellow Taoist Luo, let's set off too. Luo Qingni didn't reply verbally, but simply nodded slightly in agreement. Then, she patted her spirit beast pouch at her waist, and a giant, bluish-black tortoise demon beast was released and landed on the lake surface. Then, she and Yan Qiang leaped onto the tortoise's back, and the giant tortoise carried them swiftly underwater, disappearing from sight in no time. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun flew for about 100 miles before landing on the grassland. He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the wood spirit to keep watch. The Dolan grassland was lush with green grass, practically the wood spirit's home turf. Here, it could communicate with the vegetation and freely use its wood escape techniques. After the wood spirit relayed that everything was safe, Zhou Chun raised his hand, revealing a talisman he held. This talisman had been secretly given to him by Luo Qingni along the way, instructing him to carry it and wait around Muley Lake. If the talisman was activated, he could follow it to find her. Zhou Chun hadn't asked Luo Qingni why she had come to Muley Lake on the Dolan grassland with Yan Qiang. But he knew that for Luo Qingni, a master alchemist, to risk her life, their scheme must be extraordinary. And the fact that Luo Qingni handed him the talisman halfway there and gave him those instructions clearly indicated that she didn't completely trust Yan Qiang and was intentionally keeping a backup plan for herself. But what makes her think I'll follow her orders? Zhou Chun looked at the talisman in his hand with a strange expression, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Chapter 414 Core Formation Treasure. What made Luo Qingni think he would follow her arrangements? Zhou Chun thought and felt there was only one possibility. If he hadn't followed the talisman at the crucial moment, Luo Qingni might have revealed that he possessed a third-tier dragon and a 1,000-year-old dragon transforming grass. This would be a threat that could cause him considerable trouble. Besides, Zhou Chun didn't believe that Luo Qingni, having only met him a few times, would be so naive as to think he would help her based on their friendship. But was he really afraid that Luo Qingni would reveal that he possessed a third-tier dragon and a 1,000-year-old dragon transforming grass? Not necessarily. At worst, he would just quit the Great Zhou Kingdom. Zhou Chun scratched his head, feeling like he had gotten himself into a tangled mess again. That's why they say you can't guess a woman's thoughts. Since Zhou Chun couldn't guess, he simply stopped. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. If I really see her again, I'll just ask her. Then he put the talisman into his pocket and had Mu Mei led him to search for spiritual herbs and medicines along the shore of Muley Lake. He planned to stay at Muley Lake for a few days. If the talisman given by Luo Qingni didn't respond after a few days, he wouldn't bother waiting any longer and would go wander around the grasslands to see the beautiful scenery and unique monsters. Meanwhile, Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni, riding the dark blue-black giant tortoise, submerged into Muley Lake and encountered many aquatic monsters at the bottom. However, the dark blue-black giant tortoise itself was a second-tier high-grade monster, and ordinary monsters dared not approach it. Even if some fearless second-tier monsters came close, Yan Qiang would casually kill them with a talisman he had prepared beforehand. Luo Qingni, on the other hand, focused on controlling the dark blue-black giant tortoise to travel. After the two of them had been submerged underwater for an unknown amount of time, the dark blue-black giant tortoise suddenly started circling in a certain area of water. Each time it swam into the water ahead, it would soon return to the place it had entered before, wasting a lot of its stamina and mana. After this happened several times, without Luo Qingni's command, it stared at the water ahead with confusion and fear, no longer daring to go in. On the tortoise's back, Yan Qiang showed no sign of panic, only sighing with emotion. This, heaven and earth reversal array, truly lives up to its legendary forbidden status. Even with a detailed map, we still can't find anything unusual every time we arrive here. We have to bump into walls several times before we can pinpoint its location. Luo, upon hearing his words, calmly replied, "If it weren't for such a profound array protecting it, this cave dwelling on Muley Lake would have been discovered by the multi-winged clan long ago. How could we have waited for them to arrive? Indeed, who would have thought that on Muley Lake in the Dolan grassland, there would be a cave dwelling built by our human ancestors?" Yan Qiang said with a faint smile, then raised his hand and took out an ancient-looking jade talisman. Looking at Luo's hand, a similar jade talisman had appeared out of nowhere. The two then poured their magic power into the jade talisman, which quickly emitted a layer of white spiritual light that enveloped them. At this moment, Yan Qiang was the first to leave the tortoise's back, his body lurching forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from Luo's sight. Seeing this, Luo followed suit, leaving the tortoise's back and vanishing from the spot. However, the giant, dark blue tortoise remained, and as if receiving some instructions, it laid down on the lake bed below, concealing its aura. A moment later, Yan Qiang and Luo arrived one after the other on a blue stone plaza. A closer look revealed that the blue stone plaza was located on an island, and several dozen feet above the island was a white protective barrier. Standing on the blue stone plaza, Yan Qiang and Luo could vaguely see water birds flying in the distance through the white barrier, and could feel the warmth of the sunlight and the movement of the wind. But the two knew that this island, shrouded by the heaven and earth reversal array, was actually a place where wind and rain could enter, but living beings could not. Without the tokens they possessed for entering and exiting this place, no one else, even knowing there was an island here, could enter. Unless a nascent soul cultivator personally broke through the formation. After standing on the bluestone plaza for a moment to adjust, Yan Qiang spoke first. "Last time, although we lost fellow Taoist Mo, we thoroughly understood the situation in that garden. This time, no matter the cost, we must successfully obtain the 5-element spiritual fruit from the tree." Luo, upon hearing this, also expressed deep agreement. "Of course. We lack nothing now except for condensing our golden cores. A 5-element spiritual fruit can increase the success rate of core formation by 30%. As long as we have one spiritual fruit, forming our golden cores will be no problem at all." Saying this, the two smiled at each other and then walked confidently towards a stone path outside the plaza. At this point, it became apparent that multiple stone paths led to different locations around the plaza, and palaces and temples nestled among the mountains and waters could be vaguely seen in the distance. Many of these buildings shimmered with various spiritual lights, clearly protected by powerful forbidden spells. A cluster of palaces and temples could also be seen in the direction Yan Qiang and Luo were heading. The two walked along the stone paths, passing through gardens and courtyards. These places bore the marks of battle, some reduced to ruins. Clearly, they had experienced fierce fighting when they first passed through these areas. After walking through these corridors and courtyards for half an hour, the two arrived at the outside of a place surrounded by a high wall. Before them stood a wall several dozen feet high, with a sign barrier above it that led directly to the white protective shield in the sky. After circling to the right for a quarter of an hour, they reached a gate. Looking up, they saw the words 100 Fruit Garden inscribed on the plaque above the gate. The two didn't linger outside the gate. Yan Qiang waved his sleeve, creating a gust of wind that pushed the gate open, and the two stepped inside. Passing through the archway, the pleasant aromas of various fruits and flowers wafted into their nostrils. Looking around, they saw rows of spirit fruit trees of different shapes rising from the ground. Some were already laden with fruit, some were still in bloom, and some had even lost their leaves. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the spirit fruit trees laden with fruit were protected by cyan protective shields. The spirit fruit on these trees was undoubtedly a treasure that any cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage would covet. However, Yan Qiang and Luo didn't linger on the fruit. Instead, their expressions were solemn as they walked deeper into the orchard. Deep within the orchard was a large open space. In the center of the open space was a 5-colored spirit pool, and beside the pool grew a peculiar fruit tree over 10 feet tall. The tree's trunk and leaves were crystal clear and pure white, like jade. Hanging among the branches were 3 dazzlingly colorful spiritual fruits. Each fruit, only the size of a fist, resembled an apple and was surrounded by a 5-colored halo. If a discerning cultivator came here and saw those 3 fruits, they would immediately recognize them as the best-known aid to core formation in the cultivation world, the 5-element spiritual fruits. Any cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage practicing 5 elements attribute techniques could increase their core formation success rate by 30% by consuming the 5-element spiritual fruits. Even those cultivating wind and thunder techniques could increase their success rate by more than 10%. Even better, the effects of the 5-element spiritual fruits did not conflict with other aids to core formation, they could be used together. However, these 5-element spiritual fruits were extremely rare. Only a very few powerful forces with exceptionally deep foundations could harvest a few 5-element spiritual fruits every few years. Even within powerful factions possessing 5-element spiritual fruit trees, these fruits are treasures enjoyed by only a select few, beyond the control of even nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a rogue cultivator like Luo Qingni would have no chance of obtaining such a spiritual object, no matter how much spirit currency she spent. But now, on this mysterious island, an unclaimed 5-element spiritual fruit tree appeared before them, bearing 3 ripe fruits. Facing the 5-element spiritual fruits, practically within reach, Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni's emotions were far from calm. They glanced eagerly at the 3 fruits before moving to the 5-colored spiritual pool. Inside, a 5-colored dragonfish, about 10 feet long, stared at them with wide, golden eyes, its gaze filled with a human-like contempt. It certainly had the right to look down on the 2, for it was a genuine 4th-tier low-grade demon beast. Last time, these 2, along with another person, came to try and steal the 5-element spirit fruit. It guarded, but it killed one of them and severely injured the other 2, forcing them to flee. If it hadn't been unable to leave the 5-colored spirit pool, these 2 wouldn't have been able to escape at all. This beast is so arrogant. Once we obtain the 5-element spirit fruit, and form our golden cores, we will definitely come back here to skin it and extract its core, avenging fellow Taoist Mo. Yan Qiang's gaze met the 5-colored dragonfish's, and his expression darkened as he spoke harshly in a low voice. He had suffered a great loss last time, almost being beaten to death, and he harbored deep hatred for the 5-colored dragonfish. Let's settle the score later. Today, obtaining the 5-element spirit fruit is the priority. Luo Qingni said, immediately reaching out and patting her storage bag at her waist, taking out 2 enormous puppets. Her 2 puppets, one a blue turtle puppet in animal form and the other a warrior puppet in human form, were both top-grade 3rd tier, equivalent to 2 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators. 2 top-grade 3rd tier puppets. Fellow Taoist Luo truly lives up to her reputation as a master alchemist. Her connections are indeed extensive, Yan Qiang said, looking at Luo Qingni's 2 puppets with envy. Mechanical puppets weren't uncommon in the Great Zhou Kingdom, they could be bought in many markets. However, most puppets available in markets were 1st tier, 2nd tier puppets weren't openly for sale. 3rd tier puppets only occasionally appeared at certain auctions. Luo Qingni's 2 top-grade 3rd tier puppets were treasures even harder to find at ordinary auctions. If an ordinary cultivation family could obtain 2 such puppets, as long as they didn't provoke golden core cultivators, they wouldn't have to worry about the safety of their family line ending. Faced with Yan Qiang's praise, Luo Qingni calmly said, fellow Taoist Yan, don't hold back. My 2 puppets alone can't withstand that beast's attack. Of course, I can't let fellow Taoist Luo underestimate me. Yan Qiang smiled slightly, then immediately took off a black bag from his waist and loosened the opening. A foul stench suddenly entered Luo Qingni's mouth and nose, causing her to frown and close her sense of smell. Then, 2 blue-faced, fanged corpses appeared beside Yan Qiang. The aura emanating from these 2 corpses had also reached the 3rd rank, but unlike Luo Qingni's puppets, which had reached the upper rank of the 3rd rank, they were only at the middle rank of the 3rd rank. Originally, I also wanted to find a high-grade 3rd-tier refined corpse, but the corpse demon sect of Fen Kingdom is currently being suppressed by this Hengyang Palace, and its various refined corpses have suffered great losses. I only managed to obtain 2 mid-grade 3rd-tier refined corpses despite my best efforts, but fortunately, if we are willing to use secret medicine to stimulate them at any cost, these 2 refined corpses can temporarily unleash the combat power of a high-grade 3rd-tier corpse, so they won't be a burden, Yan Qiang said, seemingly feeling that he was taking advantage of Luo Qingni, so he patted his storage bag at his waist and took out a talisman. The talisman was imprinted with an 8-sided mace pattern, emitting a hazy yellow spiritual light. Then he said, "This mountain-striking mace talisman was crafted by a senior of our sect who was at the late Golden Core stage as his natal magic weapon. Under my activation, it can temporarily unleash the power equivalent to a pseudo-magic weapon." "Very good, then let's prepare to make our move." Luo Qingni nodded in satisfaction, and without saying much, she took out a jade bottle and swallowed a purplish-red pill. Yan Qiang followed suit, swallowing the same pill as her. Boom. After swallowing the pill, the magical power aura on the two of them suddenly surged. Originally at the late Purple Mansion stage, their magical power was now 30% greater than normal. Then, using this surge of magical power, the two of them activated their magic weapons and talismans. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by two beast-like howls, Yan Qiang's two refined corpses, after being fed 2 bottles of secret medicine, also saw their aura surge, barely reaching the upper grade 3rd rank. Then, under Yan Qiang's command, their corpse energy condensed into armor, and they lunged at the 5-colored dragonfish with bared fangs and claws. At the same time, Luo Qingni's warrior puppet also took off a large silver-white bow from its back, drew its bow, and shot a silver-white beam of light at the 5-colored dragonfish. Yan Qiang also used his mountain-striking mace talisman, the ruler magic weapon he used when fighting Zhou Chun, and a giant earthen yellow seal magic weapon, all of which he used to attack the 5-colored dragonfish. Luo Qingni, on the other hand, used a cyan wooden staff talisman, which transformed into a cyan dragon and pounced on the 5-colored dragonfish. At the same time, she flicked several magic talismans in her hands, instantly transforming them into several high-grade 3rd-tier spells that struck the 5-colored dragonfish. These two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators were truly all out once they moved. Their offensive was something no other Purple Mansion cultivator could withstand. But the 5-colored dragonfish was an exception. The 5-colored dragonfish opened its mouth and spat out a protective shield of 5-colored light, enveloping the entire 5-colored spirit pool. Immediately, a 5-colored wave swept out, easily engulfing the two charging corpses and scattering all kinds of spells and magical artifacts. Only 2 talismanic treasures managed to break through the onslaught of the 5-colored wave, striking the 5-colored shield and causing it to shake violently. However, this did not affect Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni. While using their respective methods to resist the greatly weakened impact of the 5-colored wave, they continued to attack the 5-colored dragonfish. Seeing that the two were unharmed by its attacks, the 5-colored dragonfish was slightly stunned, then revealed its anger. It opened its mouth and spat out an extremely compressed 5-colored beam of light, blasting towards Luo Qingni. However, the tortoise puppet in front of Luo Qingni reacted instantly, its body shimmering with countless runes, transforming into a tortoise shield glowing with blue ice light, blocking the 5-colored pillar of light. This 5-colored pillar of light, comparable to a strike from a golden core cultivator's magic weapon, failed to shatter the tortoise shield, not even leaving a noticeable scratch. This situation astonished not only the 5-colored dragonfish but also Yan Qiang. However, he remained calm despite his shock, taking advantage of the 5-colored dragonfish's attack, locking onto Luo Qingni, and once again activated several magic weapons to bombard the 5-colored shield. The two corpse-refining beasts, previously severely injured in the 5-colored waves, also pounced on the 5-colored shield, wielding their sharp claws and violently striking it. With this combined with the continuous attacks of the two magic weapons, even the 5-colored shield began to show slight cracks. Seeing this, Yan Qiang shouted with joy, "Ha ha ha, it seems we guessed right. Although this beast has advanced to the 4th rank, it is still suppressed by the formation here and cannot unleash its full strength." Luo Qingni also smiled, but remained calm and said in a deep voice, "Continue to intensify the attack. I'll have the puppets pick the spirit fruits." After saying that, she raised her hand and patted the storage bag at her waist, pulling out another handful of 3rd-grade high-quality magic talismans. If Zhou Chun saw this scene, he would definitely scold her for being a spendthrift. 3rd-grade high-quality magic talismans are extremely precious. Not to mention the high price of one talisman, which is worth a foundation establishment pill. Even buying one depends on luck, and one can only try their luck at an auction. But for Luo Qingni, who is a master alchemist, 3rd-grade high-quality magic talismans are not difficult to obtain. She can even get 3rd-grade high-quality puppets, let alone mere magic talismans. In this way, under the continuous and fierce attack of the two, the 5-colored protective barrier was quickly broken. To prevent the five-colored spirit pool from being destroyed, the five-colored dragonfish had to expend its magic power to create another five-colored wall in front of it, blocking the two's attacks. However, seeing a glimmer of hope, Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni launched a relentless financial offensive. With the help of numerous magic talismans, the two managed to suppress the five-colored dragonfish, forcing it to focus solely on defending against various attacks. It was under these circumstances that Luo Qingni's warrior puppet suddenly put away its longbow, grabbed the shield, and charged towards the five-element spirit fruit tree on the other side of the five-colored spirit pool. The five-element spirit fruit tree was protected by a shield, so the five-colored dragonfish didn't offer much protection. Taking advantage of the dragonfish's distraction, the warrior puppet easily reached the shield and struck it with a special breaking seal talisman. Instantly, the protective array shield of the five-element spirit fruit tree was breached by the power of the breaking seal talisman. The warrior puppet rushed into the breach the instant it appeared, and within 3 breaths, it had chopped down all 3 five-element spirit fruits, and collected them into a cloth bag. Then, just before the breach in the protective barrier was about to close, it threw the bag out. At that moment, the 2 humans and the demon, 3 pairs of eyes, simultaneously stared at the flying bag. Chapter 415 Zhou Chun, who appeared out of nowhere. On the mysterious island, the situation changed immediately after the bag containing 3 five-element spiritual fruits was thrown out by the warrior puppet. Yan Qiang, who had been fiercely attacking the five-colored dragonfish, suddenly stretched out his hand, and a silver light shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for the thrown bag. "Fellow Taoist Yan, what are you doing?" Luo Qingni shouted angrily, her face changing drastically, her eyes filled with shock and rage. Hearing her words, Yan Qiang's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. The five-element spiritual fruits were extremely important. How could Yan Qiang allow them to fall into someone else's hands first? Such treasures, concerning one's own path and destiny, could only bring peace of mind if he obtained them first. When I reach the core formation stage, I'll consume 1, and the remaining 2 will be offered as tribute to my sect's patriarch. He'll surely be able to persuade him to accept me as a disciple, bestow upon me magical treasures and pills, and my path to enlightenment will be worry-free, he thought smugly, already arranging the distribution of the 3 five-element spiritual fruits he had acquired. But to his surprise, just as the silver light was about to strike the bag, a verdant figure suddenly flew out from inside and bit the incoming light squeak, accompanied by a pitiful squeal. A silver-white rat was caught in midair by a verdant venomous snake, both falling to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused Yan Qiang's expression to change drastically. Before he could use any other methods, Luo Qingni had already collected the bag and placed it in her storage pouch. "Fellow Taoist Yan, do you have anything to say now?" Luo Qingni looked at Yan Qiang with a smile, no longer concealing her smugness. "You bitch. You knew all along I had an electric rat." Yan Qiang's forward veins bulged, his face contorted with rage as he glared at her, looking as if he wanted to devour her alive. Seeing him reveal his true colors so quickly, the smile on Luo Qingni's face vanished instantly. She sneered, "Of course I didn't know you kept such a little thing, but I knew you old thief wouldn't be so rule-abiding. It seems I wasn't wrong about you at all." With that, she turned and ran. "Where do you think you're going?" Yan Qiang roared, immediately withdrawing his mountain-striking mace that had been attacking the five-colored dragonfish and striking at Luo Qingni. But Luo Qingni didn't even glance at the incoming treasure, her steps unwavering. Because at that moment, the turtle puppet that had been protecting her suddenly stepped in front of the flying mace, blocking Yan Qiang's vengeful blow. Just as Yan Qiang was about to launch further attacks, the five-colored dragonfish, seeing that he and Luo Qingni had stopped attacking it, seized the opportunity to counterattack. A bubble-like, five-colored water ball was spat out by the five-colored dragonfish, instantly exploding beside Yan Qiang, the powerful blast sending him flying. At the same time, a five-colored beam of light pierced the air, accurately striking Luo Qingni, who had already escaped some distance. The tortoise puppet was still defending against the mountain-striking mace talisman and couldn't provide any support to Luo Qingni. However, after the five-colored beam struck her, no screams were heard, only a broken wooden plaque remained. A dozen feet ahead, Luo Qingni reappeared, continuing her rapid escape from the 100-fruit garden. The five-colored dragonfish stared in disbelief at this scene, its eyes filled with confusion, unable to understand why its attack, which had clearly hit someone, had resulted in this. Yan Qiang, who had also survived its attack, saw this and his expression changed. He had already figured out the reason. I knew this bitch's cultivation technique was extraordinary, but I didn't expect her to possess such a substitution technique. This time, I miscalculated, he thought inwardly, but he didn't intend to give up. With a flick of his sleeve, he suddenly launched several earthen yellow orbs behind him. With several loud bangs, a thick, earthy yellow mist obscured a large area nearby. This was an item he had prepared specifically for his retreat. It was a concoction of earth evil energy and some special spiritual substance, possessing extremely strong interference capabilities, effectively disrupting the perception of the five-colored dragonfish, a type of demonic beast. Originally, he planned to use it to escape after obtaining the five-element spiritual fruit, but now he could only use it to prevent the five-colored dragonfish from entangled with him. Having broken free from the five-colored dragonfish's lock, he immediately gave chase to Luo Qingni. The two chased and fled, and soon left the 100-fruit garden. Only the five-colored dragonfish, having lost its target, remained, frantically attacking the two puppets and two refined corpses, venting its anger. After Luo Qingni and Yan Qiang left the 100-fruit garden, Luo Qingni was soon caught up by Yan Qiang, whose speed had increased dramatically after using a secret technique, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Yan Qiang, I'll give you a five-element spirit fruit, and we'll call it a day, shall we? In a courtyard, Luo Qingni struggled against Yan Qiang's attacks while trying to reconcile. Fine, but you have to give me the five-element spirit fruit first, Yan Qiang replied without hesitation, but his attacks didn't stop. Seeing this, Luo Qingni angrily shouted, "Old thief Yan, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I'll say it one last time, if you stop now, I'll give you a five-element spirit fruit after we leave. I swear on my inner demon oath to guarantee its truthfulness." Hearing her words, Yan Qiang's attack slowed slightly, seemingly showing some reluctance. Upon realizing this, Luo Qingni's tone softened immediately, and she said in a deep voice, "One, five-element spirit fruit, is enough to help you form your core. If you're greedy for too much, be careful you won't get anything. HMPH, you make it sound so easy. Why don't I take 2 five-element spirit fruits, and you take 1, Yan Qiang said in a strange tone with a gloomy expression. Although he was somewhat tempted, he seemed unwilling to completely follow Luo Qingni's wishes. So the two continued their fight while simultaneously haggling over every penny. Time rewinds to when Luo Qingni had just escaped from the 100-fruit garden. At that time, after escaping, she hurriedly took out a talisman, activated it, and launched it into the sky before continuing her escape. Just as Luo Qingni activated the talisman, Zhou Chun, who was searching for spiritual herbs in a forest along the shore of Muley Lake, suddenly felt a heat in his chest. The talisman he kept close to his body instantly flew out automatically, transforming into a small blue bird and flying rapidly towards Muley Lake. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted. He hurriedly summoned the wood spirit back, then put away his spirit pet and chased after the small blue bird. The blue bird flew extremely fast, and Zhou Chun had to exert all his strength to catch up. After chasing it for over 1,000 miles over Muley Lake, it suddenly disappeared from Zhou Chun's sight. This situation startled Zhou Chun slightly, and he couldn't help but descend, hovering several hundred feet away from where the bluebird had disappeared. Is it an illusionary formation? Zhou Chun looked thoughtfully at the seemingly normal sky and lake surface ahead, vaguely guessing what was going on. He knew, of course, that some powerful formations could completely prevent a cultivator like him from detecting anything unusual, and he wouldn't even know that an illusionary formation existed where he had passed through. To verify his guess, Zhou Chun waved his hand and sent out a golden light. The golden light flew into the void ahead and quickly disappeared. But even after witnessing the scene, he didn't sense anything unusual at all. Zhou Chun's expression immediately changed. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs walk. Even if he wasn't a formation master, he knew just how powerful a formation was that could absorb his attack right before his eyes without him noticing anything amiss. Luo Qingni and Yan Qiang are really lucky. They actually discovered such a secret realm here. His eyes flashed, and Zhou Chun finally understood the purpose of Luo Qingni and Yan Qiang's trip. Clearly, the two already knew about the secret realm hidden by the forbidden formation and possessed the method to enter. The fact that these two late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators were willing to risk everything to come to this secret realm meant that there must be something inside that they absolutely needed. What that thing was wasn't hard to guess. But why did Luo Qingni call me here? She should know I can't enter this secret realm. Could it be? A strange light flashed in his eyes, and Zhou Chun vaguely understood Luo Qingni's intention in calling him over. Without further hesitation, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, summoning the thunder dragon Bai Bai and giving it some instructions. Upon receiving these instructions, Bai Bai immediately flicked its tail and plunged into the lake below, disappearing into the water. Dragons are the overlords of the water, and although Bai Bai was a thunder dragon, it was still very comfortable in the water, making concealment easy. As for Zhou Chun himself, he wasn't particularly skilled in concealment, so there was no need for him to hide. After waiting on the water's surface for about 3/4 of an hour, a figure suddenly flashed in the sky, and Luo Qingni appeared out of thin air. Before Zhou Chun could greet her, Yan Qiang also appeared in the sky. Both of them were dozens of miles away from Zhou Chun, so they didn't notice him immediately. As Yan Qiang appeared in the sky, he coldly looked at Luo Qingni and said, "Luo Qingni, shouldn't you give me the 5-element spirit fruit now?" Luo Qingni immediately nodded and said, "Of course. Since I've made a vow to break my inner demons, I naturally can't go against it." Before Yan Qiang could be pleased, she added, "But could you please stay away from me, fellow Taoist Yan? I'm afraid you'll attack me again after you get the fruit. HMPH, you'd better not try anything funny. Don't forget the ironclad rule that the inner demon vow will definitely activate when breaking through a major realm." Yan Qiang gave a displeased snort, warned her, and then distanced himself from Luo Qingni, retreating several thousand feet away. Luo Qingni didn't try to fool him. She quickly patted her storage pouch at her waist, took out the cloth bag containing the 5-element spirit fruit, and took one out, examining it in her palm. Holding the spirit fruit radiating a 5-colored halo, she sighed with reluctance. What a wonderful thing. If it weren't for the fact that the only way to leave the secret realm cave is through the Qiankan platform, I would never have given such a treasure to you, you treacherous old scoundrel Yan. Yan Qiang had no time to listen to her. After she took out the spirit fruit, his gaze was fixed on it, and he shouted excitedly, "Stop dawdling. Hand over the 5-element spirit fruit to me now." HMPH, giving the 5-element spirit fruit to you, you old scoundrel, is a terrible waste. Luo Qingni snorted lightly, her voice carrying for miles. Then, with a flick of her jade hand, she tossed the 5-element spirit fruit towards Yan Qiang. At the same time, she said calmly, "Old scoundrel Yan, the 5-element spirit fruit is yours now. I won't keep you company any longer." With that, she transformed into a streak of azure light and disappeared into the distance. Yan Qiang, however, paid no attention to what she said. He hurriedly channeled his magic to catch the flying 5-element spirit fruit and quickly stepped forward to take it. But at that moment, a bolt of silver-white lightning shot out from underwater, arriving before him in the blink of an eye and swallowing the fruit whole, which he had been holding back with his magic. This sight widened Yan Qiang's eyes, and then his hoarse shout echoed through the sky. "My 5-element spirit fruit!" In the distance, Luo Qingni's fleeing figure had stopped at some point. She turned back to look at the sky behind her, where a silver dragon, its body crackling with electricity, was closing its mouth. Seeing this, she was first startled, then chuckled softly. "It seems I underestimated fellow Taoist Zhang. I didn't expect his dragon to be such a rare thunder dragon." Then, with a gloating expression, she muttered to herself, "Old thief Yan, I only said I'd give you the 5-element spirit fruit, not that it would be in your hands. Having the fruit snatched right in front of you doesn't mean I broke my vow to my inner demons." With that, she landed on the water's surface, where the dark blue-green giant tortoise, which had arrived unnoticed, caught her. Judging from her expression, she clearly had no intention of interfering in the fight between Zhou Chun and Yan Qiang. As for Yan Qiang, after witnessing his 5-element spirit fruit being swallowed whole by the thunder dragon right before his eyes, his heart was shattered. The word anger alone could not adequately describe his feelings at that moment. To obtain the 5-element spirit fruit, he and Luo Qingni had meticulously prepared for over a decade, spending almost their entire fortune on items to combat the 5-color dragonfish. Whether it was his 2 mid-grade 3rd-tier refined corpses, the mountain-striking mace talisman, or Luo Qingni's 2 high-grade 3rd-tier puppets, along with other consumable talismans and pills, all had cost a fortune in spirit coins. If they hadn't acquired many valuable items while exploring this cave, they wouldn't have been able to acquire these treasures. Now, the 5-element spirit fruit, which he had risked everything for, had been snatched away right before his eyes. This was more infuriating and hateful than death itself. He didn't even consider who the Silver Dragon's owner was, nor the formidable combat power of the third-tier Thunder Dragon. He launched a furious and relentless attack on the Thunder Dragon. "I'll kill you, you beast," he roared, activating his magic weapon to strike the Thunder Dragon, acting like a madman. However, how could Lei Jiao Bai fight him alone? Its body crackled with silver lightning, and it instantly transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, disappearing from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already 1,000 feet away. Then, it flashed several more times, quickly reuniting with Zhou Chun, who had arrived. It then presented the 5-element spirit fruit it had swallowed, offering it to Zhou Chun like a precious treasure. Is this the legendary 5-element spirit fruit? Truly extraordinary. Zhou Chun examined the fruit presented by his beloved pet, then took out a jade box and put it into his storage bag. He then smiled and looked at Yan Qiang, who was rapidly approaching, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yan, for the 5-element spirit fruit." Fellow Taoist Yan is truly a kind person. The impact of these words was no less than that of a 4th-tier magic talisman. Upon hearing this, Yan Qiang was instantly consumed by rage and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he glared angrily at Zhou Chun and shouted, "Zhang Liang, you little thief, return my 5-element spirit fruit." Before the shout had even finished, he summoned his magic weapon and attacked Zhou Chun. "Fellow Taoist Yan, why are you cursing me? Did you, with your noble character, personally hand over the 5-element spirit fruit to me, Zhang Liang?" Zhou Chun continued to provoke Yan Qiang with his words, but his actions didn't falter. He immediately summoned a Black Water's One Turtle Shield to protect himself, blocking Yan Qiang's attack. Then, without his command, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai opened its mouth and spat out a thick bolt of silver-white lightning that struck Yan Qiang, causing his protective shield to shake violently. Seeing that Zhou Chun had easily blocked his attack this time, Yan Qiang finally understood that Zhou Chun had deliberately held back when he tested Zhou Chun's strength. This made him feel even more humiliated. He was both ashamed and furious, and roared, "I'll fight you to the death, you little thief." He made a hand seal, and a crimson flame suddenly erupted from his body. His flesh rapidly withered and shrank, and his vital energy rapidly drained away, making him appear decades older. However, contrary to his physical condition, his magical power surged rapidly. After the great battle with the 5-colored dragonfish in the secret cave and the subsequent fight with Luo Qingni, his magical power was already less than 3/10 of what it used to be. But now, by burning his own essence, blood, and even lifespan through a secret technique, his magical power quickly recovered to its full potential, even becoming several times stronger. With such powerful magical power, even though the mountain-striking mace talisman had already exhausted its last bit of power in the previous battle with Luo Qingni, Yan Qiang was confident he could defeat Zhou Chun. Suddenly, a dense yellow light surged from his body, forming a phantom yellow armor that protected him. The lightning spells from the Thunder Flood Dragon struck the yellow armor, only slightly dimming its luster. They couldn't truly shake its defense. This was a defensive divine ability attached to Yan Qiang's top-tier cultivation technique, and with his current magical power, its defensive strength far surpassed that of ordinary high-grade third-tier spells. He also possessed a very sturdy earthen yellow shield-like defensive artifact. Under this multiple layer of protection, he completely ignored the Thunder Flood Dragon's attacks, focusing solely on wielding his earthen yellow ruler artifact and another earthen yellow giant seal artifact to launch a fierce attack on Zhou Chun. Under his relentless assault, Zhou Chun, relying solely on the Black Water's One Turtle Shield artifact, quickly found himself struggling. He was forced to summon the Qianjin Ring artifact for reinforcement, and simultaneously unleash the Fire Flood Dragon token, summoning the Crimson Fire Flood to counterattack Yan Qiang. The two exchanged blows, engaging in a fierce battle above Muley Lake. Tisk tisk tisk, this fellow Taoist Zhang's strength is truly extraordinary. I wonder which major sect's golden core seed he is. In the distance, Luo Qingni watched the battle between the two men while refining pills to recover her mana, completely at ease. She was undoubtedly extremely proud of herself. With 2 5-element spirit fruits in hand, forming a golden core was no problem at all. And with her alchemy skills, she was extremely confident that she could quickly catch up with Master Zheyun after reaching the golden core stage. At that time, she only needed to quietly stay in Xian'an Immortal City to refine pills, and she would have everything. But what made her most proud was her successful scheming against Yan Qiang. Not only had she successfully used the poisonous snake hidden in the bag to outmaneuver Yan Qiang and successfully seize the 5-element spirit fruits, but she had also deliberately delayed, luring Zhou Chun here and using Zhou Chun to hold off Yan Qiang, giving her the opportunity to recover her mana and watch the two fight from the sidelines. Seeing Yan Qiang burning his essence, life force, and lifespan to reclaim the 5-element spirit fruit, Luo Qingni was overjoyed. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, understood he'd been tricked by Luo Qingni. However, he harbored no resentment towards her, even feeling grateful for the opportunity. After all, a spiritual object like the 5-element spirit fruit wasn't something easily found. Luo Qingni had given him such a generous gift. What did this little scheme matter? Therefore, even though he could have escaped, he didn't choose to flee, instead engaging Yan Qiang in a fierce battle. After nearly 2/4 of an hour of intense fighting, seeing that he hadn't managed to defeat Zhou Chun, Yan Qiang grew increasingly anxious and angry. He knew, of course, that Luo Qingni wouldn't remain a spectator. After all, his previous actions had severely offended her. If he couldn't defeat Zhou Chun and retrieve the 5-element spirit fruit quickly, he feared for his life once Luo Qingni recovered and joined the battle. "Damn little thief, you forced me to this." Yan Qiang's eyes hardened, as if he had made a firm decision. Suddenly, his attack slowed, his hands forming hand seals, and yellow spiritual light began to gather in his palms. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong. For a late-stage purple mansion cultivator like Yan Qiang to gather power, the divine ability he was about to unleash must be incredibly powerful. Zhou Chun certainly couldn't let him unleash it safely. Therefore, he unhesitatingly ordered Lei Jiao Bai to use its ultimate move to interrupt. Lightning suddenly gathered on Lei Jiao Bai's dragon horns, quickly unleashing a domineering and sharp lightning blade that slashed toward Yan Qiang. Previously, Bai's lightning attacks had been ineffective against Yan Qiang, unable to break through his double defenses and injure him. However, the lightning blade was unstoppable, easily slicing through Yan Qiang's earthen yellow shield magic weapon, and then continuing its momentum to strike the armor phantom. Instantly, cracks appeared on the armor phantom, as if it would shatter and dissipate at any moment. But in the end, it held on until the lightning blade dissipated first. Not good. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively sensed great danger. So he didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately let out a low shout to inject his magic power into the Black Water's One Turtle shield, activating the shadow of this One Turtle divine power that he had never used before. Dense black spiritual light surged from the turtle shell magic weapon, quickly forming a black One Turtle phantom that enveloped Zhou Chun. Even the turtle shell itself stuck to his back, as if he had become a turtle immortal. At the same time, Yan Qiang also unleashed the divine power he had been preparing. Generally speaking, cultivators of earth elemental techniques are skilled in defense rather than offense, and earth elemental spells are mostly used for defense and trapping enemies. However, there is also an extremely powerful offensive technique within earth elemental magic, petrification. Petrification can turn an enemy into solid rock, directly stripping them of their life. This is even more domineering than ice elemental techniques that freeze enemies. However, petrification is extremely difficult to cultivate, and the methods for cultivating it are extremely rare. Very few people can obtain and successfully cultivate it. Yan Qiang is one of those very few. He comes from the Huangshi Sect, a major sect in the Great Zhou Kingdom. As a major sect renowned for its earth elemental techniques and earth elemental spells, the Huangshi Sect possesses several cultivation methods for petrification techniques. The technique Yan Qiang is currently using is one of them, called Petrifying Serpent. A long, grayish-yellow serpent suddenly flew out from in front of him, pouncing towards Zhou Chun. The long snake didn't seem particularly remarkable, but its appearance immediately gave Zhou Chun a sense of impending doom. He unleashed a heaven-splitting blade spell, but it was petrified into a stone blade the moment it touched the snake and fell into the water. Petrification, Zhou Chun exclaimed in shock, finally realizing what the snake was. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly ordered the Thunder Dragon to attack the snake, while he himself summoned the Golden Ring magic weapon to intercept it. At the same time, he quickly activated the Impregnable Mountain magic power to add a layer of defense to himself. But even lightning was instantly petrified into a lightning-shaped stone upon contact with the snake. The Golden Ring, a mid-grade third-tier defensive magic weapon, also failed to stop the snake's advance, quickly petrifying into a stone ring, its spiritual essence lost, and falling into the lake. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly reached into his storage bag, preparing to take out the golden light bowl, a talismanic treasure, to activate it. He had already used this talisman once when stealing the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass, and later acquired the powerful defensive magic weapon, the Blackwater's One Turtle Shield. He had kept this talisman as a trump card, not wanting to waste its power. However, after witnessing the power of the petrifying snake, Zhou Chun no longer had complete confidence in the shadow of the One Turtle and didn't want to gamble his life on this possibility. However, before he could activate the talisman he had just taken out, the petrifying snake suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing before him. In an instant, a section of the golden mountain formed by solid as a golden mountain was petrified, while the petrified snake easily burrowed through the petrified mountain wall and crashed into the black One Turtle phantom. Immediately, the black and yellow forces clashed fiercely, and the originally black One Turtle phantom was visibly stained with a layer of yellow. After a few breaths, the yellow hue seemed to tire and quickly receded. It blocked. Inside the illusory One Turtle, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy, his heart finally at ease. He instinctively put the talisman he had just held into his sleeve. It actually blocked. Yan Qiang stared wide-eyed at Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with disbelief. Only he himself truly knew the power of his petrifying serpent's divine ability. Aside from the somewhat long casting time, the power of this divine ability was far beyond what a third-tier technique could withstand, as it was a divine ability that only golden core cultivators could successfully cultivate. Yan Qiang was able to use it in the late Purple Mansion stage entirely because his top-tier cultivation technique could nurture a pure earth spiritual power, allowing him to use this divine ability in a clever way. But he never expected that even after using this divine ability, he still couldn't kill Zhou Chun, a mere early Purple Mansion cultivator. A profound sense of loss overwhelmed Yan Qiang in an instant. He didn't even see the murderous glint in Lei Jiao Bai's eyes. By the time he suddenly sensed the impending danger, it was too late. A silver ball of lightning, the size of a human head, suddenly spewed from Lei Jiao Bai's mouth, landing beside Yan Qiang in a flash. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Yan Qiang vanished from the world. He and everything he owned were reduced to ashes by the overwhelmingly powerful heavenly divine thunder. Bye, you? Zhou Chun opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but then sighed, suppressing his accusations. He didn't actually want Bye to reveal her trump card, the heavenly divine thunder, because he didn't fully trust Luo Qingni. Moreover, they were currently on the Dolan grassland, and danger could arise at any moment. An opportunity to unleash the heavenly divine thunder could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Now that they'd wasted one opportunity on Yan Qiang, unless they happened to encounter a thunderstorm and could absorb the power of heavenly lightning to replenish themselves, they only had 2 more chances left. However, Zhou Chun also knew that Bye did this out of loyalty to its master, having been frightened by Yan Qiang's petrifying serpent's divine power. As a dragon, it was more sensitive to danger than Zhou Chun, and knew exactly how dangerous that petrifying serpent was. Even as a dragon, if it were hit, it would most likely perish instantly. Under such circumstances, it naturally couldn't help but want to use its strongest divine power, heavenly divine lightning, to nip the source of danger in the bud. Therefore, Zhou Chun couldn't really blame it at this moment. He could only collect the 3 magical artifacts left behind by Yan Qiang and then ride the dragon towards Luo Qingni. At this moment, Luo Qingni was also completely dumbfounded, having been frightened by Bai's heavenly divine lightning. As she watched the white thunder dragon fly towards her, she couldn't help but tremble, a sense of fear rising in her heart. Chapter 416 Earth Dragon Turns Over. Inside a cave at the bottom of Muley Lake, a bright water-repelling pearl was embedded in the cave ceiling, forming a water-repelling barrier that pushed the lake water outwards, creating a waterless space several meters in size. Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni were sitting cross-legged facing each other in this waterless space. This place was originally the lair of a second-tier water demon, but because of the two's arrival, the water demon became easy prey for the thunder dragon, and the lair was also occupied by them. The thunderstorm earlier was too intense. There are also multi-winged clan mages hunting lake monsters around Muley Lake. It will definitely attract some people to come and investigate. We'll probably have to hide for a while before we can leave, Zhou Chun said, breaking the silence as he looked at Luo Qingni inside the cave. He had previously seen those multi-winged clan mages hunting aquatic monsters while flying in the sky around Muley Lake. However, relatively speaking, the multi-winged clan mages rarely ventured into the deeper areas of Muley Lake. After all, while Muley Lake has a vast water area, there are very few islands where one can rest. If one goes too deep, some low-level and mid-level mages might not have enough stamina to get out. And fighting in the water is even more difficult for these multi-winged mages than for human cultivators. However, the commotion caused by Lei Jiao Bai earlier was really too great, and Zhou Chun was worried that it would attract the attention of high-level multi-winged mages. So he quickly persuaded Luo Qingni to dive to the bottom of the lake with him, and they temporarily settled in this water demon cave. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Luo Qingni chimed in, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is right. It would indeed be safer for us to hide for now." As soon as she said this, her eyes darted around, and she seemed to have let go of some of her worries. Suddenly, she looked at Zhou Chun and said, "But I really didn't expect fellow Taoist Zhang to be so powerful. Even Yan Qiang died at your hands." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head, saying, "Master Luo is joking. If Yan Qiang and you hadn't expended a great deal of mana and trump cards in that secret realm, how could I, with my meager strength, be their match?" Then, seemingly afraid that Luo Qingni would continue to press him about the heavenly divine thunder, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "To be honest, I also have some doubts. What if a high-level mage from the multi-winged clan comes to investigate and discovers that secret realm?" Luo Qingni could see through his thoughts, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, everyone has secrets, and she certainly didn't want outsiders to touch upon her own secrets. So, following Zhou Chun's words, she replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you can rest assured about that. Even if a high-level mage came to investigate, or even a grand mage, they wouldn't be able to see anything." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's curiosity grew even stronger, and he couldn't help but ask, "Could you tell me about that secret realm?" "Of course, if Master Luo finds it difficult, just pretend I didn't ask." He had only been trying it out and didn't have high expectations. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Luo Qingni hesitated only slightly before quickly nodding and saying, "Anyway, I've already achieved my goal, so telling you is fine." Then she told Zhou Chun about the secret island. It turned out that the secret island was a secret cave dwelling created by a nascent soul stage cultivator of the human race. Its existence dates back to before the establishment of Xian'an Immortal City. In short, it was extremely ancient. Over 100 years ago, while adventuring on the Dolan grassland, Luo Qingni obtained some information about a secret island and 3 tokens for entering and exiting it from a ruined cave. She initially used the tokens to enter and loot the island, but discovered that the true treasure troves were guarded by powerful forbidden spells, puppets, and demonic beasts, far beyond her capabilities alone. This led her to seek teammates. After careful consideration, Yan Qiang and another cultivator surnamed Mo were selected as her teammates. The trio explored the island multiple times, reaping many valuable rewards. However, their exploration of the 100-fruit garden was thwarted by the presence of a 5-color dragonfish. The cultivator surnamed Mo perished in the battle with the dragonfish, and Yan Qiang and Luo Qingni were also seriously injured, forcing them to abandon the 5-element spirit fruit and flee the cave. What happened next was simple. Knowing the power of the 5-colored dragonfish and unwilling to relinquish the rare 5-element spirit fruit, a treasure that could aid in their core formation, the 2 spent years collecting treasures to combat it, successfully obtaining the fruit during their trip to the secret island. However, Yan Qiang's desire to keep the treasure for himself led to a falling out and a fierce battle after the successful acquisition. Ultimately, Luo Qingni proved more cunning, using Zhou Chun, a planted spy, to defeat Yan Qiang. Actually, Luo Qingni's explanation was somewhat vague. For example, she certainly knew who the nascent soul stage cultivator who left the secret island was, what treasures were inside, and perhaps she never intended for Yan Qiang to leave alive. But Zhou Chun certainly wouldn't expose these things. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't reveal too much detail either, and might not even want to tell outsiders. He estimated that if Bai Bai's previous heavenly divine thunder hadn't been so incredibly powerful, frightening the other party, Luo Qingni might not have been willing to bring up the current situation. However, after hearing Luo Qingni's words, Zhou Chun inwardly lamented the loss. It was a pity that Yan Qiang's storage bag had been blasted apart by that heavenly divine thunder, destroying everything inside. Otherwise, The talisman allowing entry and exit from the secret island would be his now. But he could only think about this in his heart, while outwardly remaining expressionless as he looked at Luo Qingni and asked, I have another question. If I, Zhang, hadn't arrived here in time as Master Luo had arranged, what would Master Luo have done? And why did Master Luo trust that I, whom you've only met a few times, would follow your instructions to come and help you? Hearing his question, Luo Qingni immediately replied, if fellow Taoist Zhang hadn't come, then I could only fulfill my promise and give a 5-element spiritual fruit to that old thief Yan. After all, given my condition at the time, and being in the alien land of the Dolan grassland, it's impossible to really fight him to the death. As for why I believe fellow Taoist Zhang will follow the arrangements, I wasn't entirely sure he would come. I just wanted to be on the safe side. After all, I'm even less familiar with fellow Taoist Lu Cheng and the others, and I don't know if they're colluding with Yan Qiang. The only person I can trust is you, fellow Taoist Zhang. She then glanced meaningfully at Zhou Chun and said, now it seems I wasn't wrong about fellow Taoist Zhang, and even greatly underestimated him. Zhou Chun was speechless upon hearing her answer. Was the truth really that simple? Were his previous guesses simply wishful thinking or overestimating his own abilities? But he was still glad he had chosen to believe Luo Qingni and come here. Otherwise, he would have missed a tremendous opportunity to form his core. Thinking of the 5-element spirit fruit he had snatched from Yan Qiang's grasp, Zhou Chun's heart stirred again. He looked at Luo Qingni once more and asked, since Yan Qiang came to explore the secret realm with you, Master Luo, and now that he's dead here, aren't you afraid of his sect's repercussions? Yan Qiang swore an oath to his inner demons, promising not to reveal the existence of the secret realm island to anyone else in any form. Given the opportunity to obtain the 5-element spirit fruit, he would absolutely not dare to break his oath. Therefore, the Huangshi sect certainly wouldn't know of the secret realm island's existence. As for his death while adventuring with me in the Dolan grasslands, if the Huangshi sect knew about that, it would indeed be troublesome, but he didn't die at my hands. I can easily swear an oath to prove I wasn't lying. I doubt the Yellowstone sect could do anything to me then. Besides, after I return to Xian'an Immortal City, I'll go into seclusion to form my core. Once I emerge, who would bother me, a golden core cultivator, for the sake of a dead late-stage purple mansion cultivator like Yan Qiang? Luo Qingni answered Zhou Chun's questions while looking at him with a half-smile. I've answered all of fellow Taoist Zhang's questions. Now, wouldn't you satisfy my curiosity and answer a few of my questions? Oh, what does Master Luo want to ask? Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became highly vigilant, but he didn't refuse outright. Given the current situation, it was unlikely he and Luo Qingni would fight again. In fact, their previous cooperation might even have deepened their relationship. Therefore, if he could further cultivate a good relationship with Luo Qingni, the alchemy master who was about to successfully form her core, Zhou Chun would naturally be more than willing. However, that didn't mean he was willing to expose any of his secrets. Luo Qingni seemed to sense Zhou Chun's wariness and immediately smiled slightly, saying, fellow Taoist Zhang, there's no need to be nervous. I'll only ask you a few ordinary questions. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to, then please ask, Master Luo. Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Fellow Taoist Zhang, what is your real name? What does your true appearance look like? Where do you come from? And why did you accept this escort mission? Do you have any extra 1,000-year dragon transformation grass? Luo Qingni stared intently at Zhou Chun, rapidly firing off a series of questions. She believed these weren't particularly personal matters. And if Zhou Chun wasn't willing to tell her even these things, it showed he wasn't genuinely interested in building a relationship with her. However, she didn't know that for Zhou Chun, these questions were far more difficult to answer than some matters of personal privacy. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chun bowed respectfully to Luo Qingni and said, Master Luo, it's not that I'm unreasonable, but it's simply that I cannot reveal my real name and appearance to outsiders, otherwise I might bring about my own demise. As for why I accepted the escort mission, it was purely coincidental. I traveled a great distance to the Great Zhou Kingdom to seek help from alchemy masters to refine the dragon transformation pill, to see if I could obtain some pills to improve my magical power, and also because I was curious about the Dolan grassland and wanted to see the scenery of this alien land. Seeing Luo Qingni's displeasure, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I do indeed have a 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. If Master Luo wants it, I'm willing to exchange it. Currently, It seems that the only person in the Zhou family who might need the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass is Zhou Chun. His blood flame dragon python has a good foundation, and after being cultivated to second-tier high grade, it does indeed have a chance to transform into blood flame flood dragon. The other people's demonic beasts, despite having quite a few second-tier dragon-blooded beasts, actually lack the potential to transform into a dragon at all, and have no chance of successfully transforming into a dragon at the third tier. Therefore, exchanging a 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass for treasures is not impossible. This is also the greatest sincerity Zhou Chun can offer at the moment. After all, he and Luo Qingni are not really familiar with each other, and he cannot reveal his true background to her now. That would be tantamount to gambling his life on the other person's character. Fortunately, after hearing that he could exchange for the 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass, Luo Qingni's expression improved slightly. However, he still said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is being far too cautious. I've even told you about this secret island, and you know that I possess the 5-element spiritual fruit. You also know that Yan Qiang died because of my schemes. You should know that I would never betray you, Master Luo, please forgive me. It's just that the person I offended has quite a powerful background, and I dare not easily let him know. If I am no longer afraid of that person in the future, I will definitely apologize to Master Luo in person." Zhou Chun repeatedly bowed and apologized, with a bitter smile on his face. Luo Qingni didn't dwell on the matter and quickly changed the subject, saying, "It's wonderful that fellow Taoist Zhang is willing to exchange for the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass. I can exchange it with you using essence-enhancing pills or other pills that improve your cultivation. I guarantee you won't suffer any loss." Hearing this, Zhou Chun neither agreed nor refused, but looked at her curiously and asked, "May I ask, Master Luo, what do you need the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass for? Do you perhaps also raise a dragon-born demon beast with a potential to transform into a dragon?" "No, that's not it. I just know that a golden core cultivator has been trying to find a dragon transformation pill for his beloved snake demon pet, and he happens to have something that is very useful to me. I'd like to refine another dragon transformation pill to exchange for that item." Luo Qingni shook her head slightly and stated her intention in a deep voice. "Is that so?" Zhou Chun nodded thoughtfully, then said, "Since that's the case, I'm naturally happy to do you a favor and help Master Luo with a small task. Then thank you very much, fellow Taoist Zhang." Luo Qingni's face lit up with joy, and she finally uttered words of thanks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun said half jokingly and half seriously, "I dare not accept Master Luo's thanks. I only hope that Master Luo will have the time to refine pills for me a few more times in the future. That's easy to say. After I successfully form my core, fellow Taoist Zhang, as long as you provide the materials, I can refine pills for you 3 times for free. In the future, I will also give you priority in refining pills." Luo Qingni smiled lightly and readily agreed. She knew that Zhou Chun was just like those cultivators who tried every means to befriend her. They all coveted her pill refining skills and wanted her help with pill refining. She wasn't angry at all, on the contrary, she was very happy. Because she wasn't afraid of others scheming for this, but she was afraid of others scheming for other things. To her, it didn't matter who she helped refine pills for, it would all help her hone and improve her pill refining skills. Next, Zhou Chun immediately produced another 1,000-year dragon transformation grass, while Luo Qingni offered 2 essence-boosting pills and 5 jade crystal pills in exchange. It wasn't a matter of who lost out in this exchange. After all, the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass could fetch up to 100,000 spirit coins if someone needed it. The pills Luo Qingni offered were exactly what Zhou Chun needed. Especially the 5 jade crystal pills, which were used by late-stage purple mansion cultivators to enhance their mana, each worth 15,000 spirit coins. Afterward, Zhou Chun seized the opportunity to inquire about the materials for dragon spirit pills and essence-boosting pills from Luo Qingni, hoping to gather enough materials for 1 or 2 batches. If possible, he naturally wanted to directly exchange for those mana-enhancing pills with Luo Qingni. However, Luo Qingni had already told him when they exchanged pills that she had given him all the such pills she currently possessed. After all, Luo Qingni was already a late-stage purple mansion cultivator and had no need for such pills. Even if she did refine them, she would exchange them for other treasures. Even for a master alchemist like her, gathering the materials needed for a single batch of pills was no easy task. In fact, The reason why our rogue alchemists like her could so easily help other cultivators refine pills was not only to hone their skills and earn spirit coins, but also to build a network of connections. Once this network was established and cultivated, these alchemists could find any missing materials when refining pills. However, using connections to find medicinal herbs meant expending personal favors. Luo Qingni's relationship with Zhou Chun hadn't reached that point, so she naturally wouldn't do this specifically to refine pills for him. Zhou Chun would have to find the materials himself, and she would help him refine them. To Zhou Chun's slight disappointment, Luo Qingni didn't know how to refine the dragon spirit pill. This pill seemed to be a unique elixir of Master Zheyun, and only he knew how to refine it in Xianying Immortal City. However, the good news was that one of the main ingredients of the energy enhancement pill was a third-tier demon core. After showing Luo Qingni his snake lizard inner core, she said it perfectly met the requirements, but he still needed to find 3 more thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and many auxiliary materials. Zhou Chun checked the material list provided by Luo Qingni and found that 2 of the thousand-year-old spiritual herbs in the Zhou family's collection could be used as substitutes. He only needed to find 1 more thousand-year-old spiritual herb and some auxiliary materials. Besides the energy enhancement pill, Luo Qingni also provided a list of the main ingredients and some difficult-to-find auxiliary materials for the yellow crystal pill and 2 other pills that could improve the cultivation of cultivators in the Purple Mansion stage. Once he collected them all, he could also give them to Luo Qingni to refine. With these gains, Zhou Chun was completely satisfied with his trip to the Dolan grassland. He didn't plan to continue wandering the Dolan grasslands. He intended to return to his family in the Great Zhou Kingdom to cultivate for a few years, store the 5-element spirit fruit, and collect relevant materials. Then, after Luo Qingni successfully formed her core, he would return to the Great Zhou Kingdom to travel and collect materials for her to refine pills. The plan was excellent, but Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni had only been in the lakeside cave for 7 days when suddenly, like an earthquake, the ground shook violently, almost causing their cave to collapse. What happened? Did we just encounter an earth dragon turning over? The violent tremors finally stopped after about 100 breaths. Luo Qingni erected a cyan protective shield and looked at Zhou Chun with a surprised expression. The so-called earth dragon turning over is a cultivator's explanation of earthquakes. In the cultivation world, earthquakes occur because the earth's energy becomes disordered and unstable. This explanation isn't entirely wrong, because if a cultivator uses powerful supernatural abilities to interfere with the earth's energy, they can indeed create a localized earthquake. After listening to Luo Qingni's words, Zhou Chun briefly released his divine sense and said with a solemn expression, "I'm afraid this isn't a normal earth dragon turning over." "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with even more suspicion. A normal earth dragon turning over wouldn't just have one tremor, it would be continuous, and there shouldn't be any abnormal signs beforehand. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't explain earthquake phenomena like aftershocks, P waves, and S waves at this time, but simply answered in terms Luo Qingni could understand. After saying this, he added in a deep voice, "Let's wait and see if there will be any follow-up tremors." However, they waited for another hour, but no second tremor occurred. This further confirmed Zhou Chun's hypothesis. Luo Qingni couldn't help but ask, if what fellow Taoist Zhang said is true. Could it be that powerful cultivators are disrupting the earth's veins through a battle? Before Zhou Chun could respond, she shook her head, saying, "But that doesn't make sense. Powerful cultivators usually fight in the sky. Disrupting the earth's veins usually happens during attacks on the protective mountain formation. It can't be that the mountain gate of a large multi-winged clan tribe is being attacked. We'll find out what's going on by going out and taking a look," Zhou Chun said, releasing several mysterious armor golden feathers to fly onto the water to investigate, to avoid encountering multi-winged clan mages. After a while, finding nothing amiss, he and Luo Qingni went to the water's surface and, concealing their magical energy, flew into the sky to investigate. Once high in the sky, they quickly discovered an unusual phenomenon. In the far distance, a vast expanse of 7-colored clouds had appeared. Could it be auspicious clouds of spiritual energy formed by the high convergence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy? Zhou Chun stared at the 7-colored clouds with a face full of surprise and doubt, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I'm afraid it's just as you said, fellow Taoist Zhang. Judging from this momentum, it's either the emergence of some sealed ancient ruins, or the opening of some naturally formed treasure land, with spiritual energy leaking out and forming this auspicious sign, Luo Qingni said solemnly. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Chun. Just then, Zhou Chun also looked at her. The two looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Then Luo Qingni spoke first. It seems that fellow Taoist Zhang and I have the same idea. We can't stay here any longer. We should leave quickly. Yes, no matter what the situation is, this area will soon become a place of trouble, which is not something we can get involved in. Zhou Chun sighed softly, with a slight regret. In truth, both he and Luo Qingni knew that the emergence of ancient ruins or the opening of a treasure land were immense opportunities for cultivators. Unfortunately, this place was the Dolan grassland, the territory of the alien multi-winged clan. If even they could see this strange phenomenon, the multi-winged clan's mages couldn't possibly be unaware. And if even a few grand mages equivalent to golden core cultivators passed by, these purple mansion cultivators wouldn't escape. Therefore, this was something they couldn't possibly interfere with. Moreover, both of them had already reaped considerable rewards, possessing the 5-element spiritual fruit, a treasure for core formation, so there was no need for them to take any more risks. Having reached this agreement, the two immediately set off back to the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, the fact that Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni, having reaped such riches, could control their greed and not risk joining the fray didn't mean that other cultivators on the Dolan grasslands shared their thoughts. Just as the earthquake occurred, and the 7 colored clouds appeared, a group of cultivators were already at the scene. Or rather, the 7 colored clouds were created by these cultivators. A bald, red-robed giant glanced at the 7 colored clouds overhead with a grim expression, then roared angrily at the group beside him, "Damn bastards, what are you doing? Didn't you say the formation could conceal the phenomenon? Why is it like this now?" Faced with the rage of a golden core cultivator, the purple mansion cultivators trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. One of the formation masters being stared at by the bald, red-robed giant muttered to himself, his face ashen, "This shouldn't be happening. My 7-star spirit-locking formation, with 7 purple mansion cultivators overseeing it, shouldn't be unable to contain the leaking torrent of spiritual energy. Where did things go wrong?" Seeing his expression, the bald, red-robed giant became even more enraged, wishing he could slap him to death on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, another golden core cultivator present spoke up. "Brother Yuan, please calm down. Now is not the time to hold these juniors accountable. Now that this strange phenomenon has appeared, we can no longer hide it from anyone. Before those multi-winged clan grand mages arrive, let's quickly go in and loot the place." The speaker was a kind-faced old man in blue robes. He had white hair and leaned on a purple copper cane, looking just like an old sage. However, the bald, red-robed giant seemed very wary of the old man. After hearing this, he first glared fiercely at the mage, then forced a smile at the old man in blue robes and said, "Elder Chen, you are right. Please go ahead, sir. Hey, since Brother Yuan is so hospitable, I will accept your offer." The old man in blue robes chuckled and immediately leaped into an earthen yellow vortex gushing with spiritual energy. Seeing this, the bald, red-robed giant glared fiercely at the purple mansion stage cultivators again, then ordered in a deep voice, "You all form an array here and guard it until we come out." With that, he leaped into the earthen yellow vortex. Only 8 purple mansion stage cultivators remained, looking at each other with dejected expressions. What are we going to do? What if a few multi-winged clan grand magus really come? Are we really going to fight to the death for those 2 old monsters? One purple mansion cultivator said in a worried whisper. Hearing this, a black-robed Taoist with a goatee rolled his eyes and said, "What else can we do but fight to the death? Do you have a way to remove the heart-burning curse that old monster Yuan planted on us?" This black-robed Taoist was none other than the mid-stage purple mansion cultivator who had recruited Zhou Chun in Cheyenne in Immortal City. Upon hearing the words heart-burning curse, the purple mansion stage cultivators present couldn't help but shudder, and no one spoke again. Chapter 417 Ancient Ruins, Teleportation Array. After leaving Muley Lake, Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni prepared to retrace their steps. However, after flying only a few hundred miles, they spotted a large group of multi-winged clan mages heading towards Muley Lake, and their presence was immediately noticed. 4 or 5 high-level multi-winged clan mages, leading 20 or 30 mid-level mages, gave chase. The multi-winged clan are born with the ability to fly, And their mages are incredibly fast, possessing numerous spells to enhance their flight speed. Therefore, despite their distance advantage, Zhou Chun and Luo Qingni were unable to shake off the mage's pursuit. Fellow Taoist Zhang, this isn't working. Let's split up and reunite in Xian'an Immortal City. After fleeing for some distance, Luo Qingni gritted her teeth and suggested to Zhou Chun that they go their separate ways. It wasn't that the two of them would be too conspicuous, she simply had another way to escape their pursuers. However, her method was only effective for herself and couldn't take Zhou Chun with her. So rather than waiting until they were forced to leave, it was better to proactively suggest splitting up and escaping, which would save face. Of course, this also depended on Zhou Chun's own tact and knowing how to back down gracefully. And Zhou Chun was naturally a tactful person, he wouldn't refuse such an offer. He quickly replied, "Alright, then we'll meet again in Xian'an Immortal City." After saying that, he turned around and flew towards Muley Lake. He knew that the multi-winged clan were good at flying but not at water, and planned to use the water environment to shake off the pursuers first, and then find an opportunity to return to the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, while splitting up and escaping, Zhou Chun also glanced at Luo Qingni, wanting to see how she would shake off the pursuers. What he saw made him fall silent. After splitting up with him, Luo Qingni immediately landed on the ground, and then her body flashed with a bluish-green spiritual light, instantly disappearing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already more than 10 miles away. Then she repeated this process, completely disappearing from Zhou Chun's side in just a few dozen breaths. Wood release technique? No wonder she was so confident, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, finally understanding. Mastering any one of the 5 elements escape techniques grants immense life-saving abilities. However, true mastery of the 5 elements escape techniques is extremely difficult. Even the relatively easier wood and water escape techniques generally require at least a Purple Mansion stage cultivation level. To successfully master these 2 techniques at the Purple Mansion stage, not only is exceptional talent and comprehension required, but the cultivation method must also be a top-tier technique of the same element. For example, Zhou Chun's Golden Cauldron Profound Art contains a method for cultivating metal escape technique. However, among the 5 elements escape techniques, metal and fire escape techniques are the most difficult to master. The speed of metal escape technique is comparable to wind and lightning escape techniques. If Zhou Chun's cultivation level doesn't reach the late Purple Mansion stage, he simply cannot master this kind of escape technique. And even if he does reach the late Purple Mansion stage, he probably won't spend a significant amount of time cultivating it. Why didn't he use that time to form his golden core first? Once he did, cultivating the golden escape technique would be much easier. Since Luo Qingni had mastered the wood escape technique to the point of traveling over 10 miles in a single leap, it was impossible for any Grand Mage to catch her. Zhou Chun suspected that even a Grand Mage might not be able to capture her. No one should underestimate the wealth of a master alchemist. If Luo Qingni suddenly pulled out several 4th-tier magic talismans, Zhou Chun wouldn't be surprised. Otherwise, knowing that Luo Qingni possessed the 5-element spiritual fruit, knowing that as a master alchemist she must be extremely wealthy, and knowing that she knew many of his secrets, why didn't he take advantage of the situation and kill her earlier? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. If he rashly attacked and failed, he would have made a huge enemy, making it even harder to survive in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was better to befriend her and gain the friendship of a future Golden Core stage master alchemist for himself and his family. Seeing Luo Qingni's skillful escape, Zhou Chun felt no more worries and immediately activated the flowing golden rainbow secret technique to flee. He was no match for anyone when it came to long journeys, as he had no concerns about absorbing spiritual energy to replenish his mana. After chasing for hundreds of miles, Zhou Chun circled back to Muley Lake. Seeing the silvery white surface of the water under the sunlight, he didn't hesitate and plunged into the water. Once in the water, Zhou Chun released the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, letting it carry him deeper into the lake. The multi-winged clan mages, having caught up to the lake, looked at the shimmering surface with grim expressions, exchanging silent glances. After a brief discussion, several mages released several diving beasts from their spirit beast pouches, driving them into the water to try and find Zhou Chun's whereabouts. However, the lingering aura of the Thunder Dragon in the water terrified the beasts, causing them to flee back to the surface as soon as they entered the water, refusing to go back down no matter how their master urged them. This situation surprised and frustrated the group of multi-winged clan mages. Finally, they glanced in the direction of the 7 colored clouds, leaving only one archmage with a dozen or so mid-level mages to continue patrolling the lake, while the rest flew towards the seven-colored clouds. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun quickly noticed that the number of multi-winged clan mages had decreased significantly. However, he had no intention of going up to kill them and escape. Ever since hearing about the revenge Blood Eagle, he had told himself that unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to kill these multi-winged clan mages on the Dolan grassland, lest he attract the pursuit of powerful enemies at the archmage level. He preferred to hide and waste time with the multi-winged clan mages rather than be targeted by an archmage. Now that the strange phenomenon has appeared, countless powerful alien races have likely arrived around Muley Lake. Since I've already missed my best chance to leave, I might as well hide in this lake and cultivate for a few years, waiting for this turmoil to end before returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom. At the bottom of the lake, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered. After a moment's thought, he made a new plan. With a purification jar in hand, he could meditate and cultivate even in the wild. Not to mention, he had previously exchanged many pills with Luo Qingni to improve his magical power. Having made up his mind, Zhou Chun had the Thunder Dragon move freely at the bottom of the lake, searching for a suitable place for his cultivation. Even if he could cultivate in the wild, for the best results, he would definitely need to find a place where spiritual energy converged with spiritual veins. Muley Lake was vast, and its bottom certainly had no shortage of spiritual veins. The dragon had enhanced senses in the water, and even possessed a natural talent for finding spiritual energy, making it relatively easy for it to locate treasures and spiritual veins. Zhou Chun hid alone at the bottom of the lake, letting Bai Bai do as she pleased. A few days later, Bai Bai found a place rich in spiritual energy and came to fetch him. "Is this the spiritual vein you found, Bai Bai?" Deep in the dark depths of the lake, Zhou Chun stood on the dragon's back, looking at the dark area ahead. His gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, revealing the situation clearly. And indeed it was. Under Zhou Chun's divine sense, there was a vast ruin at the bottom of the lake. The broken architectural styles and fragmented building materials clearly indicated that they were the creations of human cultivators. But why would such ruins appear deep within Muley Lake? This place was nearly 3,000 feet underwater. If it weren't for the protection provided by the Thunder Dragon Bai Bai, Zhou Chun wouldn't have been able to stay here for long even with his water-repelling artifact. At this moment, Zhou Chun couldn't help but think of the secret island that Luo Qingni and Yan Qiang had visited. Could it be that long ago, this Muley Lake was also the territory of human cultivators? His conjecture was not without basis. While the human race's territory is certainly larger overall than it was long ago, it doesn't mean that all the areas where humans once operated are now encompassed by the various human nations. In some alien lands, or in treacherous places like the Black Mist Swamp, one sometimes finds relics and caves left by human cultivators. However, judging from the current state of this underwater ruin, it's clear that even if there were any treasures, they would have long been destroyed by the erosion of time. Anyway, after Zhou Chun rode the Thunder Flood Dragon around for a while, besides picking up some minerals containing spiritual energy, he didn't find anything else of great value. According to Bai Bai, this place was originally the territory of a third-tier fish demon, but it had been frightened away. After checking around and finding no hidden dangers, Zhou Chun cleared a clean area in the ruins to use as his cultivation place. He had considered all possibilities before his trip, and possessed a set of array plates crafted using water-repelling pearls and the principles of array formation. To create this array plate, he had practically traded away all the water-repelling pearls he had with the scaled frog race. Fortunately, these pearls were of little use to the scaled frog race, and they were happy to exchange them for other useful items. He then placed the 4 array plates around the cultivation grounds, activating the power of the entire array, finally stabilizing the underwater area and creating a 3 to 4 acre dry land. Zhou Chun then released his spirit beasts from his spirit beast pouch, allowing them to cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy. He then took out a primordial essence pill, consumed it, and began meditating. The spiritual energy in this ruined area was extremely rich, even better than the cultivation caves within the Su family's mountain gate in Jiangzhou. While Zhou Chun was diligently cultivating at the bottom of Muley Lake, a series of great battles erupted at the location of the 7 colored clouds. First, a great battle erupted between the multi-winged clan mages and human cultivators, followed by battles between mages from different tribes. Later, even teams of golden core cultivators who had rushed from the Great Zhou Kingdom clashed with the grand mages. This was because a golden core cultivator surnamed Zhou, who had fled back to the Great Zhou Kingdom, spread the news of the location of the 7-colored clouds throughout Xian'an Immortal City. According to him, what lay below was the ruins of an ancient cultivator's mountain gate, containing not only many rare spiritual herbs and fruits in the cultivation world, but also powerful magic treasures and extraordinary techniques, and possibly even treasures to aid in nascent soul formation. This news naturally caused a sensation in Xian'an Immortal City. The ruins of an ancient cultivator's mountain gate, completely sealed for countless years, such an immense opportunity was a once-in-a-millennium occurrence in the cultivation world. It was an opportunity that even nascent soul cultivators would covet. Having reached the nascent soul stage, most pills made from spiritual herbs were no longer effective for them. Pills that could improve their magical power and cultivation required ingredients that were, if not completely extinct, extremely difficult to find in the outside cultivation world. However, there was a high chance of finding such ingredients in ancient cultivator ruins that had been sealed for a long time. Because these ruins had been sealed for so long, and the spiritual energy within was extremely rich, some of the spiritual herbs within would undergo mutations, greatly increasing in both age and potency. Even the legendary transformation-type spiritual herbs might exist. Therefore, even though this ancient cultivator ruin was located on the Dolan grassland, the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Great Zhou Kingdom, upon learning the news, did not hesitate to lead numerous golden core stage cultivators to rush there, not wanting such a treasure trove to be monopolized by alien races. The battles fought between these people in the sky and on the ground were so intense that Zhou Chun, hiding deep within Muley Lake, could frequently feel the tremors, further strengthening his resolve to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, after a series of battles, the nascent soul stage cultivators of the human race seemed to have reached some agreement with the holy mages of the multi-winged race. Both sides agreed that 5th-tier beings would not enter the ruins, only 4th-tier and 3rd-tier beings would be allowed to enter to decipher the ruins and compete for treasures. Therefore, Zhou Chun didn't feel the earth tremble much afterward. Day and night passed, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun had been cultivating in seclusion at the bottom of Muley Lake for 3 years. During those 3 years, he consumed 1 yuan enhancing pill each year. The effect of each pill after refinement was roughly equivalent to 2 years of cultivation on 2 Iron Ridge. Therefore, these 3 years of arduous cultivation had actually given him the equivalent of 9 years of cultivation. This also significantly increased his magical power, bringing him closer to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. After 3 years of seclusion, Zhou Chun felt that the conflict on the shore should be nearing its end, and he considered returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom. After all, although he could cultivate in the wild, the dark environment underwater was clearly not a suitable place for long-term cultivation. Even if he could endure it, the golden-winged tiger and the wood spirit couldn't. Once the idea took root, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate any longer and immediately released the demonic insect puppet to investigate. He continued investigating for several days, and everything was normal. He didn't find any trace of the multi-winged clan mage. This completely put Zhou Chun at ease, and he prepared to leave. But just as Zhou Chun was about to leave, a strange light suddenly emerged from the deep, dark lake bottom, instantly accompanied by a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. This unusual sign startled Zhou Chun, and he couldn't help but look towards the source of the light. Several silver-white pillars of light rose from a certain spot on the lake bottom ruins, and then a human cultivator appeared in the center of the pillars. Could it be the legendary teleportation array? Zhou Chun looked at the suddenly appearing human cultivator in shock and blurted out. He had only heard of teleportation arrays before. In the current cultivation world, such things were extremely rare because activating a teleportation array required spirit crystals as an energy source. In the cultivation world today, spirit crystals are strategic resources, and even golden core cultivators don't all possess them. Who would be willing to use such a precious consumable treasure to power a teleportation array? Zhou Chun had only read about it in some ancient texts. In ancient times, powerful forces would build teleportation arrays at their mountain gates or other important locations for quickly transmitting important information or for evacuation in critical moments. After all, teleportation arrays involve profound spatial principles, and even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to disrupt them through protective mountain arrays, making it the best means of safe evacuation in times of crisis. But why is there a teleportation array in these lakeside ruins? And why is it still usable? Suddenly, As if realizing something, Zhou Chun hurriedly gathered several tens of % of his magical power to condense his strongest sky-splitting blade and attack the teleportation array. At the same time, Lei Jiao Bai, under his command, unleashed heavenly divine thunder. At this moment, the teleported cultivator recovered from his brief daze and quickly discovered the presence of Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao Bai. His reaction was noticeably slower than Zhou Chun's. He only had time to stop, and activate his protective abilities. Boom! A violent explosion of lightning rang out, instantly illuminating the dark lakebed as if it were daytime. The teleportation array, set up countless years ago, was completely shattered in the explosion. The teleported cultivator, however, was incredibly skilled. He withstood Zhou Chun's most powerful sky-splitting blade and Lei Jiao Bai's heavenly divine thunder, surviving instead of perishing instantly. However, although he survived by sheer luck, he was severely injured. Before he could even use any other abilities, Lei Jiao Bai appeared beside him, lifting him up with a single claw. At this moment, Bai could easily crush him with a single movement of its claw. He naturally understood this. He dared not move an inch, repeatedly pleading, "Fellow Taoist, spare my life. I was unaware that the teleportation array led to your secluded cultivation place. I had no intention of disturbing you. Please, have mercy and spare my life. I am willing to offer a generous reward as an apology." Zhou Chun, however, said calmly, "Kill you, and everything on your body will be mine." Before he finished speaking, Bai had already flicked the man's storage bag off his body with a single claw, sending it flying into his hand. This scene caused the man's expression to change slightly, but he dared not say anything more, only whispering, "Fellow Taoist, killing me is of course as easy as turning your hand, but I am scouting the way for our sect's elders, and I bear the mark of a nascent soul stage cultivator. If I die here, a nascent soul stage cultivator from our sect will arrive here in no time." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression also changed. This was exactly what he had been worried about. He immediately said calmly, "Since that's the case, I'll spare your life for now." Upon hearing this, the man visibly relaxed. However, his breath hit him hard, a bolt of lightning struck his head, and he instantly lost consciousness. HMPH, do you really think I'm a fool? If you truly have a mark left by a nascent soul cultivator, keeping you alive won't prevent them from finding you soon enough, Zhou Chun said grimly, giving instructions to Lei Jiao Bai before leading his men away. He quickly took the man's belongings and left as well. Soon after, Zhou Chun threw the man's storage bag and all his possessions to the bottom of the lake and then swiftly moved in another direction. Several hours later, Zhou Chun reached the shore and hid in a forest along the shore of Muley Lake. Shortly after Zhou Chun landed, a golden light at the golden core stage flew over Muley Lake, quickly pinpointing a location before diving underwater. Later, in a cave 1,000 feet underwater, the owner of the golden light, a man with a top knot dressed in a golden robe, discovered a second-tier fish demon. The man casually killed the fish demon and found undigested human remains inside its body. How could a mere second-tier fish demon possibly kill my nephew Yuanwu? It seems the murderer captured him and deliberately threw him, now powerless, to this fish demon to devour. So, after teleporting to this area, my nephew Yuanwu encountered a Grand Mage of the Multi-Winged Clan. No. If it were a Grand Mage of the Multi-Winged Clan, there would be no need for such a fuss. Could it be a Golden Core cultivator? The man with the top knot frowned, sensing the urgency of the situation. The murderer's methods were too clean. He could only find the location of his nephew's death. He didn't even know where his nephew had been captured in a fight. Finding the murderer himself was out of the question. There's a trace of lightning power remaining in my nephew Yuanwu's remains. This suggests the murderer was likely a lightning-based cultivator, or possessed extraordinary lightning abilities. Perhaps we can start our search from this clue. Thinking this, the man with the bushy hair immediately collected the remains, searched the nearby water, and left the Muley Lake area. In the following half-month, many streaks of light descended upon Muley Lake, including a nascent soul cultivator. Eventually, the ruins where Zhou Chun had been found were also discovered by a nascent soul cultivator. However, by then, his aura had long since dissipated. Even with a nascent soul cultivator's abilities, he could only detect a faint dragon aura, indicating that a dragon had once roamed the area. After failing to find anything useful in the ruins, the people who had come to search the area quickly dispersed. It wasn't until a year later that Zhou Chun, who was hiding in the forest and dared not show himself, quietly sent Lei Jiao to retrieve his abandoned storage bag from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 418, A Delightful Harvest. Bai Bai, being a third-tier dragon, possesses exceptionally strong perception in water. The perception of demonic beasts is not the same as the divine sense of cultivators. Taking a dragon like Bai Bai as an example, its perception in water is formed through a combination of various pheromones such as scent, aura, and vibrations in the water. If it were only sensing scent, it could even detect the smell of blood from 100 miles away. Therefore, it's extremely difficult to evade a dragon's perception in water. Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee that no one was secretly lying in wait for the storage bag he had thrown away. Therefore, for safety's sake, he certainly wouldn't retrieve it himself. Letting Bai Bai retrieve it would not only make it easier to spot potential enemies, but also allow for timely escape if anything happens. The Thunder Escape technique is a top-tier life-saving escape technique, easily usable in the air and water, except underground. Even if there were enemies lying in wait, as long as they were nascent soul cultivators or exceptionally powerful late-stage golden core cultivators, Bai Bai could escape with its abilities. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's worries didn't materialize. The storage bag and magical artifacts were never found. Muley Lake is a vast area. The place where Zhou Chun threw the storage bag was 300 or 400 li away from his secluded cultivation spot, and 500 or 600 li away from where Bai Bai disposed of the body. Furthermore, these two items themselves did not emit any magical energy fluctuations and were buried in the mud and sand at the bottom of the lake. Without special sensory markers for location, they were indeed very difficult to find. Now that Bai Bai had brought the items back, Zhou Chun began to carefully examine them. There were two magical artifacts among them. One was a cracked silver bell-shaped artifact, a rare high-grade third-tier artifact. The other was a similarly damaged pale golden jade bead artifact, also a mid-grade third-tier artifact. Both were defensive artifacts. When the person came out through the teleportation array, he was carrying these two artifacts, which is why he was able to activate them immediately to protect himself. Unfortunately, although he took protective measures, he still couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly divine thunder and was severely injured on the spot. These two magical artifacts are quite good. Once we return to Jing Kingdom, we can try asking Senior Zhu to see if he can repair them. Zhou Chun briefly examined the two artifacts before putting them away without further ado. He wasn't familiar with the four cultivation techniques of alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman formations, and arrays. Further examination wouldn't reveal anything. It was best to have a professional examine them later. Jing Kingdom and Great Zhou Kingdom were tens of thousands of miles apart, so he wasn't worried that Zhu Wu'ai, the Jing Kingdom's master artifact crafter, would recognize the origin of these two items. Zhou Chun then took the storage bag and casually erased the remaining trace of divine consciousness imprint inside. The reason he threw away the storage bag a year ago was because its owner was still alive, and it was difficult to open the storage bag to check its contents in a hurry. If the storage bag contained anything that could provide location information for his sect elders, carrying it would undoubtedly invite disaster. Now, having erased the previous owner's divine consciousness imprint, Zhou Chun shook the storage bag, and all its contents spilled out. The quantity of items was considerable: magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, various spiritual materials, and so on. Speaking of artifacts, besides the two third-tier magical artifacts used by human cultivators, Zhou Chun also discovered several artifacts used by multi-winged clan mages. These appear to be of high quality, likely belonging to archmages. The two human cultivator artifacts were a silver axe and a black iron box. The silver axe was a high-grade third-tier artifact, its quality comparable to Zhou Chun's golden rainbow sword. The black iron box was a mid-grade third-tier artifact, containing 36 pale gold flying needles, a very suitable artifact for scheming. Furthermore, although Yam Qiang's corpse had been reduced to ashes, his ruler artifact and giant seal artifact remained perfectly preserved. Both of these were top-grade third-tier artifacts, each incorporating certain magical materials. The earthen yellow shield magic artifact he had previously used, though damaged by the aftershocks of the heavenly divine thunder, still had the potential for repair and was a very good magic artifact. Including these, Zhou Chun now possessed over 10 third-tier magic artifacts, only one of which was a low-grade third-tier artifact. The other magic artifacts belonging to the multi-winged clan mages included staffs, orbs, and flying swords, but cultivators would need to have them modified by a master craftsman to activate them. Generally, such modification was less efficient than refining. Therefore, these alien magic artifacts were essentially just badges of honor, more symbolic than practical. Zhou Chun quickly lost interest after examining them. The remaining pills and talismans were mostly for healing and self-defense, which Zhou Chun had already prepared himself, only adding to his arsenal. What truly interested Zhou Chun were the spiritual materials. The storage bag contained a variety of spiritual materials, some in jade boxes and others simply stored in the bag itself. Zhou Chun was interested in these materials because those stored in the bag without any packaging included a large quantity of 4th-grade spiritual wood and unpackaged, high-aged medicinal herbs. 4th-grade spiritual wood was not common in the cultivation world. It was considered the lowest-grade magical artifact material, and perhaps the easiest to find. However, even the lowest-grade magical artifact material was still a valuable resource. Yet, Zhou Chun had discovered a large quantity of 4th-grade spiritual wood, and of different varieties, in that person's storage bag. Seeing this 4th-grade spiritual wood, and recalling that the person had appeared in the ruins at the bottom of Muley Lake via a teleportation array, Zhou Chun couldn't help but make a guess. Could the appearance of the 7-colored clouds be a phenomenon caused by the emergence of some ancient ruin? If that were the case, it would make sense. After all, the ancient ruins were rich in spiritual energy and had never been harvested by cultivators. It was entirely possible that the trees within had evolved into 4th-tier spiritual wood over the years. In the past, every time the cultivation world discovered such ancient ruins, they would produce a large amount of 4th-tier spiritual wood, or even 5th-tier spiritual wood. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately looked at the jade boxes, his eyes instantly becoming eager. He couldn't wait to take one of the jade boxes and open it. Inside were 5 3-foot-long purple spiritual herbs. Their leaves resembled bamboo leaves, but were slightly longer. The tops of the stems had sprouted spikes, bearing fruits that looked like bamboo edibles. The fruits were as crystal clear as amethyst, containing pure spiritual energy. 7-leaf purple bamboo grass, blooms every 1,000 years. Its bamboo edibles are also known as purple crystal bamboo rice, a delicacy that only nascent soul cultivators can enjoy. Long-term consumption can enhance cultivation and prolong life. Zhou Chun looked at the purple spiritual herbs in the jade box and murmured to himself, revealing their origins. This wasn't a true 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, but its value far surpassed that of ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. It was a prized gift even offered to nascent soul stage cultivators. Ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, on the other hand, would be completely ignored by nascent soul stage cultivators. As far as Zhou Chun knew, in the current cultivation world, only powerful, long-established sects would cultivate spiritual fields within their sects, in areas rich in spiritual energy, to grow the spiritual herb as sustenance for their nascent soul stage ancestors. Even nascent soul stage cultivators couldn't possibly eat this purple crystal bamboo rice every day. The discovery of this purple crystal bamboo rice undoubtedly confirmed Zhou Chun's guess. The cultivator he had killed had been teleported from an ancient ruin. Next, Zhou Chun excitedly opened all the other jade boxes. As he expected, these jade boxes contained either 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs or items of equivalent value. There were 33 stalks of purple crystal bamboo rice alone, filling 7 jade boxes. The remaining 19 herbs were various 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, including 5,000-year-old treasure herbs. These 1,000-year-old treasure herbs were the main ingredients for refining pills that enhanced the magical power of golden core cultivators, and also the main ingredients for certain powerful special spiritual pills. They were rare to see even at auctions, as their owners generally only used them to exchange for certain scarce items, not to measure their value with spiritual coins. When Zhou Chun had previously communicated with Luo Qingni, she mentioned that the alchemy masters and weapon refining masters of Xian'an Immortal City held an exchange meeting every few years to exchange what they needed. This exchange meeting was by invitation only. Each alchemy master or weapon refining master could invite some friends to join. However, they had to guarantee that the invited people would bring enough treasures to participate in the exchange, making the threshold quite high. In addition to the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old treasure herbs, Zhou Chun also obtained 3 items in the jade box whose value was difficult to assess. One jade box contained 7 spirit fruits, each only the size of an egg, resembling oranges, pure green in color with purple spots, and containing rich and pure spiritual energy. Zhou Chun didn't recognize these spirit fruits, but judging from the pure spiritual energy they emitted, They were definitely much rarer than the foundation building fruit. The second jade box contained a section of tree root, less than 2 feet long and about the thickness of a human wrist, reddish-purple in color, radiating rich vitality spiritual energy. When Zhou Chun opened the jade box, the wood spirit in his spirit beast pouch seemed to sense it, conveying an extremely strong desire to him. Zhou Chun could only appease it first and did not readily agree. Because Zhou Chun suspected that this was the root of a fifth-order spirit tree, but he couldn't identify which type of fifth-order spirit tree it was for the time being. The third jade box contained a section of emerald green tree heartwood. It was not an ordinary tree heartwood, but a spiritual wood core condensed from some kind of fourth-order spirit tree. This section of tree heartwood was about 5 feet long, cylindrical, and 13 inches in diameter. Its entire surface was a vibrant green, like fine jade, and it contained extremely pure wood spirit energy. The wood spirit showed no reaction to it, seemingly offering little benefit. However, Zhou Chun knew that this was an extremely valuable magical artifact material. If ordinary fourth-tier spirit wood was the lowest grade magical artifact material, then this kind of spirit wood core was the highest grade, the most coveted material for crafting natal magical artifacts by cultivators of wood elemental techniques. Luo Qingdi should be in seclusion forming her core now. If I present this as a congratulatory gift after she successfully forms her core, she should be very happy. Zhou Chun looked at the spirit wood core before him and immediately had an idea of its use. No one in the Zhou family would need this. Rather than exchanging it for spirit coins, it would be better to give it to golden core cultivator who needed it to gain favor. Once Luo Qingdi formed her core, her favor would be extremely valuable. Putting everything else aside, she would definitely give Zhou Chun and the Zhou family special treatment when they needed her to refine pills in the future. Besides these spiritual herbs and woods, there were also many broken weapons and puppet fragments among the pile of things on the ground. These items were all crafted from rare spiritual gold or, if refined by a master craftsman, they could yield a considerable amount of rare spiritual gold, making them quite valuable. However, the spiritual herbs less than 1,000 years old had lost much of their spiritual power because they weren't sealed in jade boxes, significantly reducing their efficacy, which was a great pity. Having finished inventorying the numerous treasures, Zhou Chun felt very satisfied and content with his gains. Although he hadn't been able to venture into that ancient ruin, he had indirectly benefited from it. But then Zhou Chun seemed to suddenly realize something, and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, why aren't there any other treasures?" This person was able to come here via the teleportation array, so he must have entered some important place within the ancient ruins. Even in ancient times, teleportation arrays weren't commonplace. For that person to be able to reach the bottom of Muley Lake via teleportation, even if he didn't enter the core of the ancient ruins, he must have entered some important place. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and based on this, he quickly came up with 2 guesses. Either the teleportation array itself was just a short-distance teleportation array used for travel between 2 places, and the ruins at the bottom of Muley Lake weren't far from the location of the ancient ruins. This possibility wasn't low, and such a teleportation array wouldn't be placed in an important location. Or the person he killed was just a pawn sent by his sect elders to scout ahead, and the treasures around the teleportation array within the ancient ruins had all been taken by his sect elders. This possibility was also quite high. If it were Zhou Chun, he wouldn't easily teleport to a teleportation array whose destination he didn't know. However, regardless of the possibility, it seemed irrelevant to him. With this thought, Zhou Chun stopped worrying. He spent some time collecting everything back into his storage bag, along with the bag itself. Once everything was packed, Zhou Chun set off on his journey back to the Great Zhou Kingdom. He followed the same route he had taken, but initially switched from flying to walking. While walking was slower, it was more discreet and inconspicuous. Especially for golden core cultivators and grand mages, who flew high in the sky, they generally wouldn't pay attention to people and animals on the ground. In this way, Zhou Chun spent nearly a month walking over 7,000 miles, traversing the most dangerous section of the journey. Only after leaving the danger zone did he take to the air, finally returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom a month and a half later. It was only shortly after returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom that Zhou Chun learned of the discovery of ancient ruins and various other widely circulated rumors. "I ate something bad and had diarrhea several times last night. I feel completely exhausted. I'll have to write less today, but I can't help it." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The 10,000-Year-Old Purple Mulberry Wood and the 1,000-Year-Old Jade Marrow Fungus. An ancient ruin has been unearthed, sparking an epic battle between 10 nascent soul cultivators and 10 grand mages of the multi-winged clan. A 10,000-year-old elixir has been discovered within the ancient ruin, triggering a fierce struggle among over 20 golden core cultivators and grand mages of the multi-winged clan. Mysterious demonic creatures have appeared within the ancient ruin, resulting in the deaths of several golden core cultivators and grand mages of the multi-winged clan. A 5th-tier spiritual wood, suspected to be 10,000-year-old purple mulberry wood, has been discovered within the ancient ruin. Upon entering the market of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun, after a few inquiries, heard various rumors about the ancient ruin on the Dolan grassland. He then realized the magnitude of the events that had occurred nearby during his years of seclusion at the bottom of Muley Lake. A duel between nascent soul cultivators and grand mages. A great battle sparked by a 10,000-year-old elixir. A golden core calamity caused by demonic creatures. And the incredibly rare 5th-tier spiritual wood, the 10,000-year-old purple mulberry wood. Each of these events would normally cause a significant stir in the cultivation world. But now, these events have occurred one after another, simultaneously, within just a few years. Zhou Chun could imagine how excited and thrilled the ordinary cultivators of the Great Zhou Kingdom, who were like onlookers, must have been during these past few years. However, thinking of the 5th-tier spiritual tree, the 10,000-year purple mulberry tree, Zhou Chun couldn't help but touch his storage pouch. If the rumors were true, the section of tree root in his storage pouch was most likely from this 5th-tier spiritual tree. Under normal circumstances, such an important root from a 5th-tier spiritual tree would certainly not fall into the hands of a purple mansion stage cultivator. However, since nascent soul stage cultivators were not allowed to enter the ancient ruins at the time, and golden core stage cultivators must have fought a great battle over the 5th-tier spiritual tree. It's hard to say who ultimately cut down and uprooted the 5th-tier spiritual tree, but they must have used very brutal methods to directly break the tree. In that case, given the massive root system of a 5th-tier spiritual tree, it would be perfectly normal for some broken roots to remain underground. Those golden core cultivators were definitely vying for the main trunk of the 5th-tier spirit wood. No one would have been concerned with the scraps in the ground. I wonder if that 10,000-year-old purple mulberry tree root can sprout new shoots. If it can, then this thing will be incredibly valuable. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, a sense of anticipation rising within him. He knew that ordinary mulberry trees could propagate new shoots through branch cuttings, but whether a 5th-tier spirit wood like the 10,000-year-old purple mulberry tree could do that was unknown. But if it could, the Zhou family would undoubtedly have struck gold. After all, a new shoot propagated from the root of the 10,000-year-old purple mulberry tree, while not guaranteed to become a 5th-tier spirit wood, would certainly be a top-tier 4th-tier spirit wood. Purple mulberry wood itself was extremely valuable. Its leaves were a favorite food of many demon silkworms and could be used to make tea. Its bark was an excellent raw material for talismans, its branches could be used to refine magical artifacts, and its fruit was a very delicious spiritual fruit. The new plant propagated from the roots of the 10,000-year purple mulberry tree is estimated to become a 3rd-tier spirit tree in less than 100 years, at which time the entire Zhou family will benefit. However, information gathered in ordinary markets is not entirely reliable. After a brief stay, Zhou Chun hurriedly headed to Xianyun Immortal City. Several days later, Zhou Chun returned to Xianyun Immortal City. Upon his return, he first went to the alchemy shop where Luo Qingni was affiliated to gather information. As he expected, Luo Qingni had not only returned to Xianyun Immortal City safely, but had also announced her seclusion 3 years ago, no longer accepting alchemy commissions. Confirming that his investment would not be wasted, Zhou Chun went to Xianxi Tower and spent thousands of spirit coins to purchase a top-tier intelligence report on the ancient ruins. According to the people at Xianxi Tower, most of the information in this top-tier intelligence report was true, provided by cultivators who had entered the ancient ruins, making it far more reliable than the various rumors circulating outside. After purchasing the intelligence report, Zhou Chun returned to the inn and carefully examined it. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he realized that his several thousand spirit coins hadn't been wasted. The top-tier intelligence from Cheyenne's Tower contained remarkably detailed information about the ancient ruins. According to the intelligence, the ancient ruins were the abandoned mountain gate of the ancient sect Zhou Chun sect, sealed by an extremely mysterious and forbidden array, unknown to outsiders. However, several years ago, the forbidden array sealing the ruins malfunctioned for some unknown reason, leaking its aura, which was sensed by a golden core cultivator named Yuan Hong. He then sought out an array master and several purple mansion cultivators to break the array. However, the array master misjudged the concentration of spiritual energy within the abandoned Zhou Chun sect mountain gate, and the sealing array he set up was insufficient to contain the anomalies caused by the ruins' emergence, ultimately leading to the discovery of the ancient ruins by a multi-winged clan mage. The information from Cheyenne's Halao makes no mention of why the Zhou Chun sect abandoned this mountain gate, leaving it unclear whether this was intentional concealment or genuine ignorance. However, since it was a deliberately abandoned mountain gate, the ancient ruins contained no ancient treasures, elixirs, or divine techniques. What's truly useful to cultivators today are the young herbs and spiritual trees that the Zhou Chun sect disregarded when they abandoned the mountain gate. These herbs and spiritual trees, which may have been less than 100 years old back then, have now become treasures coveted by even nascent soul-stage cultivators after thousands or tens of thousands of years of growth. Zhou Chun had only heard of 10,000-year-old immortal herbs and the fifth-tier spiritual tree 10,000-year-old purple mulberry wood, but in reality, the ancient ruins produced far more than just one or two such herbs. The Cheyenne's Halao information alone recorded the existence of 5 10,000-year-old immortal herbs, 3 of which were obtained by human cultivators and 2 by multi-winged clan mages. Besides the 10,000-year purple mulberry wood, a fifth-tier spiritual tree, the ancient ruins also contained a 10,000-year azure cloudwood and a 10,000-year yellow dragonwood. All 3 fifth-tier spiritual trees were severed and shattered in the battle. Both human cultivators and the multi-winged clan mages obtained numerous fragments, with the human cultivators ultimately acquiring more. Regarding the rumored mysterious demon, it is said to be the transformation of a multi-winged clan archmage who mistakenly entered the ancient ruins. That unfortunate soul was trapped and died somewhere within the ruins, his resentment lingering, transforming him into a demon. Furthermore, in this battle for treasures within the ancient ruins, both human cultivators and multi-winged clan mages suffered heavy casualties. 5 or 6 named golden core cultivators perished. The multi-winged clan archmage likely suffered even greater losses. Several years have passed, and the spiritual herbs and trees within the ancient ruins have been almost completely plundered. The human array masters are studying the sealing array, hoping to complete it and reseal the place. The multi-winged race's mages have not objected. According to rumors obtained by the Heavenly Knowledge Tower, this ancient ruin may become a training ground for both races, opening every 100 or several hundred years to allow second-tier juniors to fight and plunder for treasure. This is now the common practice in the human cultivation world regarding ancient ruins. After all, such a secluded place with abundant spiritual energy and a unique environment would only damage its environment if a large number of cultivators were stationed there long-term, turning it into an ordinary spiritual mountain. It's better to seal it away and use it specifically to cultivate special spiritual herbs that are difficult to grow outside. Ancient ruins have emerged, and a large number of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs have flooded the market. Now is the best opportunity to exchange for these herbs. Our shop intends to hold a private exchange meeting for fellow cultivators to exchange their resources. Those interested can inquire at our shop for details. At the end of the information document, Zhou Chun also saw this official message left by Cheyenne's Halao, which could be considered an official advertisement. An exchange meeting? Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he was somewhat tempted. He currently possessed quite a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, but they might not be the ones he wanted. If he could obtain the thousand-year-old spiritual herbs needed to refine pills that enhance his mana through the exchange meeting, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. However, such an exchange meeting would definitely attract golden core cultivators, and Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any golden core cultivators among them who had cultivated the spiritual divine power. If he encountered such a person, and the other party activated their spiritual divine power to observe him, the human-faced fish glue he was currently using for disguise wouldn't be able to hide from their spiritual divine power. I'd better go ask. If I can use a magical artifact to conceal my identity at the event, I'll give it a try. If not, then forget it. Zhou Chun made up his mind and immediately went to Cheyenne's Halao to inquire about the exchange event. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's question, the manager of Cheyenne Lao quickly replied, "It's simple for you to participate in the exchange event, senior. Just display any 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and spend 2,000 spirit coins to buy an invitation." Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but curse the owner of Cheyenne Lao inwardly as a greedy and money-grubbing devil. Just an invitation to the exchange event cost 2,000 spirit coins, and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb was required as proof of eligibility. But he still asked, "Can I conceal my identity at the exchange event? I don't want others to covet the treasures I exchange." Of course you can. When the exchange event begins, our establishment will provide standardized identity-concealing magical artifacts to absolutely guarantee the safety of the participants, the manager replied solemnly. "Then give me an invitation," Zhou Chun said, taking out 2,000 spirit coins and a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb he had brought from the Zhou family and handing it to the shopkeeper. After receiving the spirit coins and inspecting the herb, the shopkeeper respectfully handed him the herb and a jade talisman. "Please keep this jade talisman safe, senior. The exchange meeting is about 3 months away. As long as you are in Cheyenne Immortal City at that time, the jade talisman will send a signal to notify you, and then you can bring the jade talisman to our establishment." At this point, the shopkeeper emphasized slightly, "And please note that our establishment only recognizes tokens, not people. And before you actually enter the exchange meeting, we will verify again whether you are carrying the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Is that so?" "I understand." Zhou Chun nodded, immediately put away the jade talisman and the herb, and turned to leave Cheyenne Tower. 3 months wasn't a long time. He planned to cultivate in his cultivation room for a few months and wait. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Zhou Chun was meditating in his cultivation room when suddenly the jade talisman he had bought from Cheyenne Tower activated automatically, emitting a constant buzzing sound to remind him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately raised his hand and released a burst of magical power onto the talisman, suppressing the anomaly. He then quickly left the cultivation room and headed to Cheyenne Tower. Upon arriving at Cheyenne Tower, he presented the jade talisman and, as expected, was asked to present a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb for verification. Only after this verification was successful was he given a gray cloak made of some unknown material and a tiger head mask to change into. Finally, a special person led him to a pavilion in the backyard. When Zhou Chun entered the pavilion where the exchange meeting was being held, he saw that there were already 20 or 30 cultivators present. Regardless of their cultivation level, everyone wore the same cloak and mask as him, and sat in chairs. Zhou Chun had already verified that the cloak he was wearing was a special shielding magical artifact capable of concealing the wearer's magical aura. The mask could block the spiritual vision and supernatural abilities of cultivators, making it difficult for them to discern one's appearance. Therefore, without using magical power, no one could tell whether he was a golden core cultivator or a purple mansion cultivator. In this situation, obviously no one would use their divine sense to scan others, as that would easily provoke public anger. Therefore, after entering the pavilion, he sat down on an empty chair and waited quietly. After about an hour, the number of cultivators in the pavilion exceeded 50, and at this moment, the host finally appeared. A thin, white-haired old man in black robes suddenly entered the building, followed by a beautiful woman in white and a burly man in yellow robes. All three showed their true faces, and their cultivation levels were all at the golden core stage. The thin old man at the head was even a late-stage golden core cultivator. After entering the building, the three went straight to the main seat and sat down. Then the thin old man bowed to the crowd and said, "Greetings, fellow Daoists. I am Cheyenne Sanren, the owner of this Cheyenne Tower. These two are Fairy Chen and Master Wu. This exchange will be hosted by the three of us." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "The rules of this exchange are simple. First, the three of us will take turns displaying our items for exchange. Then, fellow Daoists who have exchanged items with the three of us can display their items first, and so on." After he finished speaking, the pavilion fell silent for a moment. Then, a cultivator wearing a monkey face mask said in a low voice, "This kind of exchange rule is quite rare. Fellow Daoist Cheyenne, please start quickly." Upon hearing this, Cheyenne Sanren glanced at the others and then nodded slightly, saying, "All right, since none of you fellow Daoists object, this exchange will now officially begin." After speaking, he raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist. Several beams of spiritual light flew down in front of him, revealing 5 jade boxes and 2 kinds of magical treasures and spiritual materials. With a wave of his hand, the lids of all 5 jade boxes opened, revealing 5 different 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs inside. The 2 magical materials were a 2-foot 7-inch long piece of dark purple wood and a fist-sized crystal radiating a blue spiritual light. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to the treasures he had brought out, Xianzi Sanren immediately said calmly, "I won't introduce these 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. This piece of spiritual wood is the hardest part of the trunk of a 4th-tier spiritual wood, the 1,000-year black maple wood. Its size is sufficient to forge flying swords, wooden rulers, and other magical treasures. This crystal is a very rare blue Siyuan crystal, which can be used to forge certain exotic magical treasures." After introducing the origins and uses of these items, Xianzi Sanren also stated his needs. These 7 items are only for exchanging for Zhengjin, a type of metal, Xianjing stone, and longevity-promoting spiritual items. If any fellow cultivator can offer these 3 types of treasures, even if their value is much higher, or if you desire something even better, I can add other treasures in exchange. I will never let you suffer a loss." Upon hearing this, no one among the cultivators present uttered a sound, as if no one was willing to give face to this late-stage golden core cultivator. Zhou Chun, seeing this, shook his head slightly inwardly. The items Xianzi Sanren brought out were undoubtedly valuable. But what he sought was even rarer and more difficult to find. The longevity-enhancing spiritual item was self-evident. Almost no cultivator would exchange it for anything they obtained, unless they had already consumed a similar item and could no longer consume it. After all, cultivators pursue immortality, and while longevity-enhancing items cannot grant eternal life, they can extend a cultivator's lifespan, allowing them to live longer. For cultivators, only by living longer can they have the opportunity to break through to higher realms. The remaining 2 items, Zhengjin and Xianjing stone, were also rare treasures. Zhengjin was a top-tier metal elemental spiritual item. Adding Zhengjin to any flying sword or other magical weapon greatly enhanced its sharpness. As far as Zhou Chun knew, some powerful sword techniques and killing moves practiced by sword cultivators could only unleash their true power when the flying sword was infused with Zhengjin. The Golden Cauldron profound technique he cultivated, which required refining a natal magic weapon after reaching the Golden Core stage, could also be enhanced with Zhengjin to develop a powerful killing move. Such a treasure was something no one would easily exchange. Zhou Chun was no exception. He actually possessed a piece of Zhengjin, but it wasn't something he obtained. Zhou Ming had found it in the storage bag of the insect cultivator Han Yuan, and it was now stored in the Zhou family's treasury. Another treasure, the Heavenly Crystal Stone, was an extremely rare and precious spiritual object that could greatly enhance the sturdiness of magic weapons, making it ideal for strengthening a cultivator's natal magic weapon. Naturally, no one would exchange such a thing unless they had an abundance they couldn't use. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea without anyone speaking, Xianzi Sanren sighed softly, waved his hand to collect everything, and nodded to the yellow-robed Master Marshal. Upon receiving this signal, Master Marshal immediately patted his storage bag and took out his exchange item. The martial arts master presented 5 items, 3 magical artifacts and 2 spiritual herbs. After displaying them, he said in a deep voice, "These 3 magical artifacts are all top-grade 3rd-tier artifacts meticulously crafted by me, incorporating magical treasure materials. These 2 spiritual herbs are also rare and exquisite." He then stated his requirements. "My exchange requirements are not high. Any main materials from 4th-tier demonic beasts or magical treasure ores are welcome for exchange. I will personally select the exchange partners. Interested fellow cultivators can discuss this with me via telepathy." Clearly, this martial arts master, like the weapon refining master Zhu Wuye whom Zhou Chun had previously dealt with, was a weapon refining master aiming to reach the Grand Master level. His offered exchange conditions undoubtedly tempted many cultivators. Zhou Chun then saw his lips move slightly, as he communicated telepathically with other cultivators. Unfortunately, the magical artifacts and spiritual herbs he offered were not what Zhou Chun needed, so Zhou Chun could only watch. A short while later, Master Wu's 3 magical artifacts and 2 spiritual herbs were all exchanged, bringing a smile to his face. Then, Fairy Chen took his place. Fairy Chen had the fewest items of the 3. With a wave of her hand, she produced 3 jade boxes, all containing the same type of spiritual herb. Then, in a clear, cold voice, she said, These are 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum, exchanged for spiritual ginseng aged over 3,000 years. Fellow cultivators who possess these can send me a telepathic offer, 1,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum. Upon hearing these words, many cultivators present were moved. Zhou Chun was no exception. His gaze was fixed on the spiritual herbs in the 3 jade boxes. The jade box contained a milky white Ganoderma lucidum, its leaves and stems as translucent as jade, adorned with natural pale golden spiritual patterns, making it exceptionally beautiful. What moved Zhou Chun and the other cultivators was that it was an essential ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills. This jade marrow Ganoderma was difficult to cultivate, requiring 4th-tier spiritual wood to succeed, making it almost a monopoly of major powers. After all, living 4th-tier spiritual wood was almost exclusively possessed by large sects. Even if someone discovered 4th-tier spiritual wood in the wild, without the jade marrow Ganoderma sapling, it was impossible to transplant successfully. Even if transplanted successfully, it would take 1,000 years to harvest. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only those long-established sects could cultivate this medicinal herb in large quantities. They would almost never allow such a herb to fall into disuse. This jade marrow Ganoderma was not only an essential ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, but also a substitute for many other rare medicinal herbs, capable of replacing many other herbs as the main ingredient. Who exactly is this Fairy Chen? How can she produce 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum at once? Zhou Chun looked at Fairy Chen with astonishment and suspicion, his curiosity about her identity growing. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't resist the temptation and sent a telepathic message to her, offering his price. Fairy Chen, I have a white jade ginseng that's over 3,000 years old. How about exchanging it for these 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum? Luckily, he had made a windfall at the bottom of Muley Lake, otherwise he really couldn't afford to offer such a price. However, after hearing his telepathic message, Fairy Chen quickly said in a slightly somber tone, "Fellow Taoist is joking. Although a 3,000-year-old white jade ginseng is precious, it's impossible to exchange it for 3,000-year-old jade marrow Ganoderma lucidum. I can only give you 2 at most." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "I'd be at a disadvantage if I only exchanged it for 2. How about this? I'll add a 1,500-year-old Polygonidum subaricum. Is that alright?" This time, however, he received no response. Perhaps because someone else had offered a higher price, Fairy Chen simply stopped negotiating with him. Just as Zhou Chun was feeling disappointed, thinking he was about to miss this opportunity, the Fairy Chen, after a short while, transmitted her voice to him again, saying, "Alright, let's exchange as you say." It actually worked. Zhou Chun was stunned for a moment, then his disappointment vanished instantly, and he happily replied, "Okay, it's a deal." He then hurriedly took out 2 jade boxes and used his magic to present them to Fairy Chen. After briefly opening the lids of the jade boxes and glancing at them, Fairy Chen quickly presented Zhou Chun with a jade box containing 3,000-year-old jade marrow mushrooms. The two then put away their jade boxes, both showing satisfaction. Zhou Chun, in particular, was practically ecstatic, his face beneath his mask radiating joy. Although no one in the Zhou family had ever refined foundation establishment pills, it didn't mean they were unaware of their production capacity. As far as Zhou Chun knew, if a master alchemist were involved, 1,000-year-old jade marrow mushroom could yield at least 7 or 8 foundation establishment pills. If he performs exceptionally well, producing 9 foundation establishment pills is not impossible. In other words, if he asks Luo Qingyi to refine foundation establishment pills, he can reliably obtain at least 20. How could he not be overjoyed? Chapter 420 Mountain Soul Pearl. Having acquired 3,000-year-old jade marrow mushrooms, Zhou Chun's anticipation for the upcoming exchange event grew even stronger. He was now quite wealthy, perhaps even more so than many golden core cultivators who wouldn't sell their magical treasures. However, many of his valuable possessions were currently useless to him and his family. These unused items were like money in a bank, only good for show, unable to actually improve their lives. Given a choice, he naturally wanted to exchange them for things that would be useful to him and his family. According to the rules, after Chen Xianzi, it was the cultivators who had previously exchanged with Master Wu's treasures who began displaying their items. However, Since those who exchanged with Master Wu were mostly Purple Mansion cultivators, they displayed fewer treasures, mostly ordinary 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs or magical treasure materials. Zhou Chun didn't find anything he needed among them. After those people finished exchanging, it was his turn to make his move. Most of the items Zhou Chun possessed were stolen goods, making it difficult to sell them. Fortunately, those spiritual herbs were all produced in ancient ruins, and many cultivators now possessed them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to show some off. Of course, to avoid attracting attention, he wouldn't display anything too valuable or conspicuous. At this moment, he raised his hand and patted his storage bag at his waist, revealing a pile of items in front of him, mainly some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 4th-tier spiritual wood, and several magical treasure materials. Then he said in a low voice, "I need quite a lot of things, and they're quite varied. Whether it's 1,000-year-old jade core grass, 1,000-year-old transformation grass, 1,000-year-old fusion grass, or other spiritual herbs, or treasures that help 2nd-tier metal and earth attribute demonic beasts advance to the 3rd tier, or magical treasure materials like yellow dragonstone, all are available for trade with me. I will do my best to ensure that you fellow cultivators are satisfied." Not long after he finished speaking, he received several telepathic messages, all from people who had the spiritual items he needed and were discussing them with him. But just then, a voice from a special person rang in his ear. "I have a mountain soul pearl here. If you can offer me a 1,000-year-old treasure that tempts me, I might be willing to trade it for it." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze involuntarily turned to Sanran. It turned out that the person who had sent him the voice transmission was none other than the initiator of the exchange. Sanran's words immediately plunged Zhou Chun into a dilemma. He certainly still had 1,000-year-old treasures, but the problem was that he had already made an exchange with Fairy Chen using such a treasure. If he were to produce another one now, it would be hard not to suspect that he possessed more. Don't forget, Sanran was the initiator of this exchange. Others might not be able to detect Zhou Chun's cultivation level and identity, but this person certainly would. There was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't risk ruining his reputation to attack him for the 1,000-year-old treasure. So, although he desperately wanted the mountain soul pearl the other party spoke of, he could only reply with great regret. "I only have 1,000-year-old precious herb, which I have already given to Fairy Chen. If you are willing to accept a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, I am willing to exchange 4,000-year-old spiritual herbs for the mountain soul pearl." Hearing this answer, Sanran quickly shook his head slightly and said, "A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is of no use to me. Since you cannot produce a 1,000-year-old precious herb, then let it be as if I never said anything." After saying that, he ended the contact. But Zhou Chun did not come away empty-handed. He successfully exchanged 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs for what he needed, and also used the water essence jade mother magic treasure material he had obtained from the wilderness to exchange for a yellow dragonstone. It was just a pity that the yellow dragonstone was not large enough, only about 1/3 the size required by the 9 Palaces yellow dragon formation, far from meeting his needs. However, Zhou Chun was already very satisfied with being able to exchange for these 3 required items. As for the mountain soul pearl in Sanran's possession, since he knew the other party had such a treasure, he could naturally find another way to indirectly exchange it for him later. During the subsequent exchange, Zhou Chun watched as the various cultivators displayed their treasures, truly broadening his horizons. Many of these items were things he had never even heard of, and many he had only heard of but never actually saw. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any more spiritual items that he was certain he wanted. This wasn't because he looked down on those items, but rather because, having already made several attempts, he didn't want to flaunt his wealth again for items he didn't absolutely need. The exchange continued for about 6 or 7 hours until everyone had finally displayed their treasures. Sanran then promptly announced the end of the exchange, instructing the attendees to leave the pavilion one by one at half-quarters of an hour intervals. For the attendees, who were at least at the Purple Mansion stage, this half-quarter-hour buffer was enough to allow them to quickly disappear into the streets. Zhou Chun did the same. After leaving the pavilion, he quickly returned the cloak and masks to the innkeeper of Shiansulao, then swiftly left the secluded street where Shiansulao was located and entered the bustling main street of the Immortal City. In Xian'an Immortal City, while cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage weren't as common as cabbages, they weren't unapproachable either. With his early Purple Mansion cultivation, Zhou Chun could walk the streets unnoticed by cultivators who had come from the exchange fair. Even if they suspected he had participated, they would likely not recognize him as the one who had exchanged 1,000-year-old precious medicine for 3,000-year-old jade marrow mushrooms. After arriving at his lodgings, he quickly disguised himself again, changing his face to resemble Zhou Shangyong. This way, even the innkeeper of Cheyenne Hilau wouldn't recognize him. After disguising himself, Zhou Chun changed ins again. Over the next month, he changed his residence multiple times, disguising himself 3 more times. Finally, after repeatedly checking and confirming that no one was following him, he left the city under the guise of Zhou Daoai. Before leaving the city, Zhou Chun carefully observed the surroundings and followed 2 other cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. He flew several hundred miles in the same direction with them. Only after confirming that no one was following him did Zhou Chun dare to embark on his journey back to his family. With Zhou Chun's current strength, as long as he didn't provoke any golden core stage cultivators along the way, he wouldn't encounter any trouble returning to his family. Several months passed, and he safely returned to the Zhou family. However, because he was going to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom later, Zhou Chun didn't make a big fuss about his return. He went directly to his cave dwelling on Tuyun Ridge and invited Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai to his cave to discuss matters. In short, that's all from my experience in the Great Zhou Kingdom. After a few years of secluded cultivation in the family, I still want to go to the Great Zhou Kingdom to find Master Luo to refine pills. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun openly shared his gains from the Great Zhou Kingdom, even showing his 2 elders the 5-element spiritual fruit. If there was anyone in the Zhou family he could completely trust, it was these 2 elders. Therefore, he had nothing to hide from them and could tell them everything he had gained. After hearing his story and seeing the 5-element spirit fruit he presented, Zhou Ming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This is the 5-element spirit fruit? Truly worthy of being a legendary treasure. I never imagined I would have the chance to see such a rare gem, indeed a rare gem. Even a powerful force like the Moon Wheel Sect, with its long history, might not be able to produce such a thing. It seems you, Zheng Chun, are destined to obtain it. It appears you are destined to successfully form your core," Zhou Daoai exclaimed, his eyes shining as he looked at Zhou Chun with admiration. "With this 5-element spirit fruit in hand, Zheng Chun, you must work even harder to improve your cultivation. I eagerly anticipate your formation of your golden core and your leadership of the Zhou family back to its former glory as a golden core clan." These words immediately drew praise from Zhou Ming. "Excellent. Daoyi is right. If I could see the Zhou family return to the ranks of golden core clans, even in the afterlife, I would have the face to meet our ancestors." From their words, it was clear that neither of them coveted the 5-element spirit fruit Zhou Chun had offered. Their sole aim was for Zhou Chun to use it to form his golden core. Such a thing would be unthinkable even among disciples of the same master in major sects. In the cultivation world, it's not uncommon for fellow disciples, or even masters and disciples, to fight each other for a chance to form their golden core. Not to mention a treasure like the 5-element spirit fruit, which could increase the success rate of golden core formation by 30%. However, within the Zhou family, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoai genuinely never considered competing with Zhou Chun for the opportunity to form their golden core. Although both of them had opened their purple mansions before Zhou Chun, with Zhou Ming even reaching the mid-stage of the purple mansion realm, they never considered forming their own golden cores, placing all their hopes on Zhou Chun. They were acutely aware that, aside from their lifespans being 100 or 200 years longer than Zhou Chun's, their rapid cultivation techniques made their golden core success rate far lower than Zhou Chun's. Furthermore, even if they did succeed in forming their golden cores by consuming the 5-element spiritual fruit, they would be among the lowest-ranking golden core cultivators, utterly incapable of leading the Zhou family to higher levels. Moreover, the 5-element spiritual fruit was an opportunity Zhou Chun obtained at great personal risk. How could they, as elders, shamelessly snatch the opportunity from their juniors? If they did, what cohesion would the family retain? For these 2 individuals who valued their family far more than themselves, such an act, tantamount to severing the family's roots, was absolutely impossible for them. Zhou Chun only showed them the 5-element spiritual fruit without reservation precisely because he deeply believed these 2 elders weren't selfish and only concerned with their own interests. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown it to anyone else, let alone revealed it to them. Because once the news of his possession of the 5-element spiritual fruit leaked, Even hiding near a golden core cultivator wouldn't protect it. Faced with the earnest expectations of his two elders, he nodded solemnly and replied, "This junior will work hard, but this item is too precious, and I'm really worried about carrying it around. I'll have to trouble you, elder, to keep it safe for me. Give it to me to keep." Zhou Ming was taken aback, then looked at Zhou Chun with a complicated expression, half-jokingly saying, "You really entrust such a precious treasure to this old man for safekeeping? Aren't you afraid that I'll cultivate to the late purple mansion stage before you and then succumb to the temptation to eat it?" Although he knew he was joking aside, Zhou Chun replied solemnly, "If I can't even trust the two of you, then there's no one in the Zhou family I can trust. You little rascal, you know how to flatter me." Zhou Ming pointed at Zhou Chun and smiled, then immediately took the 5-element spirit fruit from Zhou Chun's hand, and said seriously, "Don't worry, even if I die and the Zhou family is gone, this can only be yours." Zhou Daoai, standing to the side, smiled at their conversation, not taking it to heart. Interestingly, these three core members of the Zhou family, despite their different generations, never used their seniority to intimidate others. Even when Zhou Chun was only at the foundation establishment stage, Zhou Ming, as an elder, mostly respected his opinions and ideas, never forcing him to obey as an elder. The relationship between the three was one of respect and care between elders and juniors, but more importantly, it was one of fellow practitioners, all striving to revitalize the Zhou family. Calling them fellow Daoists wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sometimes, they even joked with each other. Now that the matter of the 5-element spirit fruit had been settled, Zhou Daoai looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhangjin, release your thunder dragon. Let me see what a superior bloodline dragon looks like." Zhou Chun had naturally told them about Bai Bai's encounter with a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate opportunity when it transformed into a dragon. As someone who also possessed a dragon as a spirit pet, Zhou Daoai was very envious of Bai Bai's good fortune. He also wanted to see for himself what kind of extraordinary power Bai Bai, whose superior bloodline had been forged through the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, possessed. Faced with an elder's request, Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately laughed, "Then you'd better watch carefully." With that, he walked outside the cave, patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and released the thunder dragon, Bai Bai. The silver dragon appeared and soared through the air outside Zhou Chun's cave, its body crackling with lightning, its four-claws waving, truly majestic and awe-inspiring. "What a magnificent four-clawed thunder dragon!" Zhou Ming exclaimed involuntarily, watching the thunder dragon soaring in the sky. "There's no harm in comparison." Before seeing the thunder dragon, Zhou Daoai's azure dragon looked quite impressive. But now, compared to the majestic four-clawed thunder dragon in the sky, Zhou Daoai's azure dragon looked rather rustic. Especially its python tail, which significantly lowered its status. Truly extraordinary. Zhou Daoai sighed softly, unsure whether to be happy for Zhou Chun or feel sorry for his own spirit pet. However, he still patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the azure dragon he had brought. It was clear that upon seeing the thunder dragon Bai Bai, the azure dragon King's eyes revealed envy and all. Third-tier dragons were already quite intelligent. The azure dragon itself had evolved from a sky azure cloud python and had previously witnessed Bai Bai's transformation into a dragon through the ancestral revival secret technique. Therefore, it naturally knew the origin of this third-tier thunder dragon. Before releasing it, Zhou Daoai had also told it about the thunder dragon Bai Bai's encounter with a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate opportunity, which had shaped its superior dragon bloodline aptitude. Therefore, it was naturally filled with envy for the thunder dragon Bai Bai. At the same time, the difference in bloodline aptitude and strength made it unconsciously feel a sense of awe towards the thunder dragon Bai Bai. Fortunately, the thunder dragon Bai Bai did not possess the arrogance of wild dragons and did not look down on the azure dragon, whose bloodline aptitude was much inferior to its own. On the contrary, it was very happy to see this fellow dragon. It immediately let out a low growl and greeted the azure dragon. Upon hearing the call, the azure dragon quickly responded with a low murmur and soared into the air, joining the thunder dragon in flight. The sight of the two dragons, one azure and one white, dancing and soaring together was a spectacle that left the three Zhou family cultivators in awe. Zhou Ming couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Two dragons flying together, two dragons dancing in unison. If outsiders saw this, it would surely spread throughout Jing Kingdom in no time. Then, as if remembering something, his face lit up with anticipation, and he said with longing, if you Zhou Chun, successfully form your core in the future, you could have a scene of 2 dragons pulling a chariot at the Golden Core ceremony. At that time, even those nascent soul cultivators would surely hear of our Zhou family and of you, Zhou Chun. Hearing this, both Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun couldn't help but imagine the scene he had described. Then Zhou Chun quickly coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, let's forget about it then. If we do that, we'll certainly make a splash, but it might attract unnecessary trouble. A carriage pulled by 2 dragons, such a display is usually reserved for nascent soul cultivators, and even many nascent soul cultivators can't put together such a display. If Zhou Chun, having just formed his golden core, dared to use a carriage pulled by 2 dragons, what if some petty nascent soul cultivators overheard and shamelessly demanded the wind and thunder dragons? Such a wonderful idea is fine to think about, but actually doing it is best to forget it. I was careless just now. Such a high-profile thing really doesn't need to be done deliberately." Zhou Ming came to his senses and nodded awkwardly, frankly admitting his oversight. After discussing some more matters, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi left first. Since Zhou Chun couldn't show himself, Zhou Daoyi would have to mobilize the Zhou family's resources to gather auxiliary materials for refining elixirs like the Xingyin pill or other auxiliary materials for the Foundation Establishment pill. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun wasn't idle either. After seeing off the 2 elders, he took out the root of the 10,000-year purple mulberry wood and released the wood spirit. "Dear, are you confident you can make these roots sprout new buds and grow new branches?" In the open space in front of the cave, Zhou Chun presented the roots to the azure spirit deer, asking for advice. In fact, if the roots of the 10,000-year purple mulberry wood could be revitalized, it would greatly benefit the wood spirit. Its future habitat could be transformed into this spiritual root, and perhaps a forest of purple mulberry trees could be cultivated for its future practice. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, the wood spirit observed the roots for a while before nodding slightly, indicating it was worth a try. When it came to planting trees, the wood spirit was undoubtedly far superior to human cultivators. If it weren't for the fear that its extraordinary behavior might reveal its true identity, Zhou Chun would have already handed over the Zhou family's herb garden to it. Now that it suggested giving it a try, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated and immediately found a place outside the cave to bury the tree roots. Once the tree roots were planted, the azure spirit ear immediately displayed its supernatural powers, drawing a large amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding vegetation and condensing it into drops of azure green spiritual rain, which it then poured onto the tree roots. The tree roots, in turn, were remarkably receptive to this spiritual rain, absorbing it with the thirst of a traveler in the desert. As the spiritual rain was absorbed, the already abundant vitality within the tree roots seemed to be catalyzed, becoming unprecedentedly active. Soon, under Zhou Chun's divine sense, a tiny purplish-blue spore sprouted from the tree roots, slowly growing upwards, breaking through the soil, and gradually growing into a sapling about 3 inches tall. "It's done." Seeing the sapling emerging from the soil, Zhou Chun felt a sense of relief, and a joyful smile immediately appeared on his face. "Yo yo yo," a clear and melodious deer cry echoed through the valley, as the azure spirit deer rejoiced over the emerging sapling. "Good dear, I'll leave it to you to take care of for now." Zhou Chun smiled and reached out to stroke the antlers of the blue spirit deer, decisively entrusting it with the task of caring for the purple mulberry tree sapling. Professional tasks should be left to professionals, this was Zhou Chun's consistent belief. The wood spirit was naturally very happy to accept his arrangement. If it could nurture this purple mulberry tree sapling to the 4th rank, it would greatly benefit it. Perhaps its future opportunity to advance to the 4th rank might even lie here. After entrusting the tree planting task to the wood spirit, Zhou Chun took the thunder dragon bye-bye to the wilderness. He wanted to check on the nest of heavenly frost bees and, incidentally, release the few heavenly frost bees in his spirit beast pouch back to rest and replenish their consumed heavenly frost key. In addition, Zhou Chun planned to explore the various waterways of the wilderness to see if he could find a few more 3rd-rank demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines. With a thunder flood dragon now in his grasp, even a high-grade 3rd-tier dragon-blooded demon beast couldn't withstand their combined attack at the same cultivation level. I recommend my friend Kangley's Henron's new mortal cultivation novel, Cultivation Sects Can't Be Arrogant. Wielding a sword to slay a demon, we are not saints. Mortal cultivation, sect, group portrait. A nobody is unexpectedly reborn into the cultivation world, becoming a disciple of a golden core cultivator in the divine firmament sect. The story begins in Haze Hao, one of the 9 provinces, and is the journey of a cultivation sect's rise. Chapter 421 Escaping a Calamity. In the desolate wilderness, at an ice cave, Zhou Chun returned after several years. The queen bee, the heavenly frost bee, sensed his presence and seemed excited. After inspecting the swarm, he showed surprise and delight. 2 more adult bees had reached maturity, and the young bees had also emerged from their larval stage and entered adulthood, ready to hunt with the swarm. It seems my choice was right. This place truly benefits the growth of the heavenly frost bees. Zhou Chun observed the bees that had emerged from their larval stage, his expression satisfied. As a rare insect listed in the list of extraordinary insects of heaven and earth, the heavenly frost bee grows extremely slowly. Even in environments perfectly suited to their growth, it takes hundreds of years, or even longer, for them to mature from larvae. Zhou Chun had possessed these bees for some years, and the fact that the young bees had only just emerged from their larval stage demonstrated just how slow their growth was. However, this was not an insurmountable flaw. Compared to the strength and lifespan of mature heavenly frost bees, these benefits are well worth it. A mature heavenly frost bee can live for about 300 years. If a swarm of hundreds of mature heavenly frost bees forms a fighting swarm, even ordinary golden core cultivators would have to avoid their sharp edge and dare not directly confront the torrents of icy breath they spew. Now, as long as these demonic bees are well trained, even after Zhou Chun reaches the core formation stage, these demonic bees will become an important tool for him in battle. By the way, since these demonic bees arrived, it seems that those snow crystal insects have never appeared again. Could they have all been eaten by them? Zhou Chun glanced around, looking at the ice walls made of millennia-old ice, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had released 10 snow crystal insects here and was certain that the release was successful. But after the demonic bees settled here, he never saw those snow crystal insects again. Therefore, he had ample reason to suspect that the swarm of demonic bees had eaten the snow crystal insects. Let them eat them then. These snow crystal worms are useless to me anyway. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun didn't pursue the matter further. He put several demon bees from his spirit beast pouch into the hive, then put a few more mature demon bees back into the pouch before leaving the ice cave. For the next 2 months, Zhou Chun traversed the rivers and lakes of the wilderness, searching for traces of third-tier dragon-blooded demon beasts. After a search, he indeed found 2 more third-tier dragon-blooded demon beasts. These 2 were a mid-grade third-tier demon beast, a unicorn crocodile, and a high-grade third-tier demon beast, a silver-armored dragonfish, both significantly stronger than ordinary demon beasts of the same tier. However, under the combined attack of Zhou Chun and Bai Bai, both dragon-blooded demon beasts were defeated and killed by their combined efforts. During the hunt, Zhou Chun also discovered something. The chilling aura of the frost bees and Bai Bai's lightning magic were very effective in preventing demon beasts from self-destructing their demon cores. In both battles, realizing their imminent demise, the 2 dragon-blooded demonic beasts attempted to unleash their demonic cores by channeling their magical power. However, both attempts were interrupted by paralyzing lightning spells and freezing cold, giving Zhou Chun the opportunity to kill them before their cores exploded. This discovery was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Zhou Chun. After all, for cultivators hunting 3rd or even 4th-tier demonic beasts, the greatest fear wasn't how to defeat or kill them, but how to prevent their demonic cores from exploding. A demonic beast's self-destruction of its core was not only a devastating, mutually destructive move, but also a way to render a cultivator's efforts futile. Unless one possessed the same method as Zhou Chun to prevent demonic cores from exploding, the chances of a purple mansion stage cultivator obtaining a demonic core from a 3rd-tier demonic beast were actually quite low. Often, even after killing the beast, the self-destruction of its core would drastically reduce the final harvest. Therefore, in teams of purple mansion stage cultivators who hunt 3rd-tier demonic beasts, there is often a cultivator who practices ice-based or lightning-based techniques, or who prepares such magical artifacts and talismans, hoping to slightly interrupt the demonic beast's self-destruction of its demonic core at a crucial moment. However, while hunting 2 third-tier dragon-blooded demonic beasts was certainly gratifying, Zhou Chun's actions also caused considerable trouble. After hunting the 3rd-tier high-grade demonic beast, the silver-armored dragonfish, he, like when hunting the azure-scaled dragonfish and the unicorn crocodile, prepared to go to the other party's lair to search for treasure with Lei Jiao Bai Bai. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the entrance of the lair, Lei Jiao Bai suddenly sensed the rapidly approaching aura of a fourth-tier demonic beast. Zhou Chun was also frightened at that moment, and hurriedly told Bai to release its aura to lure the fourth-tier demonic beast away, while he quickly went ashore and escaped. This decision undoubtedly saved his life at that time. The fourth-tier demonic beast that attacked was easily lured away by Lei Jiao Bai, and did not notice him, the human cultivator who had come ashore. However, this action resulted in Lei Jiao being chased for over 1,000 miles by the fourth-tier demonic beast, all the way into the Dragon Abyss swamp before the beast finally stopped. Following Zhou Chun's instructions, Bai escaped and returned to Lanzhou via the underground waterway. When Zhou Chun returned to Lanzhou alone and learned the whole story from Bai, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had been blinded by the demonic core of the third-tier dragon-blooded demonic beast, overlooking a crucial point. Many third-tier demonic beasts in the wilderness were subordinates of fourth-tier demonic beasts, especially after the dragon transformation sect was severely damaged, making fourth-tier demonic beasts the masters of the wilderness once again. These dragon-blooded demonic beasts were inherently powerful and easily recruited as underlings by fourth-tier demonic beasts. Zhou Chun's killing of these third-tier demonic beasts would naturally enrage the fourth-tier beasts, prompting them to personally avenge their fallen subordinates. Although Lei Jiao Bai managed to escape with his life after being chased, he exposed his identity to the fourth-tier demon beast. It's possible that the fourth-tier demon beast might report this to the Dragon Clan. If the Dragon Clan investigates and finds no record of such a dragon within the Dragon Abyss Dragon Clan, things will be very serious. Of course, this probability is low, as a mere fourth-tier demon beast wouldn't be of much interest to the Dragon Clan. Even so, this incident undoubtedly served as a warning to Zhou Chun, making him dare not act recklessly in the wilderness just because he possessed a third-tier Lei Jiao. The wilderness is, after all, demon territory. If a human cultivator leading a demon beast to kill a third-tier demon beast there were to be discovered, the impact would be enormous. It could potentially escalate into a diplomatic dispute and incur the wrath of the Dragon Abyss Dragon Clan. After all, third-tier demonic beasts that have condensed demon cores are, in a sense, already protected animals. Even fourth-tier demonic beasts wouldn't easily hunt other third-tier demonic beasts just to satisfy their appetites. If they were truly greedy, they would secretly select promising second-tier demonic beasts, train them as underlings, and then find a reason to kill and eat them, like the Black Dragon in Dragon Abyss Swamp. Moreover, Bai is a four-clawed thunder dragon with superior bloodline potential. If the Dragon Clan found out that such a high-potential dragon was being enslaved by a human cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage, specifically to hunt third-tier demonic beasts, it would definitely anger those proud dragons, making them want to eliminate Zhou Chun and Bai. In either case, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for Zhou Chun. Therefore, after escaping back to Lanzhou, he didn't dare go to the wilderness for a short time, and he also instructed Zhou Daoyi not to ride the Azure Dragon when he went there, but to use other demonic beasts capable of water escape instead. 3 dragon-blooded demon beast inner cores are enough to refine 3 batches of dragon spirit pills. Adding to that the energy-boosting pills and yellow crystal pills I've prepared, I should have enough pills until my cultivation reaches the late Purple Mansion stage. Inside his cave on Earth Cloud Ridge, Zhou Chun silently calculated the various spiritual items he possessed, deciding to stop. He knew that those who walk by the river will eventually get wet. He might escape this time, but not next time. Even if he had to hunt third-tier demon beasts again, he'd rather go to places like the Dolan Grassland and the Black Mist Swamp. At least there, even if he exposed the existence of the Thunder Flood Dragon Bai, he wouldn't provoke such behemoths as the Flood Dragon Clan. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun took out a yellow crystal pill and swallowed it, focusing on cultivation in his cave. As a pill for mid to late stage Purple Mansion cultivators, the yellow crystal pill was far more potent than the energy boosting pill. Even now, Zhou Chun cannot fully absorb and refine the medicinal effects of this elixir, wasting 1 or 2/10 of its potency. However, even so, the gain from refining just 1 yellow crystal pill is equivalent to more than 3 years of his own cultivation. After 3 years of secluded cultivation in Tuyun Ridge and refining 3 yellow crystal pills, Zhou Chun vaguely sensed the barrier of the mid-stage Purple Mansion realm. From the Purple Mansion stage onwards, there are realm barriers between each minor realm. Cultivators generally use 2 methods to break through these minor realm barriers. One is to hone their magical power over many years, repeatedly attempting to break through to loosen the barrier. Zhou Ming used this method to break through to the mid-stage Purple Mansion realm. The other is to take certain pills that help break through realm barriers, forcibly breaking through. For example, Lin Hongyu took the Crimson Bright Flowing Pearl pill, a elixir specifically designed to assist in breaking through realm barriers, in order to quickly break through to the late-stage Purple Mansion realm. However, such elixirs are extremely rare, and finding them in Jing Kingdom is very difficult. If Zhou Chun wanted to break through the cultivation barrier using the power of elixirs, he would have to start from the Great Zhou Kingdom. He calculated that it had been 6 or 7 years since he and Luo Qingni had separated. With her accumulated experience and the wondrous effects of the 5-element spiritual fruit, he estimated that she would successfully form her core in less than 10 years. Therefore, he considered returning to the Great Zhou Kingdom. At this moment, he emerged from his cave and went to the valley outside. He saw that what was a small sapling of purple mulberry wood 3 years ago had now grown to over 10 feet tall, bearing clusters of purple-blue mulberry leaves. At this point, judging from its spiritual power, the purple mulberry wood was still within the first-tier spiritual wood category, but the rich vitality it emitted was already comparable to many second-tier spiritual woods. Zhou Chun estimated that at this rate, the tree would grow into a second-tier spiritual wood in less than 10 years. As expected of a fifth-tier spiritual wood offspring, its foundation is indeed incomparable to ordinary spiritual woods. Zhou Chun nodded, very satisfied with the growth of this purple mulberry wood. Then his gaze fell upon the several spirit pets in the valley. The golden armored rock turtle, Stone, had been a second-tier high-grade demon beast for some years, but its cultivation had now stalled, and it could only seek an opportunity to break through to the third tier. The golden winged tiger, having lost its 2 older brothers to share resources, had also grown rapidly and was now a second-tier high-grade demon beast. From now on, Zhou Chun's important task besides his own cultivation was to seek opportunities for their evolution and breakthrough. Stone is easy to deal with. If we can exchange for Cheyenne He Sanren's Mountain Soul Pearl, with its talent, it should have no problem condensing a demon core. The golden winged tiger is a bit more troublesome. Although its dual attributes of golden wind make it far stronger than its kind, it also limits its breakthrough range. It can't rely on ordinary spirit objects to assist its breakthrough. I guess we'll have to start with pills. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he beckoned the golden winged tiger over, patting its head. He had some ideas about the evolutionary direction of the 2 spirit pets. He had always been a sentimental person. These spirit pets had followed him since they were young, accompanying him in his growth and battles. In his heart, their status was probably even higher than that of his Taoist partner, Su Yazhen. He had long regarded them as his own children. Therefore, if there was any opportunity to help them evolve into high-level demon beasts, he would definitely do his best. After playing with his spirit pets for a while, Zhou Chun sent a message to Zhou Ming, who was also cultivating in Tuyunling, and invited him to his cave, expressing his intention to travel to the Great Zhou Kingdom again. He had mentioned this matter when he returned, so Zhou Ming naturally did not object this time. After reminding him to be careful, he let him go. So Zhou Chun packed his things and quietly embarked on his journey to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Since he was not in a hurry, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to detour to Yang Kingdom to visit Lin Weiner, who was cultivating there. Clan Chief, your arrival is perfectly timed. There's something I've been meaning to personally report to you at the clan. Inside the Red Jade Peak stronghold, Lin Weiner was overjoyed to see Zhou Chun. She immediately pulled him into her cave and began to discuss an important matter. After decades of development, the Yang Kingdom had recovered considerably, and the cultivation world there had gradually changed from its previous chaotic state. Several major sects in the Yang Kingdom that had suffered heavy losses in the Thousand Extinction Insect Plague were now eager to rebuild their sects. However, these sects had suffered devastating losses in the plague. Not only were almost all their disciples below the 4th rank wiped out, but their former cultivation families had also been completely destroyed, resulting in a severe generational gap. Rebuilding their sects using the old method of slowly recruiting and training disciples would be far too inefficient, taking hundreds of years to yield any results, or even being able to achieve any at all. After all, there aren't many cultivation families providing them with high-quality seedlings as disciples anymore, and the small number of mortals that Yang Kingdom has recovered can't possibly produce many with spiritual root aptitude. Most importantly, with their mountain gates and resource points destroyed in the insect plague, They no longer have the resources to train disciples like before. Therefore, these major sects have set their sights on the various cultivation families and independent cultivator strongholds that have recently relocated to Yang Kingdom, wanting to incorporate these families and independent cultivators to build the foundation of their sects. This was originally a win-win situation for the cultivation families and independent cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. This way, they would not only have a powerful backer and high-level cultivators to guide their cultivation, but they could also form their own factions within the major sects and gain considerable power. However, for the Red Jade Peak Stronghold, this was a different story. After all, the Red Jade Peak Stronghold is currently operating under the banner of Lin Hongyu, a Golden Core cultivator. The Golden Light Sect, a major sect of the Yang Kingdom that is annexing the Red Jade Peak Stronghold, is offering Lin Hongyu the position of Golden Light Sect Elder in exchange for incorporating both the cultivators of the Red Jade Peak Stronghold and Lin Hongyu herself. Although the Golden Light Sect suffered heavy losses in the insect plague, it still has one nascent soul cultivator and several Golden Core cultivators. Its top-tier combat power remains. Since their incorporation order has reached the Red Jade Peak Stronghold, it only has two paths left. I understand. Elder Lin, you can pack your things and return to your family tomorrow. I will personally escort you for part of the journey. Since the Golden Light Sect wants the Red Jade Peak Stronghold, then let them have it. After listening to Lin Weiner's explanation, Zhou Chun immediately stated his decision without hesitation. Neither he nor the Zhou family could allow Lin Hongyu to join the Golden Light Sect, and he believed Lin Hongyu would not join either. Therefore, there was no good choice. They could simply leave. In any case, the mission of the Red Jade Peak Stronghold had essentially ended after the Earth Element Crystal Jade vein was depleted. Aside from Lin Weiner, who had been there for decades, no one in the Zhou family felt any reluctance about abandoning it. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Lin Weiner opened her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head and agreed. She had actually known Zhou Chun would make this decision, but abandoning a place she had spent decades in was not an easy decision. If Zhou Chun hadn't arrived, she might have tried to delay and see if there were any other opportunities. But now that Zhou Chun had made the decision for her, she had nothing more to say. Early the next morning, Zhou Chun, as he had promised, personally escorted Lin Hongyu away from the Red Jade Peak Stronghold. As for the other cultivators in the stronghold, none of them wanted to go with Lin Hongyu. After all, compared to a cultivation family like the Zhou family, which didn't even have a Golden Core cultivator, becoming a disciple of the major sect, the Golden Light Sect, was clearly much more tempting. After escorting Lin Weiner for thousands of miles, Zhou Chun finally let her return to her family alone, while he himself traveled to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Several months later, Zhou Chun arrived safely at Xianyun Immortal City. His first act upon returning was naturally to inquire about Luo Qingni. The result was as he expected. Luo Qingni had not yet successfully formed her core. So Zhou Chun went to the rental cave-dwelling area within the Immortal City and rented a cave-dwelling not far from Luo Qingni's, paying 5 years rent up front. From then on, Zhou Chun focused on his secluded cultivation in the rented cave-dwelling, waiting for Luo Qingni to emerge. After about 2 more years, the celestial phenomenon of core formation finally appeared above Luo Qingni's cave-dwelling. Chapter 422 Mountain Soul Pearl acquired, Stone evolves. Xianyun Immortal City. For Xianyun Immortal City, the largest gathering place for cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the core formation phenomenon isn't particularly rare. Due to its rich spiritual energy environment and its attraction to high-level rogue cultivators, core formation phenomena occur here every few years. There have even been instances of core formation occurring twice in 3 years. However, the appearance of a core formation phenomenon is still a very eye-catching event, even in Xianyun Immortal City. Therefore, when the core formation phenomenon appeared above Luo Qingni's cave, many cultivators from the city gathered there. However, because Luo Qingni had already submitted an application, immediately after the phenomenon appeared, law enforcement cultivators from Xianyun Immortal City arrived around her cave to guard it, stopping those who wanted to approach. As a well-known rogue cultivator and alchemy master in Xianyun Immortal City, Luo Qingni's cave was no secret to the city's cultivators above the Purple Mansion stage. Therefore, news of Luo Qingni's successful core formation quickly spread throughout the city. Zhou Chun witnessed the entire process of the core formation phenomenon appearing and dissipating from outside his own cave. After the phenomenon subsided and the enforcement cultivators left, He, like many other cultivators, immediately sent a message to Luo Qingni to express his congratulations, leaving his cave's location. He then returned to his cave and waited patiently. Generally, after successfully forming their core, cultivators spend 1 or 2 years consolidating their cultivation before appearing to receive guests. Zhou Chun was prepared for this wait. His cultivation had now completely reached the minor realm barrier, making it impossible to further enhance his magical power through pills like the yellow crystal pill. Therefore, he planned to calmly refine his magical power, first attempting to loosen the minor realm barrier through slow, gradual breakthroughs. If the effect was good, he might not need to take pills to break through the barrier. Pills were indeed valuable, but it was unnecessary to take them if possible. As far as Zhou Chun knew, those pills that helped break through minor realm barriers were often extremely potent. Using such pills to break through the minor realm barrier, even if successful, would damage one's foundation and vital energy, requiring several years of recuperation before continuing cultivation. Even pills like the yellow crystal pill, which enhance magical power, can cause a rapid increase in power if consumed in excess, leading to loss of control over one's cultivation. For example, Zhou Chun's control over his magical power is noticeably less effortless than before. This is a common problem for cultivators who take pills to enhance their magical power. Fortunately, this is not difficult to resolve. He only needs to stop taking the pills for a period and diligently practice to refine his skills. So, for the next 2 years, Zhou Chun focused on cultivating and refining his magical power while simultaneously practicing the golden/secret technique. The results were gratifying. Through refining his magical power and occasionally challenging the minor realm barrier, Zhou Chun clearly felt the barrier slightly loosening. At this rate, perhaps he wouldn't even need to consume any barrier-breaking pills. With just 10 or 8 years of secluded cultivation, he could naturally break through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Compared to his lifespan of less than 140 years, 10 or 8 years was more than enough time. That day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in his cave as usual when suddenly his expression changed. He raised his hand, made a hand seal, and a beam of fire flew into the cave, landing before him, a communication talisman. He touched the talisman with his divine sense, and instantly Luo Qingni's clear voice rang in his mind. Qingni has emerged from seclusion. If fellow Taoist Zhang has time, please come to the cave for a chat. Finally out of seclusion? A flash of joy appeared in Zhou Chun's eyes. He immediately got up, tidied his appearance, rechecked the prepared gifts, and then left the cave to pay his respects to Luo Qingni. Luo Qingni was indeed free today, or perhaps because she had recently found the time, she sent the communication talisman to Zhou Chun. As soon as Zhou Chun sent the talisman, she quickly opened the cave's protective barrier, inviting him inside. Upon entering Qingni residence, Zhou Chun saw Luo Qingni, who had already reached the golden core stage. At this moment, Luo Qingni was wearing a light blue lotus-patterned robe. The robe was covered in intricately interwoven spiritual patterns, each lotus flower imbued with profound spiritual energy. It was clearly no ordinary item. Even if this robe wasn't a magic treasure, it was certainly a magic artifact of the Black Water's One Turtle Shield caliber, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary golden core cultivators. It was unclear whether she had prepared this item beforehand or if it was a congratulatory gift from other cultivators after her successful core formation. Zhou Chun didn't look at her for long. After a brief exchange of glances, he bowed deeply with a smile and said, "Junior greets Senior Luo. Congratulations on your successful core formation. Your path to the Great Dao is promising." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni quickly stepped aside and looked at him with a wry smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you're being too kind. We can simply address each other as fellow Daoists. I can't possibly accept the title senior. While it's true that seniority in the cultivation world is based on cultivation level, if one of your close friends breaks through to a higher realm, it's generally unacceptable for a former friend to call you senior, otherwise, the friendship would be ruined, and gossip would easily spread." Luo Qingni's refusal to accept Zhou Chun's deep bow and the title senior clearly indicated that she considered him a friend. Zhou Chun was naturally pleased to see this. He immediately straightened his posture and smiled slightly, saying, "In the cultivation world, those who have achieved mastery come first. Since Master Luo has successfully formed her core, it is only right for me to address her as senior." After speaking, without waiting for Luo Qingni's response, he nodded slightly and said, "However, Since Master Luo doesn't like the title senior, then I will still address you as Master Luo. What master or master? Fellow Taoist Zhang can simply call King Ni fellow Taoist. Luo. King Ni waved her hand, seemingly unconcerned. Then she invited Zhou Chun to sit down in the living room. After the two were seated, Luo King Ni, as Zhou Chun had expected, inquired about what had happened after they parted ways. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't mention that he had cultivated in seclusion at the bottom of Muley Lake for several years. He only said that after obtaining the 5-element spiritual fruit, fearing its loss, he quietly returned to his family to cultivate in seclusion after escaping the pursuit of the multi-winged clan mages. This was actually the truth, but he deliberately obscured the time. Now that Luo King Ni had successfully formed her core, she clearly didn't want to get involved in the matter further and quickly moved on. She then brought up the fact that after Yan Qiang's death, his sect, Huanglongbao, had come looking for her, saying that Huanglongbao had given up the investigation and that Zhou Chun didn't need to worry anymore. Actually, Zhou Chun had nothing to worry about. Unless Luo King Ni was stupid, she wouldn't reveal the truth about Yan Qiang's murder. Although he, Zhou Chun, was the one who carried out the act, Luo King Ni was actually more deserving of the investigation. If Huanglongbao learned the truth, they would definitely consider Luo King Ni the murderer and force her to work for their sect for nothing. After these pleasantries were over, Zhou Chun tentatively looked at Luo King Ni and asked, "Now that fellow Taoist Luo has successfully formed her core, will you continue to cultivate in Cheyenne Immortal City?" "Of course," Luo King Ni replied without hesitation. King Ni has been cultivating in Cheyenne Immortal City for almost 200 years, so naturally she won't easily change places. Then, she looked at Zhou Chun with curiosity and said, "Why does fellow Taoist Zhang ask this?" "Nothing, I just want to know where fellow Taoist Luo cultivates so that I can find her to refine pills." Zhou Chun waved his hand, revealing his intention. Upon hearing this, Luo King Ni immediately looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to postpone refining pills for fellow Taoist Zhang. I have to hold the Golden Core ceremony and refine my natal magic weapon, so I'm afraid I won't have time to refine pills for anyone for the next 3 to 5 years. Zhou Chun quickly shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you flatter me. Whether it's holding the Golden Core ceremony or refining your natal magic weapon, these are important matters related to cultivation. Although I'm thick-skinned, I wouldn't dare let fellow Taoist Luo neglect her own cultivation for such a trivial matter as refining pills. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhang, I don't have any other pill refining tasks right now. After I finish my own business, I'll refine pills for you first." Seemingly feeling a little guilty, Luo King Ni hesitated for a moment before looking at Zhou Chun and making a promise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, "That's wonderful. I do have quite a few pills I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Luo to help me refine." "Oh, fellow Taoist Zhang, why don't you tell me what pill materials you've collected?" Luo King Ni also became interested and immediately inquired about his preparations. As a master alchemist, she was genuinely interested in alchemy, but because the Golden Core ceremony and the refining of her natal magic weapon were indeed very important, she had to postpone them. Since Zhou Chun still wanted her to refine pills, she naturally wouldn't hide anything and immediately told him about the 3,000-year-old jade marrow mushrooms and other spiritual herbs she had exchanged for. Upon hearing that he had already acquired so many spiritual herbs, Luo King Ni couldn't help but marvel, saying, "Tisk tisk tisk, that fellow Taoist Zhang is truly lucky. Even I, in the past, would have had some trouble obtaining a 1,000-year-old jade marrow mushroom." She then sighed with emotion, "I only heard about the ancient ruins after I came out of seclusion. Luckily, we weren't greedy enough to go there, otherwise, whether we were trapped inside by those multi-winged race grand mages or captured and searched by the Golden Core cultivators who arrived later, it would have been a disaster. Yes, thankfully we weren't greedy, otherwise the outcome would have been very bad." Zhou Chun nodded deeply, agreeing wholeheartedly. Human greed is insatiable. Many cultivators perish halfway through their cultivation journey because they can't control their greed and try to obtain things they can't have. It's conceivable that with the numerous spiritual treasures within those ancient ruins, if the two of them had entered, they certainly wouldn't have left easily. In that case, they would have been certain death. However, since the topic of ancient ruins had come up, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he suddenly looked at Luo King Ni and said, "I just remembered something. Upon returning to my clan, a junior obtained an unfamiliar spiritual fruit in a blessed land. We don't know its purpose. Could fellow Taoist Luo help us identify it? Oh, even fellow Taoist Zhang doesn't recognize this spiritual fruit? Then I certainly must see it. A glint of curiosity flashed in Luo Qingni's eyes, and she immediately agreed. Zhou Chun then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out the jade box containing 7 azure spiritual fruits, opened the lid, and placed it in front of Luo Qingni. These are the spiritual fruits. Please, fellow Taoist Luo, take a look. He knew that Luo Qingni, as a master alchemist, certainly possessed a far greater understanding of spiritual herbs and fruits than he did, so he held considerable hope. As expected, Luo Qingni picked up a spirit fruit and examined it carefully before looking at him with surprise and saying, "Did this really come from a descendant of your family, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, but he immediately nodded without showing any change in expression, saying, "Indeed, fellow Taoist Luo, have you already recognized this? Then your descendant is truly very lucky." Luo Qingni sighed with emotion, then said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Bodhi spirit fruit formed from a 4th-tier spirit wood, the Jade Bodhi wood. It is said that the Jade Bodhi wood only condenses this kind of Bodhi spirit fruit once in its lifetime, making it extremely rare and precious. A 4th-tier spirit wood, the Jade Bodhi wood?" Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but think of the spirit wood core he had planned to give to Luo Qingni. Could it be that the spirit wood core was formed from this Jade Bodhi wood? His mind raced, and he immediately looked at Luo Qingni and asked, "May I ask, fellow Taoist Luo, what is the use of this Jade Bodhi fruit?" "The Jade Bodhi fruit has many uses," Luo Qingni replied. "Not only can it be used to refine certain special elixirs, but even if consumed raw, it can strengthen a cultivator's spiritual sense and repair damage to the soul." After a slight hesitation, Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Qingni is also very interested in this Jade Bodhi fruit. If it's convenient for fellow Taoist Zhang, would you be willing to part with a few fruits? Qingni is willing to exchange them for other rare spiritual items or pills." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded without hesitation. Of course. How many does fellow Taoist Luo want? It was rare for Luo Qingni to take the initiative, and Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to do her a favor slip by. After all, she was a golden core stage alchemy master. With Luo Qingni's current status, as long as she was willing to ask, many things would be eagerly offered to her. Aside from the major powers with nascent soul stage cultivators at their helm, few forces wouldn't want to cultivate a good relationship with a golden core stage alchemy master like him. The Jade Bodhi fruit might be very useful, but Zhou Chun had 7 in total. Exchanging a few with Luo Qingni was no problem at all. Luo Qingni was slightly surprised by his straightforward answer, but then, understanding his intention, she smiled gently and said, 3 are enough. Continuous consumption weakens its effect, and excessive consumption is useless. She then looked at Zhou Chun meaningfully and said, "I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhang would like to exchange it with pills or other spiritual items." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Could I perhaps offer another method of exchange?" "Oh, how does fellow Taoist Zhang wish to exchange it?" Luo Qingni's expression shifted, looking at him with curiosity. "To be honest, at the last exchange meeting, I actually had my eye on a treasure in the possession of the Hermit of Heavenly Knowledge. However, I was worried about attracting trouble by making too many offers, so I didn't dare to exchange it. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Luo to help me make an exchange with him. In addition, I currently have 3 inner cores of dragon-blooded demon beasts. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Luo to introduce me to Master Jayun and ask him to help refine them into dragon spirit pills." Zhou Chun met Luo Qingni's gaze and calmly stated his request. The idea of asking Luo Qingni to help exchange the Mountain Soul Pearl with a Hermit of Heavenly Knowledge was something he had conceived at the exchange meeting. Moreover, he was certain that with Luo Qingni's status after reaching the core formation stage, the Hermit of Heavenly Knowledge would definitely be willing to give her face. As for asking Master Jayun to refine the dragon spirit pills, it was a last resort. He had inquired about it over the past few years, but Master Jayun's alchemy schedule was so full that it was impossible to make an appointment through normal channels. This isn't hard to understand. With the emergence of numerous millennia-old spiritual herbs from the ancient ruins, these alchemy masters must be incredibly busy. Luo Qingni has probably received many alchemy requests by now. And since she's also an alchemy master among the rogue cultivators, and has now successfully formed her core, if Luo Qingni is willing to speak up for her, Master Jayun will likely give her a face and help her cut in line. To Zhou Chun's surprise, Luo Qingni immediately replied after hearing his request. Exchanging treasures with Cheyenne He Sanren is easy. As long as the treasures you provide are indeed what Cheyenne He Sanren needs, Qingni can definitely help you with this. However, finding Master Zheyun to refine pills is probably impossible for the time being. As far as Qingni knows, he is currently busy refining high-grade elixirs suitable for golden core cultivators and simply cannot spare the time to refine a dragon spirit pill for you, fellow Taoist Zhang. She then changed the subject, saying, actually, if fellow Taoist Zhang can wait, perhaps in a few years Qingni will be able to refine the dragon spirit pill as well. At that time, fellow Taoist Zhang, would you be willing, if you provide materials for Qingni to practice with, Qingni won't charge you for refining them. She might even subsidize your material costs if you produce fewer pills than you intend. Fellow Taoist Luo, you're refining the dragon spirit pill yourself. Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask, but didn't you say last time that the dragon spirit pill is Master Zheyun's unique pill? That's true, but who says unique pills can't be exchanged? Ultimately, the dragon spirit pill is just a pill suitable for cultivators in the Purple Mansion stage. If Qingni offers a pill formula of equal value to Master Zheyun in exchange, he certainly won't mind acquiring another pill formula. Luo Qingni smiled faintly, answering Zhou Chun's question. Hearing this, Zhou Chun fell silent. What Luo Qingni said made sense. A pill formula like the dragon spirit pill, which improves cultivation, wasn't actually a top-secret formula. After all, Luo Qingni herself possessed the formulas for similar pills like the enhancing vitality pill and the yellow crystal pill. Master Zheyun's previous reluctance to trade these formulas was likely due to his intention to monopolize the market, forcing cultivators with dragon-blooded demon beast inner cores to seek his help to refine the dragon spirit pill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have explicitly stated that the pill was made from the inner core of a third-tier dragon-blooded demon beast. However, over the years, Master Zheyun had probably already mastered the refining method of the dragon spirit pill and no longer needed to practice with materials. If Luo Qingni were willing to offer a different formula he didn't possess in exchange, he would most likely agree. The logic is simple, mastering more complex pill refining methods helps alchemy masters like them reach the Grandmaster realm. Presumably, Luo Qingni's desire to exchange the dragon spirit pill refining method stemmed primarily from this reason, not from Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was well aware of his own limitations and wasn't so narcissistic as to believe that Luo Qingni wanted to exchange the dragon spirit pill recipe for him. However, a problem arose. Even if Luo Qingni obtained the refining method for the dragon spirit pill, as it was a pill she had never refined before, and one with considerable difficulty, her initial yield would certainly be less than Master Zheyun's, and there was even a risk of failure. For Zhou Chun, refining the dragon spirit pill would undoubtedly be a high-risk, low-reward endeavor. Even if Luo Qingni was willing to compensate for the cost of materials in case of failure or low yield, it would likely be in the form of spirit coins, which he wasn't short of. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Chun bowed to Luo Qingni and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, please don't be offended. I do need pills to improve my cultivation right now. So let's put the dragon spirit pill on hold for now and make a decision in a few years." Luo Qingni was not displeased by this and simply smiled and said, "Qingni understands. In that case, I'll take one Bodhi fruit first. If I get what you need later, I'll exchange it for the remaining 2 spirit fruits. No need for that. I believe in your integrity, fellow Taoist Luo. You wouldn't take something and then deny it." Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly and immediately took out 3 spirit fruits and handed them to Luo Qingni. Seeing this, Luo Qingni pondered for a moment and then smiled and said, "Then thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Zhang." She then generously put away 3 jade Bodhi fruits. At this moment, Zhou Chun took out 2 jade boxes, one large and one small, from his storage bag and placed them on the table next to him. Then he said, "In this large jade box is a congratulatory gift from me to fellow Taoist Luo on his successful completion of the Golden Core stage. Due to certain reasons, I am unable to attend fellow Taoist Luo's Golden Core ceremony, so I can only send this gift to you first. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Luo. As for this small jade box, it contains a 1,000-year-old precious herb. Senior Cheyenne Sanren once offered the Mountain Soul Pearl as a condition for exchanging it for a 1,000-year-old precious herb." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni didn't think much of it and simply nodded slightly, saying, "Qingni understands fellow Taoist Zhang's concerns. Since it is inconvenient for you to attend, Then King Ni will not invite you any further." Saying this, she opened both jade boxes without any hesitation, wanting to see what was inside. Who knew that upon opening them and seeing what was inside, she would be stunned. This is the golden core congratulatory gift you gave to King Ni, fellow Taoist Zhang." She pointed at the piece of spirit wood core in the jade box and looked at Zhou Chun with surprise in her eyes. Although a gift presented to Golden Core cultivator at their Golden Core ceremony must be of a high standard, even a magical artifact or spiritual material wouldn't be particularly surprising. However, a top-tier magical artifact or spiritual material as precious as a spirit wood core is something that only close friends and relatives would give as a gift. Zhou Chun was quite satisfied with her reaction and immediately smiled slightly, saying, "It just so happens that my family still has such an item, and my family probably won't have anyone to use it for several hundred years. Therefore, after my elders learned that I obtained the 5-element spiritual fruit thanks to fellow Taoist Luo, they specially asked me to bring this as a congratulatory gift to fellow Taoist Luo. I hope fellow Taoist Luo will accept it." Hearing his explanation, Luo Qingni opened her mouth, then sighed, "But fellow Taoist Zhang's gift is too precious, compared to the 5-element spiritual fruit. This item doesn't deserve the title of precious. Fellow Taoist Luo, please don't be modest, otherwise I won't be able to explain to my elders when I return," Zhou Chun said earnestly. Sometimes, the more expensive the gift, the better. If the relationship isn't close enough, an expensive gift can only increase psychological pressure, making the recipient hesitant to accept. Zhou Chun's gift at this moment might also be a test. If Luo Qingni insists on refusing, it means their relationship isn't close enough, and he'll have to regretfully take it back. This is why he's giving the gift privately now. Even if it's returned, he won't lose face in public. Luo Qingni is indeed quite in a dilemma. She has already prepared the materials for refining her natal magic weapon, and those materials are no less valuable than the spirit wood core Zhou Chun gave her. However, this spirit wood core is an extremely valuable treasure, a rare find, whether used to enhance the power of her natal magic weapon or to refine another natal magic weapon. If she refuses this generous gift today, even if she wants to exchange it with Zhou Chun for a similarly valuable item later, he might not be willing. Moreover, doing so would be tantamount to contradicting herself, making Zhou Chun look down on her. However, if she accepted this generous gift, it would be tantamount to agreeing to consider Zhou Chun a close friend, a situation that was unpredictable for someone she had only recently met. After all, she hadn't even seen Zhou Chun's real appearance or heard his real name, and knew nothing about him. Therefore, after hesitating for a long time, she looked at Zhou Chun with a complicated expression and sighed deeply, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you've really put Qing Ni in a difficult position." Hearing her words, Zhou Chun immediately sensed something was wrong. To avoid being rejected and causing embarrassment for both of them, he immediately activated his backup plan. He immediately bowed sincerely to Luo Qingni, saying, "Fellow Taoist Luo, there's no need for such formalities. I truly only wish to thank you and make friends with you. I have no ill intentions whatsoever. If you find it difficult, why not exchange this for a favor? A favor from a golden core alchemist is far more valuable than such a spiritual object." Using the spirit wood core to exchange for a favor was his second best option. Although it somewhat forced her agreement, it was undoubtedly more acceptable. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Luo Qingni's expression relaxed, and she smiled again, saying, "Then I, Qingni, will accept your thanks." She then promptly put away the spirit wood core and the 1,000-year-old precious herb. Afterward, Zhou Chun chatted with Luo Qingni for a while, asking for some insights on core formation, before taking his leave. 3 days later, Luo Qingni personally visited him, handing him the Mountain Soul Pearl she had received in the exchange. "So this is the Mountain Soul Pearl? It's truly extraordinary." Inside the cave, after seeing Luo Qingni off, Zhou Chun turned back and picked up the Mountain Soul Pearl to examine it closely. It was about the size of an ostrich egg, yellowish-brown in color, with a restrained luster, resembling an ordinary ball of yellow clay. But one should not underestimate it. It was a spiritual object formed from the convergence of the essence of mountains and rivers, extremely precious and rare. Furthermore, it was incredibly heavy. This small ball of yellow clay felt as if it contained a mountain peak. Zhou Chun had to use his magical power to support it to hold it. This alone demonstrated its extraordinary nature. Moreover, in terms of grade, It could be considered a top-tier magical treasure material, no less valuable than the piece of spiritual wood Zhou Chun had given Luo Qingni, and perhaps even more so, far surpassing a 1,000-year-old precious herb. However, because its internal spiritual energy was too stable and rigid, it was unsuitable as a material for a natal magical treasure. If it can't be used as a material for a natal magic weapon, the value of this magic weapon material will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, master craftsmen are extremely rare, and not everyone can afford to hire one. Furthermore, the characteristics of the Mountain Soul Pearl mean that even ordinary master craftsmen don't have much confidence in forging it into a magic weapon. Therefore, it is more often used as a material to assist demonic beasts in breaking through their cultivation levels. In fact, the places where these Mountain Soul Pearls are usually nurtured are mostly guarded by high-level earth attribute demonic beasts. If you look closely at the Mountain Soul Pearl in Zhou Chun's hand, you can see some cracks. It was probably damaged during the battle between the person who obtained it and the demonic beast, making it even less suitable for forging magic weapons. However, it's not a big problem to use it to help demonic beasts break through their cultivation levels. After carefully examining the Mountain Soul Pearl, Zhou Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "With the quality of this Mountain Soul Pearl, if stone can use it to advance to a high-level demon beast, its supernatural abilities will certainly be considerable, and its path to advancing to a 4th-tier demon beast will be much smoother. Now it all depends on its own destiny." After saying that, he walked into the spirit beast chamber specially set up inside the cave, released the golden armored rock turtle, and let it swallow the Mountain Soul Pearl and fall asleep inside. Chapter 423 Breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion Realm. Mountain Soul Pearl was far too immense. Zhou Chun estimated that digesting it would be far more difficult for the stone than digesting a low-grade 3rd-tier demon core. Therefore, he was prepared to wait 8 to 10 years. After sealing the spirit beast chamber, he paid little attention to it. 2 months later, Luo Qingni's golden core ceremony was grandly held at Qingni residence. It was said that on the day of the ceremony, more than 30 golden core stage cultivators and nearly 200 purple mansion stage cultivators came to offer their congratulations. This showed the immense influence of such a golden core stage alchemy master and the vastness of Luo Qingni's network. This also explained why she had hesitated to accept top-tier magical treasures and spiritual materials like the spirit wood core. Although Zhou Chun hadn't been there, after hearing about the grand spectacle, he was deeply moved and somewhat glad that he had made his previous probing attempt. Fortunately, seeing that his gift-giving attempt had failed, he promptly implemented a backup plan to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if the gift had been returned, it would have severely damaged their relationship. After the golden core ceremony, Luo Qingni announced another period of seclusion to focus on refining her natal magic weapon. Upon learning of this, Zhou Chun renewed the rent for his cave dwelling for another 5 years and then devoted himself to cultivating and refining his magical power and secret techniques. Time flies in cultivation, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 years of seclusion, Zhou Chun felt that his cultivation barrier had loosened considerably. With just 1 or 2 more years of seclusion, he should be able to break through in one fell swoop. At the same time, after these years of seclusion, he had finally mastered the offensive secret technique, Golden Slash. Zhou Chun was very satisfied with the power of Golden Slash. After testing it, he found that once activated, the power of this secret technique was no less than that of a high-grade 3rd-tier spell. Once his cultivation broke through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, the power of the secret technique would be further enhanced. Furthermore, this secret technique itself has 3 levels. Zhou Chun has only successfully cultivated the 1st level, allowing him to unleash the Golden Slash once. If he cultivates to the 2nd level, he can not only unleash the Golden Slash twice, but the power of the technique will also increase. If he can cultivate to the 3rd level, he can unleash the Golden Slash 3 times, at which point its power will rival that of a 4th-tier spell. Xianyuan Immortal City is indeed a sacred place for cultivation. As long as you have spirit coins, you can easily buy many things here. Many shops here sell the golden energy Zhou Chun needs for cultivation, as well as the high-quality golden energy required for cultivating the secret technique, and they also accept pre-orders. If Zhou Chun is willing to spend money, he can even rent a cave dwelling specifically for golden core cultivators, where the concentration of spiritual energy is no less than that of the golden core cultivators' cave dwellings at Qinglian Temple. However, the expenses here are simply too high. The cave-dwelling Zhou Chun is currently using costs a whopping 45,000 spirit coins for 10 years. It's practically burning money. If he hadn't made several fortunes in succession, even with the Zhou family's support, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford such expenses. Judging by the time, fellow Taoist Luo should have emerged from seclusion by now, Zhou Chun thought to himself, and immediately sent a communication talisman to Luo Qingni to inquire about the situation. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Luo Qingni replied. Then, with a joyful expression, he got up, packed his things, and went to visit Luo Qingni's cave. Upon arriving at Qingni residence, Zhou Chun, seeing Luo Qingni again after several years, noticed that her aura was much stronger, giving him a faint sense of extreme danger. Clearly, after refining her natal magic weapon, Luo Qingni's strength had increased dramatically. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Chun jokingly said, "Fellow Taoist Luo has finally emerged from seclusion. I've been eagerly awaiting your return all these years." Luo Qingni blinked slightly upon hearing this and replied leisurely, "There was a slight mishap that delayed me for 2 years, causing you to wait so long, fellow Taoist Zhang. Haha, I was just joking, fellow Taoist Luo, please don't take it to heart." Zhou Chun smiled and immediately looked at Luo Qingni, saying, "When will fellow Taoist Luo have time to help me start refining pills? Since Qingni has emerged from seclusion, she is naturally available at any time. If you are in a hurry, today is fine too," Luo Qingni replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. I've waited all these years, what's half a day more? How about starting tomorrow?" Of course, Luo Qingni nodded gently, readily agreeing. So Zhou Chun stayed a while longer, discussed the pills they were going to refine, and then took his leave. Early the next morning, Zhou Chun returned to Qingni residence and followed Luo Qingni into her alchemy room. Although their relationship was currently good, to avoid testing her character and to demonstrate trust, Luo Qingni insisted that Zhou Chun accompany her in refining pills. This time, she would help Zhou Chun refine 4 batches of pills, 3 batches of foundation building pills and 1 batch of essence enhancement pills. Zhou Chun hadn't yet gathered enough main ingredients for the remaining pills, so he couldn't refine them for the time being. Luo Qingni admitted that she hadn't refined foundation building pills many times, but with her current alchemy skills, refining this grade of pill was a piece of cake. The first batch of foundation building pills was completed in just 7 days, yielding 8 pills, which was considered a normal performance. After resting for a day, Luo Qingni began refining the second batch of foundation building pills. 7 more days passed, and the second batch of foundation establishment pills was produced, yielding 8 pills as well. After another day of rest, she began refining the third batch. Perhaps due to the foundation laid by the previous 2 batches, Luo Qingni performed exceptionally well on the third batch, producing 9 pills in one go. Thus, Zhou Chun obtained a total of 25 spirit pills from the 3 batches, far exceeding his expectations. "I have fulfilled my mission. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please count the pills first. I will rest for 3 days before refining the essence enhancement pills after removing the protective array and leaving the alchemy area." Luo Qingni handed the 9 newly produced foundation establishment pills to Zhou Chun before returning to her bedroom to rest. Alchemy is a very mentally taxing activity. Even for a golden core cultivator like Luo Qingni, refining 3 batches of foundation establishment pills consecutively was quite mentally exhausting, requiring several days of rest to fully recover. Zhou Chun also returned to his cave dwelling. 3 days later, Zhou Chun visited again and witnessed Luo Qingni refining the essence boosting pill. Compared to the foundation building pill for key refining cultivators, the essence boosting pill was undoubtedly much more difficult to refine. According to Luo Qingni, if she were still at the Purple Mansion stage, it would take her at least 49 days to refine 1 batch of essence boosting pills. This was because just refining the impurities and remnants of the demon beasts contained in the 3rd-tier demon core would consume a great deal of her time and energy. However, now that her cultivation had broken through to the early golden core stage, and she possessed the golden core true fire, this time should be significantly reduced. Luo Qingni raised her hand and sent the demon core of the snake lizard demon beast into the furnace. Then, she opened her mouth and spat out more ball of emerald green pill fire, which fell to the bottom of the furnace and began refining the demon core inside. During this process, wisps of black smoke could be vaguely seen drifting out of the furnace, transforming into the shape of the snake lizard demon beast in midair and howling at the sky. seemingly resenting the injustice of the heavens. Luo Qingni simply blew a breath, dispersing the black smoke. Zhou Chun wasn't surprised at all. Even if the snake lizard demon beast was merely a wisp of remnant spirit from its demon core, utterly incapable of harm, Luo Qingni, a golden core cultivator, could easily shatter the true demon soul of the snake lizard demon beast with a single word. However, witnessing the scene reminded him of a rumor circulating in the cultivation world. It was said that pills made from demon beast cores, if the alchemist's skill was lacking and the remnant spirit wasn't thoroughly purified, might contain the demon beast's remnant spirit after completion. If a cultivator consumed such a pill, they could easily suffer a key deviation during meditation. Therefore, one should always carefully check before consuming such pills to avoid harming oneself. Days passed, and 32 days went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Luo Qingni, who had been slowly nurturing the spiritual pill, suddenly increased the power of the pill fire and quickly began to condense the pill using hand seals. A short while later, as she cast the pill-collecting incantation, the furnace lid instantly flew upwards, from which 7 beams of spiritual light shot out, transforming into 7 round pills that fell into the jade bottle in her hand. She then glanced down at the pills in the bottle and nodded slightly, saying, 7 pills made, 1 more than most times before. It seems that the increase in cultivation level indeed significantly helps improve alchemy skills. The alchemy fire truly lives up to its reputation as the most suitable true fire for alchemy. She then extinguished the furnace fire, removed the protective array, and handed the pills to Zhou Chun. 7 pills made. It seems fellow Taoist Luo's alchemy skills have improved again. Congratulations. Zhou Chun took the pills, examined them briefly, and then put them away, offering his congratulations to Luo Qingni with a broad smile. It's merely a change brought about by the improvement in cultivation level. It's not a true improvement. Luo Qingni waved her hand lightly, showing no sign of complacency. After speaking, she looked at Zhou Chun and asked, in a few days, Qingni should go to Master Zheyun to exchange pill formulas. What has fellow Taoist Zhang thought about that suggestion? The suggestion she mentioned was naturally about refining the dragon spirit pill. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun felt a pang of frustration. In the past few years, while cultivating in seclusion, Zhou Chun had naturally not forgotten to seek out Master Zheyun for pill refining. However, until now, he still hadn't been able to get any orders. Obviously, just as Luo Qingni said, Master Zheyun was currently busy trying to break through to a higher realm of alchemy and simply didn't have time to take on such small orders. Now that Luo Qingni had brought up this matter again, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, all right then, I'll offer 2 demon cores for fellow Taoist Luo to refine first, and see the results. He had 3 dragon-blooded demon cores, 1 each of the 3rd grade low, middle, and high ranks. He certainly couldn't use that most precious, top-grade 3rd-tier demon core for Luo Qingni to practice on, unless her previous 2 batches of pills were consistently successful. Seeing that he had agreed to refine the pills, Luo Qingni smiled and chuckled, hey, then Qingni thanks fellow Taoist Zhang for his trust. As a token of my gratitude, I won't charge you for this pill refining. She had previously said she was willing to refine 3 batches of pills for Zhou Chun free of charge, which happened to correspond to the previous 3 batches of foundation-building pills. Therefore, according to the rules, she would charge for refining the Yuan enhancement pills. Now, because Zhou Chun had agreed to let her practice, she was waiving the fee, which was a way of returning the favor. This made Zhou Chun feel better. He immediately said, I don't know what other materials are needed for the dragon spirit pill besides the inner core of a 3rd-tier dragon-descended demon beast. If you want to refine the pill, I'll need fellow Taoist Luo to use her connections to help me gather the other materials. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingni readily agreed, that's easy. As long as fellow Taoist Zhang is willing to provide spirit coins and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, I will do my best to help you gather the relevant materials as quickly as possible. After the 2 reached an agreement, Zhou Chun took his leave. Luo Qingni was indeed efficient. In just 2 months, she informed Zhou Chun that she had obtained the formula for the dragon spirit pill and had begun to use her connections to collect the other materials. According to her, the most difficult material to collect for the dragon spirit pill was the inner core of a 3rd-tier dragon-descended demon beast. Apart from 2 common 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, the rest of the materials were not particularly valuable or difficult to find. Therefore, gathering the materials for 2 batches of pills was not difficult. The difficulty now was that Luo Qingni had just obtained the formula and needed to carefully study and comprehend it before she could begin refining the pills. After all, she only received the pill formula in exchange. Master Zheyun certainly wouldn't give her the secrets and insights into refining the dragon spirit pill. Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry, letting her slowly study and comprehend it. He also renewed the rent for his cave dwelling for another 5 years, quietly cultivating and striving to break through to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. 2 more years passed, and during a routine breakthrough, Zhou Chun suddenly and naturally broke through the realm barrier, officially reaching the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Phew, finally succeeded. This was truly not easy. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhou Chun awoke from meditation, feeling the surge of magical power within his body, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. In retrospect, these past 10 years had been the most peaceful 10 years since he embarked on the path of cultivation. He had never before been able to focus solely on cultivation without being distracted by any external affairs. Especially during the 10 years when his cultivation was stuck at the realm barrier, he had become a complete ascetic, diligently honing his magical power and practicing secret techniques every day, without making any progress in his cultivation. This kind of cultivation is not only a tempering of magical power but also a tempering of the mind. If one cannot calm down and silently endure the disappointment of diligent daily cultivation without any progress in magical power, then it would be difficult to achieve today's breakthrough. Undoubtedly, this cultivation that lasted for more than 10 years has been a baptism for Zhou Chun's entire cultivation mentality. His original restlessness has been completely washed away during these 10 years of cultivation. Now, he is no longer like when he first came to the Great Zhou Kingdom, who only wanted to seek opportunities everywhere to improve his magical power cultivation and break through his realm as soon as possible. He gradually understands that sometimes, too rapid an increase in magical power cultivation is not necessarily a good thing. Being down to earth and diligently cultivating is the foundation of a cultivator. External forces such as elixirs can be used, but they should never be regarded as shortcuts to the great path. There are no shortcuts in life, and there are no shortcuts in cultivation either. I wonder how the stone is doing now. Judging from the time, it has been sleeping for more than 7 years. It should have changed a bit by now. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately opened the closed door of the spirit beast chamber to check on the situation. He was stunned by what he saw. The stone that had been lying in the spirit beast chamber was gone, replaced by a huge, muddy yellow stone egg. The egg was oval-shaped, nearly 2 zang long and over 1 zang high. The stone, it turned into an egg. Zhou Chun stared at the egg in astonishment. Through the contract with his spirit pet, he could confirm that the golden armored rock turtle stone was inside the egg. But the question was, how did this egg form? The stone was originally much larger than this egg. It seems the mountain soul pearl is truly compatible with the stone. Perhaps its breakthrough and evolution will bring me another surprise. After silently observing the eggs for a long time, Zhou Chun figured out something and exclaimed expectantly. He knew that some demonic insects would spin a cocoon to encase themselves before evolving, and then break out of the cocoon after successful evolution. The golden armored rock turtle stone turning into a stone egg was undoubtedly a similar behavior. This stone egg not only protected it but also isolated it from external environmental influences, allowing it to focus on its transformation and evolution. Even so, Zhou Chun had no intention of moving the stone egg. He knew that the golden armored rock turtle, whose primary attribute was earth, was more likely to evolve successfully when in contact with the earth. Moreover, he was currently in Xian'an Immortal City, where the spiritual energy of the veins beneath his feet was extremely rich, perfect for a major breakthrough. After taking a deep look at the stone egg, Zhou Chun closed the door to the spirit beast chamber again. Next, Zhou Chun sent a message talisman to Luo Qingni, inquiring about refining the dragon spirit pill. Luo Qingni replied that she hadn't yet fully grasped the pill formula and didn't plan to blindly start refining pills. Zhou Chun appreciated her cautious and responsible attitude and naturally didn't urge her. After all, he still had 2 yellow crystal pills and 7 energy-boosting pills, so he wasn't short of pills for the time being. Therefore, Zhou Chun returned to his cultivation room, took out a jade fruit, and swallowed it. Previously, his cultivation was stuck at the barrier to his realm, and he was worried that taking this would waste its medicinal power, so he hadn't taken it. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he no longer had this worry, and naturally wanted to realize its effects as soon as possible. And this jade fruit truly lived up to Luo Qingni's praise for its spiritual fruit. After Zhou Chun consumed and refined one, he discovered that not only had his divine sense, which had just been enhanced due to his realm breakthrough, increased by nearly 10% again, but his magical power cultivation had also increased significantly, equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation. Crucially, the magical power increase brought about by the spiritual fruit was very balanced and peaceful. Unlike the frenzied and superficial increase from pills, it was similar to the magical power cultivation he gained through meditation. Discovering this benefit, he immediately consumed another one. However, the effect was much less after the second consumption. His divine sense only increased by about 1/30th, while the increase in magical power cultivation was not much different, still about a year's worth. This completely extinguished Zhou Chun's original intention to take a third one. He planned to leave the remaining 2 grains for his elders, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, as a token of his filial piety. Then, Zhou Chun reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a stalk of purple crystal bamboo rice. He possessed 33 stalks of purple crystal bamboo rice, which were far more precious than 33,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, due to its immense value and the fact that it would easily expose the fact that it was stolen goods, he dared not easily exchange it for anything. Yet, keeping it in his storage pouch all the time seemed wasteful. Therefore, Zhou Chun decided to taste the purple crystal bamboo rice himself to see what benefits it would bring. If the benefits were substantial, he planned to splurge and eat all the amethyst bamboo rice. High-end ingredients often require no cooking skills, they can be eaten raw. After removing all the amethyst bamboo rice from a 7-leaf purple bamboo plant, Zhou Chun stuffed it into the center and began chewing it raw. The crystal-like amethyst bamboo rice was actually quite hard. It would be difficult for a cultivator at the purple mansion stage to chew it raw. However, both Zhou Chun's main cultivation technique, the golden cauldron profound art, and the dragon transformation secret technique he practiced had a significant tempering effect on his physical body. Now, his physical strength alone was no less than that of some golden core stage cultivators. Therefore, he was able to chew the amethyst bamboo rice, and this spiritual object, originally reserved for nascent soul stage cultivators, did not disappoint in taste. After being chewed, the hard bamboo rice immediately reacted with the saliva in his mouth, and a faint sweet aroma quickly spread, filling his brain. The swallowed bamboo rice quickly decomposed into incredibly pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout his body. Zhou Chun closed his eyes to savor the taste, then slowly began to refine the spiritual energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun finally refined all the spiritual energy released by the purple crystal bamboo rice. He then carefully assessed his condition and discovered that the purple crystal bamboo rice hadn't significantly improved his cultivation. It was roughly equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation, far less than the previous jade bodhi fruit. However, besides improving cultivation, the purple crystal bamboo rice also had body tempering effects. Zhou Chun clearly felt his physical body slightly strengthened. If he could continue consuming it, it would definitely greatly enhance his physique. As for the rumored longevity-promoting effects, he didn't feel any, perhaps because he had only consumed one plant, and the effect was not obvious. Overall, consuming the purple crystal bamboo rice was somewhat wasteful. Exchanging it for a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb would have been more worthwhile. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not continue consuming the remaining 32 purple crystal bamboo rice plants. Instead, he carefully stored them in a jade box, intending to sell them later when the opportunity arose. This kind of spiritual substance was inherently durable and would retain its medicinal properties even after 100 years. After 100 years, the matter of the ancient ruins would no longer be mentioned as frequently as it was now. By then, Zhou Chun might have successfully formed his core, giving him the confidence to trade this substance with others. Half a year later, Zhou Chun, who was cultivating in seclusion in his secret chamber, suddenly had a change of expression. He made a hand seal and summoned a ray of fire before him. After reading the contents of the communication talisman, his face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly got up and left his cave. Not long after, Zhou Chun arrived at an inn in the Immortal City, where he met Lin Hongao, who had come from afar. Junior greets Elder Lin. Upon seeing Lin Hongao in the room, Zhou Chun quickly bowed in greeting. Zhangchen. There's no need for such formalities. This isn't the family home, so there's no need for so many formalities. Lin Hongao waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Then, without Zhou Chun asking, she took the initiative to explain her purpose. I came to the Great Zhou Kingdom this time to seek spiritual objects to help Laner open her purple mansion. I also came to visit you and bring you a few letters from home." Saying this, she nodded at Zhou Chun with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Zhangjin, you've broken through to the mid-stage of the purple mansion so quickly. Dao Yi and the others will definitely be very pleased if they know." Hearing her words, Zhou Chun did not show any pride. Instead, he asked with concern, "I have been away from home for more than 10 years. How is everything in the family?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hongao immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything in the Zhou family has been fine for the past 10 years. Fellow Taoist Zhou and Dao Yi have written about the relevant situation in the letters. You will understand after reading them." After saying this, she handed Zhou Chun the letters written by several elders of the Zhou family. Although Zhou Chun was eager to know the contents of the family letter, he didn't open it immediately. He simply put the letter into his storage bag and then said to Lin Hongao, "I've lived in Xian'an Immortal City for over 10 years and have some understanding of the city's situation. Elder Lin, is there anything I can do for you?" "No need." Lin Hongao shook her head, politely declining his offer. "I've already received reliable information about where to obtain the spiritual items needed to aid in opening the Purple Mansion. You don't need to worry about it." Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't ask further. He immediately reached into his storage bag and took out the 25 Foundation Establishment pills. "Then please take these Foundation Establishment pills back to your family and give them to your uncles when you return, Elder Lin." Chapter 424 First Hearing of the Yuanmo Realm. Actually, if Lin Hongao hadn't come to Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun had planned to return to his family to return the Foundation Establishment pills he had. But now that Lin Hongao was in Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun naturally didn't need to waste time making the trip. After handing the Foundation Establishment pills to Lin Hongao, he wrote several family letters on the spot and entrusted them to her to take back to her elders and relatives before taking his leave. Back in his cave, Zhou Chun took out the family letters Lin Hongao had brought and began to examine them one by one. There were 3 letters in total, written by Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoyi, and Su Yazhan. Zhou Ming's letter mainly concerned Zhou Chun's cultivation progress and also mentioned some important events that had occurred in the cultivation worlds of Jingo and Fango over the past 10 years. Zhou Daoyi's letter, written by Zhou Ming himself, mainly detailed the changes in the Zhou family's development over the years, including various data, and was the most extensive, containing tens of thousands of words. Su Yazhan's letter was the only true family letter, expressing her longing for her Taoist partner and some changes in the Su family. Zhou Chun, however, read Su Yazhan's letter first. Leaving aside the words of longing and admonition, the most valuable information was twofold. First, Su Yazhan's aunt, Su Yunyielding, had successfully formed her golden core and become a golden core elder of the Moonwheel sect. Because of this, the Su family of Jiang's house status rose even higher, vaguely earning the title of the #1 cultivation family in Jin Kingdom. After all, no other golden core family had 2 golden core cultivators. Second, to celebrate Su Yunyang's successful formation, the Su family held a celebration ceremony, inviting cultivators from in-law families like the Zhou family to participate. They also held martial arts competitions among the younger generations of each family, awarding numerous prizes. Among the key refining generation of the Zhou family, a junior named Zhou Sizhan actually won first place in the key refining stage, taking home the Foundation Establishment pill prize prepared by the Su family. The Su family patriarch felt somewhat humiliated by this and severely reprimanded the younger generation of the Su family. Privately, he also scolded Zhou Chun a few times in front of Su Yazhan. Su Yazhan only wrote this down as an amusing anecdote, stating that the Su family patriarch didn't actually blame the Zhou family, but was simply annoyed by their lack of ambition. "I never expected my aunt Su Yunyang to actually succeed in forming her core. This is truly a joyous occasion, and that boy Sizhan, if I remember correctly, he seems to have the same wind attribute unique spiritual root aptitude as Su Fu, only whose spiritual root grade is a bit lower, only a mid-grade spiritual root. I never expected him to shine so brightly this time." Zhou Chun put down the family letter, recalling its contents, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After all, he and Su Yazhan were Taoist partners. Su Yunyang, Su Yazhan's aunt, successfully forming her core meant he had gained another elder in the golden core stage, which was naturally a good thing. Zhou Sizhan, a junior member of the Zhou family, won first place in the martial arts competition held by the Su family. This not only greatly enhanced the Zhou family's reputation but also brought her a significant personal benefit. Zhou Chun, as the clan head, was equally pleased. Next, Zhou Chun reviewed the family letters from Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoai. After reading for an unknown period, Zhou Chun withdrew his spiritual sense, leaned back in his chair with a slightly solemn expression, and closed his eyes in deep thought. A dozen years is indeed a long time for a family. Many things can happen, both good and bad. Overall, the Zhou family has been on an upward trajectory during this period. Especially with the full expansion of its express delivery business, the Zhou family has seen significant growth in both income and reputation. However, perhaps seeing the Zhou family's rapid development has displeased some forces. In recent years, attacks targeting the Zhou family's express delivery personnel and transportation teams have increased, causing the Zhou family considerable losses in manpower and money. However, none of this mattered much. The Zhou Tongdianxia Trading Company was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even if letters and goods were lost due to attacks, many cultivators would choose to understand as long as compensation was adequate. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble and damage the Zhou family's reputation, it would be difficult to achieve anything. This was the advantage of having a strong first impression. However, two things mentioned in Zhou Ming's letter made Zhou Chun uneasy. One was the actions of the Qinglian Temple. 5 years ago, the Qinglian Temple suddenly announced the formation of a joint patrol team to crack down on bandit cultivators within its territory. The high-ranking members of this joint patrol team were all Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qinglian Temple, but the patrol members were drawn from various major cultivation clans and families. The Zhou family was also assigned 2 patrol member slots. Furthermore, according to the Qinglian Temple, the patrol team had the right to conscript cultivators from its subordinate families to assist in law enforcement. This was tantamount to using people from various cultivation families to build a standing army for the Qinglian Temple, with complete command in the hands of the Qinglian Temple. The key point is that Qinglian Temple didn't spend a single penny. Each family had to provide extra subsidies to the cultivators sent to the patrol teams. In Zhou Chun's view, Qinglian Temple's move was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It acquired a mid-level combat force that could be mobilized anywhere at any time without spending a penny, while weakening the development potential of major cultivation clans and families. After all, with a limited number of Foundation establishment cultivators, if several were transferred to patrol teams at once, the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators would have to share the tasks, thus reducing their own cultivation time and time spent seeking opportunities. This wouldn't be a problem, as the Zhou family, besides Foundation establishment cultivators, also had many usable second-tier demonic beasts, so it wouldn't be too significantly affected. However, Qinglian Temple certainly wouldn't do such a thing without a reason. Since they've done this, it means there's another purpose behind it. Considering that King Xiao's Henren's lifespan is already limited, Zhou Chun felt that Qinglian Temple's move might be preparation for potential turmoil after King Xiao's Henren's passing. The second thing that made Zhou Chun uneasy came from Fen Kingdom. The corpse demon sect of Fen Kingdom was originally at a significant disadvantage under the combined attack of this Hangayang Palace and the Jingyang sect, and its position as the most powerful force in Fen Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. However, unexpectedly, another force suddenly intervened, entering Fen Kingdom to aid the corpse demon sect. This force aiding the corpse demon sect was not a righteous one, but a powerful force called the Bloodbone sect. It is said that the disciples of the Bloodbone sect are fond of refining magical artifacts such as blood-transforming blades, blood-transforming swords, blood-transforming banners, and white-bone battle puppets. These artifacts, refined using the special secret methods of the Bloodbone sect, possess growth potential, able to grow by absorbing the essence and energy of cultivators, and even potentially evolving into powerful magical treasures. With this assistance, the corpse demon sect not only withstood the offensive of this Hangayang Palace and the Jingyang sect, but even showed signs of a counterattack. According to information revealed by this Hangayang Palace, the Bloodbone sect is a force from the Yuanmo realm west of Fen Kingdom, and the corpse demon sect's lineage also originated from the Yuanmo realm. They believe this is an invasion of the Xianling realm by the Yuanmo realm. It is said that a meeting has begun to convene nascent soul stage cultivators from various Xianling kingdoms to discuss a joint military campaign to eradicate the 2 scourges, the Bloodbone sect and the corpse demon sect, and to completely sever the claws of the Yuanmo realm extending into the Xianling realm. This is also the first time Zhou Chun has heard of the Yuanmo realm, this cultivation world. According to Zhou Ming's description in the Jade Slip, the Yuanmo realm and the Xianling realm are not actually directly adjacent. They were originally separated by a vast, desolate desert stretching tens of thousands of miles, a region that almost only golden core stage cultivators could cross. Because of this desolate desert, even many cultivators from the Fen Kingdom, which borders the desert, were unaware of the Yuanmo realm's existence. However, no one expected that the Yuanmo realm, which had maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Xianling realm for many years, would suddenly invade. Moreover, the corpse demon sect's lineage actually originated from the Yuanmo realm, making them, in effect, its guides. This is truly a tangled mess. The waters of Fen Kingdom are getting muddier and muddier, Zhou Chun sighed, sensing the predicament. Although only Fen Kingdom was currently in turmoil, everyone knew that if the Yuanmo realm truly intended to invade the Xianling realm, then the neighboring Jing Kingdom would certainly not escape. Not to mention Jing Kingdom, Cheng Kingdom, Shen Kingdom, and all other countries belonging to the Xianling realm would be caught in the crossfire. After all, the war-making capabilities of a cultivation world far surpass those of a sect like the Hulong sect. I hope the war doesn't come too soon, and I can have a few more decades to prepare, Zhou Chun murmured, not daring to harbor too much hope. But if that were the case, he should speed up the tasks he needed to accomplish in the Great Zhou Kingdom. If he had sufficient elixirs, even if war did break out, he could find an opportunity to use them to improve his cultivation. There's also the Yellow Dragonstone, a magical material. If enough of these could be gathered to complete the Forbidden Nine Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, the Zhou family would truly have an unbreakable mountain gate, no longer needing to fear enemy rage behind enemy lines during wartime. With this in mind, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before heading to Luo Qingni's cave dwelling for a visit. You want to ask me to help you exchange for the Yellow Dragonstone? Inside Qingni residence, Luo Qingni was slightly taken aback upon learning Zhou Chun's purpose, quite surprised by his request. After all, she was only a master alchemist, not a master weapon refiner. Shouldn't she have sought out weapon refiners for such a task? Seeing the change in her expression, Zhou Chun knew this was a difficult matter, but he still said, I know this is a bit much, but I'm in a hurry to get this item. If fellow Taoist Luo can help, I will reward you handsomely. Alright, since fellow Taoist Zhang has said so, then Qingni will give it a try. However, the Yellow Dragonstone is a magical material with many uses, and those who possess it may not be willing to exchange it easily. Fellow Taoist Zhang must offer something truly compelling. Luo Qingni looked at Zhou Chun, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo. Zhou Chun bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. He then immediately took out a prepared exchange list and handed it to Luo Qingni. On this list, he listed various items he possessed that he could exchange, including many spiritual herbs produced from ancient ruins. Exchanging these things himself might easily arouse suspicion. However, if it were taken out and exchanged by Luo Qingni, a golden core stage alchemy master, there would be no doubt about its authenticity. Luo Qingni had likely already discerned from the spirit wood core that he had obtained the opportunity from the ancient ruins, so after reviewing the list, she merely gave him a deep look before nodding and accepting it. However, Zhou Chun didn't place all his hopes on Luo Qingni. After leaving Qingni residence, he went to Xianxi Tower to purchase information on upcoming high-level auctions and exchange fairs in various markets throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, preparing to try his luck at these fairs if things didn't go well with Luo Qingni. He could have also pre-ordered Yellow Dragonstones from the well-known merchant guilds in Xianyu Immortal City, as these magical treasure materials sometimes did appear on the market. However, considering his mid-stage purple mansion cultivation and the dedication of the city's weapon refining masters to crafting magical treasures, he abandoned this idea. He knew he couldn't compete with the weapon refining masters and golden core stage cultivators in the merchant guild shops. At this point, the benefits of Zhou Chun's choice to befriend Luo Qingni, a golden core stage alchemy master, became apparent. With Luo Qingni helping him mobilize his network of connections to collect Yellow Dragonstones, only 3 months had passed, and he had already received responses from 3 different sources. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please keep these 2 Yellow Dragonstones. As for the Zhihao family's request, whether you agree to it is up to you. Inside Qingni residence, Luo Qingni waved her hand, handing the 2 Yellow Dragonstones she had obtained to Zhou Chun. and explained the exchange process. It turned out that 2 of the 3 responses she received accepted the treasures on Zhou Chun's list for exchange. However, the Zhou family, a cultivation family, did not want treasures in exchange, but instead wanted yellow dragonstones as payment, asking Zhou Chun to help them kill a Purple Mansion stage bandit. Luo Qingni couldn't make this decision herself and could only leave it to Zhou Chun. I understand, and thank you again for your help, fellow Taoist Luo. Zhou Chun bowed again to express his gratitude, then took the items and returned to his cave. Back in his cave, Zhou Chun took out 3 yellow dragon stones and compared them. He found that he was still 1/5 short of the required number for the 9 Palaces yellow dragon formation. This feeling of being just 1 step away from success was truly agonizing. After examining the 3 yellow dragon stones repeatedly, Zhou Chun finally had to put them down, sighing helplessly. Why is it so close? It seems I really have to become someone else's henchman. He wasn't a collector, but collecting yellow dragon stones was indeed very important to the Zhou family. Especially under the current circumstances, this matter was even more crucial. Even if it meant becoming someone else's henchman, he had no choice but to accept it. Immediately after making his decision, Zhou Chun went to Xianxi Tower again and purchased a top-tier intelligence report on the Zhou family. That's why the Great Zhou Kingdom was the Great Zhou Kingdom. Before this, Zhou Chun had never heard of the Zhou family. But after reviewing the intelligence data of Xianxi Tower, he discovered that it was actually a golden core family with a history of over 2,000 years, which once boasted 3 golden core cultivators simultaneously. However, the Zhou family had now fallen on hard times, with only 1 golden core cultivator barely maintaining its former glory. According to the information provided by Luo Qingni, the bandit cultivator the Zhou family was hiring to hunt down was a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. That guy was incredibly audacious, actually using the yin-yang replenishment method to kill a female Purple Mansion cultivator from the Zhou family with a promising golden core potential, and making it public knowledge. The Zhou family, a golden core family with over 2,000 years of history and a prominent force in the area, could not tolerate such humiliation. Therefore, the Zhou family spared no effort, offering a bounty on the capture of that bandit cultivator with many of their family's treasured possessions. But that person was truly skilled, having escaped pursuit several times, and now even managed to flee into the Black Mist Swamp, leaving the Zhou family with no trace of him. The Black Mist Swamp, what a coincidence. Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed slightly, a plan forming in his mind. He quickly went to Luo Qingni, obtained a letter of introduction from her, and handed her the 2 dragon-blooded demon beast cores he possessed, telling her to handle it as she saw fit. Then, carrying the letter of introduction, he headed straight for the Zhou family's mountain gate. Before leaving, to prevent himself from being held up for too long, Zhou Chun specially renewed the rent for his cave dwelling for several more years and left a message for the evolving stone, in case it needed to leave, in case it woke up and couldn't find him and ran off in a panic. About half a month after leaving Xian'an Immortal City, Zhou Chun arrived at the Zhou family's mountain gate. As a golden core clan with a history of over 2,000 years, the Zhou family's mountain gate was quite impressive, not only occupying a considerable area but also boasting a high concentration of spiritual energy. After Zhou Chun arrived with Luo Qingni's letter of introduction, he was quickly received by Zhou Bao, a golden core cultivator from the Zhou family. This pillar of the Zhou family was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and judging by his age, he was already quite old, with gray hair. After reading Luo Qingni's letter of introduction, Zhou Bao looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you planning to hunt down that villain Murin Luo yourself? Do you know that he is at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Senior Zhou, I understand your concerns, but since I dared to accept this mission, I naturally have my reasons." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bao gave Zhou Chun a deep look, then nodded and said, "Very well, since fellow Taoist Zhang is so confident, I naturally won't refuse." Seeing his agreement, Zhou Chun immediately clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Senior Zhou. However, I dare to ask to see the size of the yellow dragonstone belonging to the Zhou family first. I wonder if Senior Zhou would be so accommodating. This is a trivial matter. I will have someone fetch the item for fellow Taoist Zhang to examine." As he spoke, Zhou Bao instructed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family who was serving nearby to have someone bring the yellow dragon stone to his cave. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a purple mansion cultivator from the Zhou family retrieved the yellow dragon stone from the treasury and brought it to his cave. Zhou Bao readily agreed, waving his hand to present the yellow dragon stone to Zhou Chun. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please look. This is the yellow dragon stone from my Zhou family's collection. Zhou Chun examined it closely. This yellow dragon stone was probably the largest he had ever seen, even larger than the one he had acquired at the exchange meeting with Xianzi Sanren. Zhou Bao then conveniently introduced it. This yellow dragon stone is quite substantial. It's enough to refine 3 smaller magic treasures, and even for refining heavy magic treasures like the mountain and river seal or the Kyankan brick, it's more than sufficient. It could fetch at least 200,000 or 300,000 spirit coins at an auction. Zhou Chun knew he wasn't exaggerating. Although the yellow dragon stone wasn't considered a top-tier spiritual material, its versatility made it highly sought after by golden core cultivators practicing earth attribute techniques. Furthermore, many forbidden formations also require this item to carve array plates and suppress earth veins. Therefore, collecting a sufficient quantity of this item is truly not easy. After examining it for a while, Zhou Chun nodded in praise. Indeed, it is a fine treasure. Then he said in a deep voice, then let's establish a spirit contract. I will set off for the Black Mist Swamp to find Murin Luo shortly. Hearing this, Zhou Bao immediately said, establishing a spirit contract is no problem, but I must remind you, fellow Taoist Zhang, that although Murin Luo's cultivation is only at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, his actual methods are extraordinary. There may also be his accomplices hidden in the Black Mist Swamp. If something happens to you, it has nothing to do with our Zhou family. Of course, if something happens to me, I can only blame myself for being less skilled, Zhou Chun replied firmly. So Zhou Bao immediately took out a talisman and wrote a spirit contract, imprinting it with his own magical power mark. This kind of bounty spirit contract does not need to be in duplicate, nor does it require Zhou Chun to leave his own magical power mark. Even after completing his mission, he wouldn't need to return to the Zhou family. He only needed to give notification, and the Zhou family would send someone with the agreed-upon treasure to exchange for Murin Luo's corpse. This was also a way to protect the person who had completed the mission. Therefore, after obtaining the spirit contract, Zhou Chun left the Zhou family and headed straight for the Black Mist Marsh. On the way, Zhou Chun also took the time to read the jade slip given to him by Zhou Bao, which contained some information about the bandit cultivator Murin Luo. As for his appearance and magical aura, Zhou Bao had already shown it to him through a recording artifact after he obtained the spirit contract, and he had memorized that aura. The Zhou family's mountain gate wasn't very far from the Black Mist Marsh, and Zhou Chun arrived in just 3 days. According to the Zhou family's information, the bandit cultivator Murin Luo had most likely joined a bandit organization within the Black Mist Marsh. It was said that this bandit organization had a secret base within the Black Mist Marsh, containing formations that could purify spiritual energy and poisonous energy. However, this was just a rumor, and no one had ever actually been able to find that secret base. However, it was certain that the leader of that bandit organization was a golden core cultivator. This added considerable difficulty to Zhou Chun's task of killing Murin Luo, which was also why Zhou Bao wasn't very optimistic about him. However, things were not beyond Zhou Chun's control. He believed that as long as he found Murin Luo, he would definitely have a chance to kill him. He also prepared for a protracted battle within the Black Mist Swamp. To lure out Murin Luo and his accomplices, Zhou Chun didn't release the Thunder Flood Dragon to lead the way after entering the Black Mist Swamp. Instead, he simply flew and wandered around inside, posing as an adventurous treasure hunter. Those bandits were incredibly audacious. They dared to attack Purple Mansion cultivators outside, let alone inside the Black Mist Swamp. Chapter 425 God-Slaying Sword. Black Mist Marsh. Half a year had passed since Zhou Chun arrived in the Black Mist Marsh. In this time, he had explored almost every part of it, except for areas he suspected might harbor 4th-tier demonic beasts. The place held few secrets for him. He had also acquired many local specialties and even slew a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, a python, obtaining its demon core. He had also killed a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator who had ambushed him, acquiring his belongings. However, He had yet to find any trace of the bandit cultivator Murin Luo, nor had he encountered any attacks from his organization. This fruitless situation was truly frustrating. Coupled with the environment of the Black Mist Marsh, it was easy for anyone to feel resentment. However, perhaps due to the effects of his more than 10 years of secluded cultivation, Zhou Chun remained calm and composed. After some reflection, he decided to change his identity and continue searching for Murin Luo. He first left the Black Mist Swamp, then used the human-faced fish glue to change his appearance, transforming into the likeness of the deceased Zhou Chun. He then re-entered the Black Mist Swamp. His efforts paid off. After searching the Black Mist Swamp for another 4 months, Zhou Chun finally made his move. That day, Zhou Chun was wandering the Black Mist Swamp as usual, searching for his target, when he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting. He quickly rushed towards the source of the sound and used the insect puppet technique to possess a mysterious armor golden feather demonic insect to approach the battlefield, discovering the two sides engaged in combat. Both sides were cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, but one side had 2 members while the other had only 1. The person being attacked was a late-stage Purple Mansion elder in black robes, while his attackers were a middle-aged man and woman. The man was at the late-stage Purple Mansion stage, and the woman was at the mid-stage Purple Mansion stage. I am an elder of the Blackwood Sect. How dare you ambush and kill me? Aren't you afraid that the Supreme Elder of the Blackwood Sect will come and kill you all? On the battlefield, the old man in black, while desperately using his magical artifacts and spells to defend against and deflect the attacks of the middle-aged man and woman, also shouted angrily. In response to his threat, the male cultivator sneered and replied, "A mere Blackwood sect, a small sect without even a nascent soul cultivator, what do we have to fear? Let alone you being just a mere elder of the Blackwood sect, even if you're a cultivator from a major sect like the Evergreen Temple, we would still dare to kill you. My husband is right. The little Blackwood sect only has a few golden core cultivators. Do you think they would all come to this god-forsaken place, Black Mist Swamp, to seek revenge on us for such an old man whose potential has been exhausted?" The female cultivator also laughed and spoke repeatedly, her words full of disdain for the Blackwood sect and the old man in black. Upon hearing the words of the 2 bandit cultivators, the old man in black's face turned extremely ugly. As if realizing something, he looked at them with a heavy tone and said in a deep voice, "As far as I know, there's only one group of bandits who dare to be so arrogant. Could you be members of the rumored Black Dragon organization? I didn't realize you, old man, even knew our organization's name. Did you kill any of our fellow cultivators before?" The male bandit cultivator's face darkened, and his tone suddenly became dangerous. Seeing that he had admitted to being from the Black Dragon organization, the old man in black's pupils contracted. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Use the magic weapon." Before the shout had even finished, several black orbs were launched from his sleeve, shooting towards the 2 bandit cultivators. "Not good, it's thunder orbs!" A cry of alarm rang out from the female bandit cultivator. She hurriedly dodged, simultaneously activating several defensive techniques to protect herself. But then, both she and the male bandit cultivator became enraged. Because among those black orbs, only one was a real lightning bead, the one aimed at the male bandit cultivator, the others were merely realistic-looking decoys. While the 2 were focused on defense, the old man in black instantly transformed into a streak of black light and fled. "Chase him. We can't let that old bastard get away." The bandit cultivators, regaining their senses, were furious and hurriedly gave chase to the black light. In the distance, Zhou Chun, having witnessed this through his insect puppet technique, quickly released the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye from his spirit beast pouch, ordering it to follow the bandit cultivators underwater. He then joined the pursuit himself. The old man in black was truly a skilled veteran. After a chase, he actually managed to escape using the complex environment of the Black Mist Swamp. The bandit cultivators, enraged, cursed at the air for quite some time before finally calming down. Having exhausted much of their magic power, the 2 didn't linger but flew straight into the depths of the Black Mist Swamp. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before abandoning his plan to continue the pursuit. He only instructed Lei Jiao Bye-Bye to follow the 2 and find the place where they disappeared, without alerting them. Unexpectedly, he waited for nearly a day before Lei Jiao Bye-Bye returned. "You mean you followed them into an underwater cave before stopping, and you even sensed the aura of other dragons outside that cave, on a small island within the Black Mist Swamp?" Zhou Chun was shocked by the information Bye-Bye revealed after their conversation. Other dragons were hidden within the Black Mist Swamp, something Zhou Chun hadn't anticipated. Moreover, in Lei Jiao Bai's perception, that dragon's aura was much stronger than its own. Even if it wasn't a 4th-tier dragon, it had definitely grown into a high-grade 3rd-tier demon beast. The old man from the Blackwood sect mentioned that this bandit organization is called Black Dragon. It seems the dragon is either a black dragon or a dark dragon. Zhou Chun recalled the conversation between the bandit couple and the Blackwood sect elder, and immediately understood. He had heard before that the leader of the bandit organization in the Black Mist Swamp was a golden core cultivator, and now a dragon, at least a 3rd-tier high-grade demonic beast, had appeared. The foundation of this Black Dragon organization was truly extraordinary. No wonder the bandit men and women were not flustered at all when faced with a threat from the Blackwood sect elder. That Murin Luo must have joined this Black Dragon organization, and he probably cultivates in the Thief's Lair in that underwater cave. Now that I know the location of the Thief's Lair, I'll go and stake it out nearby. I don't believe he can stay inside forever, however, since Bai was able to detect the aura left by that dragon, I can't just release Bai again, lest the dragon suddenly emerge and sense the aura left by Bai. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he quickly made a decision. Immediately, he had the Thunder Dragon Bai lead the way and set off for the vicinity of the underwater cave. After traversing almost half of the Black Mist Swamp, Zhou Chun arrived near a body of water deep within the Black Mist Swamp. He had been here before, but after sensing the aura of a 4th-tier demonic beast through the Thunder Flood Dragon, he hadn't dared to venture deeper. He hadn't expected the bandit leader's lair to be hidden in such a place. Zhou Chun even suspected that the 4th-tier demonic beast might be the spirit pet of the bandit leader. If that were true, then the leader of the Black Dragon organization would be incredibly powerful, far beyond an ordinary golden core cultivator. Now, having reached within 100 miles of the underwater cave, Zhou Chun dared not venture any further. Instead, he concealed his aura and hid underwater, using the water-repelling pearl to create a temporary dwelling. He then released many of his cultivated blue moon butterflies, letting them lurk above the aquatic plants near the underwater cave, monitoring the area. This way, any appearance of a cultivator's aura would alert these demonic insects, giving him a warning. Then he could use the insect puppet technique to observe the cultivators and find his target, Murin Luo. Time passed day after day, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun had been staking out the Black Dragon organization's lair for over 2 months. During this time, he was alerted by the Blue Moon Butterfly's warnings more than a dozen times, secretly observing the cultivators who appeared. However, he didn't spot Murin Luo, only other cultivators at the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment stages. These observations secretly alarmed him. He hadn't expected the Black Dragon organization to have grown to such a scale. Zhou Chun boldly guessed that the true strength of this bandit organization was probably no less than that of a cultivation sect like the Blackwood sect, which only had a few golden core cultivators. After all, bandits typically possessed combat power exceeding that of most cultivators at the same cultivation level. A bandit organization like the Black Dragon probably didn't accept just any bandit, it only accepted those with immense power and heinous crimes. It's a pity I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, if I could wipe out this Black Dragon organization, the bounty for just the heads of these bandits would be substantial. Zhou Chun still felt a pang of regret. Generally, bandits with cultivation levels above the Purple Mansion stage were wanted criminals by other forces, otherwise, they wouldn't have continued as bandits at that level. As for Golden Core stage bandits, there was no need to elaborate, even nascent soul stage cultivators might have put bounties on them. However, for his own safety, even if Zhou Chun could kill other Purple Mansion stage bandits, he dared not act rashly. Thus, after staking out the Black Dragon organization's lair for over 7 months, Zhou Chun finally awaited the appearance of his target. That day, Zhou Chun, who was cultivating underwater, was once again awakened by a warning message from the Blue Moon Butterfly. When he used the insect puppet technique to observe the surface of the water, he saw a red-faced giant riding a black crocodile, flying through the sky and heading straight into the distance. It was him, Murin Luo. At the bottom of the Black Mist Swamp, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement. Although the red-faced giant had disguised himself, his magical aura was not so easily altered. Zhou Chun still recognized his true identity through his magical aura. Finally, I've waited for this, he let out a sigh of relief, then quickly put away the water-repelling pearl, even neglecting to collect the Blue Moon butterflies monitoring this area, and immediately followed a black giant crocodile. After chasing for about 100 miles, Zhou Chun released the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye to track Murin Luo underwater, and then he returned to collect the Blue Moon butterflies. Thus, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye followed Murin Luo, while Zhou Chun followed the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, the two of them and the dragon traveling non-stop, soon reaching the edge of the Black Mist Swamp. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately knew that he could not continue the pursuit. In the Black Mist Swamp, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye's figure could conceal its presence, and it would also leave Murin Luo with nowhere to escape. Once Murin Luo left the Black Mist Swamp, he wouldn't be able to make his move again if he escaped to the vicinity of a market town. There would definitely be someone vying for the credit. Therefore, he decisively ordered the Thunder Flood Dragon to intervene and hold the man back. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly resounded from the densely shrouded Black Mist Swamp. Silver lightning flashed in the sky, instantly turning the black crocodile beneath Murin Luo's feet into a charred corpse. This beast was only a second-tier high-grade demon beast. How could it withstand the attack of a third-tier Thunderflood dragon? However, Murin Luo possessed a protective treasure. As soon as the lightning struck him, a black shield suddenly rose around him, blocking the attack. But the Thunderflood dragon's attack didn't stop there. Just as Murin Luo was recovering from the attack, the silver Thunderflood dragon's body appeared beside him with lightning speed, its dragon claws, crackling with lightning, slamming down on him. Murin Luo couldn't dodge this time and was directly slammed into the water below. However, the black protective shield around him was truly extraordinary, actually withstanding the thunderous blow once again. At this moment, Murin Luo finally had a chance to act. He roared, raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a crimson banner appeared in his hand. Then, he channeled his magic power into the banner, and with a wave, instantly created a cloud of fire protecting him. Several bolts of silver lightning struck the fire cloud, but failed to penetrate it. After regaining his footing, Murin Luo continued to defend against Lei Jiao Bye-Bye's attacks while angrily shouting into the void, "Who exactly are you? Why did you send your spirit pet to ambush me?" He immediately recognized that Lei Jiao Bye-Bye was someone else's spirit pet, not a wild dragon from the Black Mist Swamp. But his shouts naturally received no response. Because Zhou Chun was still dozens of miles away. Lei Jiao Bye-Bye was somewhat dissatisfied with Murin Luo's underestimation of him. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver lightning beam that slammed towards Murin Luo. Then, silver lightning gathered above its head, and it quickly unleashed the heavenly thunder slash attack, launching a fierce assault on Murin Luo. Under the sharp silver lightning blade, the fire cloud defense that Murin Luo had set up was instantly shattered. However, Murin Luo had already added a black dragon scale shield magic artifact within the fire cloud. The lightning blade was blocked by the dragon scale shield, and it immediately scattered and flew into countless tiny lightning fragments. Your true form hasn't appeared. Do you really think you can kill me with a mere third-tier low-grade thunder dragon? You are greatly underestimating me. Murin Luo's face was gloomy as he frantically released his divine sense to search the sky and the ground, but still couldn't find anything unusual. This made him feel increasingly uneasy. The Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye could already understand human speech, and seeing him underestimated like this, its dragon eyes immediately revealed anger. It immediately wanted to unleash the heavenly divine thunder to teach this reckless human cultivator a lesson, but Zhou Chun, who maintained a mental connection with it through a contract, stopped it. The heavenly divine thunder was too powerful. If it blasted Murin Luo to ashes, Zhou Chun would have a hard time explaining himself to the Zhihao family. So Bye-Bye could only continue its fierce offensive against Murin Luo, not giving him a chance to escape. After fighting for about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun finally arrived at the battlefield. "Are you the master of this thunder dragon? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Why are you letting this demon attack me?" Seeing Zhou Chun appear, and seeing that the thunder dragon showed no intention of attacking him, Murin Luo immediately understood what had happened and shouted at Zhou Chun, looking like a wronged victim. But facing his protests, Zhou Chun just coldly looked at him and said, "Murin Luo, you've been caught." Hearing this, Murin Luo's expression changed instantly. Then, he dropped the pretense and glared fiercely at Zhou Chun, shouting, "You meddlesome brat, who told you to kill me? How did you find me? You'll know when you're dead," Zhou Chun replied calmly. He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the wood spirit. He then unleashed the golden rainbow sword and charged at Murin Luo, while simultaneously activating the Fire Dragon token to release a fire dragon that pounced on his opponent. Seeing this, Murin Luo's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You think you can kill me? You don't have the ability." With that, he waved his hand and summoned a talisman, which instantly transformed into a purplish-red pearl in the sky. The moment the talisman appeared, the terrifyingly high temperature instantly evaporated and refined the poisonous energy within a radius of several hundred feet. Murin Luo simply waved his hand, and a ball of purplish-red flame rose from the pearl, transforming into a firebird that pounced on the fire dragon. The fire dragon, which had previously displayed unparalleled might, was now easily torn apart and swallowed by the firebird, further enhancing the firebird's power. Then, the firebird let out another clear cry and swooped down on Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun unhesitatingly summoned the golden light bowl talisman, forming an inverted golden bowl to protect himself. The firebird swooped down on the golden bowl, and while the surging heat made Zhou Chun sweat profusely, it was temporarily unable to break through the golden light bowl's defense. At this moment, the thunder dragon, Bye-Bye, had already taken to the sky at Zhou Chun's command, summoning wind and clouds to cultivate the heavenly thunder guidance divine power. Soon, the lightning-streaked clouds in the sky caught Murin Luo's attention, and he instantly understood Zhou Chun's plan. "Don't even think about it," he growled, suddenly as if making a firm decision, abruptly withdrawing his external divine sense and then swiftly launching an extremely rare divine sense attack technique. Invisible to the naked eye, an invisible sort of divine consciousness suddenly shot out from between Murin Luo's brows, instantly traversing hundreds of feet to strike Zhou Chun. Even the protective barrier formed by the golden light bowl talisman failed to effectively intercept this sort of divine consciousness. Zhou Chun, who was fully activating the talisman, suddenly trembled upon being struck by the invisible sort of divine consciousness, and couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. The golden light bowl talisman also stopped its infusion of magic power due to a sudden loss of consciousness, instantly dissipating its golden light and turning into talisman paper that drifted down to the water below. The firebird that had been consuming energy with a giant golden bowl was now free of obstruction and, driven by Murin Luo's remaining consciousness, immediately swooped down towards Zhou Chun. It seemed that Zhou Chun being burned to ashes by the flames was inevitable. But at this moment, the heavenly frost bees hidden in his sleeve, threatened by the firebirds, took the initiative to fly out and exhale all of their heavenly frost ki. These few streams of pure, cold air landed on the firebird, instantly halting its forward lunge. In that instant, Zhou Chun, whose mind had been scattered by the attack on his divine sense, quickly recovered. Without thinking, he immediately waved his sleeve to collect the heavenly frost bees, and simultaneously plummeted downwards towards the water below. Immediately afterward, the golden bowl talisman, which hadn't completely fallen into the water, shone brightly again, protecting Zhou Chun once more. "No, this is impossible. How could you recover from the god-slaying sword attack so quickly?" Seeing Zhou Chun once again protected by the golden bowl talisman, Murin Luo's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Since he had successfully mastered the god-slaying sword technique, he had rarely failed against cultivators of the same level, let alone against Zhou Chun, whose cultivation was a whole realm lower than his. He had originally thought that Zhou Chun would be doomed after using this technique, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? Zhou Chun, meanwhile, secretly felt incredibly lucky, filled with lingering fear. Although Zhou Chun's spiritual sense was always stronger than that of cultivators of the same level, at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, his spiritual sense was only slightly stronger than that of a typical late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. However, the 2 jade Bodhi fruits he had consumed earlier had increased his spiritual sense by more than 10%. This improvement directly allowed him to surpass the vast majority of late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators in terms of spiritual sense. Furthermore, during the attack just now, he unexpectedly discovered that the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, a secret technique he had cultivated long ago when he was still in the Foundation establishment stage, had also been activated, providing some assistance in restoring his consciousness. With these two factors combined, although Murin Luo's god-slaying sword technique had caused some damage to his soul, it didn't leave him dazed for long. I never expected Murin Luo to possess such a terrifying spiritual attack technique. No wonder several Purple Mansion cultivators among those the Zihao family had offered a bounty for hunting him died at his hands. Zhou Chun looked at the incredulous Murin Luo, a sudden surge of excitement rising within him. Such a spiritual attack technique was incredibly helpful in combat among cultivators. Its activation without warning, coupled with its attack effect that most magical artifacts and spells couldn't defend against, made it extremely coveted. If Zhou Chun were to master this technique, combined with his powerful divine sense, he would likely be virtually unmatched among those at the Purple Mansion stage. Boom! Just then, a thunderous roar interrupted Zhou Chun's reverie. It turned out that the Thunder Flood Dragon had successfully summoned the lightning. Streaks of silver lightning descended from the sky, bombarding Murin Luo relentlessly. No matter how he dodged, it was futile. Under this onslaught, he could only summon the Firebird back, using a fence to counter the lightning strikes. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately acted without hesitation, quickly forming hand seals and casting the heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique. In an instant, a golden chain flew from his hand, shooting directly towards Murin Luo. Murin Luo, currently struggling to withstand the lightning strikes, sensed that the aura emanating from the golden chain wasn't strong, so he didn't pay much attention, believing that his black protective shield was sufficient to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the golden chains, upon landing on the black light barrier, pierced through it easily, just like his previous god-slaying sword technique, and struck him. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late. In an instant, Murin Luo felt a powerful binding force descend upon him, severely suppressing his magical power and preventing him from unleashing his full strength. This filled him with panic, and he hurriedly channeled his power to break free of the binding force. This was indeed effective. He quickly felt much of the binding force broken. But before he could even rejoice, a powerful lightning blade, accompanied by streaks of silver lightning, slammed down upon him. In an instant, the Firebird formed from the power of the talismanic artifact shattered into tiny sparks with a mournful cry. Then, a surging torrent of lightning engulfed him. It must be said, Murin Luo's strength was indeed formidable. Even with such an offensive, he still failed to kill him, only leaving cracks all over the last layer of his protective black light shield. He had already broken free of the heart-to-heart golden lock, and was about to counterattack. But just then, a thick, emerald green beam of light struck the black light shield, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, shattering the already cracked shield and blasting Murin Luo away. Immediately afterward, a bolt of silver lightning struck Murin Luo, instantly causing him to smoke and fall into a state of severe paralysis. Then, with a flash of lightning, the Thunder Dragon Bai flew down from the thunder clouds in the blink of an eye, appearing beside Murin Luo and grabbing him with its claws. "Don't kill him yet," Zhou Chun hurriedly ordered the Thunder Dragon Bai, driven by its murderous intent, to be stopped, and then quickly stepped forward to remove the storage bag from its body. "Let's go, let's get out of here first," signaling Lei Jiao Bai to control Murin Luo. Zhou Chun quickly gathered the few magical artifacts Murin Luo had left behind and hurriedly left the scene. The battle had been too massive, especially the scene after Lei Jiao Bai used the Heavenly Thunder Guidance technique. Even with a black mist obscuring the view, it was probably enough for cultivators and demonic beasts within 100 or 2 miles to hear the commotion. Zhou Chun absolutely didn't want anyone to see Lei Jiao Bai or know that he had captured Murin Luo. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.